Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Ch1 City of Sin. He stood atop the rooftop of the skyscraper, the sleepless city beneath his feet illuminated everywhere, with neon lights blooming in the night sky, dyeing the thick steam emerging from the manhole covers on the roadside red. It was an early spring night, and the bustling city was shrouded in smog, with a slightly cold wind carrying the scent of industrial waste and sewage. What his eyes saw was a scene built on wealth, fame, and power, luxury and debauchery. But in the distant darkness, beyond the reach of the eye, perhaps in a dark alley piled with trash cans, or in the sewers where the homeless hid, or under the overpass where gangs gathered. Those randomly discarded guns and corpses, the eerie laughter and screams in the dark, the black, dried bloodstains, constantly reminded anyone who came here that beneath the city's glossy exterior lay endless evil and madness. Anyone who underestimated it would be ruthlessly devoured. Where was this place? Perhaps just by quietly listening to the residents' descriptions, someone could guess. The inhabitants of the city liked to describe it with the names of the villains they were familiar with. Some said it was like Killer Croc, because it always lurked in the darkness, suddenly swallowing people whole, leaving not a trace, not even a bone shard. Maybe only a ripple or bubble would emerge, but no one cared. Some said it was like Two-Face, because its merciless choices, whether justice or evil, order or chaos, were constantly flipping, like a coin tossed into the air, falling again and again, leaving people powerless. Some said it was like Scarecrow, because no matter what beautiful dreams you had before, it would suddenly turn into a nightmare, digging out your deepest fears, driving you mad, until you drooled and wandered the streets aimlessly. Some said it was like the Joker, because this city, it was insane. Ha ha, ha, ha ha ha. Of course, there was a high possibility that the next moment, this citizen would suddenly lash out, stabbing a pencil or fork into the eye of an outsider, then widening their eyes in confusion, extending their neck to curiously ask the twitching corpse. Why so serious? As an outsider from another world, he didn't need to ask any resident. Just by looking up at the bright beam of light in the night sky casting a bat-shaped shadow on the clouds, he knew where he was. Gotham. He muttered. In the next moment, a sudden downpour drowned out his figure. The gray rainwater, tinged with a slight sourness, obscured everything he had seen and heard before, covering all the evil, leaving only the sound of the rain and a coldness that came from within. But this cold wasn't from the rain. He was fully armed, his head and body were both covered by finely crafted metal armor. A full covering helmet, a tight chainmail covering his entire body from the neck down, and another layer of armor like shoulder guards covering his chest, shoulders, and limbs. All of this told him that, at this moment, he was no longer an ordinary person. He had once been an ordinary person, living an unremarkable life. Night warehouse keeper was just a fancy way of saying security guard. He wasn't the tall and strong, intimidating type, but he was young, with a bit of youthful courage. The process. Why am I here? I don't remember. He reached out to touch his forehead, but the thick tactical gloves completely cut off the sensation and temperature of the helmet. Indeed, as a young man, he had seen all sorts of stories about transmigration in literature. In novels, he had read about people transmigrating after their computer exploded, choking while eating, getting hit by a car while saving someone, or even falling into a toilet. But why did he end up here? He looked through the curtain of rain toward the distance, trying to shift his attention away from the bat signal, staring blankly at the dark clouds on the horizon, trying hard to recall. The neon lights on the countless skyscrapers became blurry in the rain, everything seemed so unreal. He only remembered getting off work, answering a call from a middle school classmate inviting him to a wedding. Then, he played on his computer. The old laptop sounded like a tractor when he pressed the power button. Yes, he liked those fantasy worlds, they allowed him to momentarily forget the monotony of his real life. He didn't recall any explosion, nor any strange light or sound. It was just a brief lapse, and he found himself here, standing on the rooftop of Wayne Tower, the tallest building in Gotham, inexplicably feeling the night breeze. He had been standing there, dumbfounded, for 5 minutes, gradually accepting this reality, and then he became confused. As for who he was, he knew that as soon as he realized he had transmigrated into the DC universe. Night shifts were boring, and he had read a lot of novels, later becoming fascinated by American comics. Even as a security guard, he had heard the younger employees talk about how Avengers 2 was awesome, or Guardians of the Galaxy was funny, and female colleagues saying Cap and Bucky are the best ship, or Iron Man's just a sidekick. At first, he didn't understand at all. To fit in and have something in common with his colleagues, he started watching movies on his old computer and thought they were pretty good. American blockbusters were thrilling. Later, he used the office Wi-Fi during his shift to catch up on some comics. Although at first, he couldn't tell Marvel from DC, after reading more, he could even remember the names and powers of hundreds of heroes and villains, as well as their important stories. Though he had only read translated comics, it was enough to chat with his colleagues casually. At this moment, his helmet only gave him vision in the left eye. He lowered his head, looking at the small puddle forming at his feet. In the ripples, he could see his current appearance. A black and yellow metal helmet, shaped like a hockey mask, with two long fabric straps fluttering in the wind and rain, like Rambo's headband. The left eye of the mask was a red diamond-shaped lens, while the right half of the mask was completely black, without a single gap. He had become Deathstroke. Real name, Slade Joseph Wilson, one of the greatest mercenaries and assassins in the DC universe, a master of strategy, tactics, combat, and weapons. Originally, he was an enhanced soldier for the US military, with 90% brain development, just slightly below the protagonist of Lucy. He also had a physique that surpassed the human peak and the ability to heal most wounds. Later, because his superior betrayed a friend of his, causing his friend to be captured by the enemy, although Deathstroke rescued him and fought his way out, he inevitably fell out with the military, turning him into a mercenary. Using his superpowers, he did dirty work to make a living. The key was that he inherited everything from Deathstroke, except the memories. At least, body memories like English, driving, and using firearms, he had learned them for free. He was like an outsider, observing his own reflection in the water from a third-person perspective. Everything he knew about Deathstroke came from comics. At first, discovering he had gained superpowers made him quite happy. Becoming Deathstroke wasn't bad at all. With preparation and planning, he feared no one, not even Batman, DC's golden child, whom he could defeat with over a 50% chance of success. As a villain, he could easily crush Robin and the Teen Titans. In the recent New 52 comics, he even went head-to-head with Wonder Woman in hand-to-hand combat, and without kryptonite, he still escaped from Superman. But after the initial excitement, the pressure began to mount. Why? Because Deathstroke was a mercenary, working for money, no matter the task. So, no matter which world, he had almost offended every superhero and supervillain in the DC universe, working for Penguin against Two-Face, then for Two-Face against Black Mask, and sometimes even taking jobs to fight superheroes. To Deathstroke, there was no distinction between superheroes and supervillains, they were just clients and targets. They were all people. Whoever gave him the job, as long as there was money to earn, he took it. This is going to be troublesome. His name before transmigrating was Su Ming. The old workers at his job called him Xiao Ming 1. Whenever someone called him that, he always felt like he had made a bunch of mistakes, like not washing his hands before eating, not looking at the traffic light before crossing the street, or being late to class. In elementary school textbooks, the one making mistakes was always him. First, I need to confirm which parallel universe this is in DC, and then confirm the timeline, figure out where the story has progressed. He sighed and wanted to smoke a cigarette, but his mask blocked him. There are many worlds in the DC universe with Gotham and Batman. If this is the movie universe, the power ceiling isn't that high. In the recent Justice League movie, Steppenwolf got beaten like a doll. But if it's the comic universe, no matter which one, the danger increases significantly. Earth 0, the main universe in New 52 comics. Earth 3, the world where all heroes and villains have swapped identities. Earth 10, the world ruled by Nazis. Earth 38, the original world of DC Comics. Su Ming wiped his mask. Rainwater pooled beneath his feet like a stream. There were no clothes under his armor, and now he felt cold, his whole body soaked in water. But he had never felt his mind so clear. Even settings from the comic world he had only glanced at before were now being recalled perfectly. Was this thanks to Deathstroke's superbrain? But the memory should come from his soul, right? His current body was full of explosive strength, something he had never felt before. It seemed like his soul had possessed this body, Deathstroke's original body. The problem was, although Deathstroke had regenerative abilities, they weren't that strong, they couldn't regrow limbs, so his right eye would always be blind. When the rapid regeneration kicked in, it would also consume a lot of his stamina, even causing him to lose his mind. Deathstroke was already in his 50s, with a son and daughter who had become superheroes, always wanting to kill him. He also had an immortal father, a telekinetic supervillain who wanted to kill him too. Fortunately, Deathstroke was strong enough that they couldn't kill him. A young man in his 20s, becoming someone in his 50s. I finally have a family, but the relationships aren't great. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Deathstroke was powerful and intelligent, but clearly lacked emotional intelligence. By the way, why did he come here earlier? Did he receive a mission? Fully armed, he must have been planning something. Su Ming gave up thinking any further. Although his body was enhanced, he still wanted to find a place to hide from the rain. Not only was the early spring rain too cold, but Gotham's industrial pollution was so severe that the rainwater had a nasty, sour stench he had never experienced before. Leaving the edge of the building, he turned to leave. Even though he carried a glider pack, he decided to take the stairs. He had never used a glider before, and it would be ridiculous if he died from falling. World-renowned mercenary jumps to his death in Gotham last night, suspected to be related to an emotional entanglement with Batman. Su Ming could already imagine the headline of the Gotham Gazette if he fell and died. He didn't want to die, not even after transmigrating to such a dangerous world. Let alone the fact that he was a pure straight man. Although he didn't discriminate against Joker and Batman for their constant displays of affection, he had no desire to get involved. Chapter 2, Ch2 My Own Reflection. Just as he was walking toward the door leading down to the stairs, the door suddenly burst open with a bang, and a very imposing figure walked up from the doorway. Su Ming's first reaction was that the person Deathstroke was supposed to meet had arrived. But a gust of wind blew through, shifting the dense rain a bit, and the neon lights from Wayne Tower illuminated both him and the newcomer. He realized something was wrong. The person opposite him was wearing the exact same armor, with identical weapons and equipment, except they were slightly shorter, about 1.7 meters tall. The atmosphere instantly became tense. As if by instinct, relying on his body's muscle memory, he reached behind and grabbed a baton. With a twist and a press, the previously retracted short staff extended from both ends, firmly gripped in his hand, and he took up a combat-ready stance. This was Deathstroke's beloved weapon, a staff with powerful electric shocks and tranquilizer darts on both ends. Many times, clients liked Deathstroke to capture targets alive, bringing them back for the client's personal amusement. The person in front of him did the exact same movement. If he hadn't seen the person come through the door, Su Ming would have thought he was looking into a mirror. Their synchronization was perfect, from the speed at which they assembled their staff to the posture they assumed. "Who are you?" X. Both of them asked simultaneously, their voices distorted into hoarse, demonic whispers by their masks. "I am Deathstroke." X. Once again, they spoke the exact same words, making the tension between them even more palpable. Gripping their weapons, they circled each other in a hollow ring. The rain poured down in torrents, and neither of them spoke further. They each kept their distance, quietly observing. It's a habit of a martial arts master to carefully watch their opponent before a fight. Although he didn't know what the other was thinking, Su Ming was certain that his own thoughts were racing faster. What's going on? Another me? Or did a whole bunch of people transmigrate at the same time, and we all became Deathstroke? Or, is this the real Deathstroke, and I'm just a cosplay enthusiast? But my current physical attributes and mental speed are undeniably beyond human levels. Of course, in the DC universe, there were many people with such physical prowess and combat skills, some even better in close combat than Deathstroke. But they all had their own names and didn't need to wear yellow and black armor to impersonate Deathstroke. Thanks to the legendary 9 times faster thinking speed of an ordinary human, Su Ming had considered all these possibilities within fractions of a second, but discarded them. Now, the situation was at a standstill. If he retreated, his footing would become unstable, leaving him vulnerable to an attack. Turning his back to leave was even more impossible, exposing one's back in Gotham never ends well. So I have to fight. If I defeat the other person, I can leave. Needless to say, the thought appeared simultaneously in both their minds and was quickly accepted, causing them to take the same actions at the same time. Bang. The metal staffs collided mid-air, their strengths evenly matched, causing each of them to take a step back, splashing water at their feet. They moved quickly, pointing the tips of their staffs at each other, wary of a follow-up attack. Huff. Su Ming let out a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had also inherited Deathstroke's combat experience. It was like a natural extension of his body, allowing him to fully utilize the fighting potential of this body. With these skills and moves, at least his life was somewhat secure. The person opposite him seemed to be thinking the same, not pursuing the attack, as if also considering their tactics. If the person across from me is fully functional, just wearing a Deathstroke-style helmet, it would be very difficult to adjust to the missing right side vision. My attack should focus on their right side, exploiting their blind spot. The nose blocks part of the view, so the right leg is the best target. Immediately, Su Ming formulated a strategy in his mind. He twirled the staff in his hand and aimed it at the opponent's right leg. Whoosh! Whoosh! The staff whistled through the air, slicing through the rain, shattering the droplets mid-flight. The two black shadows, wrapped in neon colors, created two perfect vacuum arcs, colliding once again. Clang! Their staffs clashed mid-air again. It was clear both had aimed for the other's right leg while also guarding their own. So, the result was another draw. Since both had put in a lot of force, they used the momentum to spin and unload the energy, crouching down with one hand on the ground and the other holding the staff behind their backs like a scorpion's tail, ready to fire the tranquilizer darts from the staff. But when both splashed into the muddy water, seeing each other in the exact same position, they knew the plan to use tranquilizer darts to catch the other off guard had failed. Damn it, just arrived in the DC universe and already dealing with such a confusing situation. It's obvious we're both Deathstroke, with the same memories and habits. Maybe we could talk. Both of us are enhanced fighters and martial arts masters. If we keep fighting, we could go at it for 3 days and nights without a victor and create a lot of noise. Su Ming thought to himself, realizing that his plan to knock down the opponent and escape was no longer feasible. Wait. X. Both spoke at the same time again. Su Ming inwardly rolled his eyes. It seemed the other person had some concerns as well and didn't want to keep fighting. The key point was that there was no money involved in taking down such a strong opponent. Mercenaries don't do business without profit. No grudge or emotion is worth more than cold, hard cash. Put down your weapon, let's talk. X. You put it down first. X. Let's do it together. X. Su Ming was exasperated. Everything they did was synchronized. This was freaky. Even though he was just an ordinary person from another Earth, not the real Deathstroke, this mysterious synchronicity was unnerving. How much influence had Deathstroke's original body had on him? Had even his thinking patterns become the same? No, I've never been in a real life or death fight before. In the past, even when I got involved in gang conflicts, I was just drifting through life, never dealing with anything truly dark. So, I relied on Deathstroke's experience, adopting his mindset and tactics. I'm still myself, at least for now, aware of my own identity and situation. While these thoughts ran through his mind, both he and the other person dropped their weapons simultaneously. Clang. Both staffs were thrown into the rain, splashing onto the filthy rooftop water. The two stood facing each other, rain pouring down like a small waterfall from their masks. Talk. X. Seeing that they had spoken the same words again, Su Ming desperately tried to shake off the influence of Deathstroke's thinking patterns. He raised a palm, placing the other hand against the palm. Stop, stop. Let's not do this whole mind meld thing anymore. This is the creepiest experience I've ever had. Can I speak first? By all means, the other Deathstroke seemed relieved as well, grateful they could finally communicate. I'm a mercenary, code name Deathstroke, real name Slade. But you can call me Su. Su Ming briefly explained his background. Since he wasn't sure which parallel universe this was, he didn't share too many other details. Interesting. I'm also a mercenary, codenamed Deathstroke, but my real name is Cindy. The other Deathstroke awkwardly touched her helmet. Deathstroke, unlike other masked figures, had black and yellow armor that served as a warning, like a bee's colors. His identity wasn't secret, everyone knew that Slade was Deathstroke, a legend in the mercenary world. And it made sense. If you were shrouded in secrecy, how would you get any business? At the very least, future clients needed to know how to find you. What's going on? Did the military clone me for my blood? Su Ming knew Deathstroke had a military background, and his genetic enhancements came from them. Not to mention, clones were rampant in the DC universe, with countless factions possessing cloning technology. No, I don't think we're clones. The person who performed my bio-enhancements has long been dead, and there was only ever one dose of the enhancement serum. The Deathstroke who called herself Cindy touched the lower right side of her mask and flipped it off, revealing her face. Su Ming felt a headache coming on. This Deathstroke, Cindy, was actually a woman. She had short blonde hair, a cold yet beautiful face, a typical American beauty. The only flaw was the black eye patch over her right eye, indicating blindness. What confused Su Ming even more was that she looked to be in her 20s, not an older woman. If she was the female version of himself, she should be over 50, right? With that thought, he reached up and fiddled with his mask, finding a barely noticeable catch. Pressing and sliding it aside, he removed his helmet as well. Cindy was visibly shocked, clearly unable to understand something. Su Ming looked down at the water puddle. Although the rain distorted the reflection, he could still tell that he was very young, with short, golden hair and a handsome, slightly rebellious face. He had a light stubble and a black leather eye patch over his right eye. As he touched it, he could feel there was no eyeball underneath. He had undoubtedly inherited Deathstroke's younger body. The problem was, in the old stories, Deathstroke's right eye was shot out by his wife. In the New 52 universe, it was Batman's son, Damian, who gouged it out. But in any case, a 20-something Deathstroke should still be a soldier in the army, single and not yet a mercenary. So what's the deal with this timeline? And how did I lose my eye? Amun. You're Amun. Cindy's expression was cold, but her voice carried disbelief. Su Ming felt just as confused. Deathstroke becoming a woman, that wasn't right, was it? Is being a man strange? Men as strong as you are very rare. Among superpowered beings, the only one I know of is Wonder Man. Cindy walked over to the large W logo of Wayne Enterprises, pulled out a cigar, and lit it. She seemed to need some nicotine to think through what was going on. Su Ming walked over as well. The tension between them had dissipated. What were once personal questions had now become a shared confusion. As Cindy pulled out a cigar from her pocket, Su Ming also retrieved a small cigar box from his suit. They stood side by side, silently puffing smoke. When Cindy mentioned Wonder Man, Su Ming immediately knew which world this was. It was one of the many parallel universes in the DC Multiverse, Earth 11, a world ruled by the Amazons. Here, all the superheroes and supervillains were gender-swapped versions of their original selves. Batman had become Batwoman, Superman was Superwoman, Aquaman was Aquawoman, Flash had become Lady Flash, and Cyborg was now Cyborg Woman. Joker had become a court jester, Penguin was now the Penguin Woman, Two-Face had turned into Two-Faced Lady, and even the League of Shadows had become the League of Dancers. The important thing was, those who were originally female remained female. Harley Quinn was still the Harley Quinn you knew, Poison Ivy was still Poison Ivy, and Black Canary was still Black Canary. But instead of being romantic partners or teammates with the original heroes or villains, they were now just best friends or gal pals. This bizarre world was a strange creation, and Su Ming couldn't help but think that the DC editorial team really had some wild ideas. In this world, men had always held a lower status, and it wasn't until modern times that the concept of gender equality had begun to emerge. However, even now, women still led in the workforce, while men were often the ones taking care of the household. It made sense, though, the highest level of leadership in this world was Amazonian, and they were all women, so the government was also predominantly female. They were stronger and held more power, vastly outpacing men. The only strange exception was the original Wonder Woman, who, in this world, had been transformed into a man known as Wonder Man. He was the only male superhero known to the public. Unfortunately, from Su Ming's perspective, Wonder Man was quite odd. Raised by Amazons, it was hard to take him seriously. Could you imagine a muscle-bound man wearing Wonder Woman's costume? It was absurd. To Su Ming, he couldn't even begin to have a conversation with a man dressed like that. The Cindy beside me seems to be the real Deathstroke of this world. I must have brought over Deathstroke's body from another parallel universe. And because of the dimensional rift, I've been affected by time fluctuations, which made me younger. He quickly came up with a hypothesis in his mind, and at the moment, it seemed highly probable. Chapter 3, CH3 Endangered World. Bang. A crisp sound echoed not far away. It could have been a cable blown down by the wind or a transformer box short-circuited by the rain. Above them, the neon lights of Wayne Enterprises flickered as a small spark and puff of smoke appeared before the sign went out. The smoke was quickly dispersed by the rain, disappearing without a trace. The two of them merely lifted their heads and glanced at the now dark sign without saying a word. The surroundings dimmed, except for the glowing tips of their cigars, which flickered in the dark. Su Ming thought for a moment and decided to speak first. I come from a parallel world. What's going on in Gotham now? Since the other person was also Deathstroke, this information could be shared with her. As long as the intel couldn't be used against him, she wouldn't spread or sell it. It was like how Batman collected the weaknesses of all the superheroes on Earth, preparing to take them down if they ever turned evil. This information was a kind of strategic reserve. Su Ming could use it to show his sincerity without worrying about consequences in the short term. As long as no one was paying her to kill him, secrets were relatively safe with her. Deathstroke and Batman both knew each other's true identities. However, due to their respective principles, Batman wouldn't attack Deathstroke unless he committed a crime. And even if something was clearly done by Deathstroke, without evidence, Batman wouldn't make a move. Conveniently, Deathstroke always worked cleanly. Similarly, Deathstroke wouldn't go after Batman's true identity, Bruce Wayne. The Wayne fortune was vast, and Bruce's life was worth a lot of money. Without a few $1 billion on the line, Deathstroke preferred to leave Bruce's head on his shoulders. Someday, it might even pay off. Just like Joker, who also knew Batman's true identity but only wanted to play with Batman, not some boring billionaire. This didn't stop him from kidnapping Bruce's loved ones, though. From Alfred to Bruce's various girlfriends, Joker had kidnapped them all, forcing Batman to come out and play his game. Many villains knew Batman's identity, like Black Mask, Hush, and Bane. But in Gotham, the only way to prove your dominance was by defeating Batman, not just some playboy billionaire dressed as Bruce Wayne. Deathstroke thrived in society's dark underbelly, so it was his duty to protect the society that sustained him. Whether someone wanted to destroy the Earth or break the unspoken rules of the underworld, they became Deathstroke's enemy. In the comics, whenever some alien overlord invaded Earth, it would cause chaos, with criminals taking the opportunity to rob banks or jewelry stores. Even regular citizens would loot TVs from stores, taking advantage of the distraction while the superheroes were busy. But Deathstroke was never one of those who caused trouble during crises. In fact, there were many times when he helped heroes fend off alien or interdimensional invaders, resolving world-level crises without charging a cent. However, once the crisis was over and the world was safe again, Deathstroke would return to his mercenary work. Any superhero in his way. Just one word, attack. I figured as much. You've got skills, but I've never heard of someone like you before. Cindy, puffing on her cigar, spoke in a low voice that barely carried through the sound of the rain. But Su Ming heard her clearly. Have you encountered someone from a parallel world before? He asked, both of them standing side by side, gazing at the bat signal flickering in the cloudy sky. Yeah, a pitiful man wearing a cloth mask like a bank robber, using outdated guns. He was old, and his body was deteriorating, but he was here to kill. Cindy said indifferently, though there wasn't a trace of emotion on her face, even as she spoke about pity. Did he mention why he came to this world? And how did he leave? Su Ming also wanted to leave. Although his previous life was dull, at least in his original world, his country was peaceful, and society was stable. He could find a safe place to rest. There wouldn't be any alien invasions, nor any supervillains breaking common sense. He did mention it. He said a crime syndicate called the Syndicate had killed his child, and he followed them through dimensions, trying to kill his enemies. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Our world is ruled by the Amazonian Council, and with such a centralized government, they reacted quickly and repelled the invaders from the parallel world. They closed the dimensional gate, and the old man was sent back to his world. Was it the Justice League that repelled them? Wait, does your world even have a Justice League? Su Ming thought for a moment and decided to ask. Before he crossed over, DC had just released its latest major event, Dark Knight's Metal. If there was no Justice League here, then this might be the Dark Multiverse, a dark reflection of the light multiverse. These dark universes were made of negative matter, like the flip side of a coin. But because of their fundamental nature, everything that happened here would be even darker than in the regular DC parallel universes. If this was Earth 11, there wouldn't be any major issues. He could live comfortably as long as he didn't provoke the Amazonian Council or the female version of the Justice League. He could even make some good money. But if this was Earth-11, things would be bad. This world had no superheroes, only Batwoman and countless villains. Worse yet, it was a world on the brink of destruction. In the future, this world would be submerged in water due to the war between Batwoman and Atlantis, with Batwoman being the only survivor after modifying herself. The whole disaster, of course, began with the Bat. Atlantis and the Amazons went to war over the land and sea, vying for global dominance. After gathering intelligence, Bruce Wayne, now known as Bryce, believed that Queen Arthur of Atlantis was too ambitious, a rebel with a dangerous appetite for power. So, Bryce decided to capture Arthur and throw her in Arkham Asylum. The Atlanteans, under the pretense of peace talks, ambushed the waters around Themyscira, while Bryce moved to apprehend Queen Arthur. During their fight, however, Bryce, unfamiliar with underwater combat, accidentally killed Arthur. In retaliation, the Atlanteans triggered a tsunami that completely destroyed Gotham. Gotham was gone. Bryce's family and friends all perished, and she went mad with revenge. She modified her body, giving herself the ability to breathe underwater, control water, and move at super speeds. She took on a new name, the Drowned. In the comics, the Drowned won the final war by using her endlessly replicating liquid monster, Deadwater. But by then, the long years of war had caused so much damage that no other life remained on Earth. She created a bat signal that shone from the ocean depths to the surface, the final light of Earth-11. Batwoman, Bryce Wayne, was the chosen one of this world and its sole survivor. No, actually, on the day Gotham was submerged, Batwoman died. What lived on was no longer her but the terrifying supervillain known as the Drowned. She would later be persuaded by the Batman who laughs to join the Dark Knights and journey to the light multiverse to destroy other worlds. Justice League. Sounds more like a rock band, Cindy sneered. Having the Amazonian Council breathing down our necks is trouble enough, and you want to form some kind of idol group. Su Ming chuckled bitterly. He had only asked on a whim. Now he stood in Gotham, the city that was supposed to be the first to be submerged. Even though his current physical attributes far surpassed ordinary people, when all the land disappeared, and the skies were forever dark, without food, water, or sunlight, even he wouldn't survive. He had to act fast, find a way to leave this world, or find a way to save it. Earth-11 was no vacation spot, it was a battlefield. Let's hope this world hasn't reached that point yet, Su Ming thought. If time hadn't run out, there might still be a chance to change things. He flicked the ash from his cigar and asked Cindy another question. Why are you here, on top of Wayne Tower? Cindy mimicked his movement, flicking the ash from her cigar with a strange expression, a mission. Mind sharing the details? Su Ming asked, his interest piqued. You should understand by now, I'm Deathstroke. I don't like working with others. Cindy took another puff of her cigar, brushed the rain from her hair, and stood under the Wayne Enterprises W sign, which wasn't providing much cover. If it had been the golden arches of McDonald's, perhaps they'd be a bit drier. Su Ming smiled as their single eyes locked. With his sharp vision, he could even see his reflection in Cindy's eye. You may not like it, but if I recall correctly, there were a few times you worked with others. Even though this memory came from the main universe's Deathstroke, Cindy's mouth twitched slightly. Su Ming couldn't tell if it was a smile or something else. Fine, just this once. I'm a bit stuck on this mission anyway, but you're only getting a quarter of the cut. Understand? Money doesn't matter. Information is more important. Su Ming bit down on his cigar and extended his right hand. This was mostly a joke. He knew he couldn't stay here long. He was in the dark multiverse, and its existence meant a major event was already underway. If he didn't want to die, he had to get to the light multiverse. Earth-11 lacked many things, and this wasn't the main universe. Some things just couldn't be done here. Deal, but you said it. Cindy finally smiled, extending her hand to shake his. He could feel the same strength in both their hands. Without hesitation, she began explaining the mission. This is a search and rescue mission. Honestly, I didn't want to take it, but work has been slow lately, and I recently bought a yacht. She released his hand and turned to face the rain-soaked city. So, this job comes from an old friend of mine. The Joker. Su Ming also looked out at the dark city. If Cindy was at Wayne Tower, she was definitely looking for Batwoman, and the one most obsessed with finding Batwoman in Gotham was none other than the Joker. In your world, maybe they call her Joker. Here, she's known as the Jester. But of course, we all know who we're talking about. Cindy stretched her neck and exhaled smoke, the white fog laced with nicotine dispersing into the rain. Anyway, recently Batwoman has gone missing, and the Jester is feeling lonely. She wants Batwoman to play with her. And what's her new scheme? Wait, maybe in my world, it's an old trick. Su Ming took a deep drag from his cigar. If there were clues, he might have seen something similar in the comics, but he couldn't be sure in Earth-11. Who knows? I don't care about her tricks. I just want to get paid. So, the mission is simple: find Batwoman and deliver a message, tell her that the Jester is waiting for her at Arkham with some big news. Cindy stubbed out her cigar against the wall and tucked the remaining piece back into her cigar case. Exact words. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Of course. The Jester's exact words were big news. We mercenaries have to deliver messages accurately, that's the job. Cindy shrugged, answering with a deadpan face. Honestly, I hate working for the Jester. She's too crazy. I suspect this good news is something like a giant nuke planted in Gotham. Su Ming sighed. Joker's money was still money, but they were never clear about the job. Cindy put her helmet back on, locking it in place. No point thinking about it. We should be wondering where Bryce Wayne went. Before coming here, I checked her home, the Batcave, and the rooftop of the GCPD, but she wasn't there. Now I can rule out Wayne Enterprises too. When she's in bat mode, her favorite spot is the gargoyles on the rooftop of Wayne Tower, overlooking her city, Su Ming said as he put on his own helmet. Yes, and that's how I found you. Clearly, this isn't my luckiest day. She picked up a short staff from the ground and tossed it to Su Ming, then grabbed her own. Su Ming collapsed his staff and holstered it behind his back, rolling his neck to make sure it didn't restrict his movement. Clearly, it's not my luckiest day either. I was minding my own business in my world, doing my own thing, and suddenly, whoosh, I ended up here. Well, look at it this way, you seem to be worse off than me. You should save up and hire me to find a way back for you. Cindy took the lead, heading downstairs swiftly. That's not a bad idea, but for now, I need to confirm what the Jester is up to. If it's as I suspect, we're all in deep trouble. Su Ming sighed and followed her down the stairs. Oh. Is there something I don't know? She asked, half joking, as she pushed open a door and started descending, her voice muffled inside the helmet. It's not about the mission. It's about this world. This never-ending rain, combined with the disappearance of Batwoman, felt like the start of an apocalypse to Su Ming. If possible, he still wanted to survive, which meant finding Batwoman fast. You know what I hate? She turned around and poked a finger into his chest. I want honesty between us. I told you my mission, and now you're hiding something. I'm not sure yet, but I'll tell you. You can listen, but don't ask how I know, because I can't explain it. Su Ming gently pushed her finger aside, then sped up, overtaking her as they descended. While walking, he briefly explained the impending disaster on Earth-11. The news made her stiffen for a moment, but she quickly shook it off. What do we do next? Do you believe me now? Su Ming felt relieved. He really didn't want to explain that he got this information from a comic, it would sound insane. It's because we're mercenaries. If someone wanted me to cross worlds just to spread fake news, I wouldn't do it for any amount of money. Our skills define our place in the mercenary world, and top-tier mercenaries don't do boring tasks. Cindy moved past him quickly, taking the lead again. So, the only possibility is that this is real, and our world is on the path to destruction. Su Ming wasn't sure why the jester was so determined to find Batwoman at this point. It seemed like she knew more than she was letting on and might even know where Batwoman was. So why bother hiring Deathstroke to find her and not just say so? If you want to help me stop the world from being destroyed, great. If not, I'll go alone. There weren't many ways to stop Earth from being submerged. The most effective one was to prevent Bryce from killing Queen Arthur. Seeking help from the Amazonian Council wouldn't work, they wouldn't trust him, a nobody. Atlantis wouldn't help either, they hated all land dwellers. Behind this whole catastrophe, there was also Batman from Earth-22, infected by Joker's toxin, also known as the Batman who laughs, and the true mastermind, Barbados, the dragon of the dark multiverse. They were the true culprits behind everything, hiding in the shadows and watching events unfold. I can't refuse to join a survival mission, can I? I don't want to die, either. I'm not sure what your Joker is like, but our jester is a genuine lunatic. I got this mission via a tape recording. I had to use a machine to analyze 10 minutes of manic laughter and hysteria. Cindy shook her head, explaining more about the situation. The jester is currently at Arkham, but she's completely insane. She refuses to see anyone except Batwoman. Well, the good news is that my Joker and your jester sound exactly the same. That's worth a drink. If the jester isn't an option, how about we find her girl? Su Ming changed his mind. If anyone might know Batwoman's whereabouts, it would be one of a few people. Like Catwoman, Talia from the League of Assassins, or Harley Quinn. Among them, Catwoman was a stray, constantly moving. Who knows where she was now? As for Talia, the League of Assassins base was in Nanda Parbat, way too far. Harley Quinn would be the easiest to find. Though she was insane, she still had a sense of right and wrong in critical moments. Cindy stayed silent for a moment. Fine, we'll go find Harley, but she's not Batwoman's girl. According to Harley, their relationship is more like sisters. Su Ming rolled his eyes beneath his mask. Something like that. Her exact words were, little pumpkin and little pudding. I have to say, you've got a talent for speaking crazy. Though her voice was raspy through the helmet's filters, her tone sounded slightly exasperated. That was normal. Dealing with the Joker left people either terrified or worshipping him. For people like Deathstroke, it was mostly exasperation. And Joker knew it. That's why he loved it when people showed other emotions, like anger or curiosity. Of course, his favorite was when they laughed. In the comics, Joker constantly pushed Batman's buttons, risking his life in the process. To outsiders, it seemed like a death wish. But really, Joker just wanted to know one thing. Why so serious? Chapter 4, Ch4 Harley Quinn. Walking down the stairs, the two armored figures casually wandered through Batman's company, completely ignoring the surveillance cameras along the way. Su Ming, having started on the rooftop, had no idea what was happening, but seeing that Cindy was also unconcerned, he figured she might be trying to draw out Batwoman intentionally. When they arrived at Bryce Wayne's office, Cindy casually helped herself by smashing the liquor cabinet and grabbing 2 bottles of fine wine, ignoring the blaring alarm. She twisted open one bottle, took a sip, smacked her lips, and nodded approvingly. She tossed Su Ming the other bottle, and the two of them calmly walked into the elevator, heading straight downstairs. Under normal circumstances, Deathstroke wouldn't use an elevator. What if the power was cut, and they got trapped or plunged into free fall? But seeing Cindy walk in so naturally, without a hint of worry, Su Ming didn't say anything and followed her in. Her confidence suggested she had already taken care of all the guards downstairs. His enhanced brain quickly deduced this, far better than his mind before crossing into this world. If he'd had this brain back then, he could have probably gotten scholarships to any school. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and as they stepped out, Su Ming saw the chaotic mess in the lobby. Over a dozen security guards were lying on the floor, alive or dead unknown, with shattered furniture and decor scattered around. It was clearly Cindy's handiwork. Su Ming glanced around and noticed that some of the guards were stunningly beautiful women. No surprise, this was Wayne Enterprises, where even the security staff were well-dressed. He still wasn't used to this world where women were in charge, and he couldn't help but see them through his old world lens, focusing on whether they were pretty or not. Let's go. They're still alive, Cindy urged as she saw Su Ming standing in the midst of the chaos. She had deliberately spared these guards so they could report to Bryce. While the chances of Batwoman showing up because of this were slim, it was worth a try. After all, it hadn't taken much effort to deal with the guards. Did you drive here? Do you know where Harley is? Of course. Harley's probably still hanging around with the Jester's circus, right? The two of them stepped through the shattered glass doors into the dark, rainy night. A few suspicious-looking women were lurking at the street corner, glancing toward them. But as soon as they saw Deathstroke step out of the building, they scattered like birds. They were hoping to steal something or some files while Wayne Enterprises' security was down, but if Deathstroke was working, they knew it was better to stay far away. Cindy's car was parked across the street, just a regular American Jeep. The inside was a mess, not with trash, but with weapons of various sizes piled everywhere. The back seat was filled with rocket launchers and 2 massive ammo crates. When Su Ming got into the passenger seat, he found himself sitting on a grenade. He pulled it out from under him and handed it to Cindy. "Your grenade." "No, it's your grenade." Cindy glanced at him, and under her mask, he could hear her snickering as she twisted the key to start the car. "Trying to flirt with me won't work, I only work for money." Su Ming's eyes widened under his mask. "Flirt? What the heck?" He was just handing back the grenade he sat on. "By the way, this world's roles are reversed. Here, men are the weaker side. Usually, it's women who chase men, giving them flowers and gifts, and men who marry them." Su Ming shuddered at the thought, it was too bizarre. Thinking back on what he had just done, maybe handing her the grenade did seem a bit flirtatious. If it had been the other way around in his old world, and a woman handed him a cylindrical object from under her, yeah, he'd probably think she was flirting too. No, that wasn't my intention. I'm just not used to this world yet." Oh. Cindy half-heartedly responded and started the car. The Jeep broke through the curtain of rain and sped down the street. The flickering streetlights made the car's interior alternately bright and dark. Cindy seemed to know the roads well, while Su Ming prepared the weapons at his side. Yes, weapons. If they were going to see Harley Quinn, and confirm whether the world was on the brink of destruction, they'd have to storm Joker's territory. The lunatics who blindly worshipped the Joker had no sense of reason. If you couldn't knock them out, they'd happily drag you into a suicide bombing. Not to mention, Joker had once used a gas that made people laugh themselves to death, laughing gas, and these crazies probably had access to it too. Su Ming wasn't planning to use the 2 guns strapped to his legs, he wasn't ready to kill yet. Knocking people out would suffice, and the electric shock feature of his staff should work just fine. Security guards use stun batons too. Could that be why I crossed into Deathstroke's body? But preparing his staff didn't take much time, and soon, they fell into silence. I don't like Gotham. This city is just too crazy. Su Ming didn't know why he said that. Maybe he was nervous, or afraid of the sudden quiet, so he started a conversation. Why? Cindy glanced at him curiously. I remember I'm quite popular here. Oh, sure, me too. I just think our straightforward style doesn't quite fit this city. The people here, their brains work differently from ours. Su Ming paused, unsure if Cindy would get the joke. He just felt the air was a bit awkward and wanted to say something, anything. Just then, Cindy ran a red light, splashing a black guy on the sidewalk with muddy water. When the guy pulled out a gun and fired at the car, Cindy taunted him by flashing the tail lights, laughing in a way that was hard to interpret. Haha, yeah, the people here are all crazy. If it weren't for all the work, I'd rather live in Star City. Star City was Green Arrow City, where the villains were far more straightforward compared to Gotham's lunatics. If Atlantis was really about to flood the world, Su Ming would have to fight, no matter the danger, if he wanted to survive. The problem was, he didn't feel ready. Maybe he could fight for survival, but he couldn't yet kill as easily as the original Deathstroke. It wasn't about being soft-hearted, it was just, he'd come from a stable society. How could he suddenly kill people? He knew that even if he didn't go to war with Atlantis, if he wanted to survive in the DC world, Deathstroke's enemies would eventually force him to kill. It was only a matter of time. Just as he was thinking this, a rocket, trailing white smoke, came flying toward them from a nearby building. With his enhanced reflexes and dynamic vision, he could even see the exaggerated smiley face painted on the warhead in red and white. Raindrops hit the warhead, shattering into sparkling fragments, reflecting the streetlights. Jump! Cindy shouted, pushing open the car door and leaping out. Su Ming's enhanced reflexes kicked in, and he instinctively mirrored her movements. Cindy landed smoothly, while Su Ming, realizing what he was doing midair, awkwardly crashed into a pile of trash by the roadside. The Jeep was hit, exploding into pieces. Through the firelight, as if in slow motion, Su Ming noticed Cindy glancing at him. For some reason, he felt like the person under the black and yellow mask was in a pretty good mood. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets rained down on them, accompanied by the sound of gunfire and manic laughter, loud enough to drown out the sound of the storm. The firepower was so intense that the muzzle flashes lit up the street. Regular bullets were useless against Deathstroke's heavy armor. Though the bullets hurt a little when they hit, they didn't even leave a scratch. Both of them quickly found cover. Cindy hid behind the corner of a nearby building, her automatic pistol in hand, firing back occasionally. Su Ming, meanwhile, hid behind a dumpster. Somehow, a gun had found its way into his hand, and before he even realized it, he had already shot down several women with faces painted in crazy colors. Their bodies fell from the buildings above, hitting the puddles or the burning car wreckage like sacks of flour. Some of them twitched, rolling their eyes before dying, while others fell like lifeless logs, hitting the ground with a thud. What the hell? I spent so much time overthinking the meaning of life, mentally preparing myself, and now my body reacts so fast it's all for nothing. This body killed as naturally as it breathed, and there was no discomfort afterward. In fact, the firefight was making him feel exhilarated. Like in those novels and movies, the first kill didn't bring any nausea or sorrow, none of that applied to him. Well, if I've already started killing, I might as well keep going. He gritted his teeth and leaned out from behind the dumpster, firing again. Call it instinct, or simply going with the flow, Deathstroke's shooting and fighting were ingrained in his body as natural reflexes. What else could Su Ming do but accept it? Abandon this power and let himself be butchered? This was Gotham, after all. It wasn't a place where normal people could live peacefully. If it was a contest of who could be crazier, Su Ming wasn't going to back down. With the combined firepower of the two Deathstrokes, the dozens of Joker gang members were quickly dealt with, and soon the street returned to silence, the rain washing away all traces of evidence. Of course, no police would show up to investigate, people dying in this area was a daily occurrence. If the victims were lucky, their bodies would end up in a mass grave or a crematorium. If they weren't, well, Gotham was full of crazies, from disgruntled cannibal priests to anatomy professors short on cash, to deranged lunatics who needed bodies for their sick hobbies. That's why I love Gotham. The people here are simple, hospitable, and you can enjoy a real shootout at any time. A great vacation spot. Cindy reloaded her pistols, holstered them, and walked over to Su Ming. Phew, I thought Gotham's friendliest people all lived in Arkham. Turns out, the residents of Crazyville are just as warm. Su Ming brushed some rotten lettuce off his shoulder, tossing it aside. Thankfully, the rain had gotten heavier, washing away the filth and making him look less disheveled. Cindy glanced around, as if recognizing their location, then pointed in a direction. Let's go. We'll have a chat with Harley and figure out what's wrong with these people. Even though I'm not a doctor, I already know what's wrong, they're insane. Su Ming let out a breath and followed her, throwing out a cold joke. That was right, the original Deathstroke was also a master of deadpan humor. After blowing off someone's head or snapping their neck, he'd often mutter some dark, sarcastic comment to himself. The surrounding buildings were eerily quiet. In the rainy night, they looked like monsters lurking in the dark, with their empty doorways and windows like gaping mouths and hollow eyes, ready to swallow up hope and drive people to madness. The buildings on both sides of the road were abandoned and now served as hideouts for Joker's gang. The upper walls were covered with crude drawings of the Joker's face, playing cards, and other magic tricks, though the rain had already begun to wash the paint away. This was probably done in the last couple of days. The upper floors of the buildings were dark, except for one building not far away, which was lit with colorful lights shining through the windows. That was probably where Harley was. It wasn't hard to guess, now that the Jester was in Arkham, Harley was either plotting a rescue or wallowing in self-pity. Su Ming didn't believe for a second that Harley hadn't heard their intense firefight earlier. But so far, she hadn't reacted. As he and Cindy approached the lit building, they could hear music faintly through the sound of rain, loud rock music and screaming vocals coming from one of the upstairs rooms. Well, it looks like our little Harley isn't as heartbroken as we thought. She's working out, Cindy remarked, tilting her head to listen. Beneath the music, she could hear the sound of boots hitting the wooden floor. In the main universe, Harley Quinn had originally been a psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum. During her research on the Joker, she became fascinated with his chaotic mind, fell madly in love with him, and helped him escape. Afterward, she assisted Joker in various crimes, though Joker only saw her as a nuisance, often using her as bait or a scapegoat to get away from Batman. But the DC universe was always chaotic. Su Ming couldn't say for sure what the relationship between the Joker and Harley Quinn was like on Earth-11. On Earth-37, another gender-swapped world set in the 1960s, Joker and Harley were lesbian lovers. But in the New 52 universe, Harley had broken up with Joker, cleaned up her act, joined the Birds of Prey, and had a flirty relationship with Batman. No matter which parallel world, though, Harley's abilities were pretty much the same. She had a genius-level intellect and Olympic-level gymnastics skills. Her hobbies included listening to music and reading. When she had free time, she'd dance. She was chaotic and insane, but deep down, she knew she was a good girl. Chapter 5, CH5 Ambush. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. The dark clouds above them thickened, and the many corpses lying around gave Su Ming an indescribable feeling. It was a mix of excitement and liberation, like he had broken free from some chains. He wanted to share this joy with Cindy, make a joke, but she was focused on the mission and ignored his attempts. As Joker once said, a person, a city, if you want them to fall into chaos and madness, all it takes is a little push from behind. He had pushed Harley, pushed Two-Face, and now Su Ming was the one being pushed. After the insane massacre, he felt incredible, like drinking an ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer day. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer. He turned to look at the broken, lifeless bodies behind him, their eyes still wide open in death. Cindy, on the other hand, wasn't paying any attention to his unusual behavior, focused instead on finding the building's entrance. The building Harley was in was full of nonsensical style as well. The door facing the street was painted on, but the wall itself was solid red brick. Well, there's no door. Guess we'll have to climb the wall. Cindy pulled a grappling hook and rope from her belt. Initially, she had come just to talk to Harley, so she didn't want to make things too serious. Breaking through windows wasn't exactly the polite way to visit someone. Su Ming snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the building. His experience quickly told him that Harley wasn't the only one inside. Let's go. Be careful. You never know what surprises a madwoman might have in her house. They both tossed their grappling hooks, which latched securely onto the roof. With their immense upper body strength, they swiftly scaled the wall. Su Ming couldn't tell what this building had originally been, but the first and second floor windows were bricked up. Only the third floor had something resembling a poor excuse for a watchtower platform. It looked like the kind of place the circus freaks would use for daily sniper practice, shooting pedestrians or each other for fun. With a flip, Su Ming landed quietly on the platform. The rain made everything loud, so his landing didn't make a sound. Cindy arrived at the same time. Their black and yellow masks met briefly, and they gave each other a small nod. Crash! Su Ming kicked the window next to him, sending the entire frame and glass flying inside. Both of them entered one after the other, guns at the ready, scanning the surroundings. Clear. Su Ming rolled his shoulders. The place had lights on, so it was easy to see the situation. They were standing in what looked like a shabby university dormitory, long corridors with small rooms on either side, all with their doors closed. The floor was covered in dust and trash, as if no one had cleaned it in years. The rain from their gear quickly turned into little mud puddles on the ground. Do these lunatics ever take baths? Cindy shook her head, clearly not pleased with the smell around them. Her mask had a gas filter function, but it didn't block out the stench completely. The helmets worn by masked assassins like them were specially crafted. Scent was an essential part of the five senses in combat, so their gas masks were more expensive and sophisticated than anything you'd find on the market. Su Ming smelled it too, something like rotting garbage, but he was more focused on the staircase not far ahead. Forget about that, let's head upstairs and find Harley. Wait, there's a trap. Cindy pointed with her chin, signaling him to look. At the bend of the stairs was a faintly glimmering fishing line. He walked over and dug through the trash on the other end of the line, revealing it was connected to a grenade. The grenade was custom-made, all red instead of the typical green military ones, with a big white smiley face painted on it. It was clearly the work of Joker's gang. Yes, this was their twisted form of entertainment, a game where they competed to maim or kill each other. This was the infamous joke bomb contest, where the winner laughs maniacally after blowing up their friend. It was their favorite pastime. Whenever Joker saw them doing this, watching them gleefully tear each other apart in chaotic madness, he'd let out his signature deranged laugh, marveling at his own genius. Not good. Get down. Su Ming immediately reacted. When someone sets up a prank, they're bound to stick around and watch how their victim falls for it. Since there was a prank grenade, it meant the circus freaks couldn't be far. Sure enough, right after his warning, strange figures poured out from the rooms on both sides of the hallway. These lunatics, with their distorted makeup, charged at them with maniacal laughter, arms outstretched, bouncing toward them. Neither Cindy nor Su Ming took this as a friendly greeting, especially since the moment they appeared, a hail of bullets and explosives rained down on them. Su Ming ducked behind the stairwell corner while Cindy jumped back out the window, landing on the wooden platform outside. A series of explosions followed, and Su Ming felt like he was trapped inside a giant popcorn machine, the deafening noise pounding against his eardrums. The powerful blast swept through everything near the detonation point, and he had to grip the stair railing tightly to avoid being blown away. He even saw bomb shrapnel painted with exaggerated smiley faces scraping sparks off his shoulder armor. The circus freaks kept advancing. The explosion had killed some of their own, but they didn't care. In fact, they seemed to laugh even harder. They were like machines running on blood instead of fuel. It didn't matter whether it was their own blood or someone else's, their insanity was the engine driving them forward. Su Ming shook his head, his helmet covered in bits of debris from the blast. The hallway was now swarming with Joker's minions, running at them with exaggerated, twisted movements. About 40 people, armed with light firearms and melee weapons. Looks like they've used up all their explosives, he mentally assessed after peeking out. The battlefield was imprinted in his mind like a photo, with every enemy's position, direction, speed, and gear instantly memorized. His brain simultaneously came up with a plan. He pulled a smoke grenade from his suit and tossed it out. At the same time, he vaulted over his cover. The smoke quickly filled the area, turning everything into a thick, white fog. The hallway's lights cast chaotic black shadows, and the Joker gang descended into confusion. They couldn't see the walls or the people around them. As they bumped into each other and tripped, they screamed and cursed. This was Su Ming's chance. He swiftly pulled his shotgun from his back and charged into the smoke. Cindy was outside the window behind him, so anyone inside the smoke was an enemy. Having let go of his hesitation, he didn't hold back. Muffled gunfire and bursts of light turned the pale smoke red. Not bad, 42 enemies in 6 seconds. As expected from another version of me. Cindy jumped back in through the window and perched on the sill, mimicking the gesture of checking a watch. Of course, she didn't need to check. Her superhuman brain could precisely keep track of every second. Su Ming, meanwhile, was reloading his shotgun. His state now was far bloodier than before, intestines and blood splattered all over him. That's just how close-quarters combat went. Corpses were scattered everywhere. None of the lunatics had survived, their heads blown open or their guts spilling out. In such a confined space, the shotgun's power was devastating. A single pull of the trigger sent several people flying. You had time to count. Maybe next time, you could help me by firing a few shots. Su Ming slung his shotgun back over his shoulder and bent down to wipe the blood off himself with a brightly colored rag. They were just small fry. It would have been a waste of resources if we both took them on. Cindy's response was completely unserious as she nonchalantly started walking upstairs. Well, at least offer me a cigarette or ask how I'm doing afterward. Su Ming sighed and followed her. This was the first time he had taken a blood bath, and although he strangely enjoyed it, he wanted to ask if she had ever felt the same. All right, since we're teammates now. Men are so needy, aren't they? How are you doing? Cindy tossed him a cigar with the tone of someone humorously humoring a child. I'm great, thanks. Su Ming grumbled, taking the cigar and tucking it into his case. Cindy really did have some kind of gender bias. Except for the brain matter that somehow got down my collar and the sticky feeling on my chest, I'm fantastic. Uffed, Cindy snorted without turning around, as if mocking him. Just like all the other men, so obsessed with cleanliness and looking good. I thought your world was a patriarchal society. Su Ming shrugged. This wasn't about cleanliness, was it? Yeah, it's a patriarchal society, but not everyone's into taking blood showers. Although I did find out that I kind of like seeing the blood and guts. What about you? Cindy held her gun as she continued up the stairs. The 4th floor was eerily quiet. While Su Ming had been busy dealing with the firefight earlier, Cindy had been keeping an eye on any movements on the 4th floor, making sure no enemies came down from above to ambush them. We are basically the same person from different worlds. Do I really need to explain the parallel universe theory to you? Although there may be some minor differences, everything you like, I like as well, Cindy said. Cindy was puzzled as to why her other self would ask such a question. To her, liking the warmth of fresh blood and enjoying watching others die wasn't anything strange. That's just how people lived in Gotham. So how do you deal with these bloodthirsty urges? Su Ming asked. He could accept killing, but he didn't want to kill just for the sake of killing. Killing without reason would turn him into a beast, no longer human. When we meet Harley in a bit, you can ask her yourself. After all, she's Gotham's famous psychologist. Well, she was, before she went insane, Cindy said, taking slow, cautious steps up the stairs. The layout of the 4th floor was much the same as the lower ones. As for me, I prefer green over red. As she said this, Cindy held out her hand, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together in front of Su Ming. Well, in psychology, this is called displacement. She transferred her craving for blood to money. That's probably why, in every parallel universe, Deathstroke always ends up becoming a mercenary and an assassin. Doing this kind of work lets him enjoy the thrill of bloodshed while also making money. It's a win-win situation. Su Ming wasn't here to see Harley for therapy, he was here to get information about Batman. And besides, if Harley treated him, he'd probably end up even crazier than before. No thanks, I'll just rest when daylight comes. The 4th floor is clear. Su Ming followed Cindy down the hallway. The rooms on both sides were empty, though the walls were covered with Joker symbols, pale white faces with X's over the eyes, and the walls were painted in a riot of colors like a mad circus. The rooms were mostly filled with junk, nothing useful, just more prank tools like TNT, Joker gas, automatic rifles, and a bunch of oversized red rockets that looked like fireworks. Harley is upstairs. The music is coming from right above us, Cindy said, pointing to the ceiling. Strange. We've been making enough noise to bring the whole building down, and she hasn't reacted at all. It sounds like she's still dancing. Su Ming tilted his head, listening. Sure enough, he could still hear the rhythmic clatter of high-heeled boots on the floor above. Cindy didn't comment on that. Living in Gotham had taught her one thing: never try to figure out what goes on in a lunatic's mind. Gotham, a city rich with talent, had produced plenty of lunatics, Ventriloquist, Dr. Hugo Strange, Zash, Professor PYG, Mime, Crazy Quilt, Egghead, the list goes on, and they were all madmen or insane criminals. Suddenly, Cindy realized that more than half the people on that list were her former clients. No wonder some of her past jobs had been so bizarre and incomprehensible. Honestly, while she had accepted Mick's explanation earlier, Cindy didn't believe Harley would have any key information. Harley was more of a close-up spectator of Joker's magic tricks rather than an actual participant in the magic. If Cindy had her way, she'd rather go seek out Talia al Ghul from the League of Shadows. The relationship between Talia and Batwoman was strange, and she would probably know where Bruce Wayne was. Even if Talia didn't know, she had the entire League of Assassins at her disposal, and they were experts in gathering intelligence. Let's go up. Since we're already here, there's no harm in asking, Cindy said, moving ahead of Su Ming toward the music source. They followed the hallway until they reached a large, closed door. The two exchanged a glance before pushing the door open. Behind it was a room that looked like a circus-themed nightclub. Multicolored lights spun wildly in sync with the music, and the corners of the room were piled with circus props and random items like inflatable dumbbells, oversized funhouse mirrors, large circus balls, and flaming hoops. In the middle of the huge dance floor stood none other than Harley Quinn. She was gripping a pole, spinning around it with incredible flexibility, performing moves that showcased her extreme agility. The spotlight was on her, and as she spun, beads of sweat flew off her in the air. Her red and blue pigtails fanned out like blooming flowers. She wasn't wearing her usual red and black costume. Instead, she was dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing her slender figure and smooth, soft skin. Her eyes were closed, and she looked lost in the joy of dancing, her face radiating happiness as if she owned the whole world. She twirled around the pole like a butterfly in flight, while Cindy scoffed at the sight. She had no respect for such girly displays. A grown woman, dancing on a pole like some men. She's completely lost it. Cindy elbowed Su Ming, who seemed entranced, and leaned closer to whisper. Look at the sofa, 4 o'clock. There's someone sitting there. Su Ming had already noticed it. He was just about to tell her. On the sofa sat someone with their back to them. The high backrest of the couch only allowed a small part of their head to be visible, and they were nodding along to the music. It seemed Harley had invited an audience for her performance. Chapter 6, Ch6 Harley's Memories. Harley couldn't remember how many nights of wild partying she had gone through. A few days ago, her dearest, Putton, sent her a letter through someone from Arkham. The envelope was scrawled with incomprehensible symbols and language, covered in red stains that looked like lipstick, or maybe blood. But Harley knew it was real. This was their secret way of communicating, like a personal code or cipher, something only the two of them understood. Thinking about it filled her with warmth. When the trembling prison guard handed Harley the thin letter, then ran away screaming from the circus grounds, Harley hugged the letter to her chest with joy, twirling happily around her room. The Joker had been captured by the Bat and locked in Arkham for over half a year, and Harley missed her terribly. The moment Harley received the letter, she was reminded of the joy of getting a Christmas gift as a child, the sweetness of tasting chocolate for the first time, and the giddy excitement of wearing high heels for the first time. This happiness even made her forget her original plan to smash the messenger's head with a mallet. She had planned to disguise herself as a guard and sneak into Arkham to rescue her jester. Harley gently twirled a lock of her hair like a love-struck schoolgirl, while her other hand pulled out a kitchen knife from somewhere, eager to open the letter. But the joy didn't last long. The moment she opened the letter, it disappeared, and she couldn't help but scream, "Oh no. This isn't real." The letter from the jester read. Dearest Pumpkin, how have you been? I have some good news for you, the world's going to end, and we're all gonna die. Isn't that exciting? Oh, death, what a wonderful word. I've already dressed up for the occasion and am ready for the big date. Today I ate a dry, shriveled goose. What about you? Mr. Spoon hasn't spoken to me much lately. Before you die, can you bring the Bat to see me? I'd prefer to die with her. You can take a cab home. That's it. Hurry now, kisses. Though the letter didn't contain the Joker's signature maniacal laugh, the messy handwriting and nonsensical content made it clear, it was still her. Scrawled between the crooked letters were strange doodles that looked like distorted, grinning faces. The paper was stained with what looked like dried mucus or spit, making it clear that the jester had been very happy while writing it. But Harley was not happy. After waiting so long for this letter, its contents left her deeply disappointed. Sure, the idea that everyone was going to die and she could revel in the ultimate chaos as people faced death gave her some twisted joy, but her emotions were mixed. The jester still had the pesky Bat on her mind. It was as if Harley were just a chauffeur or errand runner. They were supposed to be each other's treats, weren't they? Pumpkin and Puddin, together forever. Laughing hysterically, Harley tore through the house, smashing things and setting fires to vent her frustration. But in the end, she still followed the jester's instructions. After all, they were best friends. Harley never doubted her. What's a little thing like the end of the world, anyway? It had to be true. Not only did Harley believe it, but she sent the entire circus gang out to search for signs of the bat all over Gotham. But their usual tactics weren't working. No matter how much chaos they caused, all they got were boring cops. The Batwoman never showed up. For 3 straight nights, Harley went out causing trouble as soon as it got dark, only dragging her exhausted body home at dawn. But it seemed like the bat had disappeared. Not a single trace of her. Maybe she's on vacation, somewhere like Paris. I sometimes feel like going there myself, Harley mused. She left giant signs at all the rooftops the Batwoman frequented. Each sign had cartoon hands pointing to her own hideout, knowing the bat would eventually catch her scent. Then she returned here, waiting for the bat's arrival each night. At first, she waited while reading, but that made her fall asleep too easily. That wouldn't do. What if the bat came and she missed it? So, on the second day, she added drinking to her reading. By the third day, she was dancing while drinking. Gradually, she seemed to forget her original purpose and turned her nightly parties into a new routine, celebrating the impending destruction of the world. But the circus crew didn't dare join Harley in her fun, and they certainly didn't like getting their heads bashed in by her giant hammer. Feeling lonely, Harley called some friends over, starting a 24-hour party at her place. Meanwhile, back in the asylum, the jester was growing more and more hysterical, waiting for news. She had no idea what was happening in the outside world, or why Harley hadn't brought the bat yet. Her laughter grew more and more crazed in her cell. A few days later, a mysterious tape recording found its way out of her cell, passed from guard to guard until it ended up in Deathstroke's hands. Cindy took on the mission of finding the bat, which led to her encounter with Su Ming. That's what had happened up until now. Breathing heavily, Harley clung to the pole, locking eyes with the person on the couch, and then both burst into laughter. Harley laughed so hard her legs gave out, and she flopped onto the sofa, seemingly eager to play around with her friend. That's when she noticed there were other people in the room. Even in the psychedelic lights, she could make out figures wearing black and yellow armor, nature's most famous warning colors. Someone had been watching her from the shadows all this time. The red eye on the helmet reflected an ominous glow, and even Harley couldn't help but exclaim. Oh. As a world-renowned assassin, Deathstroke showing up at your house was never a good sign. Deathstroke? Why are you in my house? Harley asked, shaking her head. Her flushed face suggested she'd had quite a bit to drink. I need an answer to a question, and maybe you know it, Cindy said without any pretense. I'm looking for the bat. Where is she? Everyone's looking for the bat. What's so great about that dumb bat? Harley didn't answer. Instead, she ran to the sofa to embrace the other person, as if seeking comfort. Su Ming stepped out from behind Cindy, whispering, looks like the Joker sent her out to find the bat too. Same situation as us. Why don't we just storm Arkham and ask the Joker directly? Cindy frowned under her mask. If they thought the Joker knew, why not just get a straight answer from her? No need. The Joker doesn't know. I was wrong before, Su Ming said, coldly retracting his earlier theory, watching Harley roll around on the couch. If it were just your mission being vague, or if it was something you didn't understand, maybe it was intentional. But if even Harley doesn't know, it means the Joker gave her the same wild goose chase. Cindy nodded slightly. So that's why you wanted to come to Harley first, to figure out if the Joker knows anything about the bat. You're right, Harley is much easier to read than the Joker. That compliment didn't make Su Ming feel any better. The situation was now at a dead end. In the comic Su Ming had read, there was no such plotline about Bruce Wayne going missing. The panels only showed her hiding in a secret base, watching Queen Arthur land for peace talks on a big screen, then deciding that the so-called negotiation was a ruse. She went on to ambush Queen Arthur, setting off a chain of events. But Cindy had already checked the Batcave, and Bryce wasn't there. So where was this secret base? There were no clues. They said a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but Batwoman was much more elusive than any rabbit. Waiting for Bryce to come out on her own would be too late. Su Ming had no idea how she managed to infiltrate Queen Arthur's army and assassinate her in the middle of it. In other words, even though he knew Atlantis would attack Themyscira, he didn't know when or how. The best bet was to corner Batwoman in Gotham. His foresight from the comics had its limits. The scenes he remembered were too vague to be useful as clues. Harley suddenly remembered she had Deathstroke to deal with. She stood up, her messy hair bouncing as she yelled. I don't know where the bat is. You've got the wrong place. Wait, why are there 2 Deathstrokes? Harley rubbed her eyes, blinking again. Yep, still 2. Her jaw dropped. Either I've had too little to drink, or way too much. Oh no, I totally forgot that Jester asked me to find the bat. She's gonna hate me. It was like she sobered up in an instant. Harley suddenly remembered why she had been waiting these past few days. It wasn't for fun or to enjoy the end of the world's chaos. She was waiting for the bat to come find her. Did the bat ever show up? Harley put her hand under her chin, tilting her head as she tried to remember. But after all the partying, she had spun around the dance floor so much that there was no way she'd have noticed if Batwoman had stopped by. Ugh, you could have reminded me. After racking her brain to no avail, Harley slapped the person on the couch in mock anger. You never told me. How could I remind you? The person on the couch sounded exasperated. Judging by the sultry voice and tone, she was probably a very attractive woman, with a hint of seduction even in her casual speech. Cindy leaned in close to Su Ming and whispered, if things go bad, be ready to bail. I didn't bring any herbicide this time. Suddenly, the woman on the couch jumped up like she'd been shocked, wrapping her arms around Harley as they turned to face the two at the door, staring at them with cold, unblinking eyes. Now Su Ming could see what she was wearing, or rather, what she wasn't. She was covered in nothing but leaves. Green leaves and vines covered her most important parts, her bare body on full display like nature itself had only given her underwear. Slender arms, long legs, a flat stomach, and a smooth back, all exposed. Purple eyeshadow and lipstick, her wavy red hair adorned with flowers, everything about her exuded seduction. It was Poison Ivy, Harley's best friend, the famous botanist, extreme environmentalist, and one of Gotham's biggest threats. To call her an environmentalist would be inaccurate, she was a plant supremacist. She didn't care how polluted the air was as long as it didn't affect plants' photosynthesis. She didn't care how dirty the water was as long as it didn't hurt her flowers. Even if Gotham were nuked, as long as her plants were safe, she wouldn't mind. Unlike most of Gotham's crazies, Poison Ivy was a genuine superpowered being. She could create, accelerate, and control any plant to serve her purposes. She could summon giant vines to crush buildings, spread deadly toxins through citywide blooms, or even implant lethal spores inside people. On top of that, she was a genius with multiple PhDs, and all of her bodily fluids were poisonous, each with different effects. She could control minds, drive people insane, or kill them with blissful dreams. Her body had been altered by plants and toxins, giving her rapid regenerative abilities. Even if mortally wounded, burying her in soil and watering her could make her sprout back to life. In the comics, Poison Ivy had even controlled Superman in some parallel worlds. The only known person immune to her mind control toxins across the multiverse was the Batman from the New 52 universe. Batman's strong willpower allowed him to resist mental manipulation, but his mortal body couldn't withstand her other poisons. In many comics, Batman had come dangerously close to death from Ivy's various toxins, only to be saved by Alfred or Robin's antidotes. Facing a real superhuman like Poison Ivy without preparation was a nightmare. Of course, Cindy was feeling uneasy. It was time to leave. What Cindy had said about needing herbicide was basically like calling out a bald monk for being bald. It hit too close to home. How did she hear that? Cindy was stunned, her hand slowly moving toward her weapon. All the lighting here, the lamps around us, are controlled by vines. Ivy can sense even the slightest vibrations through them, allowing her to hear everything we say, Su Ming explained, raising his hands in a non-threatening manner as he stood between Cindy and the two women, trying to de-escalate the situation. The other Deathstroke is right. Sound is just a type of vibration. Poison Ivy relaxed a little, and the small snake-like vines recoiled back into her body. If she could help it, she didn't want to fight Deathstroke, let alone two of them. We're both working for Jester, so we share the same goal in finding the bat. How about we sit down and have a bite to eat? Su Ming offered, knowing that their mission to find Batwoman had little to do with Jester's task. Their real mission was to save Earth 11, but there was no need to explain all that to Harley and Ivy. His mind raced as he removed his helmet. In a direct fight, Harley wasn't much of a threat, but Poison Ivy was. And her attacks couldn't be blocked by a helmet. It was better to show his face, to ease the tension and redirect their attention. This was Earth 11, after all. A male supervillain was probably a rare sight. Amen. Amen. Just as Su Ming expected, the moment he revealed his face, both Harley and Poison Ivy exclaimed in shock. Humph. Cindy snorted and took off her helmet as well, stepping up beside Su Ming. Apart from their genders and appearances, the two looked identical. Same missing eye, same armor, same weapons, same taste and style. Their methods just happened to differ. Harley plopped back down onto the sofa, her eyes darting between Cindy and Su Ming, curiosity brimming in her large eyes. Well, now we're more interested in your story. As for finding the bat, if we can't, we can't. I'm not about to mold one out of clay and send it to Jester, Harley said with a shrug. Chapter 7, CH7 doesn't matter if we die. Su Ming glanced at Poison Ivy. She was just as distracted by the revelation of his male identity, lost in her thoughts for a moment. Taking advantage of this, he bypassed Poison Ivy and walked directly to the sofa, sitting down. The sofa was filthy, stained with dark red clots and dried alcohol spills. Under the colorful lights, it made the place feel more like a seedy club. Sitting there, his black and yellow armor didn't quite blend in with the surroundings. Let's exchange information. How exactly did the Joker tell you to find Batwoman? Then I'll tell you my side. He looked at Harley, hoping for some concrete information. Harley looked back at him, curious. No man had ever dared sit this close to her before. But at the mention of the question, her expression immediately changed, as if she was about to cry. Ah, well, that's a long story. Harley agreed to his suggestion, and without caring whether Su Ming wanted to hear it or not, she started to spill her heart out, speaking in a tone full of grievances about her and the Joker's relationship, and how from the moment the Joker first laid eyes on Batwoman years ago, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about her. In her stories, innocent, sweet Harley just wanted to join in the fun, but the nasty Bat always bullied her. And as Harley's good friend, the Joker didn't care. In fact, the Joker wanted to play with Batwoman alone and didn't want Harley around anymore. This left Harley feeling confused and wronged, but she was a strong woman, so she grit her teeth and endured again and again. Su Ming quickly realized that Harley had her own agenda. If he hadn't read so many DC comics and watched the movies, deeply understanding that besides being a famous mental patient, Harley Quinn was also an expert in torture and a master psychologist, he might have thought he was talking to some princess from a fairy tale. Pure, beautiful, kind, strong, optimistic, and clever, in her narrative, Harley and the Joker were the two most perfect women in the world, while Batwoman was just that stalker hanging upside down from rooftops, sneaky and always touching the Joker inappropriately, with lustful eyes. In her entire speech, there was practically zero useful information. The only thing Su Ming learned was how Harley and the Joker had met in this Earth 11 universe. The rest were Harley's personal recollections and opinions. Not only was she telling her story, but she was also subtly probing, trying to find common ground in their conversation, gauging whether Su Ming shared her views or had similar experiences. She was attempting to piece together a psychological profile of him. Beneath Harley's manic exterior, she never lacked intelligence. The combination of psychiatrist and mental patient identities in one person gave her double the pleasure. All right, let me stop you right there. You can stop trying now. I'm from a parallel universe's Deathstroke, so my brain works just as fast, if not faster, than normal people's. Trying to psychoanalyze me would be a waste of time. Su Ming interrupted Harley just as she was about to launch into a story about her and the Joker playing pranks on the Penguin. Time had passed too long already, and her story seemed endless. He stretched his stiff neck, turning to glance behind him. He noticed that at some point, Cindy and Poison Ivy had sat down on another sofa, enjoying their drinks and listening to the story with great interest. Well, it seemed that even in this world, women's love for gossip was universal. Oh, I see. You're from a parallel universe. Harley nonchalantly shifted the topic, abandoning her previous mind games. Kinda boring. I thought you and her were wearing matching outfits, like you two were a couple or something. Saying this, Harley gave an ambiguous look and hooked her pinky finger in the air suggestively. So, hearing about parallel universes doesn't surprise you. Did Cindy's last invasion make quite an impression? Su Ming didn't take the bait. Whether he admitted or denied her insinuation, Harley would lead the conversation wherever she wanted, steering him away from the answers he sought. Yeah, it was quite the show, Harley said, springing to her feet and twirling in the air like a ballerina, striking a pose like she was taking a bow. Even though the main battle was in Metropolis, the explosions were so massive, Gotham could see the fireworks clear as day. Beautiful, really. I could almost hear the residents screaming in despair. At this, Cindy spread her hands as if to say, see. She's nuts. Su Ming kept his expression neutral and suddenly said, so, you must be thrilled to know the world is going to be destroyed soon. Yep. Harley nodded enthusiastically, like a student being praised by her teacher. Why do you think we're celebrating here? Su Ming smiled inwardly. The plan had worked. He tricked Harley into revealing that she did, in fact, know about the impending destruction of Earth. Wait a minute, are you telling me you invited me to celebrate this? Poison Ivy suddenly stood up, glaring at Harley in disbelief, looking like she was ready to spank her. Ah. Didn't I tell you? Puddin told me the world's gonna end, and we're all gonna die. Harley tilted her head, confused as she looked at Ivy. Had she really forgotten to mention that? You said your house was empty and invited me over to party, and it turns out it's because the world's ending. If Earth is destroyed, how will my plants survive? Poison Ivy shouted, clearly upset. She didn't care about her own life, but her plants absolutely had to survive. Harley rushed over, patting Ivy's smooth back to comfort her, like soothing a cat. Oh, come on, we're all gonna die anyway. After that, you won't even see the plants die, so you won't have to be sad, right? That kind of crazy talk obviously didn't help, and Ivy just squinted at her. Su Ming then asked, "Don't you have any spaceships or something? You know, living in outer space wouldn't be a bad option." In DC's various worlds, there weren't just spaceships, there were entire alien races. The Justice League even had a space station called the Watchtower, which orbited Earth. His question, however, drew a unified response from the three women. "What's a spaceship?" Times. Though their tones were different, it was clear that none of them had any concept of such technology. It's a ship that takes people beyond the atmosphere, allowing them to live outside Earth," Su Ming explained as best he could. Cindy and Ivy looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Harley, on the other hand, lit up, gazing at him like she'd finally found a kindred spirit. "I knew it. Ships can fly. He, I'm not crazy." Being validated by a clear lunatic, what did that say about him? It turned out that in this Amazon-ruled world, everything was still based on the ways of Themyscira. They believed more in the power of gods than in science. As for science, it was just a lie meant to deceive the common folk. The Earth was the center of the universe. Why leave it? And if you practiced hard enough, you could fly on your own anyway. Could science make you immortal? Could science keep you young forever? What science couldn't do, divine power could. So in this world, there weren't even planes. If you wanted to fly, how about a magic carpet? For Su Ming, this news was a headache. No wonder Earth 11 was doomed to destruction by a massive tsunami. This was all part of Barbato's plan. He'd undoubtedly noticed the lack of spacecraft here and saw this world as a perfect catalyst to push Bruce toward the darkness. Su Ming and the others were now desperately trying to cut the fuse to the dynamite, but without Bruce, it was all pointless. They had no leads, and the key figure, Bruce Wayne, had vanished. "I can't just sit here waiting for death. If Earth is destroyed, my plants won't survive either. I have to do something." Poison Ivy had no intention of indulging in Harley's sweet talk and welcoming a beautiful and cozy death. She was determined to fight back. "Hey, you said you're from a parallel universe. Can you go back? Maybe take me and my plants with you." "Nice idea, but unfortunately, I can't even get back myself." Su Ming bluntly revealed their predicament. If he could escape, he would have persuaded Cindy to run with him long ago. Why should he care about Earth 11? The problem was, they were stuck on the sinking ship with no way off. Poison Ivy's hope was dashed, and she began pondering again. She glanced at Harley, who was idly playing with her hair, as if nothing they'd said mattered to her. "By the way, did the Joker tell you how the world is going to end?" No, but she seemed pretty serious, so it must be true. Su Ming had no idea how Harley could read anything serious from the Joker's chaotic letter, but apparently, she knew Earth was doomed. How it would happen, she didn't know. Probably because of the war, right? Those underwater guys have been fighting the Amazon Council for a while now. Ivy leaned against Harley, her energy drained. As one of the world's most famous environmentalists, she didn't seem to care much anymore. "This war isn't something we can stop. If they use weapons of mass destruction, it'll destroy the world. The Joker must have foreseen it." Harley, meanwhile, was contentedly stroking Ivy's hair, plucking a leaf from her head and trying to place it on her own, though no matter how she arranged it, it didn't quite fit. It lacked the natural beauty of Ivy's style and just looked like a stray leaf had landed on her head. Maybe, who cares? I'm actually curious about what dying feels like. I'd like to experience it. As Harley and Ivy began fooling around again, Su Ming shook his head. "Have fun, we're leaving. Oh, and one more thing, the world will be destroyed by a massive flood." With that, he pulled Cindy along, casually grabbing a bag of chips from the table as they left. By the time those two sobered up tomorrow, they might take the situation a bit more seriously, especially when cleaning up the mess of body parts downstairs. Cindy, holding her helmet, allowed herself to be led a few steps, still able to hear Harley and Ivy's whispered conversation behind them. "A flood? Is this from the Book of Revelation?" Ivy asked. Like Noah's Arkansas." Harley mumbled in confusion. "No, silly, it's Noah's Ark," Ivy corrected. "Humph, I'm not dumb. Bite me," Harley teased. The two of them burst into giggles again, playfully wrestling on the sofa. Harley didn't care about life or death, and Ivy, now that she knew the disaster would be a flood, seemed strangely relieved. After all, seaweed and aquatic plants were still plants. As long as there were plants, she didn't care if she died. Cindy sighed, walking alongside Su Ming back into the hallway. The blaring music continued, and she felt somewhat helpless. "So what do we do now? We're completely out of leads." Su Ming pulled out a rope, tying it to a nearby pipe. After testing its strength, he grabbed hold of it and jumped out of the window, the cold rain once again chilling his blood. The flashy, colorful environment they had just left behind was really only Harley's self-hypnosis. The threat of death still loomed over them. Their car had been destroyed, so they had no choice but to walk and talk. "You said you've been to the Batcave. What about Wayne Manor?" Su Ming asked as they scouted the area for transportation. "Of course. But not just her old butler is missing too. Could they have been kidnapped?" No, the security systems were still intact. Every room was spotless. No signs of a struggle. She left on her own, and she took the butler with her. In the Batcave, there's a system that monitors all of Gotham. Did you try it? Yeah, but we'd need her 2 eyeballs and a handprint to activate it. They had already walked quite a distance, nearing the edge of the circus territory, but still hadn't come up with a solution. Just then, Su Ming spotted a mode of transportation. It was a pile of unicycles, haphazardly stacked against a wall, glistening in the rain. These were circus property, likely belonging to the people Su Ming and Cindy had taken out earlier. They hadn't wandered far from the spot of the encounter. Regardless of the universe, Joker's gang members always had a flair for theatrics, even when killing, like riding unicycles while shooting people with apples on their heads. "Can you ride one of these?" Su Ming grabbed 2 of the unicycles from the pile, handing one to Cindy. Cindy took it and wobbled for a moment before quickly stabilizing. With Deathstroke's physical abilities and sense of balance, it only took her a few seconds to master it. Su Ming quickly figured it out as well. Not only could he ride smoothly, but he realized that if he had a few apples or balls, he could easily juggle them while riding. With their superhuman strength propelling the unicycles, they moved almost as fast as a car. The only downside was the lack of a windshield. The pouring rain drenched them directly. His skin could feel the cold of the armor. The thick promethium metal was always reliable, but the black and yellow armor was steadily draining his warmth, as if it was trying to turn him into a cold-blooded person inside and out. "Now, how about telling me where we're heading? Because I'm pretty sure you don't know your way around here," Cindy reminded him as they rode side by side. "Ah, you're right," Su Ming admitted. He didn't know Gotham's streets at all. He couldn't even pinpoint where Batwoman's home or company was located. But we do know Bruce took Alfred and fled, which means she's trying to protect her friends and family. However, there's one person she definitely wouldn't take with her. "You mean?" Cindy nodded slightly, the red monocular of her mask glowing under the streetlights. Su Ming confirmed her guess, glancing into the alleyway at the lurking black shadows. He drew his gun to scare them off before continuing. "Now, we're going to find him and make a big splash. Force Batwoman to come out and save the day." "Heh, I like that plan. The other moves were too subtle for my taste. This way, follow me." Chapter 8, Ch8 Gotham's Law. The night in Gotham seemed like it would always remain the same. In the skyscrapers of downtown, high-end restaurants and nightclubs were never short of customers, all indulging in spending wads of cash to buy physical or mental pleasures. This included dining on meals that could cost half of what the poor saved in their lifetime, or toying with young men of the night. And just not far from these buildings, in the dark alleys, there were occasional screams and gunshots, where crime and darkness reigned. In Gotham, you could witness any kind of crime, no matter how bizarre or unimaginable the act or the criminal was. This city was a living museum of modern crime history. Chaos and order were always intertwined here, and the black and white distinctions were long gone, leaving only shades of gray. Gotham's nights never changed, at least they never got any better. James Gordon, after working in this city for 30 years, deeply understood this. He had started as a simple homicide detective, became captain, and now held the position of commissioner. As a man, it had been an incredibly difficult journey. It wasn't just because there was some level of discrimination against men in the workplace in this world, but also because everyone knew he was an honest man. In a city like Gotham, truly innocent people were rare. Everyone, to some extent, was tied to something shady in the darkness. The mayor was a frequent guest at Penguin's Iceberg Lounge, senators were secretly selling Arkham's pharmaceuticals to Scarecrow, judges had ties with Two-Face, and Black Mask blatantly used Gotham's research institutes, using chemical factories as a front for drug production. In such a city, the fact that Gordon managed to become the police commissioner without being killed sometimes felt like a miracle. But reason always reminded him, it wasn't really a miracle. There was always a shadow behind him, protecting him from the dark. A shadow that moved swiftly through the night, one that loathed evil with an undying passion. What the law couldn't handle, or what the police were powerless against, that shadow would handle. People had tried to kill Gordon before, but there was always someone in a batsuit who would dissuade them. Fear. Yes, anyone with darkness in their heart feared the bat in the shadows. She was meticulous, swift, and ever-present, never showing mercy. Back when Gordon was still a captain, Batwoman first appeared. At first, Gordon wasn't keen on this masked vigilante. He thought, just because you say you're a good person doesn't mean I'm going to let you run around the city in a mask, beating people up. I need to see if what you do actually helps the city, or if it's just making things worse. In those days, Gotham wasn't as bad as it is now. The Falcone crime family ruled much of the city, and even half of the police force was corrupt. Drugs, smuggling, firearms, slavery, if it made money, the mob did it, protected by a web of bribed officials. Gordon tried to bring these mobsters to justice, but he constantly met with resistance. That's when Batwoman helped him. Using violence, she obtained evidence, brought down corrupt officials tied to the mob, and gave Gordon the legal grounds to prosecute them. In the end, when Gordon had his final confrontation with Falcone, Batwoman destroyed Falcone's confidence, completely breaking the crime boss and letting sunlight shine upon Gotham. Since then, Gordon's attitude towards Batwoman became more lenient. Her actions truly benefited Gotham and its citizens. As for dressing like a bat, maybe that was just a personal quirk. Thinking about those days brought a faint smile to Gordon's face. Captain Gordon, it said that the criminal who robbed the bank last night was taken down by a woman in a bat costume. What's the police department's stance on this? Reporters had surrounded the police station's entrance. At the time, Captain Gordon was escorting a criminal from a police car. Absurd. Ridiculous. There is no such thing as a woman in a batsuit running around Gotham, Gordon declared righteously. But we have footage, we have evidence, the reporters persisted, claiming they had proof. Fabricated. All of it fabricated. I, on behalf of the Gotham Police Department, express serious concern and strong condemnation. Gordon responded with unwavering seriousness. But after locking up the criminals, he would sneak to the rooftop, into a small storage room, to secretly call Batwoman and complain, saying things like, "You've blown it up again this time. Next time, can't you avoid the security cameras?" Back in those days, Batwoman was still reasonable and kept a relatively low profile. But over time, word of a Batwoman started to spread throughout Gotham, attracting copycats. Unfortunately, most of these masked individuals were villains or lunatics, quickly worsening the city's crime situation. After that, Gotham wasn't plagued by simple bank robberies or home invasions. Instead, it faced large-scale catastrophes, where madmen would threaten to blow up the entire city just to duel Batwoman or kidnap hundreds of hostages from skyscrapers to play a deadly game of riddles with her. Luckily, Batwoman always managed to resolve these situations. But inevitably, opposition grew within the city. Some people believed it was Batwoman who attracted all the villains to Gotham. Batwoman never bothered to explain or justify herself. She continued doing things her way, her methods growing more ruthless. By then, Gordon had become the commissioner. He immediately ordered a bat signal to be set up on the roof of the police department. There was no more hiding. Whenever the bat signal lit up, it meant Gordon had something to discuss with Batwoman, and it meant a new lunatic was in town who needed dealing with. Yes, from that point on, the criminals that emerged were beyond what the police could handle. They had to rely on Batwoman. The police's role was to wait for Gordon's orders and then clean up after Batwoman, collecting the unconscious or crippled criminals she left behind. At least, back then, Gotham was dangerous, but people still had hope. Until Batwoman's greatest adversary arrived. No one knew where she came from. She had green hair, a ghastly pale face, and a grotesque smile carved into her features. She even liked using knives to carve that smile onto others. She made a series of grand gestures, showing the world her madness and teaching them that madness was a wonderful thing. No more worrying about death. No more worrying about hunger and poverty. All you had to do was laugh every day. She planted the seeds of madness deep within Gotham's citizens and waited with a mischievous grin, occasionally nurturing those seeds, just for fun. She and Batwoman became entangled in a never-ending dance, getting captured countless times, only to escape again. It was as if the entire city had become their stage. All she wanted was Batwoman's undivided attention. Then, 6 months ago, the Joker came up with a new game, intending to make Gordon play a part. But during the kidnapping, something went wrong, and Gordon's daughter, Barbara, was shot in the spine, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down, bound to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. In the aftermath, the Joker was captured by Batwoman once again. Gordon wanted to kill her to avenge his daughter, but Batwoman stopped him, telling him not to be fooled by the Joker, not to let madness take over, not to lose his principles. In the end, Gordon put down the gun and chose to follow the law. And the law doesn't sentence the mentally ill. It sends them to Arkham for treatment. But who could possibly treat the Joker? One of her former therapists had even been swayed by her, becoming today's Harley Quinn, who not only helped the Joker escape but also created the monstrous Two-Face. Since then, Arkham had stopped assigning doctors to the Joker. This time, the Joker seemed to have grown tired of playing. She quietly stayed in Arkham for a long time, without any signs of activity. From past experience, when the Joker was captured, Harley would become completely docile, as if losing her purpose. So when they failed to capture Harley last time, neither Batwoman nor Gordon cared much. In fact, it was probably for the best. Putting both of them in Arkham at the same time would only spell trouble. Roughly half a month before Su Ming arrived, Gordon, as usual, woke up in a panic from a nightmare. Shaking his head, he fumbled for his glasses. He realized he wasn't tied to a roller coaster in some funhouse, forced to face a nightmarish scene created by the Joker. He was in his own bed at home. Cold sweat drenched the sheets, and the wind howled through a window left ajar. The curtains were flapping wildly. The bedside clock showed it was just past 4 a.m. He had only been asleep for 2 hours. But in his dreams, all he saw was Barbara lying in a pool of blood while the Joker laughed endlessly. Gordon's first wife had divorced him, leaving Gotham and their daughter behind, never to be heard from again. His second wife, also a police officer, had been killed by the Joker during a mission to save some infants. The Joker often appeared in his nightmares, alongside the memories of his deceased wives. Now, his only remaining family, his daughter, had been left crippled by the Joker. Gordon had more reason than anyone to lose his mind. But he didn't. He still upheld justice and the law. He grabbed his gun from under his pillow, closed the window tightly, and carefully checked every room, ensuring no one had broken in. Finally, he came to Barbara's door. Gently pushing it open, he saw his daughter peacefully asleep in bed by the moonlight. Only then did he relax, tucking the gun into his waistband and heading to the kitchen for a drink. There wasn't much in the fridge. When Barbara was healthy, she had taken care of the housework, but Gordon had been too busy to even go grocery shopping since. After some searching, he found half a carton of milk that hadn't expired yet. He took a swig to soothe his throat. As he closed the fridge, a figure appeared from behind it, nearly causing him to drop the bottle. "Next time, close your windows before going to bed," the figure said. "Damn it, Batwoman. Can't you make some noise when you show up? You nearly scared me to death." Gordon spat out his milk in shock, while Batwoman nimbly dodged it, her cape staying completely dry. "Because I'm Batwoman," she responded in her usual deadpan, her voice clearly altered by a modulator. "I know who you are. I know exactly who you are. I just don't say it." Gordon grumbled, looking for a cloth to clean up the mess. "It's 4 a.m., all the crazies are locked up, and you can't let me sleep for once. Don't you have anything else to do at night?" Batwoman ignored his complaints. Everyone in town thought Bruce Wayne was just a rich, spoiled playboy who partied every night, but in truth, those parties were just cover stories, enacted by paid actors. Batwoman got straight to the point. "I have to leave Gotham for a while. If I stay, I'll be a danger to everyone." "Oh. Who's the lunatic this time?" "I'll call the station," Gordon sighed, setting down the rag and reaching for his phone. "I don't know yet. I'm still gathering clues." Batwoman shook her head, disappearing into the shadows. Her bat cloak blended perfectly with the darkness, but Gordon, familiar with her, could imagine her expression. "Then how do you know it's dangerous?" Gordon asked, confused. "Someone told me. In some ways, he's very reliable." Batwoman seemed to be fiddling with something in her pocket but didn't take it out to show him. "You and Barbara should come with me immediately. Otherwise, those crazies will use you to draw me out." Gordon was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I'm Gotham's police commissioner. I won't leave. Whoever wants to cause trouble in Gotham will have to kill me first." "Are you sure?" "From what little I know, this is far more dangerous than anything we've faced before," Bruce warned. "Maybe you could take a month off, and we could take Barbara to see some doctors worldwide." "No, I won't leave. You take Barbara and go. I'll stay here." Gordon was resolute. If Batwoman left and he left too, Gotham would fall apart. His 30 years of work would be for nothing. "Even if they kill me, you must not return." "I won't leave either. If my dad stays, then as a woman, I have no reason to run away," Barbara suddenly spoke up. It was Barbara. Ever since being paralyzed by the Joker, she had struggled with sleep, often waking at the slightest noise, her body constantly in pain. Hearing the conversation in the kitchen, she had wheeled herself out of her room. "Barbara, you should think about this." "Maybe." Batwoman started. "No need. The Joker couldn't kill me, and no one else will either. I'll stay here with my dad. I can help in the police communications room, put my computer skills to use." Barbara firmly refused, declaring she would stay in Gotham till the end. Batwoman hesitated for a moment. Seeing how determined both of them were, she even considered staying herself. But the mysterious informant had warned her that if she stayed, not only Gotham but the entire Earth would be in danger. She had to leave. With a swirl of her cape, she vanished from Gordon's home, heading to meet Alfred, who was waiting for her. Gordon held Barbara and wept for a moment, solidifying his resolve. He spoke solemnly into the darkness. "We're not leaving, Batwoman. Go do what you have to." Wait, she's gone again." Why can't she ever let me finish a sentence? Gordon was exasperated. Once again, just like the hundreds of times before, Batwoman had disappeared as abruptly as she had appeared. He never got to hear a proper goodbye. Because that's just how Batwoman is, Dad. Now, can you help me back to my room? Barbara asked, covering a yawn. Chapter 9, CH9 Kidnapping. Commissioner Gordon snapped back from his memories. At this moment, he was driving back to the police station. The journey from Arkham Island back to the station was not short. It required crossing several bridges and tunnels, and the city districts along the way were not particularly safe. Among them, Two-Face and her crew were the most brazen. Two-Face, Harvey Dent, before losing her mind, was Gotham's rising star, a renowned young prosecutor. However, her extensive knowledge of the law meant that even when Batwoman captured her, she would soon be paroled. After all, Batman couldn't exactly testify in court against her. Since Batwoman's departure, Gordon had remained on guard, but nothing had happened. Until last week, the station received calls from citizens saying that the Joker's gang had been rampaging through the streets, setting fires, and looting. He immediately dispatched officers to maintain order, while he himself drove to Arkham. In the past, such actions from the Joker's gang usually indicated that the Joker was out again. But when he arrived at Arkham and made his way past the many guards to see the Joker, there she was, still in her cell, calmly sitting cross-legged on the floor, napkin in hand, using a plastic knife and fork to delicately eat a roasted rat. There was nothing to say to the Joker. Once he confirmed she was still locked up, he planned to return to the station to deal with the city's chaos. Gordon was an old detective by now, and such circumstances didn't lower his vigilance. The Joker gang's movements made him feel something was off, so after that day, he visited Arkham daily, only feeling at ease after personally verifying the Joker was still inside. Even though the bat signal on the police station's roof remained lit, it was now just a deterrent for criminals. The bat had left, and Gotham was unguarded. Today's visit ended as usual. He didn't speak to the Joker. He merely stood there, silently observing her through the thick, bulletproof glass, as she doodled on the floor of her small cell. After every few strokes, she seemed to remember something and would burst into manic laughter, only to scribble some more and then dance around the room. It made him want to rush in and beat her. Yes, he hated her, but there were rules. He could only do so much. On this matter, he and Batwoman were aligned, but it was worlds apart from how Deathstroke thought. People like Cindy and Su Ming never delayed revenge, not even overnight. Gordon couldn't stay to see what the Joker was drawing today. He had already left the station later than usual. During the day, they had received a distress call saying ninjas had appeared in the city and attacked someone. Gordon had spent the entire day and most of the evening investigating that. But unfortunately, the heavy rain had washed away any clues, and even the police dogs couldn't pick up a scent. It was now just past midnight. He should head back to GCPD, pick up Barbara, and head home. Maybe he could stop by the gas station to grab some donuts or burgers for the two of them for dinner. Though he wasn't sure if the fast food place he frequented would still be open in this weather. Driving in the pouring rain gave off an eerie feeling. The scenery ahead was barely visible, and all that could be heard was the monotonous sound of raindrops pelting the car. Gordon turned on the radio, but he quickly turned it off again. The voice of the Gotham radio host, sharp and excited, reminded him of the maniac he had just visited. It made him think of the Joker. Maybe one day he should investigate that radio host. She gave off the vibe of being part of the Joker's gang. The lonely drive caused Gordon's thoughts to drift. He thought about how his young daughter was now confined to a wheelchair, and his heart ached with worry. Though she remained as kind and lovely as ever, her condition created inconveniences, especially in finding a partner. The torrential rain continued to batter the car's windows, the sound of the water flowing like waves. As Gordon drove, his mind couldn't find peace. Batwoman had mentioned the possibility of curing spinal cord injuries. What could she have meant? And she had warned that danger was approaching. What could it be? A few days ago, it was the Joker's gang. Today, it was the League of Shadows. What were these groups planning? With these questions swirling in his mind, Gordon squinted through the rain, trying to make out the road ahead through the blurry windshield. He had to hurry and pick up his daughter. His car couldn't afford to break down in this weather. But up ahead, near the turn at the intersection, he spotted a strange figure lying by the roadside in a pool of water. Despite the darkness and the rain affecting his visibility, he was sure someone had collapsed, and the heavy rain was mercilessly drenching their body. He slowed the car to get a closer look. There didn't seem to be any suspicious individuals around, and the buildings nearby were all tightly shut. Gotham's residents had long passed the stage of getting involved in others' business. No one would care about someone lying on the roadside, as it could be a scam or a trap. However, in most cases, the people lying on the roadside were indeed dead, victims of various causes. Frozen to death, starved to death, murdered, the list went on. Gordon slowly stopped the car, unfastened his seatbelt, tightened his trench coat around him, and checked his gun. As a cop, even a commissioner, he couldn't just ignore someone collapsed on the side of the road. That was his duty. The wind and rain picked up even more. It hadn't been this bad when he left Arkham, but now, visibility beyond 10 meters was difficult. The strong wind pushed against the car door, and he had to exert a lot of force to get out. One foot stepped into ankle-deep water, and the coldness instantly struck him to the core. Umph. The rain-soaked wind made Gordon instinctively lower his head, and his glasses were instantly drenched, distorting his vision like looking through a funhouse mirror. He was reminded of how old he was. He could feel the decline in his strength and stamina, even though he hadn't yet hit 60. The years of accumulated injuries made every joint ache on rainy days like this. Closing the car door behind him, he shielded his glasses with one hand and rested the other on the gun holstered at his waist, trudging forward like an old man clutching his sore back in the storm. He was getting closer now. He could see more clearly that the person on the roadside was a young woman, dressed in fur as if she were some sort of cave dweller. Gordon wasn't surprised. When you have a friend who dresses up as a bat, drives around in a bat-shaped car, and whose gadgets are called batarangs, bat belts, bat gloves, and bat capes, you learn to accept any bizarre attire. Gotham never lacked for strange people. Some were just heading to Halloween parties, while others were dangerous individuals. Judging by the condition of the person lying there, Gordon figured she belonged to the latter group. "Ma'am. Can you hear me? I'm James Gordon of the Gotham Police Department." Having determined that the person might be dangerous, the first step was to call out. Hopefully, the person would drop the act and get up, leaving the scene. After shouting, if the person still refused to cooperate, Gordon was ready to shoot in particularly dangerous situations. That was Gotham's law enforcement protocol. The woman by the roadside remained motionless, showing no response. Gordon moved closer to observe. The woman's pale face indicated she was already dead, her body slightly swollen from the rain soaking into her. There was a massive wound on her side, clearly made by a sharp weapon. The blow had destroyed about a third of her internal organs, causing her to bleed out and die. Based on the current situation, this wasn't where she had been killed. She had been moved here. There was no mud under her fingernails, and her feet bore no cuts, indicating that she had died in a dry, clean location. Judging by her attire, it was likely some high-end club. But the heavy rain had destroyed most of the evidence. This was all Gordon could deduce. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly at the sky, her expression frozen in death. Gordon sighed. This meant more work for the police. Gotham wasn't just plagued by psychopaths, ordinary people killed for various reasons too. He couldn't yet identify the deceased, so he would have to call in the coroners. Gordon turned and began trudging back to his car to make the call. But just then, the doors of the surrounding buildings suddenly swung open, and a group of people poured out. They were dressed in black suits, wearing old-fashioned soft felt hats. They quickly surrounded Gordon, pointing a multitude of submachine guns at him. "Commissioner Gordon, our boss invites you for a visit." The lead woman wore a fake smile as several black vans pulled up behind her. She gestured for Gordon to get in. Gordon removed his glasses, trying not to let the rain hinder his vision, though his nearsightedness was still an issue. "Who's your boss?" "Penguin." "Black Mask." Only their lackeys would look so unremarkable. Though he had been kidnapped, at least these people were reasonable. Maybe he could. "Oh. Commissioner Gordon, it seems you've forgotten an old friend and only remember the new ones." The woman smiled but then bared her teeth and punched Gordon hard. Gordon was knocked to the ground, kneeling in the muddy street. The corpse nearby still lay there, but now Gordon felt like it was staring at him. That woman over there, did you kill her too?" Gordon clutched his stomach, glaring up at the woman in black. The woman sighed, glancing around at the heavy rain. "You're worried about a dead body right now. We already have another team going to fetch your daughter. You should be more concerned about whether she'll end up like that corpse. Take him away." She barked the order over the sound of the pouring rain. Several burly women seized Gordon, dragging him into one of the black vans. One by one, the vans roared to life, and soon, everyone disappeared from the street. All that remained was Gordon's car and the fur-clad woman's body, gradually being hidden by the rain. At the same time, Su Ming and Cindy were still pushing through the storm on their unicycles. Their enhanced physiques meant they weren't feeling any fatigue, even after riding for about 30 kilometers in just 10 minutes. Riding a unicycle at over 150 kilometers per hour was something only Deathstroke or other enhanced beings could manage. If it weren't for the rain, Su Ming figured the axles on their unicycles would have been smoking by now. Through the dense rain, they could make out a tall building in the distance. The faint silhouette of a beautiful dome came into view, Gotham's courthouse. Across a small park from it was GCPD. The streets were empty. This was the central business district, filled with high-end office spaces and usually considered one of the safer areas. On a normal day, people like to bring their families to this park, or office workers would come here to eat lunch. But at night, it was a different story. Even with the GCPD across the street, shady deals often went down in the park. Su-Ming felt as cold as the environment around him. The temperature was only a few degrees above freezing, typical for a rainy spring night. Water was seeping into every seam of his armor, while the wind quickly sapped his body heat. Cindy was a few steps ahead, leading the way, likely feeling just as chilled as he was. In hindsight, knowing the rain was going to get worse, we should have stayed at Harley's for a few more drinks before heading out. At least we'd be warmer, Su-Ming muttered, touching the bottle of alcohol in his backpack, one he had stolen from Wayne Manor. Cindy sighed as she rode her unicycle. It seems we think alike. I don't just want a drink right now, I'd love a hot dog too. The vending machines at the station should have something. We'll just smash one open. Your world has microwaves, right? Of course we have microwaves, they're household appliances. Su-Ming still didn't understand this world. They had all the usual gadgets and communication tech, but no flying machines. It was like they had forgotten that branch of the tech tree. But they were already planning their meal for when they reached the station. As long as they knocked everyone out, kidnapping Gordon would be easy. With how chaotic the city had been lately, given Gordon's dedication to his work, he was sure to be working late. Su-Ming's plan was simple: kidnap Gordon, then storm a TV station. On live television, they'd use Gordon's safety as leverage to force Batwoman to appear. Would Bruce really leave Gordon to die? Impossible. Even on Earth-11, before Gotham's destruction, Bruce wasn't so different from other Batmen in the multiverse. In fact, being this world's only superhero, Bruce's sense of responsibility was even greater. Eventually, that overwhelming guilt would crush her when everything fell apart. Wait, did you hear gunshots? Through the wind and rain, Su-Ming could faintly hear something coming from the direction of GCPD. There hadn't been any thunder, so those continuous booms had to be explosions or gunfire. Cindy took off her helmet and listened closely, her blonde hair instantly drenched by the rain. Her expression grew serious. Yes, and there was a grenade explosion too, inside the station. They realized something was wrong and quickly picked up the pace. Chapter 10, CH-10 Gotham Police Department. It looks like someone else had the same idea as us, Su-Ming said while furiously pedaling his unicycle, gripping his twin pistols and flicking off the safety. Cindy mirrored his actions. In an unpredictable combat range, dual pistols were more reliable than the shotgun slung across her back. At least we can rule out Harley as a suspect. She and Poison Ivy were both drunk like cats, there's no way they got here before us. Figuring out who it is doesn't matter much. We'll just go in and take out whoever's poaching our business. In Gotham, there were plenty of people who enjoyed playing the game of cat and mouse with the bat. It was anyone's guess who might be moving right now. After the battle with the Joker's gang, Su-Ming had fully accepted that he was Deathstroke, and Deathstroke was him. If this body was a house, Slade was just the previous tenant. The house now belonged to Su-Ming, and he intended to write a new legend under his own name. He would use his mind to drive this body, but keeping the name Deathstroke was both a habit and a way of remembering his roots back in the East. Cindy wasn't privy to Su-Ming's internal journey, but she could sense the change in him. The men who once seemed disconnected from this world now seemed to have fully integrated. She was curious but didn't ask questions, merely holstered her pistols, thinking she probably wouldn't need them. They quickly reached the small park where, with Deathstroke's superior vision, Su-Ming could clearly see the front entrance of the police station. It was an old building, likely constructed around the time Gotham was founded. Though it had undergone countless repairs and expansions, it still reflected the original vision of its designers. The station was built like a fortress, with thick, sturdy walls. Every window was as small as possible, and the roof had wide open spaces with protective barriers, along with independent water systems and air conditioning units. Of course, most notably, the bat signal rested on the rooftop platform. A large, slightly weathered GCPD sign hung at the front of the building, still intact despite its age. At the moment, the police station's parking lot was cluttered with black vans, scattered haphazardly like dark boulders along the coastline in the pouring rain. A few scattered police bodies lay at the entrance, their blood being washed down the steps by the rain. By the shattered front doors, several black-suited individuals holding submachine guns were pacing, occasionally glancing inside the station, as if waiting for someone. Black suits, black felt hats, white scarves, and classic Chicago-style Tommy guns. Their boss must be a fan of The Godfather. The two crouched behind some bushes in the park. The rain obscured their figures, and the disparity in physical abilities allowed Su-Ming to see everything while remaining unseen. Cindy didn't quite understand what Su-Ming was talking about. Gotham's gangsters had been dressing like this for decades, so there was no telling who they were based on attire alone. She glanced at the distance to the station's door and looked up at the sky. The weather and time are in our favor. We could either go for a direct assault or sneak in. They're likely planning to use Gordon to lure out the bat. We should launch a direct attack to distract them and prevent them from focusing their full efforts on the station's interior. If they get their hands on Gordon, things could get tricky for us. After answering Cindy, Su Ming made a swift decision. He raised his guns and charged out of cover, firing as he ran. His brain granted him an exceptional sense of spatial awareness. Calculating bullet trajectories wasn't just Deadshot's specialty, Deathstroke could do it too. In fact, he could rely entirely on calculations instead of aiming. The distance, just over 100 meters, was slightly beyond the effective range of handguns, but Su Ming, now fully embracing his new identity, had no doubts about his abilities. Once his mind and body were in sync, he unlocked the terrifying potential of this body. In the pitch-black night, under the torrential rain and howling wind, nothing hindered him. Every environmental factor, wind speed, angle, refraction, gravity, energy loss, was instantly calculated in his mind and converted into precise action. His shots were unerring. The black-suited gunman positioned on the steps all dropped. He sprinted forward, water splashing beneath his feet and colliding with the rain falling from above. By the time the gunman realized where the attack was coming from, Su Ming had already crossed the street and vaulted over the wall, reaching the police station's parking lot. With a swift pull, he hoisted himself onto one of the black vans. His speed was far beyond their comprehension. Su Ming could almost see their expressions of disbelief, but he had no intention of savoring the despair he brought. Standing atop the van, he raised both arms, ignoring the bullets that sparked against his armor. Despite the enemy's return fire, he maintained a deadly accuracy, taking down one opponent after another. In just a few seconds, the area fell silent. Tisk, TSK, TSK, Cindy muttered as she jumped onto the van roof, surveying the bodies littering the ground. You sure move fast. I hadn't even answered you back there. It's nothing. They just seemed eager for a fight, so I gave them one, Su Ming shrugged, agreeing with Cindy's comment. You didn't give them a fight, you gave them a massacre. What fight? Cindy jumped off the van, heading toward the station entrance. And by the way, there's no reimbursement for this mission. We'll have to pay out of pocket. Couldn't you have used a blade? Do we really need to account for every little detail? Su Ming jumped down as well, picking up a submachine gun from the ground. He checked the ammo drum. Look, they're using .45 ACP rounds, one for 45 bullets. I'd say we came out ahead. The two bantered casually as if they hadn't just killed a dozen people, as if they were discussing finding good deals at a supermarket sale. As they continued toward the station, they discovered one of the black-suited individuals wasn't dead. Despite Su Ming's accurate shot to the heart, this one seemed to have her heart on the right side. Su Ming had heard before that 1 in 1,000 people had their hearts on the right. It looked like he'd run into one of those rare cases. Who sent you? Su Ming kicked away her gun and crouched beside her, his voice low and menacing, the crimson monocular on his mask glowing like a will-o'-the-wisp. Though the gangster hadn't died instantly, the shot had punctured her left lung, leaving her convulsing in pain. Despite her suffering, when she heard Su Ming's question, she began laughing, coughing up blood as she spat out, "The boss won't spare you, Deathstroke." Beneath the mask, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Clearly, this person was delirious. Everyone here was dead. Who would know he'd been here? This was the perfect assassination. It seems you're someone with faith. Then your boss should have taught you one thing. Su Ming swiftly drew his katana and, with a reverse grip, plunged it into the woman's right chest, pinning her to the ground. Never mess with Deathstroke. With that, he yanked the blade free. Blood sprayed from her heart like a fountain, splattering through the chainmail gaps and all over him. The warmth of the blood briefly dispelled the cold brought by the rain, but it was only for a moment before the feeling vanished. He felt a sudden impulse to bathe in more blood for warmth, but quickly shook his head, his rational side reminding him it wasn't right. Cindy walked over, smirking. She misunderstood Su Ming's head shake and said, "See? I told you using a blade is better." Once again, they weren't thinking about the same thing. Su Ming was considering his bloodlust, while Cindy was talking about the reliability of bladed weapons for greater lethality. Fine. You handle things inside. Once you're done, I'll critique your approach. Su Ming slid his blade back into its scabbard after the rain had washed away the blood. Cindy raised her hands in mock surrender. "Nah, I'll pass on dealing with the grunts. Just leave their boss to me." The woman's dying words had clearly gotten under Cindy's skin. No one dared to threaten the world's deadliest assassin like that. Without another word, Su Ming entered the police station first. There was no need for a map now. They just had to follow the sound of gunfire. The station's lobby was a mess, littered with police corpses. There were only a few black-suited bodies, suggesting this had been a surprise attack. Oddly enough, the gunfire wasn't coming from the third-floor office where the commissioner would usually be, but from the basement. "What's in the basement?" Su Ming asked. If I remember correctly, it's the morgue, the power room, and the communication center, Cindy replied, glancing up the staircase to the second floor. There were no black-suited bodies there, suggesting they hadn't intended to go upstairs at all. Their target seemed to be underground. Strange. Su Ming muttered, though his feet didn't slow as he stepped over bodies and wrecked furniture, heading toward the noise. The dead in the lobby weren't just cops and gangsters. There were also a few corpses that looked like they belonged to other criminals or even homeless people. No matter what their status had been in life, they were now piled together like sacks of garbage. Rainwater poured in through the damaged front doors, mixing with the blood and flowing across the wooden floor, staining it a filthy red. From above, it would probably resemble a gruesome scene straight out of a horror film. Neither Su Ming nor Cindy had any artistic inclinations, but they easily found the entrance to the basement. The smell of gunpowder was strong, like standing next to an active volcano. Descending the stairs, they reached a magnetic car door that had already been smashed open, leading to a long, dimly lit corridor. Su Ming and Cindy peeked inside, noting the positions of both groups. Under the pale glow of fluorescent lights, the black-suited gunmen and the police were engaged in a shootout, darting in and out of offices along the hallway like a violent game of whack-a-mole. Every so often, someone would get hit and drop. The police were clearly outmatched due to their inferior equipment. At the end of the hallway is the communications room. The cops are probably defending it because Gordon's in there, calling for help. Cindy tightened her helmet and flexed her wrists, offering a theory. Su Ming wasn't convinced. He didn't think Gordon was the type to hide in a room and let others take the bullets for him. But Cindy knew Earth-11 better than he did, so it was hard to say. I don't think it's Gordon, but whoever's in there must be important. Let's clear this out and check. Kill all the black suits, leave the cops alive. Cindy pulled out a cigar from the small box at her waist and twirled it in her fingers. Bet you a cigar it's Gordon in there. I'll handle the cops. Deal. Su Ming smiled beneath his mask, pulling out his own cigar and placing it next to hers on the doorframe. I bet it's not him. After their brief exchange, Cindy darted into action. Despite both being Deathstroke, as she said, she favored close combat with bladed weapons. Her katana cut through the air like a whirlwind. By the time the black-suited gunmen realized what was happening, Cindy was already in their midst, wreaking havoc. There was one who managed to block Cindy's blade with her gun, even trying to rally others to her aid. But she was just a minor obstacle. This kind of small-time boss existed in droves among Gotham's gangs, and Deathstroke, the world's greatest mercenary, was on a different level entirely. Cindy slashed down with a resounding clang, but before the sound of metal on metal could fade, she whipped out her shotgun and fired. The clang and the blast overlapped, and the woman was sent flying, a gaping hole in her chest, revealing the shattered wall behind her. Cindy's slaughter continued. She danced through the bloodshed like a diligent worker bee, but her black and yellow armor only inspired terror in the gunmen. Su Ming's focus was on the police. Armed with an electrified staff, he took down officers one by one. They didn't have Batman's insulated gloves or boots, and their combat skills were nowhere near her level. So he moved like a stoker in an old ship's boiler room. His staff was the poker. One thrust forward, a flash of electricity, and another cop was down. He'd reel them in, tossing their bodies into offices to keep them from getting caught in crossfire. In about 2 minutes, 40 or so black suits and a dozen police officers were taken care of. They finished their work almost simultaneously. Cindy smirked. Looks like I'm the stronger one. I took down twice as many as you. Su Ming didn't argue. He just shrugged. His task had required more finesse. He had to be careful not to go too far and kill the police. They were regular people, after all. The time he spent electrocuting them had to be measured. When throwing them into rooms, he had to be gentle. Some might say, it's just a staff, how could you stab someone to death with it? But with his strength, who said you needed a spearhead to stab someone? At the same time, he had to suppress his bloodlust, which surged with every burst of adrenaline. It was like a mental tug-of-war between reason and instinct. Seeing his apparent resignation, Cindy grew even more smug. If she had a tail, it would have been wagging. She wandered around the hallway for a moment before stopping in front of the communications room door. All right, time to open the present. Let's see what's inside. She began pulling plastic explosives from her leg pouch, humming a cheerful tune, clearly eager. The door to the communications room was solid, like the armor on a tank. Don't use too much, or you might scare them to death, Su Ming reminded her. Given the situation, whoever was inside probably wasn't a combatant. A C4 explosion in a narrow hallway could generate a huge noise and directional shockwave. They wouldn't die from it, but it could rupture their eardrums or knock them out. Cindy didn't respond, just gave a thumbs up, pulled out a small piece of C4, and affixed it to the door lock, setting the timer. Chapter 11, CH-11 Inside the communications room. Barbara was nervous. After Batwoman had left that day, Barbara had asked her father to take her to work with him. Not as an employee, but as a volunteer, helping out in the communications room. No salary, no special treatment. Given Gordon's position and influence, he could easily have made his daughter a police officer, or even the next commissioner, and many would have supported him. But he didn't. The police department was there to serve the citizens, not for personal use. If he abused his power, how would he be any different from the people he despised most? Barbara understood this and was happy to help the police as a volunteer, assisting her father. When she arrived at the station 2 weeks ago, she worked diligently, utilizing her unrivaled computer skills. Even in Gotham, she was considered one of the best, and the communications room was the perfect place for her talents to shine. Her colleagues quickly accepted her, not because she was the commissioner's daughter or because of her tragic past, but because of her exceptional skills and genuine kindness. This Barbara had no idea that in other parallel universes, she was also a superhero. She once fought as Batgirl for a long time, and after the Joker shattered her spine, she took on the name Oracle, becoming Batman's main tech and intelligence support. She also founded the Birds of Prey, served as the intelligence officer for the Suicide Squad, was best friends with Supergirl, and was a member of the Justice League. She was an essential tech provider for nearly every superhero except the Flash's tech nerds. She was, quite simply, incredibly busy. However, under the influence of the overarching will of Earth-11, no one except Bruce had the inclination to become a superhero. Barbara on this Earth thought dressing up like a bat was rather bizarre. But right now, she desperately wished she were a superhero, not a defenseless hacker. About 10 minutes ago, a group of black-suited attackers had stormed the police station. Though Barbara had noticed them on the surveillance system and issued a warning, the officers' response time had been disappointingly slow. The initial skirmish resulted in heavy casualties among the police. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, and they destroyed all the cameras, leaving Barbara to rely on radio communication to keep up with the situation. Her colleagues locked Barbara and a few male officers in the communications room since it, along with the armory, was the most secure part of the station. They headed out to engage the enemy, while Barbara was tasked with finding a way to contact the military or the Amazon Council. Unfortunately, the attackers were well prepared. They cut all the station's external communications immediately, leaving Barbara feeling not only crippled but also deaf and mute. All she could do was sit in her wheelchair, repeatedly trying to find a way to re-establish contact with the outside world. The network was down, the phones jammed, and there wasn't even a telegraph machine. She wished for a carrier pigeon to magically appear at her side. Her only hope was that someone would discover the situation here and alert the military. But deep down, she knew that on a stormy night like this, no one would notice what was happening. It was the perfect crime. She could only sit there, listening to the gunfire and screams outside, feeling her heart sink deeper into despair. But then, the screams outside changed, and the sounds of battle were replaced by shouts of surprise and other unfamiliar exclamations. "Oh my God! She's so fast! By Zeus! Block him! Help! It's DEA!" Barbara's heart raced as the outside fell eerily silent. The gunfire and shouting had stopped. What had happened? What about her colleagues? Her mind whirred with questions, but the intense environment, combined with the sobbing of the male officers in the room, made it impossible to focus. Her mind was in chaos. At that moment, she heard a strange laugh and someone humming a tune outside the door, immediately reminding her of the Joker. That terrifying memory paralyzed her. It was as if her spine was in pain again, and she remembered the agonizing moment when the Joker had shot her, sending her crashing to the ground in agony. She was lost in a fog of fear. Another voice chimed in, reminding the person humming to use less explosives. The sound snapped Barbara back to reality. She quickly backed away, hiding behind a desk to shield herself from the impending blast. At the same time, she frantically searched for anything to use as a weapon. Unfortunately, the only people in the room with her were some administrative staff, a few forensic workers, and a janitor. None of them were armed. The only things resembling weapons in the room were a few chairs and her laptop. She clutched her laptop tightly. Boom. The door was blown open, the force slamming it against the wall, its hinges creaking under the strain. Barbara couldn't hear anything, though. The explosion at such close range left her ears ringing and her vision blurred with stars. She slumped over the desk, barely making out two figures entering the room through the lingering smoke, scanning their surroundings. "No Gordon." "I win," one of them said, lowering their weapon as they casually walked toward the male officers huddled against the wall. Barbara shook her head, struggling to sit upright. She was the daughter of Commissioner Gordon, and she wasn't about to give up. She had to protect her friends. "Don't bully the men. Come at me instead," she shouted. Her voice caused the figure moving toward the officers to pause, as though they had just heard something utterly disgusting. They began rubbing their arms, as if trying to press down fur growing on their skin. This bizarre, neurotic display only made the male officers cry harder. One of them even fainted from fear. Unlike Barbara, whose vision was still blurred from the explosion, the officers had seen everything clearly. They recognized the black and yellow armor, and they knew what it represented. It was the infamous mercenary, the world's deadliest assassin with a 100% mission completion rate, Deathstroke. Deathstroke wasn't a frequent presence in Gotham. After all, Gotham wasn't the center of the world, just a city on the east coast of North America. Deathstroke's clients spanned the globe. But that didn't stop Gotham's residents from remembering Deathstroke. She was skilled, intelligent, and even Batwoman couldn't capture her. These administrative officers had never been in the field, but they'd heard stories from their colleagues. Wherever Deathstroke went, bodies piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. Not only were her targets eliminated, but their subordinates, families, and even their pets were executed as well. If Cindy knew this was her reputation in Gotham, she would probably collapse laughing. She didn't enjoy killing too many people while taking out a target. For instance, after killing a gang boss, she often spared the underlings. Some of them might take over the boss's territory, and her client would eventually hire her again to deal with them. It was like harvesting crops, underlings weren't as valuable as bosses, but Cindy didn't mind profitable inconveniences. In fact, she welcomed them. Right now, Cindy felt like she had made a new discovery. She eyed Barbara up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Looks like I won the bet. There's definitely a Gordon here. Su Ming was annoyed by the whimpering men. He'd never seen so many men huddled together, crying like that. It made him feel nauseous. His first instinct upon entering the room was to knock them all out. Maybe he'd use enough force to make sure they stayed unconscious for a good 10 days. Then a woman shouted for him not to bully the men and to come at her instead, making him cringe even more. He turned toward the voice, guessing that she was the target the black-suited gangsters had been after. The woman was more of a girl, really. She looked around 17 or 18, significantly younger than Cindy. She had a quiet, studious demeanor. She wore square glasses, her hair braided into 2 plaits, and she had on a frayed red sweater over a white, pink-striped checkered shirt. She looked quite plain and awkwardly dressed. Still, her skin was pale, a perk of staying indoors, and her features were quite attractive, though she hadn't made much effort to style herself. Su Ming noticed her wheelchair, and with Cindy's comment about winning the bet, he realized who she was. Barbara Gordon. Though he phrased it as a question, he was already certain. Barbara was a character who appeared frequently in Bat-related publications. Though she looked slightly different in real life than in the comics, her unique aura and features gave her away. Who are you? Barbara was relieved that the men had abandoned the male officers, but she had no idea what her future held. Su Ming glanced around. The smoke from the explosion hadn't yet settled, and he felt like this world's Barbara had a bit of an airhead quality to her. Why don't you clean your glasses and take a look for yourself? Barbara rubbed her eyes, wiped the dust from her glasses, and took a closer look. As the commissioner's daughter, Barbara knew a thing or two about Gotham's most dangerous criminals. Her father had warned her about several particularly dangerous individuals, people she should avoid at all costs. Among those names were the Joker, Ra's al Ghul, the Mad Hatter. Most were either insane or cold-blooded killers. And of course, there was the world's deadliest mercenary, Deathstroke. Cindy had done a few jobs in Gotham before, slipping away before the police could arrive. By the time they did, the bodies were cold, and the crime scenes were soaked in blood, leaving no evidence. Batwoman had even faced off against Cindy but was knocked out cold. She was no match. When Bruce had prepared herself to capture Cindy the next time she appeared, she found that Cindy had already changed her combat style and succeeded in her mission again. Again and again, Deathstroke moved like a shadow. If the Joker hadn't been a constant in Bruce's nightmares, then Deathstroke would have been her most feared enemy. This was what Batwoman had told Gordon, and he had shared the same warning with Barbara. She still remembered his words. Deathstroke is a maniac, but a cold, calculating one. She doesn't see anything wrong with killing. People are born to die, and she just speeds up the process. She thinks of herself as nature's executioner. Of course, none of this helped Barbara in her current situation. In fact, it made her even more terrified. One Deathstroke was already a death sentence. Now there were 2. Wait, 2 Deathstrokes. Barbara took off her glasses again and smacked her head. She wondered if she had a concussion, seeing double like this. But after some effort, she realized there were indeed 2 Deathstrokes standing before her. Confused, she tilted her head, trying to figure out what was going on. Could it be that all of Deathstroke's impossible assassinations were actually the work of a team? Or maybe a secret organization? One Deathstroke would lead Batwoman on a wild goose chase through the city while the other slipped away to kill the target. Barbara felt like she had stumbled onto some grand truth. And with that realization, a wave of dread washed over her. She had learned something she wasn't supposed to know. Surely, they would kill her to keep their secret. She had so much left to do. She hadn't even met her birth mother. Seeing her blank, faraway look, Su Ming decided to knock out the remaining police officers with his electric staff. Finally, the room was quiet. "Which one of you is Deathstroke?" Barbara asked, clutching her laptop tightly, as though it could offer her some form of protection. She noticed that the other officers were slumped against the walls but showed no signs of bleeding, suggesting they weren't in too much danger. "I am." "He's not." Cindy quickly stepped forward, taking Su Ming's spot. Su Ming shrugged. It didn't really matter to him. This was Cindy's world, and she could claim whatever she wanted. The fact that he was Deathstroke was an objective truth, whether she admitted it or not. "What are you doing here in the police station?" "This isn't your place," Barbara said, her face filled with defiance, as if she were ready to sacrifice herself. Cindy was a bit surprised. Commissioner Gordon's daughter clearly had guts. No wonder she survived her encounter with the Joker. "We came here to find your father. We need his help with something. But it seems like he's not in the station. You'll never find out where my dad is. Just kill me already." Barbara immediately refused, realizing they were after her father. Cindy shook her head. Killing Barbara wasn't part of the plan. As Gordon's daughter, she was valuable in her own right. No one had paid them to kill her, and Cindy wasn't about to waste an asset. Her mission was to prevent the world's destruction, and that was her priority. "Did you notice the black-suited people in the hallway? They're part of a well-organized gang." Su Ming decided to change tactics, opting for a more gentle approach to get information. "Their target is you, and your father. I'm going to go outside and destroy the equipment they're using to jam communications. Can you try to contact him?" If Barbara could get in touch with her father, Su Ming and Cindy could wait here. Gordon wouldn't abandon his daughter. If the call didn't go through, it would confirm Su Ming's theory that Gordon had been kidnapped. Barbara would want to help rescue him, and bringing Batwoman into the mix would be even better. It was a straightforward plan. Barbara didn't give a clear response. Su Ming was about to head outside when Cindy volunteered to handle the equipment destruction, leaving him to stay with Barbara. In this world, men seem to have a better way of connecting with people. Sitting in the room with Barbara, Su Ming wasn't sure what to say. After all, he was technically the bad guy, and as the police commissioner's daughter, Barbara probably hated him. Time passed slowly until Cindy returned, humming her usual tune. She was soaked, her armor dripping with water. "I blew up their signal jammer, and I also restored the police station's network." She grinned, shaking the water from her hair. "By the way, you've got a mole in your department. I found that the network was physically cut from inside the station. So, how's the bonding going while I was out?" "What bonding? Does the two of them sitting together in silence in one room counts?" Chapter 12, CH-12 Not Yet Oracle. The brightly lit communications room was a chaotic mess, with chairs and desks knocked over. Cindy was clearly displeased with Su Ming's lack of progress. Even through his mask, Su Ming could feel her disdainful gaze, as if mocking him for being unable to handle a mere teenage girl. He was helpless. What was he supposed to do? Resort to torturing a disabled teenager? Perhaps the old Deathstroke would have, but he wouldn't. Su Ming pulled up a chair and sat opposite Barbara, the crimson lens on his mask staring directly at her. "The phone lines and internet are open now. You can call your dad. Don't worry, I won't kill him this time." Barbara seemed skeptical. "You're just her sidekick. I want her to promise me that. She's a mercenary, right? She knows how to keep her word, doesn't she?" Cindy couldn't help but chuckle. The idea of Su Ming being her sidekick greatly amused her. Barbara was clearly insightful. Of course, she, the woman, was the stronger of the two. If Barbara weren't disabled, Cindy might have smacked her hard for the comment. "You haven't noticed that I'm the one in charge here, have you?" Barbara studied the two of them. They had the same equipment, the same tone, and even the same bloodstains on their suits. How was she supposed to tell who was in charge? She shook her head honestly. "I can't tell." Su Ming sighed and stood up, moving to the door to keep watch. He gestured for Cindy to take over. He needed a moment to himself. Cindy, without hesitation, took the seat Su Ming vacated. She smugly removed her helmet and lit a cigar, lounging in the chair as if she were sitting comfortably at home. "All right, I promise. Not only will I not harm Commissioner Gordon, but I'll also do my best to ensure his safety." With Cindy's assurance, Barbara pulled a small red phone from her pocket and dialed a number. But as the line rang and rang with no answer, her expression darkened. She tried again several times, but the result was the same: "The person you are calling is unavailable." Cindy wasn't surprised. It seemed things were as Su Ming had predicted. Since these black-suited people had come to kidnap Barbara, they had surely gone after Gordon too. From a societal value perspective, Barbara was just a high school girl, but Gordon was an important figure in the city. It can't be. His phone must not be with him, Barbara muttered, pressing redial again. Cindy leaned back in the chair, casually smoking her cigar. Keep trying, but you're just wasting time. Every second Gordon is in captivity, he's in more danger. Barbara's hand froze mid-dial. She didn't know what to do. But then, she set her phone aside, placed her laptop on the table, and began typing furiously. What's she doing? Cindy asked, watching Barbara's frantic typing. Does she think that'll help her find Gordon? Su Ming, leaning against the door, was cleaning his staff. He had been a bit rough when knocking out the sobbing men earlier, and it was stained with some vomit. She's probably hacking into Gotham's mobile service providers, using triangulation from cell towers to pinpoint Gordon's location. Oh. Cindy touched her eye patch, a bit annoyed that Su Ming knew something she didn't. Is tech stuff common where you're from? Su Ming didn't know which version of Deathstroke this body belonged to, but as for himself, he had seen enough crime dramas during his time as a security guard to know this trick. He couldn't do it himself, but he'd seen it done enough times. Not really. We have our own strengths. I'm sure your knowledge of mythology is far superior to mine. Su Ming reassured her, as working together meant complementing each other's abilities. Cindy, no longer bothered, took the compliment in stride. Even super soldiers didn't need to know everything. But then she couldn't resist poking fun at him. You know, your methods are a lot softer than the other Deathstrokes. Your moral standards are higher, like a little angel. A little angel? What an odd, effeminate term. Was that how men were described in this world? Su Ming wanted to go home, or at least back to a world he understood. It wasn't that he was against equality, but this world's gender dynamics were confusing and disorienting. Even Barbara sneaked a glance at them, perhaps thinking she had uncovered yet another strange secret about their relationship. Still, when it came to her area of expertise, Barbara was highly focused. The sound of her typing never stopped. A few minutes later, she hit the enter key. The attack command she had just written successfully hacked into the server of Wayne Enterprises' subsidiary, the company that provided her father's mobile service. She stretched her shoulders, waiting for the results, no longer looking as tense as before. Instead, she rubbed her fingers together anxiously. Cindy pointed to the laptop, cigar in hand. Welcome to the world of crime. If I'm not mistaken, hacking into someone else's company servers counts as espionage. Barbara's face froze, the weight of being labeled a criminal by Deathstroke making her feel exposed and ashamed. Yes, this wasn't the first time she had used her hacking skills. In the past, she had hacked into various websites, not for nefarious purposes, but to improve her programming techniques. She had hacked her school's network, local convenience stores, and even Gotham PD to see what her father was doing at work. But she had always been cautious. Hackers weren't well regarded in this world. Technology and the internet were still relatively new here, and the media often portrayed hackers as online terrorists. Not even Gordon knew about her activities. She was afraid he'd throw her in jail if he ever found out. So, all this time, Gordon thought his daughter just liked computers, maybe video games. Now, in her panic, she had instinctively hacked into the service provider's servers to find clues. Only now did she realize what she had done. Barbara's face flushed with embarrassment. She wanted to explain, but the evidence was clear. Su Ming shook his head, knowing Cindy's comments weren't helping the situation. All right, she's just messing with you. Who cares about laws? Are we going to stand in court and testify that the police commissioner's daughter is a hacker? Barbara stole a glance at her unconscious colleagues. In a way, she was relieved they had been knocked out. If they knew, the gossip would spread through the entire department like wildfire. Su Ming removed his helmet, seeing Cindy enjoying her cigar. He was tempted to light one himself but suddenly realized something. You took the bet from the doorframe earlier, didn't you? That's why you were so eager to deal with the signal jammer. Cindy triumphantly twirled the cigar in her hand like a magic wand. Yep. This is your cigar. And I must say, it tastes different from what we have here. Men. Barbara's expression became one of horror. She felt like she had uncovered the ultimate secret. There were 2 Deathstrokes, and one of them was a man. Could she even survive knowing this much? Su Ming was growing accustomed to people's shocked reactions upon discovering he was male. In this world, men were synonymous with weakness, while Deathstroke was known as a world-class powerhouse. Seeing such contrasting identities in one person was bound to be hard for anyone to process. The results are in. Are you just going to stare at us like that, or are you going to check the screen? Su Ming nudged Barbara's laptop, which now displayed a string of coordinates beneath the code. Oh, right. Barbara adjusted her glasses, taking a deep breath to steady herself. This is the series of cell towers my father passed by. By comparing these with Gotham City map. He went to Arkham. Arkham. Cindy rolled her head, toying with her helmet on the table. That place calls itself a mental health facility, but it's more secure than a fortress. They've got armed guards patrolling around the clock, gunboats, armored vehicles, and K-9 units. There's no way the black-suited people would make a move there. Right. At 12:03, he left Arkham, crossed the bridge, and was on his way back. The last signal shows his location here. Barbara pointed at the screen with one hand while zooming in on the map with the other, triangulating to a specific street. Cindy leaned in for a closer look. Her mind immediately conjured a detailed map of Gotham, more comprehensive than the police's. She even knew the locations of shady addresses, like black market arms dealers, smuggling rings, and hidden League of Shadows outposts. After studying the map, Cindy shook her head. Gordon's route makes sense. He crossed the bridge, went through the northern tunnel, and was on his way back to the station. But with today's rain, the tunnel might be flooded. Whose territory is that? Su Ming asked, joining the discussion but seeing nothing significant on the map. It's a tricky spot, technically no one's territory, Cindy replied, tapping the map at different points. Here, and here belong to Black Mask, Red Hood, and Two-Face. So Gordon's last known position is right where all three territories meet. No man's land, Su Ming concluded. It was like something out of the Three Kingdoms. No one could claim the area, as any attempt to take it would cause the other two to team up against them. So they left it as a buffer zone. As a result, it was one of Gotham's more peaceful areas, though minor gangs occasionally caused trouble. What do we do now? Barbara knew where Gordon was but had no means of reaching him. She anxiously looked to Su Ming and Cindy for answers. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Can't you just call Batwoman? She's got to have a phone, right? Let her handle the rescue. We've got some business to discuss with her anyway. We don't have her number. Normally, she just shows up when the bat signal is lit. But, she's not in Gotham. Batwoman left, Barbara admitted, her voice filled with despair. Both Su Ming and Cindy frowned. Could Batwoman have already gone to kill the Sea Queen? Where did she go? Cindy pressed. If she hadn't gone far, maybe they could catch up to her. I don't know. She came to our house that night to talk to my dad, but I only heard the second half of the conversation. She said she was leaving Gotham for a while because there was some danger. She wanted to take us with her, but we refused, so she left alone. My dad knows where she went, he heard the first part. Cindy slumped back in her chair, looking to Su Ming. It was his theory that this world was in danger, so he should know what was going on. But Su Ming was just as clueless. Batwoman knew there was danger, something big enough to make her flee. Could she have known about the multiverse crisis? But how would she know, stuck in the dark multiverse? Then there were the black-suited people trying to kidnap Gordon and Barbara. What were they up to? Gordon was important as Batwoman's ally, but beyond that, he didn't seem particularly special. Both women looked at Su Ming, expecting answers. Barbara seemed on the verge of tears. How did you usually handle this? Once you pinpointed a phone's location. Su Ming pushed the laptop closer to Barbara, hoping she had a plan. I didn't. Usually, I was just messing around. When I got to this point, I'd stop. Barbara's expression was completely honest. In this world, she wasn't the Oracle from other universes. All right, listen to me. Start hacking into Gotham's traffic system. Pull up surveillance footage from the area where his phone stopped moving. Okay. Barbara discreetly wiped away her tears, adjusted her glasses, and began rewriting the attack script to access the Department of Transportation's servers. At least they had a lead now. A few minutes later, she successfully pulled up footage from the relevant stretch of road. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was just rain and empty streets, no people, no cars. She glanced at Su Ming for guidance. The footage has been tampered with. They're using a loop of pre-recorded footage to cover their tracks. Su Ming leaned in closer, noticing something odd. This rain is too light. It must have been recorded around 10:30 p.m., and then it's been looping ever since. Go back a bit, and let's see what happened before that. Barbara rewound the footage to 10:30 p.m., and the three of them watched the screen intently. Suddenly, the footage flickered. There. Stop. Su Ming pointed. Slow it down and play those 3 seconds again. But the result was disappointing. The last thing captured on the recording was a shadowy figure wearing black gloves. No identifying details. Well, looks like we'll have to visit the scene ourselves, Cindy said, picking up her helmet and giving Barbara a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading toward the door. Su Ming had no other ideas. To figure out where Batwoman had gone, they had to find Gordon. He was their only lead. Take me with you. Barbara suddenly blurted, grabbing Cindy's arm. I can help, like I did just now. I need to save my dad. No. You can hide in the armory. By morning, the day shift officers will be back, and you'll be safe. Cindy rejected the idea immediately. It was already difficult to move around in the storm, and bringing along someone in a wheelchair would only slow them down. But Su Ming saw it differently. Even if Barbara wasn't Oracle level yet, her computer skills could be useful. Plus, once they rescued Gordon, would he trust Deathstroke's word? If Barbara was with them, it might make things easier. I think we should take her. She's still in danger. Hiding in the armory won't help if the black-suited people come back. She's not like us. She can't even shoot. How's she supposed to survive an attack? Su Ming tried to reason with Cindy, gesturing toward the unconscious officers around them. The day shift officers wouldn't be any more competent. If we save Gordon but Barbara gets captured, we'll be stuck helping him rescue her. We're on a tight schedule. Barbara wanted to point out that she could shoot, but Su Ming frantically signaled for her to stay quiet, so she held her tongue. Cindy thought it over and sighed. She didn't know why, but she kept letting Su Ming convince her. Fine, you can come. But don't expect me to push your wheelchair. Despite her words, Cindy donned her helmet, accepting the new plan. Su Ming shrugged at Barbara, then put his helmet back on. He pulled a blue police raincoat from behind the door and tossed it to her. All right, grab your laptop and wireless card. Let's go find a car outside. Chapter 13, CH-13 Gotham's most dedicated reporter. Emerging from the basement, Su Ming replenished some ammo from the black-clad assailants, knowing that not every situation could be solved with just a blade and a staff. He made his way back to the police station's main hall, where Cindy was waiting for him. She seemed to be staring blankly at the dark sky outside, letting the rain pour down on her, with the water gradually seeping into the building. Thinking about the end of the world. Su Ming walked up to her side, also looking outside. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the only visible light was the bat-shaped signal in the sky. Cindy was probably looking at the same thing since the reflection of the bat signal was visible in her monocular eyepiece. Yeah. Why do you think our world is like this? I don't know. I don't want to die, but at the same time, I don't feel fear. I'm calm. Cindy shook her head and then nodded as if lost in her thoughts. She walked to the edge of the roof and extended her hand, catching rainwater. The water quickly slipped through her fingers. After being modified by the military, we lost our fear and our respect for life. Weapons are meant to be that way. Su Ming, though not a modified soldier, knew enough from the comics to understand the situation. Deathstroke's issue lay in his enhanced brain, capable of processing thoughts at 9 times the speed of a normal person. His rational mind overshadowed all else, making fear a non-factor, not a disease or side effect. Yeah, but we're not perfect weapons because the military left us with emotions. You're right. That's why they lost us. Cindy's laughter was directed at both the military and herself. Even though she had left the army, some things had changed forever. She had grown accustomed to being treated like a weapon, and she treated herself as one too. At that moment, Barbara wheeled herself out from the basement corridor. She was stuck at the stairs, unsure of how to get up. Seeing the two of them there, she hesitated to speak. Cindy casually lifted both Barbara and her wheelchair with ease, setting them on the landing. Barbara, wrapped in her raincoat, clutched her laptop close. She was nervous and uncertain, worried about Commissioner Gordon's fate, and still unclear about what Deathstroke's real goals were. But for now, the atmosphere seemed peaceful, as long as she didn't look at the blood and carnage around her. So she shut her eyes tightly. Su Ming had assumed finding a car would be an easy task. However, when they reached the parking lot, they found not only the black vans driven by the assailants but also the police cars originally parked there had all been blown up. All that was left were scorched metal frames and charred wreckage, the rain putting out any lingering smoke. These black-suited individuals had no backup, and the vehicles weren't rigged with remote explosives. The only explanation was that Cindy had blown them up. When Su Ming looked over at her, Cindy shrugged, confirming it had indeed been her. With no specialized equipment to locate the signal jammer, she had taken a guess that it was in one of the vans. At that time, she hadn't thought about bringing Barbara along. Wherever she and Su Ming went, they could just use their monowheels. So she blew up the van's fuel tanks, triggering an explosion that also set off the police cars nearby, resulting in the current mess. And, as it turned out, the signal had indeed been restored. Su Ming walked over to a police car that looked relatively intact, but as soon as he touched the door handle, all 4 tires blew out, and thick smoke started rising from the hood. There's not a single working car here. Does the police station have another garage? He washed the soot off his hands with the rain and asked Barbara, who, in the storm, had to shout back with all her might. The underground garage. But you'll need to blow open the door. Just as Su Ming was about to search for the underground garage entrance, something unexpected happened. A rather shiny van sped down the street, screeching to a halt in front of the police station with a dramatic drift. The van was mostly white, but it had clearly been driving through the rain for some distance, as mud and water splattered across its surface like a messy painting. There was a dish-like radar on the roof. Despite the state of the van, one could still make out yellow letters on the side that read, GCTV1, Gotham City News Channel. "I have an idea," Su Ming muttered, resting his hand on his helmet as if stroking a beard. A few minutes earlier, inside the van, a young and attractive reporter was adjusting her gold-red hair. As the vehicle swayed left and right, she pulled out a small mirror, quickly touching up her makeup. But the dim lighting and bumpy roads made her almost poke herself in the eye with her lipstick. "Slow down, Peter. I don't want to die today, I've got a date tomorrow." From the driver's seat, a man's voice called back over the sound of the rain beating down on the windshield. "You're the one who told me to speed up and get the scoop, and now you want me to slow down so you can put on makeup. I'm your cameraman, not your chauffeur or your boyfriend." Same difference. Are we there yet? The pretty reporter pouted at her reflection, trying out different smiles. Her response was dismissive. Peter, the cameraman, seemed used to this. He knew exactly what his partner was like, a woman who risked everything for a story, who never seemed to sleep. Anytime you saw her, she was either reporting on news or chasing it down. He was the only one strong enough at the station to lug around the heavy camera equipment and keep up with her pace. But that also meant he never really got any time off, since she could always charm or guilt-trip him into joining her in pursuit of leads. "We'll be there in a few minutes, but the roads are flooded. The van could stall at any moment." The reporter, Vika, stretched her jaw, like she was warming up her facial muscles. "Then don't let it stall. What do you think I've been doing?" Peter used to think of himself as a pretty laid-back guy, though being nearly 6.5 feet tall wasn't exactly a hit with women in this world. But ever since teaming up with Vika, he'd realized his temper wasn't as mild as he thought. He'd gotten used to shouting back, almost like he was becoming just as wild as she was. Calming himself, he asked again, "Vika, are you sure your source is reliable?" The reporter answered confidently, "Of course. Do you remember that blind beggar we interviewed a while ago?" "Yeah, I remember. He called the cops saying he saw a fast food joint chopping up human meat in the kitchen." Peter swerved to avoid a manhole cover that looked like a hidden spring. Considering he was blind, the producers put our report in the entertainment section. I couldn't show my face for a week. But it turned out the blind guy was right. Batwoman later discovered they were making human sausages, though it wasn't in a fast food joint, it was a laundromat. And there was no kitchen, just a garage. Vika crawled through the van's back into the front seat, seriously emphasizing how accurate her source was, though her bosses didn't recognize it. Peter gave her a sidelong glance and sighed. "Why do you think I'm still working at the station? But you know if they catch us stealing this van again, we're done for. She can catch us all she wants, if we don't get a story." Vika wagged a finger at him, correcting his assumption. "As long as we nail this exclusive, bam. We'll show them that I'm not someone to mess with." Peter rolled his eyes. The whole station already knew she was a force to be reckoned with. If not for her landing so many exclusives, they'd both have been fired long ago. Seeing his expression, Vika playfully patted him on the shoulder. "Relax. Have you heard of the legends where some blind people actually develop superpowers? They say their soul vision is so sharp they can see through walls or even predict the future. I've turned that blind guy into a regular informant. And today, he gave me a huge tip. I paid him $200 for it." "Great. So now we're relying on what a blind guy heard, all because you believe in some mystical nonsense." Peter briefly considered turning the van around and returning it to the station before they got into more trouble. Vika just grinned. This time, it wasn't something he saw. He overheard it. In the middle of this storm, he snuck into the courthouse to take shelter. But just a little while ago, he heard rapid gunfire coming from the direction of the Gotham PD. According to him, it sounded like a rabbit with diarrhea. Peter gave her a blank look. What kind of analogy was that? Do rabbits even get diarrhea? Vika rolled her eyes and laughed awkwardly. Anyway, the point is, blind people have better hearing. That's scientifically proven. So we have reason to believe something big went down at the station. In the middle of a storm like this, that's our exclusive. Peter thought about it. She had a point. If they got the scoop, the whole stealing event thing would be written off as the passion of dedicated reporters. No harm, no foul, there might even be a bonus. They exchanged a grin, like two foxes heading toward the henhouse, filled with anticipation for the rewards to come. When the van pulled up in front of the police station, it was clear from the wrecked cars and scattered bodies that Vika's $200 tip had been worth it. If this wasn't big news, what was? Vika and Peter quickly threw on their rain gear, protecting the camera and microphone from the downpour. The rain was so heavy that Vika had to shout to be heard over the noise. The reporter adjusted her makeup one more time, fixing her hair into a cute fringe under her raincoat. She glanced at Peter, who gave her a thumbs up, indicating that the camera and mic were working fine. She hopped out of the van, with Peter close behind, carefully picking an angle for the shot. She chose a wrecked police car frame as the background, with the station's blown-out doors and bodies scattered around. Vika signaled Peter to start rolling. As soon as she saw the familiar red light on the camera, she put on her most poised and intellectual expression. Good evening, viewers. This is your trusted reporter, Vika Vale, coming to you live from outside Gotham City's police station. As you can see, a tragedy has unfolded behind me. Peter, knowing her style well, immediately zoomed in on the wreckage and corpses behind her for a long, dramatic shot. We don't yet know what exactly transpired inside the station, but stay with us as we investigate further. And remember, you heard it first from Vika Vale's exclusive report. She playfully pointed at the camera, flashing a cute smile like she was sharing a private joke with her audience. It was this style that made her popular with the city's viewers. Leading Peter into the station, she continued emoting for the camera. Oh my god, this place looks like hell on earth. She gasped in horror, like a little girl who had just discovered a monster under her bed. Who are these black-clad assailants? She furrowed her brow in confusion, playing the part of a detective trying to solve the mystery. These brave officers fought until their last breath. May they rest in peace, and may their families know they have my deepest condolences. She bowed solemnly toward the bodies on the floor, her sadness even more professional than a city council spokesperson's. In short, Vika was putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, showing off her ability to act through every emotion, something that made her stand out in the news world. As they entered the main hall of the station, the scene became even more gruesome. Outside, the rain had at least washed away some of the blood. But here, it was a full-on massacre. Civilians and officers lay strewn across the floor, making the place look like a slaughterhouse. Oh my god, viewers, Vika is truly terrified right now. I don't know if the killers have left, but as a journalist, I must uncover the truth. Stay tuned for more of my reports. I'm Vika Vale. She struck the perfect balance of fear and determination, embodying the image of a journalist driven by a higher calling to uncover the truth, even at personal risk. But in reality, she didn't feel any danger. This was clearly the aftermath of a firefight between gangs and the police. They weren't deranged serial killers, they wouldn't hang around the crime scene. She was just here to get some attention, boost her popularity, and eventually, if things went well, leave Gotham and start fresh in Metropolis. Just then, Vika noticed Peter's expression had changed. He looked genuinely terrified, like he was mimicking her fear, but it didn't suit his large frame. Cut, cut, cut. Vika lowered her mic, annoyed. I know you want to be an anchor too, but honestly, your body type isn't right for the job. Not everyone can make it in this business. Peter's mouth was agape, and now he really did look terrified. Oh, come on. What's with the wide-eyed stare? You're overacting. Vika shook her head, amused by Peter's exaggerated performance. Male anchors have it even tougher than us women, but since we're partners, I'll help you out. Watch my face. Slowly raise your eyebrows and open your mouth just a little. Vika patiently demonstrated a slow-motion version of the expression. The news segment was pretty much done, and once they got back to the van to edit the footage, they could send it off to the station. Then that smug producer in the studio would have nothing to say. Vika was feeling generous and decided she'd give Peter a few pointers. After all, in the world of television, connections mattered. If you couldn't even get along with your own partner, your future prospects were dim. Peter seemed to take her correction to heart but didn't follow her advice. Instead, he kept his camera on his shoulder, wiped his eyes, and then covered his face as he began to scream. Chapter 14, CH-14 Deathstroke's broadcast. Vika nodded. Being a male news anchor and acting scared. A bit of exaggeration was expected. Who knew that Peter, usually so bulky and tough, could scream just like any other terrified man? Good job, though you overdid it a bit, Vika critiqued, pointing out a few flaws in his performance. The scream was too long and abrupt. If the viewers have their TVs turned up, you'll scare them. Keep the pitch high, but lower the volume a little. Try to avoid too much editing afterward, it's just a hassle. But Peter remained frozen, maintaining the same horrified expression. Vika walked over and gave him a push. Come on, let's get back to the van and edit the footage. I can teach you more about facial expressions later. You look like you just saw a ghost. She chuckled at her own joke. After all, ghosts don't exist, even with all the bodies lying around. However, a voice suddenly appeared right behind her, close to her ear, saying, "It's not a ghost he's seen, it's me." Vika stiffened. She had been facing away from the depths of the police station and had no idea someone had snuck up so close, completely unnoticed. In this storm, in such a place, the only person who could still be here was probably the killer. Why hadn't this group of gangsters left after the murders? This wasn't like usual. Vika's heart sank. She assumed that there were probably dozens of guns trained on them, which explained why Peter hadn't moved an inch. "I'm a big fan of your show, Vika Vale," the voice continued lazily, as if it was floating around her, never staying in one place. Yet, she couldn't hear any footsteps. "Hey, well, seems like everyone loves me. You do too, right? Please, don't hurt me." Vika laughed nervously, though she was thinking otherwise. Was her biggest fan a mob boss or some psycho killer? Could this whole lead have been a trap just to catch her and do unspeakable things? This wasn't the kind of fan she wanted. "Turn around slowly. I've got some plans for my own TV debut," the voice instructed. Following the voice's directions, Vika slowly turned around, and immediately her face mirrored Peter's. There weren't hundreds of mobsters pointing guns at her as she'd imagined. Instead, there was only one man, standing there with his arms crossed, silently observing them. But this single man was more terrifying than 100 gangsters, because he was Deathstroke. The man before them was, of course, Su Ming. Initially, their plan had been to sneak off with the reporter's van while they were inside investigating. But upon hearing Vika introduce herself, Su Ming changed his mind. He instructed Cindy to take Barbara around the back to the van while he borrowed not only the van but also the reporters. Despite this world's Vika Vale being more like the new 52 version, a TV anchor instead of a reporter for the Gotham Gazette, one thing remained true: this woman had both the gift of gab and an uncanny streak of good luck. Vika had originally appeared in DC Comics back in 1948, one of Batman's early love interests, before Catwoman or Talia al Ghul came onto the scene. She was the only one of Batman's girlfriends to survive those early years. Her luck was almost supernatural, to the point where it felt like she was the child of the universe. Every major villain treated her with surprising respect, and it was always low-level goons who posed any threat to her, never the real threats. She casually dated Gotham's richest man, Bruce Wayne, and stumbled upon the biggest scoop in town, Batman. Su Ming recalled the 1989 Batman movie by Tim Burton, where Joker planned to blow up Gotham to make Batman feel his pain. While everyone was rushing to evacuate, Vika ran the other way, seeking an interview with the Joker. And the Joker, amused by her craziness, happily obliged, giving her an exclusive interview where he explained his twisted philosophy. He even let her tag along to witness his showdown with Batman. Su Ming still remembered one line from that film, when the Joker showed her a super bomb and she clapped her hands like a child, saying, "Mr. Joker, what a marvelous creation. Oh, you're so powerful. I love purple." Who knows if she was talking about the purple bomb or the Joker's purple suit. If Batman hadn't defeated the Joker, Su Ming suspected Vika might have turned into another Harley Quinn. Ever since, she'd shown a wild fascination with Gotham's dark side in the comics, interviewing many of Gotham's rogues, including lunatics like Two-Face. Yet, she always walked away unharmed, with every villain enjoying their chat with her. The Joker had kidnapped every person close to Batman at one point or another, except Vika Vale. That remained one of DC Comics' unsolved mysteries. Encountering Vika Vale of Earth-11 was an unexpected surprise for Su Ming, but he figured he might as well use her fame. "Is this a live broadcast?" Su Ming asked Vika. "No, it's pre-recorded. We haven't edited it yet." Vika had no idea why the world's top assassin would ask such a thing. Was he worried about leaving a trace? She quickly clarified that it wasn't a live feed but just a recording. Under his mask, Su Ming's expression was unreadable as he spoke again. "I want it to go live." He pulled out his gun, pointing it at Peter, though the question was clearly directed at Vika. It was as if Peter's life depended on her answer. "We can't do that. We need approval from the station." Vika waved her hands frantically, fearing he might pull the trigger. In her mind, an assassin like Deathstroke wouldn't make idle threats. If he hadn't killed her yet and wanted to broadcast something, she figured she was safe for now. "Fine, we're heading back to the van. Others are waiting." Back in the van, Barbara and Cindy watched in confusion as Su Ming brought the two reporters out at gunpoint. Neither could understand what he was planning. Even Cindy was perplexed, feeling like this version of herself from an alternate world had a different way of thinking. Inside the van, Vika was shocked to see there were two Deathstrokes, but she didn't doubt their identities, not with all the bodies lying around outside. They'd even kidnapped Barbara Gordon, Commissioner Gordon's daughter. Who knew what they were planning? But with guns aimed at her, she and Peter dutifully finished editing the footage and sent it to the station. At Gotham TV, there weren't many staff left on the night shift. Most of the midnight programming was automated, showing reruns or boring infomercials. The news channel still had a live anchor on standby for 24-hour news updates, but on a stormy night like this, there wasn't much to report. The same weather update was regurgitated every half hour. In the control room, the director received Vika's footage. She sighed, not even wanting to watch it. She had planned to report Vika and Peter for stealing the van, but with everyone watching, she couldn't just ignore the clip. Reluctantly, she clicked play, and what she saw shocked her. Vika had, once again, found a major scoop. The director gritted her teeth, realizing her plan to report them was doomed. If the station boss found out they'd landed a huge exclusive, they wouldn't be punished, they'd probably be given an award. Damn it, she got lucky again. She cursed under her breath, but under the eyes of the other staff, she handed the footage to the editors and ordered them to prepare a script for the anchor. It was 12:30, time for the next round of news updates. The night anchor drank some water, getting ready. They rotated shifts, passing the broadcasting baton from one studio to another, like workers on an assembly line. Studio 1 broadcasted from 12 to 12:27, then took a half-hour break while Studio 2 took over, broadcasting until 12:57, and so on. In truth, almost no one watched the midnight news, but the anchor still had to plaster on a professional smile. As he scanned the script, he noticed some fresh news, a rare occurrence at this hour. It felt like a small reward for the monotony of the job, like winning $10 on a lottery ticket. As the red light in the studio flicked on, he flashed his best smile. Thank you for staying tuned to Gotham City TV News. We have breaking news. Earlier tonight, a group of assailants attacked the Gotham City Police Department, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. The situation is still under investigation. Now, let's go to our reporter on the scene. The director signaled an OK, indicating the clip was playing. But the anchor didn't relax, he watched the footage too. The clip showed the aftermath of a fierce battle. The police station had turned into a war zone, which wasn't unheard of in Gotham, but seeing it happen inside the station was a first. Peter had done an excellent job capturing the horrific scene. Viewers at home, bored and looking for excitement on this stormy night, were shocked by the graphic footage. Director, Vika just sent in a request to go live, one of the editors with a headset said. The female director gritted her teeth. Seeing the viewer rating spike like a revived heart monitor, she reluctantly muttered, "Give it to her." The anchor received the signal and nodded slightly. After the clip finished playing, the broadcast cut back to the studio. We have an update from the scene. Now, we go live to our reporter, Vika Vale. The live feed connected, but instead of Vika's familiar face, the screen showed a black and yellow mask. Good evening, Vika Wah, oh. My God. It's Deathstroke. The anchor, smiling pleasantly just a moment ago, leapt from his chair as if scalded by hot water. He screamed, stumbling backward until his back hit the wall, trembling like a scared child. But he couldn't tear his eyes from the screen. The black and yellow armor seemed to hold a magnetic power over him, capturing his full attention. Good evening, anchor. Deathstroke tilted his head slightly, greeting the camera with a playful tone. Then, with more enthusiasm, he addressed the city. Good evening, Gotham. Somewhere in Gotham, surely, some lunatic might have replied, Good evening, Deathstroke. But in the studio, no one could muster the courage to speak. It was as if they'd all been choked into silence. Su Ming didn't care if anyone dared to talk back. He waved his gun and signaled Peter to zoom out. As you can see, Gotham PD is done for. Unfortunately, the prize inside wasn't the chocolate I wanted, haha. That joke didn't land, and everyone watching felt a wave of fear. The camera panned out, showing Deathstroke holding a gun to the head of a girl in a wheelchair. She was curled up in the rain, her eyes tightly shut, trembling uncontrollably. This is Barbara Gordon, Commissioner Gordon's daughter. Some of you might know her. Su Ming tapped his head with the barrel of his gun, acting like a madman, enhancing the image of Deathstroke as Gotham's ultimate nightmare. My target is Commissioner Gordon, but another group got to him first. Here's my message to them. He stepped closer to the camera, his presence overwhelming. You'd better deliver Gordon to me, alive. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I'll find you. One by one, I'll kill you all. And I promise, the pain will be unimaginable. With that, he fired his gun at Barbara. She collapsed from her wheelchair, her fate unknown. At that moment, countless viewers at home covered their mouths in shock. Fear, which had receded somewhat since Joker's last capture, surged back into their hearts. This was a different kind of terror from the Joker's chaos. This was cold, calculated, and deadly. The camera cut back to Deathstroke, his gun still smoking. No one doubted that at such close range, Barbara was dead. If anyone has information on these black-clad assailants, or knows Gordon's whereabouts, contact the station. They'll pass it on to me. And as a reward, I'll grant you one wish. Tell me who you want dead, and they won't live to see tomorrow. That's a $2 million service, free of charge. One more thing, to the staff at the station, I want this broadcast replayed 24/7. If you don't comply, your station will end up like the police station behind me. Peter zoomed in on the devastated police station, capturing every horrific detail at Su Ming's request. The studio staff subconsciously imagined their own bodies lying among the wreckage, all swallowing nervously. The broadcast cut off. In the studio, the anchor screamed, running around like a headless chicken. We're doomed. Doomed. Deathstroke's coming to kill us. I'm going home. Home. His frantic behavior was broadcast to every home in Gotham, but not a single viewer laughed at him. Instead, they all felt a chill, as though someone was breathing down their necks. Chapter 15, CH-15 Madwoman Reporter. What kind of chaos Gotham would descend into after the broadcast ended was the least of Su Ming's concerns. If the chaos lured the bat, that would be ideal. He lifted Barbara, placing her back in the wheelchair and pushing her into the van. Nice performance. You've got the makings of a news anchor. Vika shot a subtle glance, a bit offended. Being a news anchor required more than just acting skills. It took years of hard work, mastering makeup, etiquette, and various knowledge, none of which came easily. Barbara was shivering, thoroughly drenched by the rain, her pale lips trembling as she asked, "Will doing this really keep my father safe?" Su Ming gestured for Vika and Peter to get into the van. They were hostages now, and despite their reluctance, they climbed in. Cindy started the engine. "I'm not sure," Su Ming replied, searching the van until he found a towel and handed it to Barbara. "But using my name to threaten them will at least buy your father some time." He continued, "It makes them think twice. Just imagine the consequences of angering Deathstroke. Whatever they were planning for Gordon, they'll reconsider. We need that time." Cindy pressed the gas pedal to the floor, driving with impressive reflexes. She even had time to join in on the conversation. Barbara nodded, looking at Su Ming gratefully. "Thank you. You're a good person." "Spare me the good guy card," Su Ming quickly shook his head, rejecting the compliment. "Once we rescue Gordon, I'll send him the bill." Barbara chuckled, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. "You don't really seem like a killer. You even make jokes." Barbara finally felt some relief, exhausted but comforted by the fact that the world's strongest mercenary was on her side. She gained a bit more confidence in her father's survival. Vika, sitting quietly across from them, stared, convinced the world had gone mad. The infamous Deathstroke, chatting and laughing with the daughter of Gotham's police commissioner, and even faking her death on live TV, it was beyond crazy. And from what she was gathering, Deathstroke was now on his way to rescue Gordon, offering a $2 million bounty just to ensure his safety. Using murder to save someone. It's the most illogical yet strangely reasonable thing I've ever heard. After mulling it over, Vika ignored Peter's pleading gaze and decided to speak up. Su Ming glanced at her. She hadn't appeared on camera, so the TV station probably thought she was dead. Was her professional instinct already kicking in, pushing past the fear? Killing one to save another is balance. "I'm just doing what needs to be done." He removed his helmet. The van had warmed up a bit, and the moisture had condensed inside the helmet like a steam room. He'd never realized how uncomfortable this suit could be. Although Vika was startled by his male appearance, she quickly pushed it aside and professionally followed up with another question. "Do you consider yourself insane, Mr. Deathstroke? Have you ever felt there's something wrong with you?" Peter's eyes widened. This was a death wish. But Su Ming found the question intriguing. After all, it was something this world's Vika had once asked Batman in another reality. "Do you think this world is normal?" Su Ming had read the comics and knew the best response, a counter-question. As expected, the answer made Vika pause, deep in thought, frowning silently. Peter, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. He swore to himself, after this, he was quitting. No paycheck was worth this kind of stress. Cindy, too, heard Su Ming's theory about balance. Not realizing he was mostly improvising, she found it philosophical, almost like a proverb from an ancient Eastern kingdom. The van sped through the rain-soaked streets and alleys. They encountered a few robbers or highwaymen braving the storm, but all Cindy had to do was poke her head out of the window, and they fled in terror. With the tension easing after the drive, Vika found herself less frightened. Deathstroke, she realized, didn't seem as crazy as the rumors suggested. Instead, he had his own understanding of the world and a unique perspective. Seeing the petty criminals flee, she sighed in disappointment. If Deathstroke had fought them, she could have filmed a great side scene. Disappointed. Su Ming's keen perception picked up on her sigh. "You like seeing people killed?" "No, not that," Vika shook her head. "I just wanted to capture some action. The viewers love it." "Well, if we find the ones who kidnapped Gordon, and we end up storming their hideout, you can film it, as long as your cameraman here doesn't throw up." Su Ming offered her a small concession. After all, she was DC's luckiest star, and it was better not to antagonize her too much. But as for Peter, the sight of the huge man, acting all delicate and effeminate, was more than enough to make Su Ming queasy. "Great. He'll be fine, right, Peter?" Under Vika's stern gaze, Peter nodded sheepishly, looking so submissive that Su Ming had to turn his head to avoid retching. Satisfied, Vika squeezed herself between Barbara and Su Ming. "Thanks. If that happens, I'll have another exclusive story. It's mutual benefit. Even mercenaries need a little advertising sometimes." TV's a good platform. If the world still existed afterward, Su-Ming wouldn't mind drumming up some business for himself or Cindy. Vika's eyes lit up as she pulled out a small notebook, flipping it open and adopting a reporter's stance. Su-Ming couldn't help but laugh. I thought you were a TV reporter. TV reporters can take notes too. So, Mr. Deathstroke, can you tell me what your relationship is with the other Deathstroke driving? Or are you not the real one, and she is? Cindy let out a triumphant laugh. See? Everyone thinks I'm the real deal. Su-Ming's just the violent, Batman-esque knockoff. Su-Ming sighed. He didn't want to kill innocent people, but he pulled out his sword. Looks like I'll just have to kill you all. No, please. Kidding, Su-Ming sheathed his sword again. Batgirl likes you. All the crazies in this city are your fans. Maybe Joker's in Arkham watching your news reports every day. At the mention of Batgirl, Vika perked up, eyes twinkling with curiosity. Oh. Really? Then why doesn't she come see me? If I leave my address and phone number, could you pass them along? I'd love to do an interview with her. Who are you talking about? Batgirl or Joker? Both. Vika wore an insatiable grin, licking her lips like a middle-aged man cracking a dirty joke, reminding Su-Ming of some crude uncles from his old world. You're crazier than I thought. Is there anyone sane left in this city? The van was filled with laughter, except for Barbara, who didn't know what expression to make. Every time Joker was mentioned, her back started to ache again. Chapter 16, CH-16 Arrival at the scene. The journey this time was longer, as Cindy had to take the Northern Ring Road due to the flooding in the underground tunnel. By the time they arrived at the previously located spot, it was already past 1 a.m. Under the pitch-black night sky, everything was covered in water, with the line between the ground and the sky blurred. However, they could still see Commissioner Gordon's brown sedan parked by the roadside not far ahead, its taillights still glowing. Su-Ming and Cindy prepared to get out and investigate the scene. As for the two reporters, even if they tried to send Vika away, she wouldn't leave. She was still waiting for more juicy material and the action-packed footage Su-Ming had promised her. Peter, being Vika's sidekick, certainly didn't have the guts to walk through 3 gang territories alone in the dead of night. Can I get out and film a crime scene documentary or something? Vika hurriedly started putting on her coat, looking eagerly at Su-Ming. Su-Ming didn't mind. Having some recorded footage might come in handy. Sure, but don't film both Deathstrokes at the same time, and don't film Barbara. No live streaming. If you try any tricks, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Cindy didn't object either. After all, it didn't matter which one of them did the thinking, both were capable. In fact, she felt an unexpected sense of comfort, as if she were with an old friend, like Holly. Barbara also wanted to go down, but due to her limited mobility, she had to stay in the van. The cold air washed over Su-Ming again, pushing away all distractions. He quickly approached Gordon's car, opened the door, and started examining the scene. The car smelled of tobacco and coffee but not blood. Gordon's phone sat neatly on the dashboard, showing several missed calls from Barbara, confirming that it was indeed his phone. The car keys were still in the ignition, and the engine was in neutral, suggesting that Gordon had only planned to leave the car for a short time, but something unexpected had happened. The fuel tank was half full, the battery was charged, and there were no signs of tampering with the hood or the trunk, ruling out vehicle malfunction. So, what caused him to leave his car and fall into the black-clad attacker's trap? Sue, there's a body in the water over here. Cindy, who had been checking the surveillance cameras, jumped down from a nearby utility pole, splashing water everywhere. There was indeed a device like a music player attached to the surveillance camera. She collected the equipment, planning to study it later. As she walked toward Su-Ming, she noticed a faint white shape under the dirty water not far from the car. Her experience told her it was a corpse. Su-Ming immediately understood that this body was likely what drew Gordon from his car. As a police officer, finding a body would ensure that he'd stop and investigate, no matter the time. This meant the attackers wanted Gordon alive, not dead, which was good news. Cindy used her foot to pull the corpse from the water. It had already started to deform from soaking, and the rain had accelerated the breakdown of fat, making the skin look loose and saggy. They quickly identified the cause of death, massive blood loss from external injuries. Right there, they started an impromptu autopsy. As assassins, understanding human anatomy was a basic skill. When necessary, playing the role of a coroner wasn't a problem. Cindy examined the internal organs, while Su-Ming checked the limbs and head. Viewers, what we are seeing now is the scene of Commissioner Gordon's disappearance. Behind me is. From a distance, Vika's voice could be heard as she recorded her show. True to her word, she didn't try to film both Deathstrokes, knowing it would be crossing a line that could result in dire consequences. The two assassins were not distracted by her and swiftly completed their examination, working with precision, their 4 hands performing identical tasks. After about 30 seconds, they confirmed there was nothing they missed. In the pouring rain, this was the most information they could gather. Who goes first? Su Ming asked with a smile. I don't want to play the say the same thing at the same time game again. I'll go first. Cindy stood up, scanning their surroundings, though the only thing around was more rain. The internal organs show signs of bruising from blunt trauma, apart from the knife wound. She was beaten before she died. Her cardiovascular system is well developed, indicating she was either a laborer or an athlete. There's no food in her stomach, she's probably been starving for 2 or 3 days. I think she was executed in some secret prison. She was a prisoner. Su Ming nodded, stood up, and surveyed the area. He added, my findings match yours. She didn't walk here on her own, her feet are too well preserved for that. This body was dumped here. Her knuckles are large, with noticeable calluses and wear on the first 3 fingers of both hands. Her muscles are evenly developed, suggesting she was either a fighter or a swimmer. Her forearms have defensive wounds, meaning she fought before she died. Both her wrists and ankles show signs of being bound. She was tortured before being killed. They stood silently, contemplating. The only sound between them was the rain for several seconds. No obvious signs of torture, Cindy said, glancing toward Vika, who was still performing her cheerful broadcast in front of the camera as if nothing had happened. Maybe waterboarding. There's a technique where you cover the face with paper and pour water over it, leaving signs of suffocation during an autopsy, Su Ming mused. Where did you hear that? Cindy had never seen such a method. Their usual tactics involve shoving people's heads into toilets or other unsanitary places, but that would leave water in the lungs, showing signs of drowning during the autopsy. Oh, ancient civilizations all had similar methods. You should look into it when you get the chance. In reality, Su Ming had picked it up from TV shows during his time as a security guard, though he suspected this particular technique originated in China. Cindy sighed, shaking her head. What you're thinking is the same thing I'm thinking. This situation just got more complicated. Su Ming understood as well. A body in such physical condition was no ordinary person. The League of Shadows, they said simultaneously. This time, though, they simply stood silently over the corpse, saying nothing more. A League of Shadows assassin had died here. No matter who was responsible, the assassins would avenge her. That was their ancient tradition. If the ones who kidnapped Gordon were responsible, the League wouldn't care to differentiate. They would kill everyone as a warning, and Gordon's life would be in danger. How far is Nanda Parbat from Gotham? Su Ming asked, needing to calculate time. You don't know. How long does it take in your world? Cindy was curious. She knew Su Ming had access to things her world didn't, maybe faster travel methods. Nanda Parbat, the League of Shadows headquarters, wasn't actually in the south but rather in a frozen, mysterious place that no technology could detect. Like Themyscira, Atlantis, and the House of Mystery, it was shielded by some unknown force or existed outside the material world. From what Su Ming could gather from shows like Arrow and the Dark Knight trilogy, it was probably somewhere around Iceland or Greenland. About 7 hours. Su Ming estimated, calculating Gotham's location relative to a flight. Too slow. Here, it only takes 4 hours. You'd find assassins swarming Gotham by then. What? Faster than a plane? Did they have some secret travel method? This isn't exactly a competition. We're short on time. Su Ming interrupted, annoyed. Why was she so proud of even the assassin's travel speed? Fine. Those black-clad guys are probably hiding in the nearby buildings. Let's check for any clues. Cindy sighed. All right, I'll go that way. Su Ming turned to leave. Time was running out. Cindy shrugged in the rain. She just wanted to show off her strength. Amazon women were like that, but it seemed Sue wasn't impressed. She kicked open the door of the nearest building and began questioning the residents, seemingly venting her frustration by hacking at anything in sight. As soon as they left, Vika and Peter approached the body, recording everything. Suddenly, Vika felt something under her foot and noticed a wound on the corpse's waist, making a discovery that brought a smile to her face. Chapter 17, CH-17. The reporter receives her reward. Su Ming and Cindy took about 5 minutes before meeting up again in the pouring rain. The night seemed even darker than usual, and the whole street was filled with an uneasy atmosphere. Many civilians, having been startled awake, were hiding behind the curtains of their homes, afraid to turn on the lights and attract attention. Instead, they stared out through rain-soaked glass, peering fearfully at the 2 blurry figures below. I have only bad news. I found ninja footprints on the rooftop. It seems other members of the League of Shadows were here before us. Cindy looked at the knee-high water flooding the streets. Gotham's drainage system was working at full capacity, but it couldn't keep up with the intensity of the rain. Su Ming nodded, signaling that he hadn't found anything either. The inside of the building had been cleaned so thoroughly it was unnatural, especially for a low-income neighborhood. The black-clad attackers must have deliberately tidied up before leaving. Determined, Su Ming tried to find witnesses, breaking down a few doors and threatening residents with guns and knives. Despite some of them being scared into wetting their bedsheets, there were still no witnesses. This suggested the attackers moved swiftly and quietly. On the bright side, it also meant no one fired any shots, so Gordon was likely uninjured. Sighing, Su Ming realized their only remaining clue was the assassin's corpse. Should they use it to lure the League of Shadows into a conversation? That would be too passive. By the time the League came for the body, they might have already wiped out the attackers, leaving Gordon dead long before. We should return to the car and bring the body with us. With no other options, Su Ming and Cindy headed back to the vehicle. Staring at the river of rainwater flowing down the streets, both of them silently contemplated their next move. Why do you think she was dressed like that? There are no gunshot wounds. How was she captured? Cindy had her theories but wanted to hear Su Ming's opinion. As he had mentioned, their combined knowledge often filled in gaps, and more clues were always helpful. They sat in the driver's seat, Cindy leaned against the steering wheel while Su Ming lounged in the passenger seat, hands behind his head. Shaking his head, Su Ming watched as Vika bossed Peter around, directing him to film the sky one moment and the flood the next. In Gotham, a lot of people could pull this off. Scarecrow's fear gas is available on the black market, practically ready to be sold in supermarkets. Killer Croc, Clayface, those mutants all take mercenary jobs if their employers can pay. But our black-clad friends acted rashly. The League of Shadows would never divulge secrets, no matter the torture. All they did was invite the wrath of the League. Such a waste. They could have been potential clients with all that cash. Cindy lamented, feeling as though she'd lost a huge payday. No matter what kind of group it was, their opponents were mere mortals, while the League of Shadows comprised highly trained assassins. These assassins were trained from a young age, mastering weapons at 4, learning to kill by 5, and by 8, they were executing missions worldwide. They had no sense of self, abandoning their real names to become weapons of the League. The lower-ranked assassins had no honor, only skill in striking from the shadows. Maybe the group responsible for killing the assassins would soon be wiped out, but before that happened, Su Ming and Cindy needed to find Gordon. Barbara, realizing their trail had gone cold, also understood that Gordon was likely safe for now, but maybe only for the next 3 hours. The three of them sat in silence, thinking about their remaining clues. The surrounding streets had long since had their surveillance cameras destroyed by Gotham's numerous villains, leaving nothing to trace. Su Ming felt like he was back in the 1980s, wondering how cops solved cases back then. As they sat deep in thought, Vika returned cheerfully, humming a tune as she and Peter came back, clearly pleased with the footage they had captured. Taking off her rain-soaked coat, Vika noticed Barbara's worried expression. "Oh. What's got the little girl down?" she asked curiously, looking at Su Ming. "Because, aside from a female corpse, we've got no leads." "Did the TV station call you? Any helpful viewers?" Vika chuckled. "Despite the reward you offered, no one dares lie to you. Even the con artists are scared stiff. So far, no one's called the hotline." She pulled out her phone and waved it. The TV station had indeed called earlier, but only to confirm she was still alive and to pass along a message to Deathstroke. The station would cooperate with his demands, just please don't kill them. No calls. Aren't they going to help me look for clues? Looks like they need more motivation. Maybe we should head to the station and kill a few people to get them excited, Cindy grumbled. In her past missions, clients at least provided a name or picture of the target, nothing as complicated as this. Good idea. You could start with our news director. She's awful, always trying to stifle talented journalists like me. Vika eagerly encouraged Cindy to drive back to the TV station for a massacre. If she could use Deathstroke to get rid of her nemesis, her life would be much easier. Her thoughts constantly danced on the edge of madness, as if she were a detached observer, unaffected by the events unfolding around her. Su Ming took off his helmet, smirking knowingly at Vika. He could tell she had discovered something and was now angling for her reward, like a bounty hunter savoring the moment before claiming their prize. "You want us to start killing already? Did you find something?" "That reward is only for those who provide clues." Vika smiled smugly and pulled out a pair of glasses from her pocket, still wet as if they had just been pulled from the water. She handed them to Barbara. "You can't go back on your word now. The person who provided the clue is me." She pointed to herself, and when Barbara confirmed the glasses belonged to Gordon, Vika continued. "Commissioner Gordon dropped his glasses when he was abducted, but he managed to leave a clue on them. I found them hidden underwater, covered by the corpse and some stones. If I hadn't been lucky, I wouldn't have noticed." Su Ming took the glasses from Barbara. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, typical old man glasses with a very outdated style. Perhaps Barbara inherited her poor fashion sense from her father. But he knew it couldn't be that simple. Under the car's interior light, Su Ming tilted the glasses and saw some faint scratches etched onto the lenses. He used a sharp stone to carve a message on the lenses, Cindy noted after peering at them. It's a license plate number. Probably the vehicle they used to kidnap him. Classic Gordon. Even while being kidnapped, he left a clue. Barbara, it's up to you now. You know what to do, right? Su Ming handed the glasses back to her. Barbara knew exactly what to do and immediately opened her laptop to hack into the Department of Transportation servers, searching for footage or registration information on the car. But the system's response was disappointing. The server was down. Damn it. The city's traffic monitoring servers are offline. The storm must have knocked out their power. Barbara slammed her wheelchair armrest in frustration, swearing in anger. All she wanted was to save her father, but it seemed like the universe was working against her. Su Ming calmed her down, assuring her it wasn't the end. Since they had the license plate number, there was another place where they could find the information. I know a place that has all the data on Gotham, but whether you can access it depends on you. I can do it. Barbara nodded seriously, determined. Even if I get arrested, I'll save him. Su Ming just smiled. He looked over at Cindy, who already knew what he was referring to. She shrugged indifferently but gestured toward the back of the van. Then you better blindfold them and remove their SIM cards. We can't let them remember the way to this place. Chapter 18, Ch-18 The Romans. Yes, that place cannot be revealed to them. Barbara might be fine, but the reporter? Absolutely not. Su Ming doesn't mind causing a bit of trouble for Batgirl, but letting villains know her identity is an entirely different matter from just letting the public know. So, if I provide another clue, can I avoid being blindfolded? Vika tried to negotiate. No, Su Ming tore the towel into 3 pieces, covering the eyes of all 3. If you dare to touch it, I'll break your toes. But the way you tied it is really uncomfortable, and even if I were to touch it, I'd use my hands. Why break my toes? Vika squirmed in her seat, clearly uncomfortable. Because I feel like it, Su Ming answered her with a defiant tone. Where's your proof? You won't even let me see, so I'm not telling you. Go ahead, kill me. Vika turned her head, stretching her neck toward Su Ming's hand. I never said you couldn't see. You just have to wait until we arrive. Besides, the person you want dead will be gone by tomorrow. Su Ming shared his plan, pushing her back into her seat. Cindy was driving wildly, and everything inside the car seemed to be vibrating at high frequency. All right, remember what you said, hee. Vika laughed, feeling like her luck was truly on her side. I already know who the boss of those black-clad people is. Oh. Even Cindy was intrigued now. How had so many people missed this? But Vika figured it out. She didn't think the reporter was smarter than her. But Su Ming knew Vika was just that bizarre. It was as if the heavens themselves favored her. She was lucky enough to not only stumble upon clues but, under the right circumstances, might even end up saving the world from a crisis. That was how it went in the comics. Her luck was unbelievable. If some thugs tried to harass her, a superhero would conveniently be nearby. If she needed a news story, the clues would practically walk up to her. Even if her boss wanted to reprimand her, some board member would immediately step in to support her. Su Ming decided to bring her along not only to use the TV station but also because of her strange luck. Sometimes you really do need a bit of luck to get things done, she made for a handy tool. But does good luck really count as a superpower? Go on, continue, Su Ming gestured for her to speak. Ahem, I checked the wounds on the body. The cuts were very distinct, something you both must have noticed too, which led me to think of ritualistic killings. Vika cleared her throat, preparing to launch into a lengthy explanation. Cindy shook her head, lighting up a cigar and blowing a smoke ring, which was quickly blown away by the wind. I don't remember any Jack the Ripper types in Gotham. Don't rush me. I haven't finished, Vika smiled under the towel, revealing only the lower half of her face. She slowly explained, I don't recall any Jack the Ripper cases in Gotham either. So, if it's not a unique technique, it must be based on some ancient form of torture. Then I remembered where I'd seen a record of such a method before. An ancient punishment. Su Ming crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and thought hard but couldn't recall anything. His mind was flooded with thoughts of ancient Chinese punishments like quartering and dismemberment. Cindy seemed equally stumped, her expression showed she wasn't sure either. Smoking wasn't helping. Hee, because it was kind of gross, I didn't thoroughly examine the body. But I estimate the weapon was about 60 centimeters long with a blade width of 5 centimeters, which confirmed my theory. This is a form of belly-slitting punishment. I happened to come across this method while reporting on a ritualistic murder case not too long ago. Vika directly provided the answer, though the term sounded unfamiliar. Seeing the other 3 still clueless, she felt a sense of pride. It seemed her efforts to become an outstanding news anchor hadn't been in vain. Her obscure knowledge was finally useful. She continued to explain. This was an ancient Roman punishment. The victim was tied to a post, and a Roman short sword would be used to make them die slowly from blood loss. Now, if you think of Romans in Gotham, who comes to mind? Carmine Falcone. Su Ming sighed. If it's him, it makes sense, he's always hated Gordon and the Bat. Hated? Gordon tricked him, and Batgirl roasted him under the bat signal like a half-cooked steak. He's wanted them dead for years. Cindy chimed in with a laugh, shaking her head. She had heard about what happened 10 years ago. Batman could be downright weird sometimes. Torturing someone under the bat signal. What kind of punishment was that? But if Falcone was behind all this, things were starting to get complicated. Falcone wasn't just some brainless thug, he had once been the Dark Emperor of Gotham, a man who had ruled with an iron fist. For a man to rise to such power in this world, he certainly wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't do anything pointless. The League of Shadows, a centuries-old organization, would undoubtedly recognize the ancient punishment inflicted on the body as Falcone's signature. It was a message, I killed your people, come after me. If this had been the Falcone of 10 years ago, he would have had the strength to face off against the League. Back then, Gotham was entirely under his control. But now? What did he have to fight with? Could it be a setup? I thought Falcone was locked up in Blackgate Prison. Barbara wanted to check on her computer, but she was still blindfolded. Gordon's daughter is so adorably naive, Vika teased, reaching out to touch Barbara's face, only for her to dodge. Falcone was granted medical leave due to a sudden illness 2 months after being imprisoned. Looks like he's back. Yes, no one would frame someone who's been out of the game for a decade. People have already forgotten about him, only he would bring up old grudges, Cindy agreed. Falcone must have returned. After all, with the clues they had, this was the only logical conclusion. The rain outside intensified. Cindy had now driven off the ring road, bumping along a muddy path. The trees loomed darkly in the shadows, their leaves making a constant pitter-patter as rain poured down, creating a symphony of sound. Su Ming noticed the occasional fallen tree flashing by, indicating the wind had picked up as well. What had been a heavy downpour was now a full-blown storm. Su Ming was surprised to learn that Wayne Manor was located in such a remote area. It seemed like getting basic utilities like water and electricity here would require special pipelines. And in an emergency, it would take time to get from here to the city, not convenient at all. If Bryce lived next to the police station, wouldn't that be more convenient? The bat signal could flash, and she could meet Gordon in under 2 minutes. As he stared out the window at the plants and darkness, Su Ming let his mind wander, trying not to think too much about the looming threat of the dark multiverse. Dwelling on it was like staring at a sword hanging over your head, no good could come from it. Vika finished sharing her clue and fell quiet, though her ears twitched slightly, as if she were trying to memorize the route by sound alone. But someone without special forces training would never be able to pull that off, it was a waste of effort. Luck wasn't all-powerful. Su Ming's thoughts returned to Gordon's kidnapping. If Falcone was baiting the League of Shadows, then he must have prepared thoroughly. The League assassins were still human, highly trained but not invincible. If caught in a heavy fire ambush, they'd die like anyone else. Except for their leader, the immortal Ra's al Ghul. It seemed Falcone had rallied a new crew from somewhere and was preparing for war with the League. But as far as Su Ming knew, the two groups had never had any conflicts, let alone a grudge. The League of Shadows was happy to work for the wealthy if the price was right. So why had this escalated? And what did Gordon have to do with it? If Falcone wanted revenge, he should be targeting Gordon, Batman, and the Penguin. Gordon had set up a meeting with him, only to find Batgirl waiting to ambush him. After being humiliated by her, the Penguin seized the opportunity to take over his territory, becoming Gotham's dominant force. Falcone should be hiring the League of Shadows for help, not provoking them. Chapter 19, CH-19 Guest of the Batcave. The car continued to lurch and sway on the muddy road, with the 3 passengers in the back constantly bumping into things. Every now and then, the large man, Pete, let out a pained groan. Oh. Ah. Su Ming had the impulse to tell him, stand still, but he decided to pretend he hadn't heard it. He couldn't help but silently criticize, thinking, with all the money Bryce has, why doesn't he fix this road outside his house? When it rains like this, even the Batmobile must have a rough ride. Cindy seemed very familiar with the area. She skillfully navigated left and right, turning onto a small path covered by dense trees and vines, making it almost impossible to see what lay ahead. Countless branches and vines slapped against the windshield, with some even slipping through the window, hitting their armor and splashing water everywhere inside the car. Su Ming stayed quiet, merely putting his helmet back on. Since Cindy had said this was the way, there was no reason to doubt her. Following the barely visible mountain path downwards, they soon reached a small ravine. Due to the storm, the water level had risen dramatically, with torrents of yellow mud flowing downstream. For most people, attempting to proceed would be suicidal. If the car stalled, they'd all be swept away by the floodwaters, carried to the ocean to feed the fish. But Cindy didn't hesitate. She simply shifted down a couple of gears and drove straight through the raging waters. After a few minutes, she pulled the vehicle into a cave. Inside the cave, the terrain was much smoother. A concrete road stretched straight into the depths of the mountain, with dim lights hanging from the high cave ceiling, illuminating the path. After driving for a while, they reached a large steel door. It had clearly been blown apart the last time she'd come here, with twisted blackened metal curled at the sides. Unconcerned, she parked the filthy van right next to the gleaming Batmobile, turned off the engine, and patted the partition behind her. Arrived. Now, who here booked the one-day mystery tour? Su Ming jumped out of the car, removed his helmet, and finally breathed in some dry air. After stretching his limbs, the first thing he did was head straight to the Batmobile. He had admired the super toy in the movies for a long time, and now it was right in front of him. Taking off his gloves, he touched the cold steel machine. The Batmobile, meticulously maintained by Alfred, looked as good as new. The sleek black paint glistened, and every edge and detail was stunning. At the rear, a massive turbine engine and batwing-like tail fins added to the vehicle's menacing and elegant design. The wide, anti-slip tires and elongated body made it far superior to Cindy's old, battered Jeep. Although slightly different from the movie version, probably due to this being a parallel world, Bryce's Batmobile here seemed even more like a weapon. Don't bother. I tried to take it for a spin last time, but I couldn't even open the hatch. Cindy approached. If the Batmobile's wings were removed and it had a few stripes of orange paint, she'd be all for it. It's probably controlled by the computer system here. Both Batman and the butler are really good with that tech, Su Ming said, tapping the car's glass as he put his gloves back on. If you really want, next time you might get to drive it. After all, now you've got the best computer genius with you. Cindy glanced over at the group climbing out of the TV station's van, where Pete was still gagging from car sickness. You mean Gordon's daughter? Yeah, that's right. Even though in your world she's a bit behind, her talent is undeniable. She's one of the best hackers in the world, Su Ming confirmed. And in your world? TCH, you'd never want to mess with her in my world. If you even think about it, within minutes there'd be dozens of people, each as tough as Batman, coming after you. Su Ming chuckled. Not to mention the birds of prey, even the Justice League would come knocking. Seems like she's valuable. I'll make sure to stay on good terms with her. Might need her help in the future, Cindy mused, rubbing her chin as she watched Barbara being carried off the van. That is, if we have a future. We should still have time. Now that we're in the Batcave and with Barbara here, gathering information won't be a problem. The other three finally got out of the van, looking around in curiosity. Even though the lighting in the cave was dim, with only faint illuminations here and there, once Pete turned on the camera lights, they could clearly see the shining metal platforms embedded into the cave walls at various levels. Rows of instruments and computers filled the space, but the Batmobile in the center was by far the most eye-catching. Oh, this place is amazing. Quick, start the camera. I need to film a special report. Vika immediately got excited, instructing Pete to set up the camera while she pulled out a mirror to fix her makeup. Though this wasn't his territory, Su Ming didn't mind. He spread his arms wide and addressed the group. Feel free to make yourselves at home, everyone. Welcome to the Batcave. Oh, but Vika, stick to the same rules as before when filming, all right? MHM. She nodded without hesitation, though whether she truly listened was anyone's guess. However, seeing Pete's panicked nodding, it seemed like everything would be fine. After all, he was the one operating the camera. What should I do? Barbara asked, still a bit confused. She hadn't expected the place Su Ming mentioned to be Batgirl's secret base. Did they know each other? And could this place really hold clues to her father's whereabouts? Oh, come with me. There's a server here. If you can hack through its security firewall, you'll have access to all of Gotham's information. Cindy led her to a row of computers. A massive monitor, almost the size of a wall, was surrounded by smaller screens. Hundreds of buttons covered the control panel, each identical to the next, with no clear instructions. That had been Cindy's main obstacle before. Barbara quickly examined the massive machine, found an external port, and connected it to her laptop, starting the hacking process. How's it going? Cindy asked. Too early to tell, but so far, so good. Batgirl's external firewall is pretty solid, but her defenses against physical connections are lacking, Barbara said, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She silently apologized to Batgirl, but there was no guilt in her heart, this was for her father. Su Ming nodded and gave her space to work. He didn't bother hovering around the server, choosing instead to explore the Batcave. Since this was his first time here, he wanted to see how it compared to the comics. An empty cylindrical glass case stood nearby, inside of which was a black mannequin. It was likely where Batgirl stored her suit, though it seemed she'd taken it with her. However, the mannequin's chest was comically oversized. Su Ming gave it a poor review for its unrealistic proportions. A spiraling staircase led upward, most likely connecting to the Wayne Manor study. To access it, one would need to play the piano in the study. A surgical table sat nearby, likely where Alfred frequently patched up Batman. The butler was practically a jack of all trades. A giant dinosaur model stood tall in the cave. It looked like a toy, but Su Ming knew that in the comics, it was actually a security feature, an animatronic T-Rex programmed to injure intruders without killing them. Wait, something felt off. Cindy. Su Ming called out over his shoulder, did you take care of the dinosaur here? Cindy, who had been chatting with Barbara to improve their rapport, responded nonchalantly, what dinosaur? Chapter 20, CH-20 Security Dinosaur. Su Ming didn't need Cindy to answer, he already knew. Because right in front of him, the enormous mechanical dinosaur started to move slowly. A massive shadow loomed over him. The dinosaur had activated when Barbara connected to the mainframe. Bryce hadn't relied solely on network firewalls, after all, if an enemy could penetrate the Batcave and start hacking, no firewall could offer complete protection. Instead, she opted for a physical firewall. After all, if a mechanical dinosaur broke all the intruder's bones, who would still be able to hack the system? Cindy, you'll definitely want to see this. What now? Men are so much trouble, Cindy muttered, casually turning around, only to be startled. What the hell, Sue, what did you do? I didn't do anything. You should ask yourself what you forgot to do. This is one of the Batcave's security measures. Su Ming dodged the dinosaur's massive jaws with a quick roll. Though it didn't have the sharp teeth of a killer machine, getting crushed between two giant metal plates would still leave him severely injured. What is this? Batman's toys are supposed to be bats, not dinosaurs, Cindy said, puzzled. The last time she'd been here, she'd assumed it was just a decoration. Clearly, Bryce must have debated for a long time whether to become Batman or Dinosaurman, Su Ming joked. He hooked his foot around a nearby railing, executing a full-body backbend to avoid the dinosaur's tail swipe. The tail passed within inches of his face, and he could hear the air whistle as it moved. It hit a steel fence, tearing through it and sending shards spinning through the air. Even though Su Ming's body and armor were top-notch, he couldn't withstand too many hits from such blunt force. Internal organs would be severely damaged. His healing abilities worked best with open wounds, so avoiding hits was the logical choice. Thankfully, the dinosaur wasn't fast, and its large size came with its own weaknesses. Can you handle this? Cindy asked, unable to help at the moment. The dinosaur seemed focused entirely on Su Ming, chasing him around the cave while smashing tables, chairs, and jars in its path. Su Ming led it toward the tunnel they had come through. I should be fine. Su Ming ducked between the dinosaur's legs and fired a test shot at its underbelly, but aside from a flurry of sparks, there was no visible effect. Just protect Barbara and the computer system. Cindy nodded, pulling out her staff. If any debris came flying their way, she'd knock it out of the air. Meanwhile, Vika's eyes lit up. She thought the scene of Deathstroke fighting a mechanical dinosaur would make a great story. She immediately directed Pete to start filming Su Ming in action. The dinosaur rampaged around the cave, but because Su Ming wanted to avoid damaging the Batcave or the computer system, he couldn't use C4 or EMP devices, which frustrated him. Batgirl's plan was clear, she wanted to force intruders to destroy both the Batcave and the dinosaur to safeguard her data. Vika continued shouting suggestions from the sidelines, yelling things like, poke its eyes, kick its jaw, grab its tail. Su Ming pretended not to hear. By now, he had a decent grasp of the dinosaur's attack patterns. A machine this big needs a lot of power, but it's clear this isn't steam-powered or fueled by an internal combustion engine, and it's definitely not a magic construct. So, it's either battery-powered or nuclear-powered. But nuclear seems far-fetched, even for Bryce, who didn't put nuclear power in the Batmobile. So, that leaves some kind of advanced battery as the most likely answer. If it's battery-powered and capable of identifying enemies and acting independently, it must have its own onboard processor and operating system. That means it's hollow, like a medieval knight. Its tough exterior doesn't necessarily make it resistant to blunt force. So far, it's used 3 types of attacks: stomping, biting, and tail swiping. It has no ranged capabilities or energy-based weapons. Let's try this. After formulating his plan, Su Ming sprang into action, all of this thinking having taken place in just fractions of a second. He sprinted forward, the wind rushing past his ears. As the dinosaur snapped at him with its jaws, he slid beneath it, right between its legs, then jumped onto its tail. Timing his movements perfectly with the dinosaur's tail swaying, he let go at just the right moment, using the momentum to launch himself onto its head like a giant springboard. The impact jarred him, but his combat instincts kept him focused. The dinosaur had sensors all over its body, and even though its eyes couldn't see Su Ming, it could sense him through pressure readings, knowing someone was on top of it. This was where Su Ming's strategy came into play. Bryce had designed this mechanical dinosaur to resemble a T-Rex, and its tiny forelimbs couldn't reach its head. With 2 out of its 3 attack methods rendered useless, the dinosaur only had one option left. Its massive tail shot up into the air, swinging down toward Su Ming with full force. This was precisely what Su Ming had been counting on. He swiftly rolled to the side, grabbing onto the edge of the dinosaur's eye socket, hanging there as the tail came crashing down. The dinosaur's metal tail slammed into its own head. Duong. The sound echoed through the cave. It was so loud Su Ming almost let go to cover his ears. It was like a giant gong had gone off right next to him, making his vision blur for a moment. But his battle instincts quickly kicked back in. 2 massive metal plates clashing wouldn't be enough to stop the beast, but the force had cracked the dark green exterior on its head. Beneath the skin, a long stretch of metal had bent inward, like a trench in a field. Su Ming lured the dinosaur into hitting itself several more times, all in the same spot. After all, a program is just a program. Once you figure out its logic, you can exploit it over and over again. After several more deafening collisions, a small crack appeared in the dinosaur's head. Su Ming had been waiting for this moment. Drawing his katana, he plunged it into the crack and twisted it around, causing sparks to fly as the metal insides ground against each other. Sparks exploded from the crack, like fireworks spraying out of the opening. They bounced off his mask, leaving black streaks across the yellow parts. The more sophisticated a machine is, the more likely it is to collapse from a single broken cog. That was true in the Steam Age, and even more so in the Information Age. Su Ming didn't need to destroy the CPU or hard drive. Severing a few circuits would be enough, just like pulling out some wires from a computer. Messing around inside the machine would definitely cause problems. Still, the dinosaur didn't stop immediately after his attack. To be safe, Su Ming pulled out his shotgun and emptied every shell into the crack. Finally, the dinosaur stopped moving and began to collapse. Su Ming stood up, perched on its head, and calmly jumped to the ground as it fell. A cloud of dust billowed up, then slowly settled, revealing the shiny silver armor of the mechanical dinosaur under Su Ming's feet. He bent down, yanked his shotgun out of the crack, and slowly began reloading it, as if he had just swatted a fly, not worth mentioning at all. 10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Edge of Sky. Chapter 21, CH21 Decoding Complete. Clap, clap, clap. Vika clapped her hands enthusiastically from the sidelines. Her beautiful face was nearly as red as her hair, and her chest was heaving with excitement. Bravo, Mr. Deathstroke. You're the strongest warrior I've ever seen. Su Ming slung the shotgun back over his shoulder. Taking down the dinosaur hadn't been much of a challenge, and any pain from the earlier impacts had already faded thanks to his healing abilities. Even if you shout for an encore, I'm not going to perform again for you. Finish up your broadcast. Once we get the intel, we're out of here. There was no point getting tangled up with this woman. Otherwise, she'd keep coming up with endless questions and demands. Su Ming only wanted to use her good luck to achieve his goal, without getting too involved. Oh, fine. But can I take a piece of the dinosaur as a souvenir? Vika asked hesitantly, expressing her desire. Su Ming turned and started walking towards Barbara and the others. With Oracle's skill level, the decryption should be almost done. Do whatever you want. But if you think being in the Batcave will let you trace Batgirl's identity through her suppliers, you can forget it. She's not that stupid. Vika stomped her foot. She didn't understand why her thoughts kept getting seen through, but she was a reporter. What did face and reputation even mean? Wearing high heels and a tight skirt, she wobbled over to the mechanical dinosaur's wreckage. She pulled out a huge eyeball and reached into the crack on its head, yanking out a piece of hardware still connected to some wires. Su Ming didn't bother stopping her. Vika's curiosity outweighed everything else, almost to the point of pathology. But she knew very well where other people's boundaries were. She was smart too. She probably already realized that neither Su Ming nor Cindy had any intention of killing them. He came up behind Barbara's wheelchair, watching lines of code flash on the large screen, illuminating the faces of the 3 people present. He couldn't understand what was going on, though. The dinosaur is dealt with. How's it going here? Almost there, Barbara replied without turning her head, typing rapidly on the keyboard and control panel, inputting something. Open Sesame. A brand new image appeared on the big screen. It was a high-angle view of Gotham, and Miller's spatial reasoning told him this was the perspective from a gargoyle on the roof of Wayne Tower, where a camera had been installed. Beyond that, the Bat database was always linked to various departments, syncing data from all over. She's monitoring the entire city. Barbara murmured, awestruck by the multitude of scenes in front of her. As she familiarized herself with the system, she realized that Batgirl had surveillance cameras all over the city. She understood Batgirl's motivation but couldn't fathom the necessity. With such a high density of hidden cameras, there was nothing in Gotham that wasn't known to her. From luxurious private rooms and upscale restaurants to the rundown bridges where the homeless lived, Batgirl was watching everyone like potential criminals. Some of the cameras were even pointed directly at Gordon's home. Su Ming patted her on the head to bring her back to reality. Welcome to the Dark Knight's world. Yes, she's exactly who you think she is. This is insane. I don't know if what she's doing is even good. She's invading everyone's privacy, whether they're criminals or not. Barbara frowned, struggling to accept it. She'd always thought of Batgirl as someone like herself, someone who harbored goodwill toward the world. But it made sense if you thought about it. Batgirl never appeared in the daytime because her heart was only full of darkness. To Batgirl, there are only two kinds of people in Gotham, already criminals and not yet criminals. She doesn't trust anyone. Cindy sneered from the side. She didn't like the Bat style. Technically speaking, even though she went around killing people, at least she believed in contracts. She felt she fit society better. Even my father. He's always supported her, Barbara said, her grip tightening on her wheelchair's armrests, her gaze vacant. Yes, even your father. Su Ming sighed. The Batgirl of the dark multiverse was even darker than the Batman of the main universe. He tried to comfort her. To Batgirl, your father is just someone who's unlikely to become a criminal, a low-level threat. Although she considers Gordon a friend, her concept of friendship is different from most people's. Batgirl always has a backup plan, just in case. Barbara stared blankly. She didn't know what to think, but compared to Batgirl, Deathstroke was a world-renowned villain, a symbol of bloodshed. No, that's just your speculation. Maybe. But I've heard a story. Why don't you listen to it? Cindy had heard Su Ming talk about Barbara's unique situation and had seen her power on the network. There was no way she could let her side with the Bat now. She jumped in. Barbara looked at her, eyes full of curiosity. From what she'd seen on this computer, she already had a sense of what kind of person Batgirl was, but she didn't want to believe it. Cindy picked up her helmet and sat on the control console. It's about the time after your incident, when Gordon and Batgirl caught the Joker. Gordon raised his gun at Joker, but Batgirl stepped in front of the barrel. What does that prove? That Batgirl has a thing for Joker. Barbara snapped, agitated. The mere mention of Joker's name made her tremble like a scared rabbit. If it were me or Sue there instead of Batgirl, we wouldn't have stopped him. Cindy grabbed the armrest of Barbara's wheelchair, pulling her closer, looking into her big blue eyes. Barbara's fear was slowly replaced by Cindy's own reflection. That's because you don't care about the law. Barbara turned her head away, refusing to look at Cindy. Her slender fingers left the keyboard and wrapped around her chest, as if she felt a chill. That's because I know Gordon wouldn't have shot. Cindy grabbed her face, forcing her to turn back and face reality. Both I and Batgirl have memorized Gordon's entire career record. We have a complete psychological profile on him. We know what kind of person he is. Emotion doesn't make him lose control. Gordon does what a cop should do. But what about Batgirl? Do you think she stepped in front of that gun out of trust? Barbara was speechless. She didn't know the exact circumstances of that event, but when she woke up in the hospital, Gordon was despondent. He only told her that he was a cop first, and then her father. He cried as he apologized, and Barbara didn't understand back then. She thought Gordon was just sad about her legs. Now, learning the truth, Barbara realized he'd refused to kill Joker because it was his own decision. It had never been about Batgirl. Gordon's despair wasn't just because of her. He realized Batgirl never trusted anyone. He'd been a cop in Gotham for over 30 years, working with Batgirl for more than a decade, and she still didn't trust him. Even though he thought he was keeping her secret, it was really just what she allowed him to know. Batgirl always had her own plans. Chapter 22, CH-22 Indian Hill. In the vast expanse of the Batcave, the only sound echoing was Vika's excited shouts as she continued her performance in front of the camera. She had already decided to mark today's date as her lucky number for the future. Not only did she survive Deathstroke, but she also uncovered a lot of dark secrets she never thought possible. The news she had gathered today was more significant than what she had gotten over the past year. She was in an incredibly good mood, and her resolve to continue her career in journalism had never been stronger. Unfortunately, Barbara wasn't in such high spirits. She used to think of Batgirl as the hero of the city, but the reality was different. Batgirl had a dark heart, trusting no one. Just knowing that gave her a glimpse of what kind of life Batgirl led. Seeing this machine, monitoring everyone in the city, left Barbara with a sense of disillusionment, as if her idol had shattered before her eyes. Su Ming noticed she was completely lost in thought, but everyone was still waiting for her results. He waved his hand in front of her face to snap her out of it. I mean, if you want to mourn your teenage dreams, now isn't the time. Shouldn't you be looking up that license plate? Gordon's still waiting to be saved. Ah, right. Just a moment. Barbara snapped back to reality and began inputting the license plate number Gordon had etched onto his glasses. Yeah, whatever Batgirl was, she was just another person in a costume. Barbara had been foolish to think of her as the city's hope. Whether Batgirl's obsession with surveillance was normal or not, her tracking program was certainly top-notch. Almost immediately, the car's registration information appeared on the big screen. The car owner's name didn't matter, it was likely a fake anyway. What was important was its movements today. If there was no record from today, then past movements would also work, like where it had stopped, where it had refueled, the areas it frequented. With all that, the system could narrow down the search area enough for them to find some clues. Professional mercenaries would surely be able to pick up a trail. No one could escape so many hidden cameras, people left traces wherever they went. Barbara pulled up all the footage and cross-referenced it. The large screen was divided into countless smaller screens, all playing footage frantically. The program would filter out anything useful based on image recognition technology. The worst-case scenario Su Ming had envisioned didn't happen, because the car's movements today were quickly summarized by the system, marking its final destination on the map. No, not here. Seeing the blinking red dot on the map, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. In a city as vast as Gotham, with so many hiding places, why did it have to be the one place he least wanted? What? What's wrong with this place? Barbara pulled up the information for this area. According to the records, it was called Indian Hill, located near the eastern docks of Gotham, in a scrapyard. Long before Gotham City was built, this place had been an Indian reservation, hence the name. But with the continuous push of urban development, the indigenous people eventually succumbed to the power of capital. They sold the hill where their ancestors were buried for a check with a long string of zeros, then left Gotham. Rumor had it they went to Las Vegas to open a casino and became rich tycoons. No one remembered who had bought the place or what they intended to do with it. They only remembered that, a long time ago, probably after the invention of the automobile, it had become Gotham's junkyard for scrapped vehicles. Before the old cars were crushed into metal cubes and sent to the steel mill for recycling, they would be piled up like bricks, forming small mountains there. Nowadays, Indian Hill was more like the Hill of the Homeless, a place where countless vagrants liked to make a nest inside the old cars to survive the cold nights. Maybe they could build a fire and cook some leftovers found in the trash cans. At least it was a place no gang cared about, with no profit to be made. Even the soil there was as barren as the people living in it, unable to grow anything. Even thieves and robbers who roamed the night wouldn't go there because it was a waste of effort. What could you gain from beggars and vagrants? Fleas and bedbugs. Barbara didn't understand why Deathstroke showed such reluctance upon seeing Indian Hill. He and Cindy had mentioned Arkham and Blackgate Prison with casual ease, as if they could come and go as they pleased. But how could a scrapyard compare to those other places? Cindy didn't get it either. Could Sue's cleanliness obsession have reached a pathological level, making him itch all over just hearing about vagrants? That couldn't be it. If that were the case, he'd be screaming every time he breathed in Gotham's air. Su Ming looked at the two women, fiddling with the armor plate on his elbow, wondering how to explain. He wasn't a native. He knew deeply what Indian Hill, under the guise of a scrapyard, really was. In the DC Prime universe, it was a secret research center set up by the US government after World War II, studying biochemical weapons. Judging by the nature of the dark multiverse, things could only get worse. So, in this world, Indian Hill was likely the same kind of place. Any kind of biochemical project you could think of could probably be found there. The only difference was that the owner had changed from the US government to the Amazon Council. Cyborgs, mutants, genetic monsters, lethal viruses, doomsday weapons. He and Cindy should be fine, but the 8 million people in the city were all in danger. If Gotham were destroyed, no matter who was responsible, the Bruce of Earth, 11 would turn into a supervillain. If Atlantis flooded Gotham, she'd become drowned. If Gotham were destroyed by Amazonian bioweapons, she could turn into something like toxified. If Gotham were lost for some other reason, she might become something like scorched or crumbled. No matter what name she took after turning dark, as long as she fell into darkness, Barbato's plan would succeed, and his Dark Knights would gain another member. Meanwhile, Falcone had already prepared a big gift for the League of Assassins there, luring them in. If Su Ming and the others went in before the ninjas, they'd undoubtedly be walking into a trap. But if they went in too late, Gordon could be in danger, leaving him uncertain. His mind was racing, calculating, and hypothesizing. The two women saw him staring blankly at the big screen and exchanged a puzzled glance. But they also knew Su Ming wouldn't be this cautious without reason, so they quietly waited for an explanation. In the end, Su Ming sighed and told them what he could, only mentioning that in his original world, it was an underground biochemical research lab, and some pretty nasty things had escaped from there. What do you mean by nasty things? Cindy's expression turned serious as she asked. Any experiment connected to the military often resulted in weapons, like Deathstroke himself. Your world uses magic in the military too, right? So when technology and magic combine, I don't know what's inside. Maybe zombies with magical abilities. Or magically enhanced Black Plague viruses. Hearing this, even Barbara was stunned. Cindy also froze, realizing that they had thought Joker was the world's craziest person. But it turned out that politicians and generals were even crazier. Gotham had 8 million people, and they'd been living for decades on top of a giant toxic barrel, completely unaware. This is tricky, Cindy said, baring her teeth unconsciously as she thought about Su Ming's earlier question. She pulled out a bottle and took a swig. If you're looking for good news, there is some. Su Ming pulled out his own bottle, bit off the cork, and, seeing Barbara looking at him, frowned. You can't drink this, you're underage. Barbara gave him a look that said, are you kidding me? I'm waiting for your good news, not your drink. I know, just kidding. Su Ming tilted his head back, downing half the bottle. It didn't give him any special feeling, his mind was still perfectly clear. The good news is, it should have stopped operating in the 90s. If something inside has gone rogue, Falcone would be the first to face it, and for now, it seems he's still alive. Chapter 23, CH23 Gathering of Powerhouses. But that's only for now. We still don't know what kind of gift Falcone has prepared for the League of Shadows. It could very well be a biochemical bomb meant to take all of Gotham down with him. Cindy extended her bottle towards Su Ming for a toast and sighed. If Falcone had kidnapped Gordon for Batman, he was probably planning to take himself and everyone else down with him. 10 years ago, Gotham was his city. 10 years later, it had turned into a playground for lunatics. Falcone had every reason to lose his mind. The criminal empire he had spent decades building was gone. He was old now, without the decades needed to rebuild his dark kingdom. So, taking his city with him before he died fit perfectly into the logic of a madman. As for why drag the League of Shadows into it? That was because Ra's al Ghul saw Gotham as the source of all evil. The League of Shadows had always wanted to destroy Gotham, but they had been thwarted by the Bat. Now that the Bat was gone, both Falcone and Ra's al Ghul had a shot at it. But there was only one Gotham, who would get to destroy it. Even though they had the same goal, their philosophies were completely different. One was a criminal emperor, the other a ninja master, fundamentally incompatible. Conflict between the two was inevitable. Of course, so far, there was no evidence to support this theory. Cindy kept these thoughts to herself as a contingency plan. We can't go in before the ninjas, so the only option is to stake out near the site. Once the ninjas go in, we follow them. That way, we'll be able to respond no matter what happens. Su Ming smiled wryly and clinked his bottle with hers. This was a non-plan plan. Let's hope the one leading the League is Talia. She's the only one who's somewhat rational. Otherwise, even if we take down Falcone, we'll have to fight the League of Shadows too. Cindy downed several gulps, golden liquor flowing down her pale neck. She wiped her mouth with satisfaction, tossed the bottle aside, and voiced her concern. Su Ming had the same thought. If the ninjas' orders were to kill everyone, they would slaughter every vagrant at Indian Hill, let alone Gordon. But who could predict the future? Even if Talia showed up, changing her mind would probably involve a fight first. It would require a duel with the leader to prove their honor and resolve. The League of Shadows valued that. Only by earning their respect could they change the orders, otherwise, there would be endless assassinations. If they had to face so many assassins, they'd need someone to specifically protect their tech expert. It would be great to have some reliable help. Do you have any mercenary friends in Gotham? Su Ming asked. Mercenaries don't have friends, just business. Cindy scoffed. She couldn't think of any trustworthy people to work with. She could stab others in the back for money, so naturally, others could do the same to her. Su Ming looked at her helplessly. This woman. You've alienated all your business partners. No wonder your work is getting narrower. Haven't you heard of playing the long game? That depends on the catch. Even if I bait them, they'd just turn out to be octopuses. I don't like eating octopus. Cindy wore a nonchalant expression, clearly not caring about past grievances. Forget it. By the way, back in my world, a new mercenary emerged in Gotham. Codename Silence. Have you heard of her? Su Ming decided to stop arguing. Everyone had their own ways of doing things. Maybe Cindy liked running her business this way, just as he enjoyed a free life. He didn't want to meddle in her affairs. Instead, Su Ming remembered a newcomer from the comics, a black woman with the codename Silence, an assault specialist and a master of heavy weaponry and explosives. The key point was that, like Deathstroke, she was very professional and valued contracts. As long as she got paid, she wouldn't abandon a mission. Cindy thought for a moment and shook her head. Either she doesn't exist, or she's too unknown. I don't know how you're doing over in your world, but on this earth, when people think of mercenaries, they think of me first. Isn't that right, Barbara? Barbara, sitting in her little wheelchair, had been listening to their conversation in utter confusion. What were they talking about? Your world, our world. This earth? Hearing Cindy suddenly talk to her, Barbara was stunned. But her dazed expression was taken as agreement by Cindy, who proudly puffed out her chest at Su Ming. Lady Shiva, Su Ming said as he sidestepped her boast, mentioning the name. That took the wind out of Cindy's sails. Lady Shiva was widely regarded as the world's deadliest assassin. She wasn't originally called that. Shiva was the name of a Hindu goddess. People used the term to describe her combat skills because she was too powerful. Su Ming had read the official DC RPG rulebook. Batman and Bronze Tiger had a combat skill rating of 14, Deathstroke was 15, and Lady Shiva was 16. The explanation for 16 in the rulebook was cosmic-level superpower. For a mere human to cultivate her martial skills to a cosmic level was unheard of. Even though it was just an RPG game, it still reflected certain truths. She's an assassin, we're killers. It's not the same. Cindy tried to justify herself, but she turned away sheepishly. She did have a point. Deathstroke's assassinations were often high-profile, with swords slashing and machine guns blazing, using all sorts of modern weaponry. Lady Shiva, on the other hand, preferred bare hands. She killed with a strike or a finger, quietly and without a trace. In the shadows of this world, there are others like Lady Shiva or even stronger, like Sayar, the Aikido Grandmaster, Sensei, Shiva's teacher, Wang, the father of the 12 brothers in silk, or the Japanese old man codenamed Sensei. There may be others I don't even know about. Su Ming sighed. The waters in the comic world were deep. His current power level was on par with Deathstroke, but it didn't give him much to rely on. Those people were just martial arts masters, he hadn't even started counting superpowered beings yet. He had to find a way to grow stronger. Martial arts and firearms alone wouldn't be enough. Cindy shared his concern. Aside from Sensei, she hadn't heard of the others. She just hoped they didn't exist in their world. But in reality, all these figures were supervillains. Their existence in the dark multiverse was inevitable. All right, enough talk. These people mostly operate in Asia, so be careful if you go there. We have business to attend to. Su Ming broke the silence first. He was merely setting future goals for himself. He might not be able to match those people now, but that would change. Powerful opponents only gave him more motivation, not discouragement. Right. We still have a bit of time before the League of Shadows arrives. We should replenish some energy to prepare for the upcoming fight. Cindy agreed with him, and it gave her the idea of becoming stronger. Before, everyone only knew of Lady Shiva. Now there were a bunch of martial arts masters in the shadows. How could she, who hated losing, stand for that? She decided that if she survived this, she would find a quiet place to refine her martial skills. Even though she could still get work with her marksmanship. Since they couldn't find help, they might as well eat first. It was going to be a long night. Cindy headed up the stairs, likely to raid Wayne Manor, while Su Ming looked at Barbara, who seemed lost in thought, and quietly said to her. Use the system to look up Bruce Wayne and his butler Alfred's whereabouts. Barbara immediately became alert. A mercenary asking about Gotham's most famous billionaire couldn't be a good thing. What are you planning to do? Nothing. Just trying to develop some new clients. You heard earlier, Cindy's business hasn't been doing well lately. You're definitely up to no good. I'm not going to help you. With that, the young girl spun her wheelchair and squeaked away. Su Ming laughed. As expected of Gordon's daughter, even her stubbornness was the same. She might have wheeled herself away, but the system was still on, and her laptop was still connected. Just like Gordon, if I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Now that she had some understanding of the darkness, she knew Bruce was too rich for mercenaries to harm without a good paycheck. Watching her leave, Su Ming thought that perhaps, having seen the darkness, she would gradually get used to the power within it and mature completely. Chapter 24, CH24 Misunderstanding. Su Ming picked up the little girl's laptop and quickly entered some names. With no results, he tried the console and switched to a facial recognition search, but still came up empty. It turned out, as expected, that the Bat's surveillance system excluded herself from the database. Su Ming had anticipated this. He'd only tried using Batgirl's system to search for her true identity on a whim. It was worth a shot. Now, he had just ruled out one possibility. He sat down to the side and gestured for Barbara to come back and wait for dinner, then took out his cigar. Barbara observed his expression as she slowly returned to the table. She didn't ask about his search results or say anything, acting as if nothing had happened. She changed the topic. You said that place, Indian Hill, is really that scary? If my memory serves me right, it is. Just open the doors to that underground lab, and there are deformed monsters everywhere. Su Ming described the scenes he'd seen from the series Gotham, but let me correct one thing, Deathstroke never gets scared, and he never abandons a mission. Then what is your mission? I don't think anyone would pay you to save me and my dad. We don't have that kind of money, Barbara asked again. She was very clear about her family's financial situation. Before she was paralyzed, she had been managing the household. She knew exactly how much they made each month, how much they spent on food and daily necessities, and kept meticulous records of every penny in her little notebook. Previously, she'd heard on TV that Deathstroke's base rate for killing someone was $2 million, and rescuing people was even more troublesome. There was no way she could come up with that kind of money. Su Ming glanced at her. Her transformation was almost visible to the naked eye. In such a short time, she had accepted everything that had happened and was able to think clearly. She had seemed like a naive village girl before, but now she could stay calm around mercenaries. It was true that people had different potential. Our mission isn't something I can tell you. Once everything is over, ask your father, Su Ming said, flicking the ash off his cigar onto the table. A small patch of Batgirl's shiny metal table turned yellow and tarnished. But he figured it would be Alfred who'd have to deal with it later. Su Ming had some respect for the old butler and decided not to flick any more ash on the table, he'd do it on the floor instead. He brushed off the young girl's question. There were some things she wasn't ready to handle yet. If this had been Oracle from the main universe, maybe he would have shared more and asked her advice. But for now, finding Commissioner Gordon and learning what he knew was the priority. Barbara listened to Su Ming, lowered her head as if she'd understood something, and absent-mindedly fiddled with the sleeves of her sweater, which were now pilling from constant rubbing. Vic, meanwhile, had finished her work. Breathing heavily, she dragged Pete over to the table and slumped down, feeling the cold metal against her face like she was exhausted. Su Ming slid the half-empty bottle of liquor across the table to her, and she took a swig without hesitation. I need to tell you something. We found the enemy's base. Our next move is to rescue Commissioner Gordon. Ah. Isn't that a good thing? Vic pulled the bottle from her mouth, making a popping sound, her pretty face full of confusion. Why the serious tone? Was he planning to go back on his word and not let her film the news? However, the enemy base is unexpected, and I'm now 100% sure it's a trap. If you continue following us, you'll be in significant danger, life-threatening danger. As Su Ming spoke, he noticed Pete's face growing paler by the second. He looked on the verge of breaking down. Vic's eyes darted around. She didn't know the meaning of the word give up. She pointed at Barbara beside her, then, is this little girl going with you? If she doesn't, Commissioner Gordon won't trust us. So Barbara has to come along, and we'll protect her. But you're different. Cindy and I only have 2 pairs of hands. We can't protect you both. Su Ming nodded, openly admitting the truth. Vic didn't even hesitate. Her fiery red head bobbed up and down like a chicken pecking at grain. She didn't care about her life, she just wanted the news. We'll go with you. After all, how can such powerful warriors like you not have a journalist to capture your heroic deeds? By the way, Mr. Deathstroke, as a man in the mercenary business, what are your thoughts on the growing men's rights movement in recent years? If he had a fake eye in his empty right eye socket, Su Ming would have popped it out and thrown it at her so she could see what it meant to roll her eyes. This woman really had something wrong in her head. What did the men's rights movement have to do with him? You'd better ask your partner over there. He looks like he's about to pee himself. The answer will be all over your shoes, he said, nodding towards Pete, who was huddled like a pile of mush beside her. If you decide to come, I should tell you that this is a biochemical crisis. You'd better prepare hazmat suits and gas masks. Cool. Vic immediately stood up and kicked Pete to get him to search for hazmat suits in the Batcave. I've been waiting for a biochemical outbreak for ages. Finally, it's happening. Praise Hera. All right, if you find any, get one for Barbara too. Help her get it on. Su Ming didn't bother arguing with her. She wouldn't die, no matter how hard she tried. So he just let her be. You two don't need them. Vic readily agreed but still asked if he and Cindy needed suits. No need. Our helmets have chemical defense functions, and our bodies are far beyond normal human standards. We'll know when it's time to pull back. Hearing Su Ming's words, she immediately pulled out a small notebook and jotted something down, suspected enhanced human. Then she made an okay sign and dashed off. Do you like red-haired women? Barbara suddenly asked beside him, nearly making Su Ming choke. No. Why do you ask? Because it seems like you're quite lenient with Miss Vale, Barbara said, looking at him with a probing gaze, an inexplicable expression on her face. I'm lenient with you too, and you're a redhead as well. But that doesn't mean anything, Su Ming said, patting her head to stop her from overthinking. He suggested she use the time to charge her laptop instead. If I didn't want you to see your father right away, I'd have left you here to provide us with remote intel support. But didn't you just say you needed me to gain my father's trust? Barbara frowned. She thought she was valuable. In her limited understanding, people in the shadows always valued others based on their utility. That's just what I told Vic. Even if I didn't take you, do you think Gordon would have any other choice with 4 blades at his throat? He'll thank us afterward, anyway. Su Ming blew out a puff of smoke, watching as it swirled through the cave, shifting into shapes, first a skull, then a bat. Of course, this was another lie. In the TV series, that underground lab was filled with countless electronic devices and security doors. Without Barbara, aka Oracle, he and Cindy would have been in serious trouble. Barbara blushed, having misunderstood his words. Her imagination led her down a different path. Does he mean he likes girls like me? But I'm a police officer's daughter. What should I do? But he's actually quite reliable. But my legs. At her age, it was easy to think of that sort of thing, especially when it felt like a forbidden attraction between them, which made her heart race even more. Right now, he'd appeared just when she felt most helpless. Though he'd initially only brought her fear, that fear had gradually transformed into something else. Her heart beat in an inexplicable rhythm. This was what psychology called the suspension bridge effect. People in dangerous environments tend to develop affection for the opposite sex with them. It was a survival instinct hard-coded into human DNA, a relic from ancient times when people had to ensure the continuation of the species in times of crisis. It could also be a form of compliance psychology, like the well-known Stockholm Syndrome. Cases like the basement slave incident showed how people subjected to long-term abuse might end up aiding their captors. When a strong figure completely controls a weaker person's life and freedom, even a little kindness from the strong figure would be magnified in the weak person's eyes. Over time, the weak would develop a sense of worship and total submission to the strong. This led psychologists to propose a famous hypothesis: humans could be domesticated, just like cats and dogs. But Su Ming had none of this on his mind. He was entirely focused on survival. As Barbara's thoughts wandered, and Su Ming smoked and considered his plans, Cindy returned. She came down the spiral staircase, carrying a huge roast turkey in one hand and a pot in the other. I found this upstairs, already cooked. But I don't think there's a holiday for eating turkey right now, is there? Can't figure out why they had it. I threw some potatoes, onions, and other vegetables into the pot. Let's make do. The 3 of them gathered around the metal table and began their unconventional dinner. Cindy was curious about what Vic and Pete were rummaging through in the distance but couldn't be bothered to check. Su Ming was there to handle things, and compared to past missions, this one felt surprisingly relaxed. Her mind was already considering how to keep Su Ming as a partner if they survived this global crisis. Su Ming had been right. Without friends, business would only get narrower. For the sake of her future free life, it was time to find a partner. Who would be the best fit? Naturally, it would be Su Ming, the Deathstroke from another world, someone who worked so seamlessly with her. Chapter 25, CH25 Farsighted Considerations. It had to be said, Cindy's cooking skills were truly awful. As she'd mentioned herself, she just threw whatever vegetables she could find into a pot. Su Ming swore this was the worst stew he'd ever eaten, and to make it worse, it was a Western-style sweet soup. The turkey, however, left behind by Bryce, probably prepared by the old butler, was still edible despite the faint refrigerator taste. The 3 of them ate in silence. Vic couldn't find any proper protective suits but did manage to scrounge up a few bat masks. They didn't know what Bryce intended to use them for, but after inspecting them, they confirmed they had some antitoxic functions, so everyone put one on. There weren't any decent weapons in the Batcave. Su Ming wasn't interested in batarangs. He did, however, replenish his supply of smoke bombs, and that was the extent of their preparations. The group returned to the vehicle, leaving a mess behind them, without bothering to clean up or cover their tracks. Su Ming once again blindfolded everyone, and Cindy drove them out of the cave. Outside, the wind had subsided slightly, but the rain had intensified. The torrential downpour engulfed the car, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Su Ming leaned back in the passenger seat, resting his head on his arms, quietly contemplating. If Falcone and Ra's al Ghul were still manageable threats, then the Batman who laughs and Barbados, who remained hidden in the shadows, were a different matter. Su Ming knew their plans, but that was the comic version of them. In the real world, anything could change. His presence alone was a disruption to the original story, and the resulting butterfly effect was incalculable. His past knowledge of the comics no longer provided much help, except perhaps to gauge the enemy's power levels and their trump cards. If the Batman who laughs engaged in a direct confrontation, he and Cindy could certainly win, but Barbados was a completely different beast. Known as the Dragon of the Dark Multiverse and the Bat-God, he was a multiversal-level entity. That kind of power was not something 1 or 2 people could handle. In the comics, defeating Barbados required certain special metals. These metals were the keys connecting the light and dark multiverses, and Barbados planned to use them to enter the Prime Universe. There, several metals were being injected into Batman's body according to plan. So, through his dreams, Barbados influenced people on that side, turning them into his followers, making them act according to his plan. First was the Dionysium, which looked like clear spring water. Batman accidentally ingested it while fighting the Court of Owls. Next was the Dionysium, found in the Joker's blood. It entered Batman's body during one of their many brutal encounters. Nth metal, Batman was exposed to its radiance while helping Hawkman and Hawkgirl, the energy seeping into his very being. Then came Promethium, the metal used in Deathstroke's armor, which Batman had also used to construct his final machine, a high-tech automatic surgical table capable of rapid healing. He'd used it several times already. All that remained was the last metal, the Batmanium, located in an ancient Bat-tribe tomb in Earth-Zero's Egypt. Once these metals were gathered, Batman from the Prime Universe would become a gateway to the Dark Multiverse. He and another Bruce, the one from Earth-22, would switch places. The Batman who laughs would then summon Barbados to Earth-Zero and perform various dark rituals. Once Barbados arrived, he would launch his plan to drag all the worlds into darkness, achieving his ultimate goal. Nth metal converted dark energy into reality, enabling it to harm Barbados and his dark creations. However, to utterly defeat Barbados, they needed the 10th metal, Element X, which existed in the World Forge. As for the World Forge, Su Ming only knew it was located somewhere in the Dark Multiverse. Where exactly? No idea. How to get there? Also no idea. Which meant that even if they managed to save Earth-11, it would only buy them some time. Once the light multiverse fell into darkness, the entire DC universe would lose its balance, and everyone would perish together. Yes, Barbados's original intention wasn't like this. He merely wanted to drag all universes into darkness, making them his domain, where there would be no light, and he'd be the sole ruler. But the problem was, he didn't understand the principle of universal balance. 52 light universes, 52 dark universes, all located within an intangible cosmic plane, one side facing light, the other shrouded in darkness. They were like two sides of a balanced scale, coexisting. If he pulled several from the other side, the balance would be disrupted, causing severe consequences like the Flashpoint Paradox and Infinite Crisis. If, as per his plan, he pulled all of them over, the scales would topple, and everyone would perish. If Su Ming wanted to continue living, he had to head to the light multiverse and root out the problem. Because the plot had changed, his arrival had already altered the fate of Earth-11. Everything was different from the comics. If the Justice League still acted like in the comics, the outcome was uncertain. He didn't want to leave his fate in the hands of others. But Deathstroke was a mercenary, not a magician. How could he cross the dimensional barriers? Right now, he hadn't figured out a solution. He could only take things one step at a time. Cindy didn't know what he was thinking. She just noticed that Su Ming had grown much quieter. By now, the water on the road was so deep that driving felt more like boating. The car plowed through the water, leaving ripples in its wake. In the car, apart from the five of them, there was only the corpse of the Shadow Dancer, wrapped in several black garbage bags and tossed in a corner. Maybe it could be used as a bargaining chip with the League of Shadows. Everyone was silent. There was a sense of impending battle in the air, though each person's expression differed. Barbara was lost in thought, her face alternating between blushes and paleness as she occasionally glanced at Su Ming's back. Vic, on the other hand, was excited, adjusting her gas mask in the mirror, trying to see how it looked on her. She felt that tonight she would be witnessing history. As for Pete, well, he didn't have any thoughts because he seemed to have passed out. The weather had turned them into the only vehicle on the road. The dark highway stretched out before them, their headlights the only source of light. The storm had likely damaged Gotham's power infrastructure, leaving most of the city in darkness, except for a few central districts. However, the bat signal atop the police station, it seemed like it was always on. Chapter 26, CH-26 Reunion with an Old Friend. Good thing we didn't take the train, Cindy said to Su Ming beside her as she brushed her wet blonde hair, slicked against her forehead, and glanced at the dashboard. At this speed, we should reach the destination in about half an hour. Su Ming looked out at the rain. On the elevated tracks nearby, a train had stalled midair due to the city's power issues. He wondered if there were people inside, waiting to get home. If things turned out for the worst, those people might never make it back. Su Ming had often thought about such things before. Other people had homes, while he only had a rented apartment. It seemed like he was always alone. If there's a chance, after things are settled here, I'm going to leave. I need to find a way to reach Earth-Zero. What are your plans? He turned and asked Cindy a rather abrupt question, making sure the nosy reporter couldn't hear him, while diverting his gaze from the stalled train. Cindy thought for a moment before shaking her head. This world is my home. Is Earth 0 yours? No, it's not. My home is even farther away. That place is just a location I'm more familiar with. He rummaged through his cigar box, finding there were only a few left. Where is your home? Cindy asked as she stopped the car, spotting a small convenience store by the roadside. The two got out of the car, and she expertly broke the lock with her staff. As they entered to loot supplies, they continued their conversation. I don't know. Maybe it has a number, maybe it doesn't. She stuffed several colorful alcoholic drinks into her backpack and then turned her attention to the snacks, casually inspecting the packaging as she spoke nonchalantly. Then why don't you stay here? We could be long-term partners. Your world is coded as Earth-11 in the Bloodlands, representing the 11th world of the Dark Multiverse. Barbados cannot be defeated here, he's the god of the Dark Multiverse. To completely stop this crisis, I not only have to keep things hidden from them here, but I must also go to Earth 0. It's my only way to save myself. Su Ming finally voiced the issue that had been weighing on his mind for so long. These thoughts had been circling in his head for too long, and he needed someone to share them with, not for any substantial help, just someone to listen. Cindy paused in her actions, then casually hugged a bag of tomato-flavored chips to her chest. Is that so? Seems like you have a lot to explain to me. Commissioner Gordon slowly regained consciousness in the darkness. He touched the back of his head, recalling the events before. He had been dragged into a van by a group of people. But before that, when he was kneeling in the muddy water, he'd carved the license plate number of a black van onto his glasses. He had hidden it in a crack in the curb. If someone found it, they might trace his location. But that hope was slim. After all, Batman had left the city. Who else could achieve such a feat? Although he was optimistic about some of the young people in the department, that was just hope. He knew even if they found the glasses, they might not be able to trace him here. After all, he didn't even know where he was. He'd been knocked out as soon as he was put in the van. His current surroundings were a dark room, but not the cell he had imagined. Instead, the bed beneath him was very soft. Just by touching it, he could feel the smoothness of silk. This didn't make him feel any more relaxed. As an experienced detective, he could tell the environment around him was very damp and had a creepy, chilly atmosphere. This place was likely underground. Glancing at his watch, he saw he had only been unconscious for just over an hour. That wasn't enough time for the van to leave Gotham, so he was still in the city. He slowly got up, finding everything intact except for his missing gun. Even his handcuffs were still at his waist. It was as if he had truly been invited as a guest, although the invitation was a bit forceful. He groped around in the dark and turned on the bedside lamp, the soft light illuminating the small room. On the bedside table, there was a glass of water and a bottle of painkillers, aspirin. The prescription label and medical advice were attached, and the patient's name read his own. They took this from his home. They broke into his house. Barbara. Gordon remembered what the woman in black had told him. They had another team heading to GCPD. He stood up, ignoring the medicine, and quickly walked to the door. He grabbed the handle, twisted it, and the door opened. Unsurprisingly, several women in black were still standing guard outside. Where's my daughter? Let me see her. Gordon, like a madman, grabbed one of the women by the door but was quickly pulled away by several more hands. Commissioner Gordon, our boss is waiting for you. The woman who had punched him earlier walked around the corner, her steps measured and steady as she approached Gordon. Her expression was almost a mockery of a smile as she spoke. Gordon now realized he was in a cold corridor, the pale lights above casting a harsh glare on the white tile walls, like he was in some sort of hospital. Where is my daughter? The woman rubbed her temples as if she had a headache and sighed. Once you meet our boss, you'll know. Gordon shook off the hands holding him and straightened his trench coat, brushing away non-existent dirt as if these people had soiled his clothes. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. The woman didn't seem to mind, turning around and walking back the way she had come. Gordon carefully observed his surroundings but gleaned no information other than confirming he was underground. There was nothing else to see here. The corridor was long, a blinding white stretch that seemed endless. On either side were small rooms, but the doors were closed, hiding whatever lay inside. After several turns down the corridor, by which point Gordon had completely lost his sense of direction, they finally arrived at a larger door. The door was made of solid wood, adorned with beautiful golden edges and enamel, featuring a carved relief of the three fates, their expressions and postures vivid and lifelike. The woman knocked on the door and then stepped aside, raising an eyebrow at Gordon, gesturing for him to enter. Gordon stepped in fearlessly. Inside the room, he felt as if he'd entered the library of Wayne Manor. The tall bookshelves around him were filled with various books, and a fireplace not far away was blazing warmly. Family portraits adorned the walls, and the floor was covered with a soft wool carpet. Meticulous handcrafted sofas were arranged before the fireplace, and even the sculptures decorating the room were masterworks. The scent of the finest tea wafted from a teapot on the coffee table. Everything made him question his earlier judgment. This clearly seemed like some wealthy family's mansion, not an underground labyrinth. Until he saw the huge desk near the fireplace, and the person sitting behind it, someone he never expected. Even when alone, the man sat upright, his hair meticulously combed back. He wore a finely tailored suit with a rose pinned to his breast pocket. He gently stroked the white cat in his lap, smiling as he looked at Gordon. He was old now, much older than when Gordon had last seen him. His once jet black hair had turned completely white at the temples, and his face and hands were covered with wrinkles. But one thing hadn't changed, his eyes, still as calm and authoritative as they had been 10 years ago. "Gordon, my old friend, welcome to my home." Falcone. For a moment, Gordon could only stare in shock, barely managing to utter the name. The history between them ran deep, so deep that words failed him. In the first decade of his career, Falcone had been the mountain looming over him. Everything in Gotham was connected to him: bars, restaurants, gas stations, theaters, even hot dog stands on the street. If you trace them up the chain, the boss at the top was always him. He had run the Dark Order of Gotham, and everyone lived under the yoke of his few powerful families. Chapter 27, Ch. 27 Falcone's Attitude. Falcone's reign, in retrospect, was a dictatorship filled with violent darkness. No matter what business you ran in Gotham, you had to pay protection fees to the families led by Falcone, or you wouldn't survive a day in this city. Of course, you could call this fee something like a management fee instead, because Gotham was already the city of crime families. But this created a problem: the rich got richer, and the poor got poorer. After all, those at the bottom of society were squeezed the hardest. It was like the ocean, where big fish eat little fish eat shrimp, and shrimp feed on the mud. Back then, in Gotham, over 90% of the people weren't even considered mud. They struggled to survive in the most basic jobs, barely scraping by with what little was left after paying the protection fees each month. The rest of their money only allowed them to survive, and the next month they'd be back to earning money for the families. Everyone moved hurriedly and numbly, living the same day over and over under strict surveillance, doing everything they were told to do, no matter what it was. If people disobeyed even slightly, they'd face beatings or worse punishments, like having their house set on fire, being gunned down in the street, or being tied to cement blocks and dumped into the sea. Everyone was shrouded in this dark terror. You couldn't even have anything they wanted because they would take everything. If your husband was handsome, they'd take him. If your bicycle was decent, they'd take it. If your sofa fabric was comfortable, they'd take that too. Even though these actions weren't directly carried out by the Falcone family, the ones committing these acts were small-time thugs attached to minor gangs, who in turn relied on bigger powers, and those bigger powers ultimately served the 10 major families. In other places, if you asked kids what they wanted to be when they grew up, you'd get a variety of answers: scientists, priests, maybe firefighters. But in Gotham back then, there was only one answer: they wanted to be the boss. Because the only way for kids to make something of themselves was to join the darkness, follow a good boss, and become the kind of person they hated as children, climbing the ranks through all sorts of dark deeds. Back then, more than half of Gotham's officials accepted political donations from the 10 families. The other half lived under constant threats and intimidation. It was a city without hope. It was during that time that James Gordon, a retired military man, returned to the city and became a detective. His first case was the murder of Bruce Wayne's parents in an alley. He comforted the young Bruce and promised her he'd get to the bottom of everything and bring her parents' killers to justice. But all the clues pointed to the 10 families, and during his investigation, he encountered countless obstacles, seeing the terrifying undercurrents beneath the darkness. To be fair, as a homicide detective at that time, Gordon's life wasn't too bad. As a cop, he didn't have to pay protection fees, and the thugs wouldn't bother them. After all, in the eyes of the 10 families, Gotham was their city, and the police were maintaining order for their families. Why would their own people have to pay protection fees? Although Gordon was born in Gotham, he had seen the outside world, a vibrant, colorful world that wasn't like Gotham's ever-present gloom. He couldn't accept his city being like this. He was determined to bring all the villains to justice and let Gotham see the light again. Even though half of his paycheck came from the Falcones, and his plate was always filled with good food. But he wasn't doing this for himself, he was doing it for the many poor people. So, he suffered greatly. He was demoted, threatened, framed, and assassinated. The deeper his investigation went, the more intense his enemy's tactics became. He narrowly escaped death countless times, until a decade ago, when Batgirl appeared. The two of them fought hard for 3 years, and finally, he won. The 10 families crumbled, leaving only the Cobblepots, now represented by the Penguin. But the territory she held was less than 1% of what it used to be. He personally sent Falcone, the former emperor of Gotham, to Blackgate Prison. Although Falcone was released soon after, he left for Hong Kong, and Gordon never saw him again. After that, Gordon focused his energy on dealing with the endless stream of masked figures. Only when he had a drink at night would he think back to the thrilling days of his youth. And now, the men from his memories appeared before him. Gordon, the good young man from back then, you've grown old too. Falcone spoke with a sigh, looking at Gordon with no trace of hatred in his eyes, like an old man looking at a younger relative. He still had that same aura, impeccably dressed and elegantly poised. Everything in this room seemed to have reverse time, back to the heyday of the Roman, when Gordon first met him. Back when Gordon initially sought him out for clues during a case, Falcone had received him just as graciously. The emperor of the city and a lowly detective, separated only by this very desk, had talked. Just like today. Gordon wouldn't be fooled by him. Maybe 30 years ago, but not today. He still remembered how Falcone's men had invited him here. The Roman had returned, fully armed. You've aged even faster than me, Falcone. Despite the situation, Gordon didn't back down, immediately retorting with sharp words. Falcone only smiled, still gently stroking his cat. The feline, warmed by the fireplace, yawned lazily in his lap, perfectly content. Yes, we're both old. This world belongs to the young now, so I thought I'd come back to see this place one last time before I die. There's nothing to see in Gotham. You should leave. Gordon sat opposite him, staring calmly into his eyes. Falcone's hand paused as he sniffed the rose on his chest and looked at Gordon, puzzled. Yes, nothing worth seeing. I left you a magnificent city, and you let it become like this. At least people gained their freedom. Gordon closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. What is freedom worth? People don't even dare leave their homes at night anymore. Falcone shook his head and laughed, as if he'd heard a joke. Seeing Gordon's closed eyes, he continued, you and Batgirl deceived me back then. I don't blame you because I know you wanted a better city. I don't blame her either, because someone in my family killed Bruce's parents behind my back. Although it was the Court of Owls infiltrating, it was still the retribution I deserved. Gordon said nothing. Remember? I asked you what you wanted. You told me you wanted a city where people could live peacefully and children could grow up healthy. So I let go. I gave it to you to accomplish what I couldn't. I let you put me in prison. I made you Gotham's hope, and then I left. But this is your answer. Falcone calmly placed his cat on the carpet, watching it curl up and fall asleep. He picked up a bottle from his desk and poured the golden liquid into 2 glasses, the drink glistening in the firelight. Gotham just needs more time. It will get better. Gordon spoke words he hardly believed himself. That's why I like you, Gordon. You always hold on to hope and never give up. Falcone smiled, stood up shakily, and handed Gordon a glass, gently clinking it against his own. Compared to that little cripple from the Cobblepot family, you're my ideal successor. Chapter 28, CH28 Fading Honor. In today's Gotham, perhaps only Falcone would still refer to Penguin as the little cripple. There was no malice or emotion behind his words. It was as if he were talking about a wayward relative in his family. It was just 2 old friends chatting about everyday things, with no reservations. Gordon frowned, puzzled by Falcone's intentions. After kidnapping him with dozens of guns, was he really just here to catch up? Falcone took a sip of his drink, then sat back in his chair with a sigh. After I came back, I looked at her territory. I have to say, she's far worse than her mother. It's embarrassing for me as her uncle. Penguin. Yes, everyone now calls her Penguin. She even embraces that nickname. But she's forgotten that she should be Miss Cobblepot, not defined by that name derived from her limp. Falcone leaned back on the sofa, gently twirling the ring on his finger. She's different from you, Gordon said, taking a sip of his drink. Facing Falcone, he needed a way to calm himself and think clearly. Yes, that's why I spared the Cobblepot family back then. She's cunning but useful. I thought she had a bright future. Falcone smiled as he reminisced, looking up at the dark ceiling as if gazing at the sky. But she's lost too much ground over the years, even letting new families rise up. That's her biggest mistake. Look, she even allowed the Yakuza to enter Gotham. The Yakuza entered under the guise of legitimate businesses, using investment as a front. But one day, I'll bring them to justice. Gordon knew about these Japanese gangsters. Most of the biker gangs in Gotham now were theirs, involved in illegal street racing and drug trafficking. He just needed more evidence, and he'd been working hard to get it. Falcone nodded, waving a hand slightly in Gordon's direction. Yes, I understand, but this wasn't supposed to be your job. You stand in the light, and this should have been Miss Cobblepot's responsibility. Falcone's next words shattered Gordon's worldview. Before I left, I met with her. I protected her family and territory so she could assist you, and she agreed. What? Gordon was shocked. What was going on? You're a police officer, and you can arrest any criminal. But when people like the Yakuza, disguised in legal garb, enter Gotham, aren't you powerless against them? Falcone spoke calmly, as if he'd anticipated everything. So I left Cobblepot behind. When darkness you can't handle appears, she can take care of it the way the underworld does. But she. Falcone shook his head, laughing as he looked at Gordon. His ring tapped against his glass, producing a clear sound. Her management now is a complete mess. She's like a frightened rabbit. I can tolerate Black Mask and Hush's rise. The Sionis family and the Elliot family have deep roots in Gotham, even though these youngsters are a bit crazy. The Roman spoke with dissatisfaction, his words quickly and forcefully, though his voice was not loud. But the pressure emanating from him was immense. But Red Hood, Two-Face, the Mudface Gang, and dozens of other small groups, what are they? They have no honor, no rules. A lion, even when old, is still a lion. This kind of authority was something Gordon had only ever seen in Falcone. And Falcone wasn't even angry now, he was merely voicing some mild complaints. Yes, the new forces popping up now were more like groups of madmen dealing in dark trades. Almost none of them were sane. They weren't interested in business but in chaos. Gordon was still trying to process this shocking news. It felt like everything in his life was being manipulated by the old men in front of him, and he was trying to figure out Falcone's motives. Falcone looked at him, then said, "And you, Cobblepot was only moving some goods in her territory, and it was just an arms trade. Why do you keep raiding her places? Has she ever caused you trouble? Has she ever threatened Gotham's safety?" Arms trading under the Amazonian rule was legal. To them, weapons were mere tools, the warriors wielding them were what mattered. So, as long as the weapons' origins and destinations were reported to the council, anyone could trade in them. A coward with a gun still couldn't beat a brave warrior with a stick, so in the Amazon's eyes, selling arms was like selling wood. The Amazonian Council ruled the world, with millions of the strongest warriors on the ground, many of whom possessed divine powers. What did they have to fear? It was just that Penguin's business involved large quantities of weapons, and she never reported them. Technically, it was a minor infraction because all she had to do was submit a form and pay some extra taxes. But saying it was legal wasn't entirely accurate either, since she was missing some procedures. She was more like Gotham's gray area boss, doing things that were ambiguous. Unfortunately for Penguin, as the only descendant of the 10 major families, who had a blood feud with Bryce, Batwoman was watching her every move. Penguin couldn't even sell a boatload of fish without paying taxes, and Batwoman would send Gordon every lead. Gordon was an honest man, with a constant stream of evidence provided by Bryce. Naturally, the place he raided most often was Penguin's territory. To be honest, Penguin might be short and walk comically, but she was very clever and utterly unscrupulous. Flattery and bootlicking were her forte. She followed the old family ways while adopting the methods of the new powers. She didn't need honor but remembered the rules. Penguin rarely caused trouble for Gordon directly. Most of the time, she focused on running her restaurant. If she saw him on the road, she'd enthusiastically invite him to dinner, loudly describing the day's lobster and salmon's authenticity and freshness at busy intersections. Gordon would always roll up his car window quickly, blocking out her endless chatter, and drive away. But Penguin never minded. The next time they met, she'd recommend new dishes. She had close relationships with many city officials, and the Iceberg Lounge was the most popular spot in town. Every night, the city's elites gathered there, and she mingled smoothly among them. It was just like how the 10 families operated back in the day, and Gordon didn't like that atmosphere. Because she broke the law. Gordon said to Falcone. "I know. You're just that kind of person, you can't tolerate any blemish, haha." Falcone laughed again, picking up a white handkerchief to dab at his mouth. "But I also know it's that little girl from the Wayne family egging you on, right? She's always hated us. Because you killed her parents. It wasn't just us. The Waynes were also founders of this city. We shared the prosperity and wealth of Gotham. She should have become an outstanding entrepreneur or a leader, not who she is today." Falcone looked guilty. Bryce's parents were also his friends, and they often watched plays together. A hero today. Gordon raised an eyebrow. A lunatic today. Falcone looked up, his old eyes scrutinizing Gordon as if peering into his soul. "Tell me, Gordon, do you still think Bryce is normal? Dressed in that costume, flying around the city, unleashing her inner fears, spreading that fear to her enemies, reflecting it back on herself. Is that normal?" Gordon's lips moved slightly, as if dryness had made him speechless. He wanted to say something but found himself unable to utter a word. Chapter 29, Ch-29 Rome will always be Rome. Gordon was speechless, not even sure if he should say anything. Anyone with even a little understanding could tell that she wasn't normal at all. Batwoman and Bryce's identities were completely split, like two entirely different people. Every time the jester got caught, he would always laugh and shout at Batwoman. "My dear Bat, you and I are the same. I understand you. We are the same kind of people. You made me. Ha ha ha. And each time, Batwoman would just stand silently, watching as the severely injured Jester was loaded onto the Arkham Asylum transport, saying nothing before disappearing into the darkness with a swish of her cape. No one knew what she was thinking or what she would do next. If even a lunatic like the Jester could see this, how could Gordon not? The reason so many crazed villains appeared in Gotham today was because there was a kindred spirit among them, drawing them in. But on the other hand, Bryce was someone he watched grow up. He believed she would do the right thing. Gotham needed a force in the shadows to curb the spread of evil. But today, Falcone told him that he knew everything. The path Gordon had chosen was one Falcone had foreseen long ago. He even arranged for assistance. Miss Cobblepot, today's Penguin, was supposed to handle these matters in the shadows, playing the role that Batwoman does now. See, Gordon, you're an honest man. You can't even lie to me anymore. We both know Bryce has lost her mind, her personality split in two. Falcone said calmly to Gordon, his tone devoid of satisfaction at getting an answer, filled only with endless regret. Back then, Gordon had chosen Batwoman, using her to intimidate Gotham's underworld. Compared to Penguin's influence, the help Batwoman could provide was minimal, offering nothing beyond that bat-like fear. Now Gordon realized that if Penguin had wanted to, as the descendant of one of the 10 families, the fear she could instill would be 1,000 times greater than Batwoman's. Any older Gothamite would shiver at the mention of Falcone and the 10 families. That dark terror was like true night. Penguin had known everything long ago. Falcone had instructed her well. She was waiting in the shadows, gathering strength, waiting for the day Gordon gave up on his partnership with Batwoman, ready to step forward and push things in the direction Falcone wanted. She cultivated relationships with officials, built networks, and stockpiled weapons, all in preparation for that day. To reshape Gotham into a new, beautiful city, jointly ruled by both the light and the dark. If everything had gone according to Falcone's plan, with Gordon managing the light and Penguin the dark, then there would be no other colors on Gotham's chessboard. Everything could develop according to Gordon's vision, perhaps even becoming the ideal, happy city he dreamed of. Commissioner Gordon wasn't a child. He knew that where there is light, there must be darkness. If darkness must exist, why not make it subject to his command? But even so, Gotham would only be a chaotic blend of black and white, transforming from a Caesar's dictatorship under the Roman to a republic under the Senate, with no real difference. Rome would still be Rome. No, that would still be your Gotham, not the one I want. A city with gangsters involved in its management is destined to fall. Gordon shook his head, casting aside all these thoughts. He had his principles and didn't want any association with the underworld. Yes, I understand your sentiments. I've been watching you all these years. You've worked very hard, even though Gotham keeps getting worse. Falcone comforted him, pouring himself more wine. Under your watch, daytime security has noticeably improved, and government integrity has risen. The only problem lies in the nighttime. Cobblepot has disappointed me. Gordon furrowed his brow. Those who disappointed Falcone rarely met good ends. History had proven this time and again. But Falcone didn't continue this topic. He just put down his glass and lightly clapped his hands, calling out to the door, "Sophia, you can come in now." The familiar woman from outside entered the room. She took off her hat, letting her long black hair cascade down like a waterfall. She glanced at Commissioner Gordon sitting on the sofa, then quietly walked to Falcone's side. "Let me introduce her. This is Sophia Falcone, my youngest daughter. You haven't met her before because she's been studying in Europe." Falcone smiled and patted her hand, proudly saying, "Though it may make the others uncomfortable, Sophia is indeed the most talented of my children." Gordon looked at her face. He hadn't noticed earlier, as she'd been referring to the boss and our boss so often that he'd thought she was just another high-level enforcer. There were tens of thousands of such enforcers in Gotham. But under the light now, only one word could describe her: femme fatale. She still wore that insincere smile. Unlike her father, she didn't have that world-dominating presence but carried a hint of manic madness. Gordon shifted his gaze back to Falcone and said mockingly, "No need for introductions. We're already acquainted." She's been very enthusiastic. "Oh, really?" Falcone raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked his daughter, "Have you been getting along well with Commissioner Gordon?" "Of course, father. Commissioner Gordon is a very good man." Sophia replied sweetly, like a dutiful daughter, but her gaze at Gordon was filled with meaning. "After all this is over, she will help you establish a new Gotham. It's no longer Cobblepot. From now on, the Falcone family will be your backing." "Wait, what do you mean, after all this is over? What new Gotham?" Gordon asked, sensing something wrong in Falcone's words. He couldn't understand what Falcone meant. Falcone closed his eyes, tilting his head as if trying to recall something. He soon smiled apologetically. "Oh, did I not mention it? Ah, getting old really does make one forgetful. So, my dear Gordon, do you know where we are right now? Where? Gotham sewers? Or an abandoned asylum? Gordon looked at the fireplace, then up at the ceiling. Falcone raised his right hand, forming a small gap between his thumb and index finger, shaking his head regretfully at Gordon. Such a pity, you're just a bit off. You don't really understand Gotham. What you see as darkness is just a shallow layer of seaweed floating on the night sea. But that's okay. You were never meant to understand. This is something the family should handle. Where are we? Gordon stared at him intently. He was tired of these riddles, of being manipulated and controlled. Falcone leaned back in his chair as if basking in the warmth of a winter afternoon, smiling contentedly by the fire. Indian Hill, Gordon. We're at Indian Hill. Chapter 30, ch30 Origins of Gotham. Indian Hill. Gordon tried his best to recall, but even as the police commissioner, his knowledge of the place was quite limited. He knew it wasn't under anyone's control and that it was just a massive junkyard with many homeless people living there. And he also knew that the land seemed cursed, not even weeds could grow. And also, it actually had the lowest crime rate in all of Gotham. Hardly any criminals came there to make a living. It seems like you haven't figured it out. Falcone smiled at him, shaking his head, unsure whether it was out of disappointment or contemplation. How about I give you another name that might ring a bell? Something like the Indian Hill Paramilitary Zone. Or maybe the Gotham Research Facility. Military and Research Facility. With Gordon's experience, he instantly understood what kind of place this was, and his pupils dilated involuntarily. At that moment, his only thought was, after all these years, Falcone has gone mad. Even if he hadn't heard those names before, he could still guess what this place was for. Although Themyscira looked down on technology, in their long war with Atlantis, the Amazons naturally used technology to create weapons, either to arm ordinary people or to wipe out enemies on a large scale. Some of these were things that would leave Ra's al Ghul speechless and bring tears of joy to the Joker, but he never imagined such a place would exist in Gotham. Ah, it seems like you figured something out. Good, still as sharp as ever. I'm pleased. As you suspected, this place was once a special research facility set up by the Amazon Council specifically for biochemical weapons, Falcone said with a light clap of his hands, signaling Sophia to sit down and listen to him explain the origins of Gotham. Our city was established in the 1880s by 4 founding families, he said as he quietly walked to the fireplace, holding his wine glass, watching the flames flicker inside. They were the pioneers of this city, and it took nearly 10 years. By 1891, Gotham was completed. The 4 families were, the Wayne family, to which young Bruce's mother belonged, the Kane family, to which her father belonged, the Elliot family, today represented by Hush Thomas, and, of course, the Cobblepot family. Strictly speaking, except for the Cobblepot family, we of the 10 families were all latecomers. Before our ancestors arrived in Gotham, we were just a bunch of homeless, unfortunate people. I seem to have digressed. Let's get back to the building of Gotham. Back then, the 4 families weren't as wealthy as they are today. At best, they had some money. They could have built a small town, but a city. Tisk. When they ran out of funds, political lobbyists from the Amazon Council came to them with an offer they couldn't refuse. The Amazon Council would fund them to build a city here, or more precisely, to build a bridgehead on the east coast against Atlantis. When the city was completed, the 4 families could manage it on the Council's behalf without interference. The Council needed research facilities, military bases, prisons, and temples built here, and the 4 families were responsible for all logistics and supplies, within the city itself. At that time, what lay before the 4 families was not the skyscrapers of today, but a barren beach in a small town. They couldn't possibly refuse such a pie falling from the sky, so they struck a deal with the emissaries and became the Amazon Council's white gloves. The city was built, and the Council kept their promise, handing the city over to them. And they, in turn, continued to provide Gotham's supplies to the Council, such as fish, steel, and manpower. Your police station, Blackgate Prison, Arkham Asylum, and other such places, don't they feel like fortresses to you? That's because they're all from that era of construction. Decades passed, and the nature of warfare changed. Soon, the Council felt they needed a bigger stick to threaten those creatures underwater. So they bought the Indian ancestors' burial ground and built the Gotham Research Facility, intending to once and for all eradicate their enemies in a potential war. What's more convenient than building a biochemical research facility in a coastal city, so you can directly pour the poison into the sea? That's where we are now. I must say, those people of the last century had an imagination that even I, an old man, find breathtaking. You should see the creatures above us, they've given me quite a bit of entertainment. Gordon was already restless. His anxiety felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails, squirming in the chair. So, Falcone, what is your goal? You've occupied this place, what are you planning? The old man took a sip of his wine, turned around calmly, and said, "My goal is to give you another chance, to let you build the Gotham you envision. We gangsters have always relied on society to live, it's time for us to clean up and do some legitimate business." Huh. Gordon truly couldn't understand Falcone's intentions anymore. In fact, he felt he never really understood them at all. Beneath us lies 40 million cubic feet of green liquid, a special compound enhanced by magic. Once dissolved in water, it can easily penetrate animal skin and tissue, turning living beings into corpses. According to the manual, they called it super sarin, originally intended to be deployed in the sea to completely wipe out the Atlanteans. Falcone sat down on the sofa, set his glass down, and continued smiling at Gordon. But then science discovered that if all the seas were polluted, these toxic elements would spread across the entire Earth through rainwater, and the Amazons wouldn't survive either. So, in 1990, this place was abandoned. Just get to the point, Gordon pressed. This time I've returned to use them to cleanse Gotham, just a little, to bring it back to its early days, when it was empty and uninhabited. Gordon, then you can rebuild your city as you please. When this storm ends and you walk out of here tomorrow, you'll see Gotham's light shining so brightly. It seems you've forgotten about your daughter. Isn't this supposed to be her city? Gordon scoffed at the idea, while also thinking of ways to stop this madness. Falcone shook his head seriously, raising his hand to interrupt Gordon. No, Gordon, it's only you. The new Gotham will be centered around you. Sophia will only assist you in managing the darkness. If she were to govern the city, how would that be any different from when the 10 families ruled? You promised me to make Gotham a place of hope. This is for the future of the city. Yes, I want Gotham to be better, but not like this. Gordon widened his eyes, shaking his head repeatedly. Don't be afraid, Gordon. It'll be over soon. Everyone in Gotham will die peacefully in their sleep, without any pain. Falcone gently took his hand, their skin both dry and brittle. The people of Gotham are beyond saving. Their hearts are filled with madness and darkness. Only by completely cleansing them out of Gotham can this city be reborn. You're insane, Falcone. You're insane. Gordon pulled his hand away, leaning back into the chair. The flickering firelight illuminated their faces, with only Gordon's looking pale and ashen. Falcone smiled as he returned to his seat, taking a cigar from the box on the table and carefully trimming it. No, Gordon, this isn't madness. This is something I learned in Hong Kong. They have a saying there, live and learn. I learned a lot there. I finally found a way to cure Gotham in the mystical East. They call it cutting off a limb to save the body. Chapter 31, ch 31. Poor Gordon. Gotham itself isn't sick. The ones who are sick are its residents. So, if we just change the residents, it'll be fine. Even though killing so many people pains me, cutting off a limb to save a life always comes with pain. Falcone was about to pour himself some more wine, but Sophia took the bottle, pouring not only for him but also refilling Gordon's glass. So many. That's 8 million. 8 million people. Gordon slammed his glass on the table in anger, spilling the golden liquid inside. Father, it seems Commissioner Gordon isn't feeling well. Should I take him to rest? Sophia smiled as she asked Falcone, but the cracking sound of her bones echoed like popping corn, and the room's temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. The cat on the carpet immediately woke from its sleep, alert and searching for the source of its unease. Falcone calmed her down, smiling and saying there was no need. He personally took out a few tissues to wipe the table. It's okay. Gordon's always been like this since the day I met him. After all this is over, when he sees the new Gotham, he'll understand. Also, Sophia, even though you're a girl, you shouldn't threaten people so easily. Our Falcone family values honor and rules, and we reason with people. Your behavior is unbecoming. Yes, father. I'll be more mindful. Sophia softened, picking up the cat from the carpet and playing with its ears. Falcone looked at her kindly, nodded, and then turned his face to Gordon. Forgive her, Commissioner. My daughter learned some skills in the Far East, and she's still young, so she's full of energy. Sometimes she's a bit rude. I hope you can forgive her. Gordon felt he couldn't communicate with these two lunatics, but Falcone's words reminded him of something. Barbara. Where's my daughter Barbara? He sat up straight, staring intently at Falcone. The smile on the Roman's face finally froze for a moment. He hesitated before quietly instructing Sophia. Turn on the TV and let Gordon see for himself. He then looked at Gordon apologetically. I'm sorry, Gordon. I know you love her very much, but our invitation had a little hiccup. Gordon stood up in agitation, but as Sophia passed by him to turn on the TV, she casually waved her hand, and he felt his legs go numb, causing him to fall back onto the sofa with a thud. What did you do to her? What happened to her? Gordon struggled, still glaring at Falcone. It's not what we did to her, it's because you've pissed off some people before. Someone wants to get back at you. He gestured for Gordon to watch the TV. The news broadcast had just started again, and before Gordon could turn his head, he heard a raspy, devilish voice from the screen. Good evening, Anchor. Good evening, Gotham. As Gordon came to his senses, he felt utterly desolate. Tears streamed down his face as he replayed the scene in his mind, an assassin in a black and yellow mask shooting Barbara, her frail body collapsing in the rain. He hated himself. Why, whenever he offended someone, did his family always end up hurt? Barbara was only 17. Why did it have to be like this? Falcone, on the side, also took out a handkerchief and dabbed at his eyes, looking genuinely sorrowful. Sophia, on the other hand, was absorbed in cuddling the cat, her mind entirely focused on the creature in her lap. My condolences, Gordon. I'm deeply sorry for your loss. That wasn't the plan at all. You and your daughter were supposed to be here with us, enjoying a family gathering safely underground. But I didn't know someone had brought Deathstroke into town. I apologize, my control over the city isn't what it used to be. I didn't get any information at all. As Falcone spoke, he pulled out a fresh handkerchief and handed it to Gordon, speaking earnestly. He had never intended to harm Gordon or his daughter. What did I do? Who did I offend? It should have been me, damn it. Gordon grabbed his own hair and started banging his head against the armrest of the sofa in frustration. Falcone gave Sophia a look, and she immediately raised her hand and pressed it against Gordon's chest. Gordon found that apart from his head, he couldn't move any part of his body, and tears just streamed down uncontrollably. Gordon, my good man, don't be so hard on yourself. It's not your fault. You were just trying to make the city a better place. You and I are the same, we're good people. Falcone came over and helped Gordon sit upright, letting him lean back more comfortably in the chair. He pressed his hand to his chest, speaking to Gordon, the fault lies with the people in this city. They've gone mad. We need to treat them, and we can avenge Barbara. We have the opportunity right now. Gordon didn't respond, just silently weeping, muttering to himself. Barbara. Barbara. He severed all connection with reality, fully engulfed in his own grief. Nothing anyone said would reach him now. Falcone turned to look at Sophia. This wasn't the Gordon he wanted. Before Gotham could be reborn, they needed to kill Deathstroke and get Gordon back on his feet. Sophia, do you think you can defeat her? Sophia knew exactly who he was referring to. Several emotions crossed her face, disappointment, anger, resentment, all flickered through, but none were what Falcone wanted to see. She slumped back on the sofa, gently shaking her head. Sorry, father. I'm no match for her. How is that possible? Your teacher said you were a once-in-a-century prodigy. After you finished your training, the world was supposed to be yours. Falcone frowned, the air thick with his overpowering presence. He suspected his daughter was just being lazy and didn't want to get involved. Sophia sighed deeply, not lying at all. She must have only told you half the story because while I might go anywhere in this world, there are some people best avoided. Deathstroke is one of them. Is she really that strong? I've never seen her in Gotham before. Falcone sat back in his seat, now convinced by Sophia. She's ridiculously strong. She's very young, maybe even younger than me. If you asked me to deal with Bruce, I could probably capture her with just my legs alone, because bats don't kill. Sophia gave a bitter smile, shaking her head. She knew her own limits all too well. But not with Deathstroke. She's not just a master of unarmed combat, she's a master of all weapons. All weapons means anything used to kill, from swords and spears to assault rifles, grenades, and even tanks. She's mastered them all to perfection. Did your teacher say that? Falcone calmed down, lowering his head to gently caress the petals of the rose. Sophia nodded, absent-mindedly stroking the white cat's head, which was smudged with her lipstick. Yes. Since we're about the same age, my teacher would use her as an example to teach me. Even after I completed my training, Deathstroke was still one of the few people she told me to avoid. Falcone pondered. My teacher said if I fought Deathstroke barehanded, I'd have a 60% chance of surviving. If she used blades, it'd drop to 30%. If she added firearms, I'd be dead for sure. Sophia finished and then fell silent. The room fell quiet again, leaving only Gordon's desperate murmurs. Chapter 32, ch32 The Plan. After a moment of silence, Falcone suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed heartily, filled with a sense of triumph and grandeur. Incredible. That such a person could emerge in this world. If she had been around in our time, I'm sure Maroni would have paid to have her kill me. Sophia, with little interest, pinched the white cat's ears, shaping them into rabbit ears as she corrected him. Uncle Maroni couldn't afford that. Deathstroke is a mercenary, and she prices her targets based on their entire net worth, usually at 30%. I checked her price for Bryce Wayne, not counting her identity as Batwoman, just as Bryce. Guess how much it is? How much? Falcone was intrigued. He picked up his glass, took a sip of wine, and curiously asked his daughter. In their time, they often dealt with assassins. The cheapest would be hiring some random thug off the streets, which would cost just a few $100s. He couldn't even remember how many times he had hired people to handle problems when he was younger. It wasn't until the family grew strong enough to have their own enforcers that they stopped relying on outsiders. He was curious to know the current market prices since he hadn't bothered with such trivial matters in a long time. Bryce controls 80% of Wayne Enterprises shares, and combined with all his real estate and investments, plus inflation over the years, his net worth is roughly $80 billion. So, Deathstroke's price for him is $24 billion. If someone offered that amount, she would kill Bryce. Sophia counted on her fingers, coming up with a staggering figure. PFF, cough, cough. Falcone choked on his drink, coughing as he wiped the wine from his mouth. She sure dares to ask. It seemed that Deathstroke was not only powerful but also incredibly capricious, as if everyone's life was just a commodity with a fixed price tag in her store, waiting for wealthy buyers. No money? Then don't bother hiring the world's #1 mercenary. Go find a street thug instead. So, by that calculation, even if Deathstroke had existed back then, you would have been safe, father. Although our family didn't have physical industries, the annual income from protection fees could serve as a standard. Back then, your price would have been over $100 million, while Uncle Maroney could only have managed $40 million. He should have been the one worried every day. Sophia concluded, leaving Falcone unsure of how to feel. It almost made him feel poor, and Bruce was making way too much money. How did Bruce do it? Even combining the Wayne and Kane family's wealth, it shouldn't be this much. Falcone asked her. After all, he hadn't made that much money running the underworld in Asia, and Wayne Enterprises was a legitimate business. Sophia shrugged. He got lucky with the information age, father. But does Deathstroke's pricing actually bring in business? Falcone was doubtful. He put down his wine glass, feeling his age as he struggled to understand the current economy. Yes, business is good. Celebrities like Bruce aren't all over the place. The majority of hits are for ordinary people. Like she mentioned on TV earlier, basic service starts at $2 million. Sophia sat up straight, glancing at Gordon, who was completely lost in his memories, and continued explaining to her father. For example, if you're a small business owner and your competitor keeps giving you trouble, you just need to contact Deathstroke. For $2 million, your rival will disappear overnight. The next morning, you wake up to a bigger market share, and maybe even take over their business. You'd feel that money was well spent, and there would be no trace leading back to you. Just like that. Her highest fees are astronomical, but her lowest fees are affordable for ordinary people. Falcone found the price standards rather inconsistent. Yes, Deathstroke doesn't care who you want to kill or why. She's just doing business. Of course, the richer or more famous the target, the higher the price. Sophia explained further. Falcone pondered for a moment, picking up his glass once more. But Barbara wasn't part of any contract. Deathstroke's target was Gordon. Why kill Barbara? No one paid for it. Sophia didn't know the answer either, she could only speculate. I heard that Deathstroke is very emotional. When she's happy, she might kill someone for free. But when she's not, she'll kill anyone she sees. Barbara probably just had bad luck. Crazy. Another crazy person. Falcone shook his head, his patience with the city wearing thin. He was eager to see the new Gotham. In that case, let Deathstroke perish with the old Gotham. No matter how strong she is, she can't survive a toxic rainstorm. That will be some consolation for Gordon. Yes, father. But our other guests haven't arrived yet. They might have been delayed by the storm. Sophia became serious, setting the cat aside to one corner. The League of Assassins delayed by rain. Is this one of your jokes? They never arrive late, especially when it's about revenge. Falcone dismissed her idea immediately, showing his familiarity with the League. Have our surveillance systems at full capacity. Monitor every shadow entering or leaving the city. When they set foot in Gotham, we'll release the toxin into the clouds. They won't be able to leave. Sophia nodded. Her long black hair waved slightly, catching a hint of red in the firelight. But then she asked, but will Ra's al Ghul and Talia really come? Falcone resumed his calm demeanor, placing his hands on his knees and sitting up straight. They will. Once they know I'm their opponent, they'll definitely come because they know their assassins can't deal with me. You made sure Gordon left them the clues. Sophia smiled and nodded, pouring herself some tea from the pot on the table with practiced elegance. Yes, Commissioner Gordon thought he was being clever by carving numbers on his glasses where I wouldn't notice, but as a martial artist, I saw his little trick clearly. I even confirmed the license plate number he left was correct before I brought him back. Good. When the League of Shadows finds out I killed their people and then gets Gordon's clue, they'll come quickly to prepare. All we need is to leave Ra's al Ghul and Talia alive. Falcone praised her, feeling that his daughter was much more competent than his son. As for Alberto, that guy should just stick to studying. Why leave them alive, father? Are you getting soft? Sophia asked. No, Raz and Talia have both bathed in the Lazarus pit. They're nearly impossible to kill. Besides, the new Gotham will need enemies. Without them, you, Gordon, and Bruce would be scattered. You need a reason to unite. An enraged master assassin will be the perfect opponent for the new Gotham. Falcone smiled as he answered. He knew that the new Gotham would need unity, and only an external threat could unite the three of them. When Ra's al Ghul, having lost all his followers and driven mad, lingers outside Gotham, Gordon and Batwoman would rely more on the forces in the shadows, on Sophia. Sophia glanced at Gordon. He seemed more awake now, at least appearing more alive. She lowered her voice. But, father, are you sure Commissioner Gordon will work with me? There were doubts before, but now. Falcone picked up his glass, taking a gentle sip, his eyes fixed on the dazed Gordon. Chapter 33, CH-33 Miscalculation. Gordon's consciousness finally returned to his body. He could feel the light and the warmth of the fireplace. But inside, it felt like winter, everything frozen over, no sunlight, no hope. Falcone gently patted his shoulder, comforting him like a concerned elder. Gordon, my dear Gordon, it's all over now. Everything will be fine. You've lost 2 wives for the city, lost your child. You're just tired. Yes, tired. I'm so tired. Gordon lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. No, Gordon, it's not time for you to rest yet. The new Gotham isn't built yet. You can't rest. Only you can save it. You promised me. Falcone hugged him tightly, the frail old man almost lifting Gordon off the sofa with his embrace. Gordon looked at Falcone in confusion. He couldn't remember what he had promised. His mind was like a boiling pot, filled with chaotic thoughts that seemed to have lost connection with each other. Yes, I promised you. He answered in a daze. Yes, you promised. A better Gotham, a Gotham where everyone can live happily. This is our city. We all want to see it thrive. Children, my child. Gordon cried out in pain, clutching his head. Falcone comforted him again, patting his back. It's all over. It's all over. You'll have a new family. When the new Gotham is built, I will preside over your wedding with Sophia, and then I'll hand over the Falcone family to you both. I will leave amidst applause. You will have new children, a new city, and live happily ever after. As he spoke, he looked expectantly at Sophia, as if seeking her opinion. Yes, father. Everything will be as you wish, she replied with that same fake smile, the kind of polite expression a medieval lady would use, answering in the sweet voice of a dutiful daughter, as if she had never changed. Come, Gordon, kiss my ring, accept my promise, and from now on, we will be family, for a better Gotham. Falcone smiled, extending his right hand to Gordon. On his ring finger was a delicate gold ring engraved with the Falcone family crest, a rose. But the disoriented Gordon turned his head away, refusing to look at the ring, just as he had done more than 10 years ago. Outside Indian Hill, Su Ming and his team had been waiting in the broadcast van for an hour. It was already past 4 o'clock, and there was nothing but the sound of wind and rain around them. The endless rain fell from the sky, twisted into watery dragons by the howling wind, which somehow always managed to find its way into their vehicle through tiny gaps, stealing the warmth from their bodies. The inside of the van was pitch black. He and Cindy sat silently in the dark driver's seat, each holding a bottle of beer they had just picked up, monitoring the outside. Earlier, in the small supermarket, Su Ming had told Cindy everything about the multiverse. He had also shared the mastermind's plan and some other speculations. He did this because Cindy was the only person here he could trust. Before he left, he felt he needed to leave enough information so that Cindy could survive. He wasn't sure if this decision was right or whether it would trigger a butterfly effect or worse consequences, but he was just doing what a partner should do. Although they had only known each other for 6 hours and were just a temporary team, their similarities and tacit understanding made it seem as if they had known each other for a long time. It really had been a long time. Su Ming had only been in this world for 6.5 hours, and those 6 hours were almost his entire new life. In those 6 hours, he had experienced things he had never thought of before and made changes he had never considered. He had become inextricably linked to the world that had brought all this about. However, Cindy's reaction had been quite calm. Learning of the mastermind's plan was like receiving any ordinary piece of information. After Su Ming had finished speaking, she just responded with an "oh," and it was unclear what she was thinking. They had then silently returned to the van, driven here, and turned off the engine to wait in the dark. In the distance, in the junkyard, there were small flickering lights. They were from the homeless people trying to keep dry inside broken-down cars, and some were unlucky enough to have their fires extinguished by the heavy rain. Every so often, a loud curse or cry could be heard from some unknown location. This weather was not suitable for small creatures to move around, but Su Ming was sure he had seen rats scurrying in and out of the broken cars, as if they were moving their stored food to higher ground. The wind shifted slightly, changing the direction of the rain again, but their target still hadn't shown up. Damn it, did the League of Shadows get caught in a flash flood or something? Why aren't they here yet? Cindy lay on the steering wheel, her body stiff from the long wait. Something's off. Batwoman's surveillance system still hasn't detected any ninjas entering Gotham. Something's gone wrong. Su Ming looked into the distant darkness, trying to distinguish the direction of the underground research facility and hoping it was in the same place as in the TV show's world. Barbara was still using her laptop to connect to the Batcomputer in the Batcave, the screen constantly switching views. The system had not identified any members of the League of Shadows. What do we do? Cindy turned her head to look at him. Su Ming thought for a moment and suddenly realized that the League might have other plans. When Cindy had found the footprints of the ninja's tabi on the rooftop, the scouts from the League might not have even gone down to check the bodies. They only needed to know that their comrades were dead and didn't need to investigate how, unlike Su Ming and his group. To them, it was all Gotham's fault. With Batwoman out of the city, all they needed to do was destroy Gotham, and their revenge would be complete. Ra's al Ghul could be gathering forces in Nanda Parbat right now. The League members would need to return from all over the world, and that would take time. When the League finally arrived, they would probably launch a massive attack to destroy Gotham, not caring who the killer was. That would be too much trouble. After all, it was all Gotham's fault. They could set off a few nuclear bombs in the city, sending all the criminals and residents to heaven. That would avenge their fallen member and fulfill Ra's al Ghul's long-standing wish. Two birds with one stone. We attack. We can't wait any longer. No matter what's inside, we have to go in. Su Ming put on his helmet, secured the straps, and checked his weapons. Are you sure? We're still not sure where Falcone plans to face them. Although Cindy said this with a smile, her hands were moving quickly, preparing for battle. Su Ming looked at her, then at the people in the back of the van, and jumped out. All I know is that as time passes, greater dangers are getting closer. He was referring to the possible resumption of the war between the Amazons and Atlantis and the potential assassination attempt on Bryce. They didn't have time to wait around here. They needed to rescue Gordon and find Batwoman as soon as possible. Chapter 34, CH-34 Court of Owls. Leading the way were two people, while three who were utterly defenseless followed behind. Barbara held her laptop, Vicky clutched a microphone, and Pete, pale as a ghost, carried the camera at the rear. His steps were unsteady, and his expression vacant, making him look like a zombie in the rainy night. Su Ming had a bad feeling, as if this foretold that once they opened the underground research facility, a horde of flesh-eating monsters would come pouring out. He drew his dual blades and slashed twice at the chain-link fence, sparks briefly flaring in the rain before disappearing. He carved an X-shaped mark and then bent the wire to create an opening large enough for a wheelchair to pass through, carefully lifting Barbara through. Barbara gave him a nervous smile, then turned her attention back to the pitch-black surroundings. The junked cars were just empty shells, stripped of engines, spark plugs, batteries, and anything of value, discarded like corpses piled up to form small mountains. In the darkness, the shadows of these black hills loomed over them from every direction, making it seem like they were surrounded by the same view from any angle. Neither Barbara, Vicky, nor Pete had ever been to such a desolate place in the middle of the night. Every Gothamite knew what lurked in the dark. Some would actively seek it out, while others avoided it like the plague. Su Ming sensed someone watching them. He looked up and saw, not far away, a homeless woman peering out from the empty driver's seat of a wrecked car, observing them through a non-existent window. He would have dismissed it, except for the strange noise the woman started making. Coo. Coo. Bang. Su Ming raised his gun and fired immediately, startling Barbara and the others. This sudden, seemingly random act of violence, was this the true nature of a mercenary on a mission? But the shot they thought would hit for sure was dodged in an unbelievable way. The strange woman bent her neck sharply downwards as if she were boneless, her head sinking into her body, and the bullet grazed past her head. When she reappeared from the wreckage, her appearance had changed from a homeless person to a masked figure with large round goggles. With a swift move, she leaped atop the car. She was clad in a black leather uniform with gold embroidery and anachronistic lace trim, looking like something a noble hunter from the Middle Ages would wear. The round goggles on her head resembled owl eyes, peering down at Su Ming and the others from a high vantage point. Protect them, Su Ming said, leaving those words behind as he drew his dual blades and jumped onto a nearby car, facing off against this bizarre opponent. I always thought their existence was just a legend, Cindy said as she drew her weapon, positioning herself in front of the group. It seems, as Sue said, Gotham is hiding too many secrets. Vicky, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. She immediately had Pete use a raincoat to shield her from the rain, took out her notepad, and, under the camera's light, prepared to record. So, Miss Cindy, it seems you know the masked person opposite us. Can you explain who she is? Cindy glanced at her. She knew the people Su Ming had brought along couldn't be ordinary in a parallel universe, but here, Vicky was just a regular person. Her excessive curiosity would certainly get her killed. You only need to know that they're assassins from a very ancient organization in Gotham. If you learn too much, you really will end up dead. It's okay. As a journalist, I've long been prepared for that. Please, tell me. Tell the citizens the truth. Unexpectedly, the threat of death seemed to have triggered something in Vicky, and she immediately blushed with excitement, pressing Cindy for more information, her eyes wide with anticipation. Cindy shook her head, not sure if she agreed or not, then began reciting a nursery rhyme well known in Gotham, rumored to be chanted by every child playing in the streets decades ago. Beware the court of owls, that watches all the time, ruling Gotham from a shadowed perch, behind granite and lime. They watch you at your hearth, they watch you in your bed. Speak not a whispered word of them, or they'll send the talon for your head. Vicky was stunned for a moment, but her journalist instincts made her jot down the words. If she had the chance, she planned to research Gotham's history and perhaps uncover something. Su Ming was the first to react. As a transmigrator, in Gotham, the city of the Bat, hearing the cuckoo of an owl during a storm immediately made him realize something was off. This woman disguised as a homeless person was an assassin of the Court of Owls, a talon. Up until Su Ming's transmigration, the DC Comics had never fully explained the details of this mysterious organization. All he knew was that it was a coalition of Gotham's oldest families, using various means to influence the city. No one knew their identities, as all members wore white owl masks and had a unique ring as a token. The Talons were assassins they trained to eliminate dissenters in the city. Before the gangs took power, after the four families, Gotham had experienced a brief period of rule by the Court of Owls. But due to internal power struggles, they suffered heavy losses. Falcone and other crime lords seized the opportunity, forcing the Owls back into the shadows. Maybe the Bat or Falcone knew information at this level, but Su Ming, coming from another world, knew even more. Their origin was actually much older, dating back to the Stone Age of humanity. The Bird Tribe, the Wolf Tribe, the Bear Tribe, and the Bat Tribe, they were considered the origins of European civilization in the DC universe. Batman was a descendant of the Bat Tribe, while the Court of Owls came from the Bird Tribe. Most importantly, all members of the Court of Owls were brainwashed and controlled by their own high priest, known as the Strix. They were all dark minions who had sworn in their dreams to serve the dark god Barbados unconditionally. In a sense, Barbados was the Bat god of the dark multiverse, the Dark Dragon, the one true god. So, in a way, they hadn't placed their faith in the wrong entity. Unfortunately, this god was solely interested in bringing the light universe into play and didn't care much for his followers, treating them as disposable tools. But this wasn't an excuse for Su Ming to relax. The presence of a Talon here meant that the court would soon know, and Barbados would soon know. At that point, the danger level would escalate at a crazy pace. He had to keep this Talon here as long as possible to delay the Court of Owls from learning what was happening. Chapter 35, CH-35 Deathstroke's Battle. The Talons have no self-awareness. They are warriors who have been hypnotized, controlled, and frozen. When the Court of Owls needs them, they are thawed and assigned tasks, most of which are assassination missions. Once their missions are completed, they return to the Owl's maze to be frozen again, awaiting their next awakening. The Talon standing before Su Ming could very well be a centuries-old relic, but one must never underestimate them. They are cybernetically enhanced humans, stronger than the assassins of the League of Shadows. While being brainwashed, they are also imbued with the Talon's ancestral combat techniques, making each one an expert in melee weapons. And since their leadership consists entirely of Gotham's aristocracy, devoid of any concept of honor, all their weapons are coated with deadly poison. Ordinary people stand no chance against a Talon. When disguised as someone else, they can easily mimic any mannerism or voice, acting convincingly enough to be indistinguishable. In their Talon state, however, they rarely speak, preferring to make guttural sounds or hoots, imitating owls. Their number is always maintained at 100, 99 regular Talons and one specially trained Zero Talon, the most formidable of them all. Each year, new Talons are recruited to replace those who are too damaged from missions. The Court of Owls selects promising children or young adults, deceiving them into undergoing brainwashing ceremonies to replenish their ranks. The one Su Ming had to deal with now appeared to be just a regular Talon, but if she managed to escape and report back, things could become as dire as he had feared. If she made it back to the Owl's maze, the Court of Owls would know everything that had happened here. He had to keep her down here and engage her in combat, then kill her. Provoking them seemed like a reasonable tactic, and Su Ming had a guess as to how to do it. The Court of Owls eats shit, he suddenly shouted, giving the Talon double middle fingers. Cindy covered her face, while the other three exchanged bewildered looks. What was he doing? Eat. Eat shit. His voice echoed between the wrecked cars, carried by the wind and rain. The insulting words found their way into the Talon's ears, despite the storm. Perched high above, the Talon, who had been poised to take flight, halted, her gaze shifting back to the figure below. Yes, as assassins and tools of the aristocracy, it didn't matter how much they themselves were insulted. But the aristocrats were different. Therefore, one of the Talon's hypnotic commands was to forever obey the Court of Owls and protect its honor. Su Ming's actions directly triggered this command. Loyalty to the court. A shadow plummeted toward Su Ming, the intense wind whistling through the Talon's cloak, making it blend with the downpour as she dived. Su Ming did not relax after achieving his first objective. He would only breathe easy once the enemy was completely eliminated, but vigilance was always required. Swish. Swish. 2 streaks of bright white light, tinged with black, slashed in front of him. These were the Talon's claws, extremely sharp and coated with deadly poison, aiming to rip through his throat. Just like how an owl seizes a mouse, always snapping its neck first before disemboweling it. Su Ming deftly dodged, using his blades to deflect the claws aside, sparks flying. He then moved, circling to the Talon's side, keeping his distance. At the same time, he made a mental note. Specializes in claw techniques, favors attacking the neck and abdomen, consistent with the comics. Due to the fully enclosed hood structure and thick round goggles, it was like the Talon had a telescope over her eyes, restricting her vision. Even though Deathstroke was missing one eye, he could rely on his brain's memory and computing power to fill in his surroundings. This made him the least affected by his helmet among all fighters. So now Su Ming chose to stay in her peripheral view, testing for any blind spots. If one is too focused on distant threats, they miss those close at hand. He planned to use this opportunity to locate her weaknesses, which would come in handy if he faced multiple Talons in the future. Indeed, the Talon's body remained still, but her neck and head twisted at a strange angle to keep him in view. This confirmed Su Ming's hypothesis, and he made another note. Everything went eerily silent. It was as if the rain had slowed down, falling gently from the sky. Su Ming's single red eye locked onto her round lenses. Then, Su Ming suddenly attacked, both blades coming down, one vertically, the other horizontally, slashing at the Talon. She performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the strikes, then immediately lunged forward, drawing 2 long daggers from her waist and engaging Su Ming. Clang. 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 The sound of clashing metal reverberated between them, sparks flying everywhere as their arms and bodies moved, scattering raindrops like strings of pearls, crashing against the surrounding wreckage. They kept moving, but the Talon's lower body was relatively exposed. She rarely used her legs for attacks, but frequently utilized her outfit for short-distance glides, making her extremely agile. Su Ming meticulously noted the Talon's strengths and weaknesses. Excellent weapons, poisoned, agile movements, but relatively weak strength, minimal protective gear. He switched to a shotgun, blasting at close range, but she dodged again. In fact, she started evading the moment he reached for the gun's handle. The entire battle was under Su Ming's control. After exchanging a few moves, he realized that this Talon was not as formidable as those in the mainstream comics. He could easily take her down right now, but he wanted to gather more information without letting her escape. Facing an all-around warrior like Deathstroke, with his rich experience and superhuman physical attributes, she stood no chance. Su Ming took this opportunity to test almost all of his weapons, even using a grappling hook to spar with her for a few rounds. 1 minute later, he had gathered all the information he needed. The Talon assassins of Earth-11 would no longer hold any secrets or hidden cards against him. The rain fell harder. Su Ming shoved the Talon back, but she showed no intention of fleeing. They were both enhanced individuals, their breathing steady even after hundreds of exchanges. However, Su Ming had already obtained what he needed. His brain had automatically formulated the best solution based on the information he'd acquired. It's over. He drew his dagger, no longer avoiding the Talon's attacks. Instead, he slightly twisted his body, allowing her dagger to graze his side while he pushed forward, driving his own dagger into her chest. Hiss, like the sound of a basketball deflating. The moment the sound occurred, he violently yanked the dagger back, creating a gaping hole in the Talon's chest. Her heart split in 2. Blood gushed out like a small red fountain, strangely beautiful. Amidst the blood and rain, the Talon slowly collapsed, splattering filthy mud as she hit the ground. A clear scratch marred the chainmail on Su Ming's side, but the attack hadn't penetrated his armor. Everything was within precise calculations, from the angle of impact to the pressure the armor could withstand, from friction to weather conditions, from her behavior to possible reactions. With a combination of instinct and mental calculation, Su Ming perfectly achieved his goal. This was a victory he had expected. But he still waited for the last confirmation. Wiping his dagger clean on the corpse, he sheathed it and intently observed the exposed organs in the wound. A few minutes later, he pulled out a grenade, stuffed it into the chest cavity, pulled the pin, and walked back toward Cindy and the others without looking back. Boom. Limbs flew everywhere, with perhaps some hands and feet remaining intact, but on this dark night, at least the Court of Owls wouldn't be piecing the body back together. He also received the answer to his final question. In Earth-11, the Court of Owls did not possess the amber gold. Chapter 36, CH-36 Good luck. As previously mentioned, the Court of Owls' amber gold is a transparent, colorless liquid metal. It is always shrouded in a hallucinogenic silver glow, appearing as radiant as a starry river fallen to Earth. Batman in the Prime Universe once drank it unknowingly. It is one of the 5 metals that turned that Bruce into a doorway. Of course, besides that, amber gold has some unique properties. First, as a liquid metal, it not only tastes sweet but is also thirst-quenching. Secondly, regular consumption can slow aging, enhance strength, and grant weak regenerative abilities depending on its concentration. Drinking it even induces wonderful hallucinations. Lastly, if you find a suitable blacksmith, amber gold can be forged and has extremely high ductility and malleability. It is effective against magical creatures like ghosts, dryads, and werewolves. As an armor additive, it can further resist magical damage and curse effects. As far as Su Ming knew, only Hephaestus, the god of forging, and the weaponers of the universe could forge liquid metal. Others dealt with creation or shaping, which was more advanced. However, he already had an armor made of promethium, which is also a metal and includes trace amounts of nth metal to enhance magical resistance. There was no need to replace his armor. As for weapons, they were made of ordinary alloys, but since no replacements were available, he would have to make do for now. Earlier, while crouching by the corpse, he had been confirming whether the Talon possessed regenerative abilities. From what he saw, it seemed amber gold did not exist on Earth-11, or else the court would have used it on their assassins. He blew up the body to delay the time it would take to be discovered. Returning to the 3, he indicated they could continue. Cindy put away her weapon and merely shrugged, having already noticed that Su Ming was gathering information. She, too, had taken mental notes. As for Barbara, she asked Su Ming if he was okay, glancing at the white mark on his armor's waist and only relaxing when she saw he was unharmed. Predictably, Peter threw up. When Su Ming had blown up the corpse with a grenade, a piece of some unknown organ had splattered onto the camera lens. He couldn't hold it in any longer. At this point, he was retching, crying and vomiting at the same time, while Vicky helplessly held the camera, tilting her mouth to the side as she waited. The Court of Owls has arrived, our time is limited. We need to find the bat quickly. Su Ming touched the white scratch on his armor as he spoke to Cindy. He removed his helmet, letting the rain cool his mind, which had been overstimulated by the recent bloodshed. The entrance to the underground research lab. We just need to find fresh footprints, the kind made by a group. In this heavy rain, no one can clear all the prints from the muddy ground. Cindy patted him on the shoulder, rain washing over her armor as well. She looked around and shared her plan. Su Ming nodded, exhaling gently and using his helmet to shield a cigarette he was lighting. Leave it to you then. I need to calm down, the bloodlust is affecting me. You're not right. Feeling hunger is your body's healing factor at work. It's a signal that your body needs energy, simply converted into an instinctual craving for blood and flesh. You may have sustained serious internal or even brain injuries recently, without even realizing it. Cindy raised her hand, feeling Su Ming's skull as if checking for any injuries. Her tactical gloves and the armor covering them were cold to the touch. I don't feel hurt anywhere, except for a bit of a headache. Su Ming knocked on his head and patted his chest and abdomen. That's why I said it's not right, I can't guess the cause either. Cindy let go and began looking for many footprints. In this weather, footprints would appear as round pits filled with dirty water. At this moment, Peter suddenly screamed. Su Ming immediately drew his pistol, aiming it in that direction. It turned out that Peter had instinctively sought out a low-lying pit to vomit in, but the heavy rain had caused another problem, soil erosion. Indian Hill was originally a burial ground for Native American ancestors. Now, a skeleton had been unearthed by the buoyancy of the rainwater, rising right in front of him. He was vomiting when he saw a flash of white. Looking up, he found a white skull floating in the water, its hollow eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but scream. But before Su Ming could act, Vicky had already slapped him, making him stumble. Useless, it's just a skull, and an old one at that. What are you screaming about? Boo-hoo, a skull. I'm so scared. Isn't this place haunted? He still had disgusting froth at the corners of his mouth, and his hands kept wiping his face, trying to get rid of the liquid, whether it was rain or tears, he couldn't tell. A burly man standing 6'3" and weighing over 330 pounds, with a thick beard, whimpering to a tiny woman who barely reached his elbow. The sight was too much for Su Ming to take, he was afraid he might pull the trigger on instinct. To comfort him, Vicky grabbed the skull from the water and tossed it in the air, catching it like a toy. See? No ghosts. It's fun. Don't be scared. Though her method was unconventional, Vicky was genuinely trying to help her partner. Unfortunately, the effect was quite the opposite, making Peter shake his head and back away even further. Vicky, now holding the camera on one shoulder and the skull in one hand, looked up at the sky and sighed in exasperation, as if her spirit had been drained. She raised her eyes to the heavens, seeking answers from Zeus, feeling utterly exasperated by her partner. He was a one-of-a-kind combination of traits. Timid and scared of ghosts, turning pale at the sight of blood, but capable of eating 10 times her own portions during meals. The worst part was, to avoid being photographed as unattractive, it was customary for news anchors to treat their camera partners to meals. All of this was heartbreaking. But soon, something good diverted her attention. Ah! This skull has gold teeth. Nice, this one's mine. I'll get a ring or necklace made out of it. She cheerfully pried out a row of gold teeth from the skull and pocketed them. Her blue eyes seemed to turn into coins, and she instantly forgot all about Peter's incompetence. Peter blinked. Just a moment ago, he hadn't seen any gold teeth on the skull, yet when Vicky got hold of it, it was like magic, she discovered gold teeth. Wasn't this creepy enough? Cindy returned from the distant darkness, her figure blurred and shifting in the rain, resembling an indistinct cloud of smoke. She came up to Su Ming. Found it, but the path is difficult. No problem. Su Ming picked up Barbara in her wheelchair, motioning for Cindy to lead the way. Once we're underground, it'll be much better. Do you think Falcon might have already spotted us with all this commotion we're making here? Barbara, having witnessed the Bat's citywide surveillance system, seemed particularly sensitive to privacy concerns, always feeling watched. Despite the mud sucking at his feet, Su Ming moved effortlessly, still striding quickly. Relax. He lifted the wheelchair higher and tried to step into Cindy's footprints. This place is a haven for vagrants. If he tried to install surveillance here, the vagrants would dig out any hidden equipment to sell. Leading the way, Cindy added, he's keeping this place secret, he can't act against the vagrants around here, so he can only stay as low-key as possible. But once we're underground, things could be very different. Falcon doesn't seem like he wants the League of Shadows entering here. He's probably just trying to get the assassins into the city faster. Discussing the possible situations they might encounter, they unconsciously entered what looked like a drainage channel, but it was surprisingly dry, with no water at all. The flat concrete ground was covered in creeping vines, looking like a green cave in a forest. It seemed very out of place here. This was absolutely abnormal for Indian Hill. If not for the strange smell and eerie terror emanating from this place, Su Ming guessed that many vagrants would have chosen it over the cramped wrecked cars for shelter. At the dark end of the passage, there was a green metal door, with no signs or writing around it. The intense unease emanating from behind it made any ordinary person approaching feel dread. The group reached the door. Cindy planted the explosives on the lock, inserted the remote detonator, and, after they all took cover, put her finger on the red button. Ready. Don't kid around. Deathstroke is always ready. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head, the red lenses of his mask leaving a faint trace of light in the darkness. Chapter 37, CH-37 Laboratory. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, a cloud of dust surged out from the doorway, leaving everyone hiding behind cover covered in dirt. The dust mixed with the rain still wet on their bodies, turning it all into mud. A piece of some signboard from who knows where flew in front of Su Ming's eyes. The fragment only had the word laboratory remaining on it. Looks like Falcon hasn't done much cleaning up since moving in. His new room isn't as clean as the old room, Cindy observed as the dust settled. She brushed off the dirt from her body and added, though it does have a kind of archaeological vibe. Are you sure his men took Commissioner Gordon through this route? This environment doesn't look right. Su Ming raised his gun and peered into the research facility, seeing only a mass of red through his mask's lenses. Not sure, because I didn't find any footprints from today. There might be another entrance in the junkyard, Cindy said as she walked a few steps forward, leaning against the doorframe. The debris on the ground crunched under her feet. The night vision function in their helmets had always been handy, but looking inside from the door, all that was visible was various kinds of garbage. Everything was left as it was during the evacuation, scorched documents, smashed typewriters, basically, anything that could be destroyed was destroyed. Well, it's the right place. He realized it was likely Vicky Vale's luck at work. She just wanted to film the news segment Su Ming had promised, so fate had led them here. No need to think, by taking this path, there would definitely be enough fighting inside to edit into a news blockbuster. And in such a strange situation, if they wanted to find another path, they surely wouldn't be able to, that's how luck works. She wanted a gas mask, and she could find one in the Batcave without any trouble. She felt short on money, and she stumbled upon gold. Vicky was like an uncontrollable weapon of causality, a double-edged sword. Sometimes Su Ming suffered from her luck as well. But he had to rely on her luck for now. He didn't think he had much luck himself. Being thrown from a rental room into Gotham, facing a hail of bullets, with a countdown to the end of the world, this was the treatment of an unlucky soul. Bringing her along might save them in a situation beyond his control. For now, she was a lucky charm, until he found Bruce, the chosen one, whose presence was even more potent than Vicky's. Then he'd decide based on the situation. For now, Su Ming just hoped there wouldn't be too many monsters inside. We're going in. You protect them. Su Ming put away his gun, once again drawing the long sword from his back, ready to enter the research facility. Cindy quickly extended a finger, pressing it against the chest of his armor, shaking her head as she pushed him back. She drew her own twin swords from behind her and walked in first. Are you kidding me? Letting a man take point? Where's the honor in that? Su Ming shrugged. If she wanted to take the lead, he'd guard the rear. It was just a few steps difference, after all. Both their helmets had night vision systems, so the dim environment inside didn't affect them. The other three, however, had to rely on the lighting from the camera to see their surroundings. The power supply here was functioning, but the first floor's lighting system had been destroyed. The electrical panel, along with its wires, dangled limply from the wall, like a dead animal with its guts hanging out. To Barbara, it looked as if a typhoon had swept through the place. In the camera's lens light, she saw that most things were shattered. Gotham's history lay broken before her eyes. This kind of place shouldn't exist in Gotham. Vicky had started recording, but she was just having Peter shoot some environmental footage as background material, not yet starting her commentary. This was the first layer of the underground research facility. Logically, it should be relatively safe, but judging by the surroundings, Su Ming felt something had probably escaped from below. Just then, Cindy swung her weapon, the cold gleam of the blade flashing in the air. Some shadow that flew at her was sliced in two, dropping to the ground. The thing wasn't dead yet, it kept wriggling on the floor. Cindy glanced down, it looked like a palm-sized black maggot. What the hell is this? She lifted her foot and stomped the wriggling creature into a puddle of goo. Looks like an oversized maggot. Su Ming also saw the thing. It was just a byproduct of genetic experiments. I'm starting to hate this place. Cindy wiped her blade on a broken desk, the back of the blade covered with a jelly-like green substance, then she continued forward. Every now and then, more bugs leaped out of the darkness toward them. We need to find a way down to the lower levels, through the experiment area, to the dormitory sector. Su Ming chopped down another bug and spoke to Cindy. 200 meters at 11 o'clock, there's a passage. Cindy glanced ahead. With her equipment and experience, she quickly made the judgment. So the group moved in that direction. As they progressed, there were more and more black bugs on the road, densely packed. Cindy switched to her shotgun to speed up their advance. These things seemed endless, countless in the darkness. It was better to move quickly. The closer they got to the passage, the denser the creatures became, proving Cindy's judgment correct. These things had escaped from the experiment area, and that was the path leading to it. However, this also meant something had broken containment. Mad scientists wouldn't just play with such small creatures. Under the protection of the two, the group smoothly reached the door. With a light push, the door opened. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the ceiling onto Cindy, clawing and biting at her, producing metallic clashing sounds. But Cindy didn't panic. As a world-class mercenary, she had encountered countless surprises. She immediately drew her blade and stabbed it straight into its head, through the eye socket, out the back of its skull, with a cracking sound. The corpse dropped to the ground. It looked like a hairless monkey or ape, with thick, chitinous armor on its joints, like a crab shell. It should have been a predator feeding on leeches, but it chose the wrong prey this time. Cindy decisively chopped off its head. Even if it had regenerative abilities, it would need a lot of time to recover, allowing the group to pass. What do you call this? A beetle monkey. A stag beetle ape. Cindy picked up the strange creature's head. Its teeth grew horizontally, like those of an insect. Who knows what it's called? Probably just an experiment code. But I guess it might have once been human. Su Ming said indifferently, leading the three through the passage door. Cindy shrugged and continued forward. Since it was a military experiment, there were plenty of humans available as primate samples. Why would they need monkeys? This was human. Barbara was shocked. Aside from its vaguely human-like features, it was impossible to guess it had once been a person. A guess. Su Ming closed the door behind them, taking one last look at the body on the ground. Barbara was speechless, feeling a sense of sorrow, once again witnessing humanity's madness. This tendency towards self-destruction always seemed to accompany humanity. Vicky, on the other hand, nodded. It confirmed her suspicions about Deathstroke's origins. She immediately wrote it down in her notebook and directed Peter to film the thing on the ground, whatever it was, with close-ups of its corpse and overall scene. She believed that after viewers saw this special episode, they would go crazy and fall in love with her. Chapter 38, CH-38 Limits of Humanity. This indeed was the path leading to the lower levels. After walking down the corridor for a while and dealing with a few minor issues, they quickly found the stairs and elevator that led downward. Using the elevator was out of the question, not only because it was old and in disrepair, but also because it wouldn't be safe in case of an emergency. The group took the stairs down to the second basement level. This staircase only led to this floor and did not go further down. The power distribution box was still functional, so Su Ming turned on all the lights, and the underground space lit up as bright as day. The sudden brightness required some time for the three ordinary people to adjust, but soon they realized that the scale of this place was far beyond their imagination. In front of them was a vast area filled with numerous glass-enclosed experimental fields, at least hundreds of them. Each one contained surgical tables and experimental benches, all of which seemed relatively intact. All dissection tables. "Let's move through here," Su Ming said as he shot down some black bugs that had followed them down, speaking to Cindy up ahead and indicating for the group to start moving. Their view was obstructed, and they couldn't see the way to the lower levels from here, so they had to pass through these areas first. The group walked through the gaps between the glass chambers as if they were visiting a museum. Inside were all kinds of old-fashioned surgical instruments, and the stains of blood indicated their grim purposes. Not all the surgical tables were empty. Some still held grotesque, dried-up corpses, suggesting that the evacuation had been sudden, and they didn't have time to destroy this place. The reason was unknown, but Su Ming didn't care. After passing through the dissection area, they reached a thick, heavy door. The door was tightly shut, and its thickness was uncertain. Dust obscured the words and symbols on it. Who knows how those little creatures they encountered earlier got through here? There were many possibilities: ventilation ducts, sewage pipes, or even reanimating on the dissection tables. Next to the door was an old-fashioned ID card slot, connected to a keypad for entering a password. "It's up to you. Open it." Su Ming pushed Barbara's wheelchair to the panel, signaling her to unlock the door. She didn't hesitate. She immediately raised her hands and started dismantling the card reader, pulling out a bundle of colored wires from it, then taking a connector out of her laptop bag. She arranged the wires carefully, finally connecting them to her laptop. Barbara's computer skills were comprehensive. She was not only a hacker but also had excellent hands-on abilities. The oldest type of electronic lock. Did the government have these before the 90s? "First, I need to simulate an ID card permission," Barbara muttered as she worked on her laptop, entering a series of commands. Soon, she had the password. She entered the password on the keypad. With a hiss, the door lifted upward, and dust fell like rain. A gruesome scene awaited them behind the door. The room behind the door appeared to be a storage area. Several large glass tanks stood there, filled with various modified creatures suspended in blue liquid. Occasionally, a stream of bubbles would rise to the surface, oxygenating the liquid. The creatures inside, to varying extents, had human features. The origin of their other half's genetic material was unclear. Some had mutated so drastically that they bore no resemblance to any recognizable life form. Some were curled up in the tanks, while others lay peacefully, eyes closed as if in slumber. "Are they alive?" Barbara covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers. Su Ming gently removed her hands, making her face reality. "You should be telling me. Look at the consoles next to each tank. Every tank has its own control panel. What do the numbers and indicators mean?" Barbara, suppressing her nausea, approached the nearest tank. Inside was a ball of flesh, resembling a person with limbs twisted and curled inward, compressed into a tight sphere. The body parts folded in on themselves seamlessly. She didn't focus on the creature, merely pressing her lips together as she started to hack and operate the console. The console resembled a book, mounted on a pedestal, with a keyboard and a small screen. Human and armadillo hybrid weapon. Capable of curling up and entering narrow areas for espionage use, she read aloud while operating the console. Experiment records. 320 trials. Test subject number. Current status. Deceased. Recommended to recreate the experiment. Armadillo, huh? Cindy rested her sword on her shoulder, tapping the hilt against her armor with a metallic clang. "I remember they're from Africa, right? These people really have twisted tastes. What's something like this good for on the battlefield?" Su Ming's expression remained stoic. He signaled for Barbara to check the next tank and responded to Cindy's comment. Whether it's useful or not isn't the point. The military always encourages scientists to try new things, just in case something works. Heh. Cindy shook her head, not surprised by the military's antics. Barbara saw more creatures, monsters with dragonfly traits, human-fly hybrids, human-lizard hybrids, and other abominations. Her initial indignation turned to numbness as she saw more and more, feeling her understanding of humanity's limits sink lower and lower. Su Ming's intention was merely to show Barbara a glimpse of humanity's darkness. The seemingly righteous council conducted such experiments in the shadows, and though Cindy had a notorious reputation, who had killed more than the Amazonian government. Deathstroke may have killed innocents, but that was just for survival. In the steel jungle of this world, the law of the jungle still applied. But the Amazonian Council? Creating these things didn't seem like weaponry, but more like torturing humans for sport. In comparison, Cindy seemed like a saint. After this experience, Cindy might receive some intelligent support from Barbara in the future, or at least not be rejected immediately. Other versions of Oracle were all cold and indifferent to Deathstroke, and that couldn't continue. Besides, intelligence doesn't come free. Barbara would get compensated, which could help with household expenses. Commissioner Gordon would surely appreciate Su Ming's brilliant idea. Back to the room. Not all the tanks were full, some were clearly broken, indicating that the contents had escaped for various reasons. They might encounter them in the upcoming action. To prepare, Su Ming had Barbara hack these control panels too. They were now beside an empty, broken glass tank. Its contents were gone, and the blue liquid had long since dried, leaving a light blue stain on the floor. Barbara skillfully ran the program and began explaining to them. Human bat hybrid. Nocturnal weapon. Uses ultrasound for navigation. Designed to infiltrate and sabotage radar stations. Current status, containment breach. Contact security. Cindy chuckled, leaning on her weapon and swaying left and right. Looks like we found Batgirl's relatives. I wonder what it looks like. Su Ming didn't respond, merely pointing upward. High above them, hanging upside down from the ceiling, was a large brown ball of fur. A bat is still a bat. Cindy drew 2 pistols, firing at the bat creature. The bullets formed a dense line in the air. The bat person, whether avoiding the light or in hibernation, took several shots head-on, letting out a shrill screech as it flapped its wings and took to the air. Chapter 39, CH-39 Underground. It was more accurate to call it a giant bat with a human face rather than a Batman. Judging by its behavior, Su Ming concluded that it lacked human intelligence or humanity, it was just a beast. This enormous, hideous creature certainly made people uncomfortable, especially as it flew erratically overhead, emitting piercing screeches. Whether due to malnutrition or genetic instability, its fur shed constantly during flight, making it look as if it were snowing black and brown flakes inside the room. Su Ming also drew his gun and fired. Although this thing flew swiftly, it was still far inferior to the talons of the Court of Owls. After all, these genetic monstrosities had been ordinary humans before their mutations. On the ground, it was probably weaker than a regular rat of the same size, because a bat's bones have very low density, filled with hollow spaces like birds, which lightens their weight and allows them to fly. The scientists who conducted genetic experiments with bats and humans were truly wasting their time. If Atlantis were the hypothetical enemy, given they lived in the sea, why not experiment with aquatic creatures? None of these monsters seemed capable of swimming. They were all completely useless. But now wasn't the time to chastise those people for wasting taxpayer money. The bat had already been shot down by the 2 of them, crashing into several other glass tanks before landing in the corner of the room. Cindy drew her sword and slowly approached. I hope the bullet holes aren't too numerous to ruin the fur. Rich people have bearskin rugs. Now I can have a batskin one. A bat this big would make a nice trophy. The Batman wasn't dead, just severely wounded. It lay helplessly on the ground, its red blood mixing with the blue nutrient liquid from the shattered tanks, forming a blackish fluid. Its face looked at Cindy as she approached, showing a surprisingly human-like expression. It opened its mouth wide, making strange noises. Cindy swapped her sword for a gun. Help, help. It actually managed to utter a few simple words. Bang. Cindy shot it in the forehead without hesitation. The Batman twitched once and then lay still. Barbara bit her lip hard. The old her might have tried to save this creature that could speak human words, but now she understood that killing it was the most thorough form of salvation. If it really had human intelligence, being trapped in a bat's body was the cruelest thing. Death was its only release. Cindy ejected the magazine and reloaded as she turned and walked back to the group. You're giving up on the bat rug? Su Ming put a few more bullets into the creatures that had fallen out of the tanks, regardless of their state, while reloading his own weapon and asking Cindy. No, having dead things hanging around the house isn't lucky. Cindy said nonchalantly. Perhaps when the Batman showed that terrified human expression, Cindy had already changed her mind. Even Su Ming had to admit, that was indeed a person. Vicky Vale sighed, signaling Peter to forget about filming. After recording a few brief shots, the team set off again. These specimens in the tanks were still just the outer perimeter of the lab, all useless rejects, preserved in the nutrient fluid with hypnotic properties to keep them alive. Such pitiful lives. Before leaving this hall, at Su Ming's request, Barbara executed the sterilization command for all the life support tanks. All those creatures would die in their sleep. Barbara knew she had killed them. At least half of their genes were human, they looked human and might even have been able to use human language. But she was sure she had done the right thing. Killing them was a mercy. For the first time, she understood this truth, and it clashed with her previous beliefs. Her thoughts were chaotic, and she could only silently focus on hacking the door to the adjacent room. Meanwhile, Su Ming was talking with Cindy. According to his speculation, Earth-11's Indian Hill seemed more like a playground for madmen. This place is a genetics lab. Below, it's likely to be viruses or something else. Be careful. Cindy nodded. Don't worry. Just keep some distance from me. I know what to do. The door slowly opened. The second time hacking the door was much faster than the first. Cindy went in first, while Su Ming stayed behind to guard the group. Upon entering, they were greeted by a human skeleton, along with a blackboard and many teaching tools, similar to what you'd find in a medical school. Scattered around were some exercise equipment and a few tables and chairs. It looked like a gymnasium that had been abandoned for many years. The instruments and equipment here were fewer but took up more space, and the massive metallic devices looked like shipping containers. Cindy carefully scanned the area, even checking the ceiling, and soon signaled that it was safe. Su Ming had already figured out what this place was, the metahuman research facility. In the TV series, this place housed many metahumans who, as experimental subjects, harbored an intense hatred for outsiders. The large metal instruments nearby were actually isolation pods, each like a small room. The metahumans were kept inside, observed like animals in a zoo. He walked up to one of the rooms, and the facilities were still operational. He peered through the observation window. It was a mess inside. The room had originally been furnished like a bedroom, with a pretty wooden bed and a thick mattress, but now everything inside was torn to shreds. Many pieces of furniture still bore bite marks and claw scratches. A particularly large skeleton lay spread eagle in the center of the room. Su Ming guessed it had starved to death. In the TV series, Indian Hill was discovered and opened in the 90s, right after the lab was shut down, and the metahumans inside were still alive and very powerful. But now, on Earth-11, several decades had passed. Even the strongest metahumans would have starved to death. DC was different from Marvel, there were no mutants here, and metahumans didn't have innate superpowers. All the metahumans here had been humans before. The military captured them, then induced genetic mutations through massive doses of radiation or chemicals, turning them into monsters. On Earth-11, the history of this lab would probably be localized too. The scientists likely wanted to find a way to induce mutations in Atlanteans, causing them to self-destruct. But that was a flawed premise. Atlanteans, like Amazons, had semi-divine bloodlines. How could scientists experimenting on humans develop a weapon that would work on Atlanteans? They had died in vain. These metahumans were humans, with the same minds and hearts as any other. So, the postures of the skeletons in the rooms varied. Some were curled up in the corners, hugging themselves. Others lay peacefully on their beds, while some clearly had committed suicide. There was nothing more to see. The hall was safe. Su Ming called Vicky over, asking her to take a look at the isolation chambers while he briefly explained the situation to her. This is the kind of story you journalists like, government experimenting on its own people. Maybe, but I think I've seen too much news today. I can't seem to get excited. Vicky pondered for a moment, scratching her chin, then replied to him. Chapter 40, CH-40 Black Lantern Battery. The structure of the research facility was incredibly monotonous. Metallic walls painted white, and a series of halls connected like a string of candied hawthorn, gave Su Ming the feeling that this place was more like an ancient tomb than a research facility. It was dull and oppressive. If he were one of the scientists here, he would have gone insane. Who builds a research facility like this? Did they think that having door after door would make it safer? Su Ming couldn't understand their thought process but had no choice but to move forward. In the next few rooms, they encountered all sorts of monsters, all born from the experiments of these mad scientists. The methods were uniformly cruel, and the results were equally unreliable. They had created a spongeman that could rapidly absorb water, presumably to dehydrate Atlanteans by wiping them dry in close combat. Then there was a convex lensman that could gather light, probably to blind deep-sea creatures and gain the upper hand. And then there was the creature with a fish's front half and a human's back half. What was that supposed to be? Did the scientists think Atlanteans looked like this? All these creatures in jars or other containers were destroyed by Su Ming. Rather than a biochemical research facility, this seemed more like a toy factory for the Amazonian government. Cindy didn't know how to react. Earth-11's Indian Hill wasn't as dangerous as Su Ming had described, which was a good thing. But seeing the Amazonian Council taking joy in killing under the guise of war, she felt a little ashamed. War is a matter of life and death, and developing new weapons is understandable. But what were these? Phew, were they trying to make Atlanteans laugh themselves to death with these creations? If that's the case, I must admit they made some powerful weapons. Cindy sighed, using the butt of her gun to prop up her chin while waiting for Barbara to open the next door. After several rooms filled with these bizarre creations, she had become numb to the grotesque displays. She even began to wonder if the Joker's ancestors had worked in a place like this. The scientists here were definitely insane, and not just any kind of insane, they were incompetent madmen. Even Professor PYG's creations were more reliable than theirs, at least her pig-headed voodoo dolls were genuinely terrifying. Su Ming just quietly waited, tilting his head towards Cindy to indicate they should continue. The technology tree in this world was truly twisted. He didn't even want to talk about it. The next door opened, revealing a familiar sight to the group. Zombies. Cindy immediately opened fire. Not knowing the cause of these zombies, it was safer to use ranged weapons. Su Ming also fired almost simultaneously, aiming at the zombies' heads based on experience and pulling the trigger. Zombies rarely appeared in the DC universe, but they weren't unheard of. There were always those fascinated by the mysteries of life and death, and such research often went awry. These zombies were fast, almost sprinting, but being mindless corpses, their numbers quickly dwindled once Su Ming and Cindy secured the door. "Are you sure it's not a virus?" Cindy asked, changing her magazine. "Positive. If it were a virus, it would need to reproduce, and reproduction requires material energy, which would cause virus zombies to need to eat or accelerate decay." Su Ming shot a few more that got too close. Seeing Cindy had finished reloading, he began reloading himself while continuing, "Look at these zombies. This place has been abandoned for 30 years, yet they're still intact. It's likely some kind of magic. These madmen did manage to create a usable weapon. At least zombies don't need to breathe. They're weak, but numbers could compensate." Cindy quickly fired again, dropping another row of zombies. But simple corpses would move incredibly slowly underwater, again failing to consider the usage environment. Su Ming finished off the remaining zombies with a shotgun. There were around 200 zombies in the room, all now lying on the ground, completely motionless. The downside was that both of their .45 caliber ammunition stocks were nearly depleted. The group entered the room, which was filled with a stench unlike any they had encountered in previous rooms, a rotten, coffin-like odor. The walls were covered in dried black and brown bloodstains, along with scratch marks made by fingernails. The floor had some yellowish-brown fluid of unknown origin, flowing freely. The zombies had been treated even worse than the other creatures. They had been confined behind a simple iron fence on the walls, but over the years, the metal had rusted, and they had gotten out, running rampant in the room. Cindy kicked a corpse over to examine it. The shriveled, tight skin, the grayish-white eyes, the exposed yellow teeth, it was the classic appearance of a zombie. "Can't figure out the cause. Best not to touch them," she said, dropping the corpse and turning to Barbara and the others, who lacked protective gear. Su Ming's attention was drawn to something else in the room, a seemingly ordinary object encased in a small glass display, resembling a flashlight that every household might have. But even though no one was touching it, it emitted a black light from its front end. No flashlight had ever done that. "I know what this is now. These zombies are magical constructs, not infectious." He said this as he lifted the glass cover and slowly reached out to grab the small flashlight, gently holding it in his hand. Instantly, even through his tactical gloves, a bone-chilling cold surged into his mind as if it were searching for something. But it found nothing and quickly withdrew. Su Ming was unharmed. He exhaled a breath of relief, placed the small flashlight into his bag, and told the others, "This is Black Lantern energy, from Necron. I can't believe these maniacs were messing with this." Vicky Vale was already taking notes again, while Cindy, still puzzled, asked for an explanation. "In the universe, all light is made up of a spectrum. The 7 colors each represent a different emotion, but that's not relevant now. Beyond that, there's the white light of life and the black light of death. They're the purest manifestations of abstract concepts and are extremely dangerous." Su Ming glanced around, seeing nothing similar, so the group continued to the next area while he briefly explained. "If white light represents life, doesn't that sound less dangerous?" Barbara asked, wheeling herself forward, her face showing a puzzled expression. In her understanding, from childhood to now, everyone around her had always told her that life was beautiful, that death was terrifying, and that one must respect life. But here, Deathstroke was telling her that life was dangerous. Because it can spread to anything living. As long as the white light remains, those beings will never die. Imagine wanting to eat chicken and finding it can't be killed. Or wanting to harvest crops and discovering the wheat can't be killed. Or wanting to drink water only to find that the microorganisms and bacteria in it can't be killed. Su Ming described the horrors of white light. Although in the comics, white light was still under the control of the White Lantern Guardians, here, there was already a battery storing black light energy, and who knew if white light might also appear. And the energy in these batteries could be used by anyone, completely uncontrollable. Chapter 41, CH-41 Plants. Barbara was startled by Su Ming's description of the situation. If the white light spread uncontrollably, it would indeed be terrifying. If all plants and animals couldn't be killed, then there would be nothing for humans to eat. Yet, they themselves wouldn't die from hunger either. It would be a state of perpetual starvation, an agonizing thought that made her feel it would be better to die. Su Ming, on the other hand, was still pondering why a Black Lantern battery would appear here, paying little attention to the expressions of the others. Vicky Vale was instructing Pete to take extensive footage of the zombie corpses covering the floor, completely disregarding Pete's retching. The burly man had long since vomited out everything in his stomach and was now dry heaving. Cindy walked over to Su Ming and leaned against the wall beside him, her gun spinning in her hand as she caressed the grip with its crisscross pattern. So what about the black light? You put that container away earlier, what can it do? The black light represents death. It's actually pretty straightforward. It can turn all deceased beings into zombie-like forms, becoming slaves of Necron, Su Ming said, patting Barbara on the shoulder to snap her out of her daze and instructing her to open the door. He continued, even those who have died and been resurrected would be immediately controlled by the black light, returning to death. As for its other uses, I have a hypothesis, but I need to confirm it. But those zombies earlier seemed mindless. I don't know who this Necron you mentioned is, but it's clear they weren't under control, Cindy said, kicking a headless corpse as black blood oozed from its chest. Su Ming noticed there were no Black Lantern insignias on the zombies' chests, which indeed suggested they weren't under control and were simply acting on instinct. I don't know either. This battery shouldn't even exist, but the world is full of secrets, he said, looking at the bodies scattered around the room and holstering his gun. Now we're dealing with creations of magic or some kind of exotic energy. We need to be careful. Let them come, Cindy said disdainfully. She was curious to see what formidable creatures these mad scientists could come up with. The door opened once more, revealing a room completely transformed. The former experimental tools had disappeared, replaced by a verdant world of greenery. Moss covered the floor and walls, vines and fallen leaves were scattered everywhere, and a giant tree grew in the center, its canopy illuminated by high-intensity light simulating sunlight. Before they entered, this room must have been dark, and without light, plants shouldn't have been able to grow. Yet, here was this massive tree. There were no visible animals, but on the ground, mushrooms and vibrant flowers grew together, creating an eerie atmosphere. The humidity has increased. Is this a lab simulating a rainforest environment, or a place to rest like a park? Cindy mused, extending her hand to stop the others from entering and letting them wait by the door. Unlikely. The room next door is a zombie research area. It's a bit too stomach-churning to think this is where the scientists had lunch breaks, considering Black Lantern zombies also eat flesh, Su Ming replied, firing a test shot at the tree. Wood chips flew as the bullet hit, creating a hole. But the tree seemed to come alive, trembling slightly as its surrounding vines recoiled and then lashed out at the pair like whips. A deep gouge appeared on the metal floor between them. The force was stronger than that of Bryce's dinosaur toys. The vines moved like tentacles sprouting from the lush canopy, flailing through the air, trying to ensnare them. Is this the Swamp Thing's brother? A forest monster? Cindy joked as she and Su Ming rolled to either side, evading the attacks. As she'd mentioned earlier, she didn't like dealing with plants because she hadn't brought any herbicide. Stay back. Su Ming shouted to the three behind them, telling them to retreat to the previous room. He then dodged another vine's attempt to ensnare him. It's a plant, but herbicide isn't its only weakness. Cindy drew her knife and severed a vine, but more vines surged toward her. She could only dodge for now while continuing to shout and coordinate with Su Ming. I know. All plant energy comes from the green. Plants need sunlight and water to grow. Destroying the roots would kill it quickly. The vines and the tree are in a symbiotic relationship, and fire counters plants. But what's this thing's specific weakness? We don't have hellfire magic or fire-based superpowers, Su Ming responded as the vines kept after them. But plants shouldn't have eyes. How does it know where we are? Think about poison ivy. Cindy understood. Poison ivy had previously used vibrations to track their movements. This plant was likely using vibrations to pinpoint their location as well. If they could create a disturbance greater than their movements or heartbeats, it would effectively confuse the tree and its vines. I got it. I'll create the vibrations, you take it out. Cindy pulled 2 grenades from her suit, tossing them into opposite corners of the room. 2 seconds later, a massive explosion rocked the room. The vines that had been chasing them suddenly froze like snakes, quivering slightly before heading toward the source of the explosions. Su Ming's hypothesis was correct, the plant had no eyes. He immediately changed his course, avoiding the vines on the ground and heading straight for the tree itself. Cindy stayed on the perimeter, creating more disturbances to draw the vine's attention. At the base of the tree was a patch of soil, dotted with mushrooms and small flowers encircling the massive trunk like a garland. The bark was rugged, and embedded within were bits of metallic equipment, only their edges visible, overgrown by nature. They were the remnants of scientific endeavors overtaken by natural growth. The roots were thick and sprawling, each one exposed above ground thicker than Su Ming's thigh. Who knew how deep they went underground? Su Ming didn't have time to ponder the age of the plant. He took out some explosives from his thigh pouch and carefully placed them around the tree's roots. Not far away, Cindy was still buying time. Setting the detonator, Su Ming quickly retreated and signaled Cindy to find cover. A loud explosion followed, and the tree crashed down. Countless green leaves and branches scattered, dirt and wood chips flying everywhere. A stream of green sap splashed onto Su Ming's shoulder armor, releasing a strange grassy scent. He ignored it, keeping his eyes fixed on the twitching vines through the smoke. After what seemed like a final struggle, all the vines went limp and fell to the ground. The two moved to the center of the room, meeting at the shattered remains of the tree. The explosion had left the area in shambles. A large hole gaped in the floor, but below was only more dirt, not a path to the lower levels. The upper half of the tree had been blasted away, revealing its cross-section filled with wriggling, worm-like vines. These vines had been parasitic within the tree, and the explosion had severed them, causing them to lose control. "It's like an electric cable wrapped in a wooden casing, with copper wires inside," Cindy remarked as she examined the tree's remains, first checking underground and then inspecting the severed trunk. Su Ming sighed. This thing wasn't particularly strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was an effective weapon against opponents with melee capabilities. If he hadn't had Deathstroke speed, getting hit or entangled by it wouldn't have ended well. He turned to Cindy and said, "The tree's no longer an issue, but we've made quite a commotion. Falcon must be somewhere below, and he's sure to notice us." Cindy checked the remaining explosives she had. Despite losing most of their arsenal in the Jeep explosion, they still had enough on hand. Even if they only had knives, they could manage, it would just take more effort. Getting discovered was only a matter of time. "I'm curious what he'll do when he knows we're here." Chapter 42, Ch-42 Nanda Parbat. Cindy and Su Ming were merely speculating. Without any concrete clues, guessing aimlessly wouldn't lead to any conclusions and would only waste time. He called the three others inside, asking Barbara to continue working, then turned to Cindy and said, "We've been delayed here by all sorts of things, but it's clear these creatures weren't meant for the League of Shadows. If they can't stop us, they certainly won't stop Ra's al Ghul." "Exactly. So I think his real intention is to lure Ra's al Ghul into Gotham and ambush him along the way, probably using large-scale weapons. And being underground here is actually safer," Cindy deduced, also arriving at a similar conclusion regarding Falcone's plan. "So, in a way, he kidnapped Gordon to protect him. Who knows what he's thinking, and I don't care. You need something from Gordon, so we'll get him." "He took Gordon, so he's the enemy," Cindy said indifferently. All she cared about was the information Gordon had on Batman, the rest didn't interest her. Barbara was busy hacking the door, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. "I don't know about protecting anyone, but his men did kill a lot of people at the police station. That doesn't sound like a good deed. He definitely has his own agenda." Su Ming and Cindy exchanged glances, surprised that Barbara could see the situation from that angle. Although it was just a guess, it was a better deduction than before. "Good. Whatever his plan is, we won't let him succeed. Gordon has to be with us," Su Ming said as he adjusted his strap and took the shotgun in hand, uncertain of what they might encounter next. After some thought, he decided to test his lucky charm. He called Vicky over. "Vicky, do you have enough material for your news report?" Almost. But I'd really like to find the Roman himself and do an exclusive interview," Vicky replied with a smile. The various monsters had been novel at first, but now they seemed mundane. Viewers would get tired of them, too. All she needed now was to find the main villain and wrap up the story, then she could go home. "Good enough. Barbara, can you open the door?" Su Ming tapped the armrest of Barbara's wheelchair, signaling that it was time. The door opened, revealing the stairwell and elevator leading to the lower levels. It was as if luck itself was guiding them. If luck weren't such an intangible and unpredictable thing, Su Ming would have considered finding a way back to the main world and leaving the matters of Earth 11 to Vicky. But given her craziness, she'd probably end up doing an exclusive interview with Barbados himself and then filming his destruction of the world, wouldn't she? The fate of the Earth wasn't as important to her as getting her story. As for where the finished news would be broadcast, a madwoman like her wouldn't care about such trivial details. There was no way Su Ming could let her find out about this major event. Thousands of kilometers away from Gotham, amidst a land of ice and snow, stood a strange complex built on the sheer cliffs of a snowy mountain. This place was an eclectic mix of architectural styles from around the world, Middle Eastern battlements, long connecting corridors reminiscent of Chinese gardens, and Gothic spires alongside Japanese-style courtyards, all surrounding a grand castle perched on the precipice like a jewel embedded in the mountain. This was the headquarters of the League of Assassins, Nanda Parbat. Few knew of this place apart from the assassins themselves. Nanda Parbat was perpetually covered in snow, and its inhabitants led simple, peaceful lives, honing their skills, striving for greater heights, and killing their targets. From here, they spread out across the world to eliminate their targets or die trying. The assassins' actions were always for money, but gathering wealth served a grander purpose. To destroy this world. To overthrow the rule of the Amazons completely. Ra's al Ghul had lived for over 800 years, a time before the Amazons unified the world. Born in the Middle East, he never believed that women had any right to rule the world. To him, they were merely slaves and appendages, meant to bow down to men. Indeed, this world had many powerful women, some of whom could easily overpower him with one hand. But Ra's al Ghul never acknowledged them. No matter how strong they were still women, and thus weak. Why were they weak? He didn't know, but they just were. Don't ask him why, they were just weak. No one knew what had happened to him in the past, but everyone knew he was an extreme and obsessive misogynist, making him a notorious lunatic. About 8 years ago, while plotting the world's destruction from the shadows, Ra's al Ghul heard of a masked figure in Gotham, someone powerful and extraordinarily clever. He was intrigued and planned to recruit this person into the League of Assassins. But it turned out to be a woman who had no sense of her own weakness. Not only did she refuse to submit to him, but she also claimed Gotham as her city and told him to get lost. No one had ever spoken to the demon's head like that. So he decided to destroy this weakling city, to cleanse the world of its greatest filth. But the League of Assassins, mobilizing in full force, was repelled by this bizarre woman in a bat costume through various means. Over the years, several attempts were made, all ending in failure, leaving him both ashamed and enraged. Even when facing her himself, he was no match. She seemed to have everything planned out, knowing the city inside and out. He always inexplicably failed due to minor, seemingly insignificant reasons. And not only that, she was the only woman in the world whom he grudgingly admitted was somewhat worthy. If Talia weren't his daughter, he would have killed her. At this moment, the demon's head sat cross-legged in the Great Hall of the League of Assassins. The hall had only 3 walls, with the 4th side opening onto a broad terrace overlooking the surrounding mountains. Snowflakes danced in the howling wind as he warmed his hands by the fire, gazing at the towering, ice-capped peaks in the distance. The hall was filled with the calming scent of incense, thin trails of smoke curling around the antique eaves and pillars. He appeared serene, silently waiting. Talia knelt beside him, preparing tea with a bamboo whisk. She spread the green tea powder into the bowl with a long, slender scoop, poured in hot water, and gently stirred it with the whisk. She knew Ra's al Ghul liked tea. The Amazons had only unified the world 6 or 7 centuries ago. Before that, there were countless nations with their own cultures, many of which still persisted today. In his youth, he had traveled to Asia, where he studied martial arts and, of course, drank tea. But this place was too remote, and even if the assassins brought back good tea, it was never as fresh as when it was just picked. So it didn't matter what they drank here. It was in Asia that he learned martial arts and embraced many philosophies. He understood the righteousness of killing and the meaning of honor. He witnessed the destiny of warriors. But unfortunately, his Middle Eastern beliefs dominated his mind. He was inherently biased, believing that women were inferior to men, refusing to acknowledge any strong female, and turning a blind eye to reality. This made him radical and extreme. Talia was different. She, too, had traveled far and wide, retracing her father's path, but she had realized one thing: strength reigned supreme. Her father's refusal to accept reality had become his inner demon. Unless he overcame it, his combat ability would never improve. Although the demon's head was already one of the world's strongest, known as the greatest swordsman, Talia could clearly sense that he was losing his inner peace. He was too obsessed with proving that woman was weak, investing too much attention in Gotham. There weren't many minor jobs in Gotham, because anyone there could suddenly turn into a killer, with small targets mostly handled internally. But there were always large targets that couldn't be dealt with internally, and the League of Assassins had no share in those. Because of the previous turmoil in Gotham, any assassin from the League who appeared in the city would be found by Batwoman the same night and beaten into unconsciousness with broken bones. How could they compete with others? It was all Ra's al Ghul's doing. Gotham was a wealthy city, yet the League could only watch enviously as people like Deathstroke, Copperhead, and Deadshot made money there. The League had only a small outpost in Gotham, where the 2 or 3 assassins had to disguise themselves as exotic dancers to gather information. Life was tough. Batwoman knew Ra's al Ghul's thoughts inside out, as if she had crawled into his head. She deliberately gave the League a feminine name, using her influence to spread it worldwide, infuriating Ra's al Ghul and causing him to lose his composure in battle, leading to his repeated defeats in Gotham. She named them the League of Shadows, a title that replaced their centuries-old name, the League of Assassins, and spread across the world. The League of Shadows was the 5 words Ra's al Ghul hated most. Just hearing them would make him go berserk and kill someone. Talia often wondered if her father had been possessed by some demonic entity. Because as far as she knew, only a devil from hell would be without a mother or father. How could someone with a mother believe all women were weak? 800 years ago, when there was virtually no medicine, anyone daring to give birth was a true warrior. But she could only think these things in her heart, never daring to speak them to Ra's al Ghul. She was afraid of him, having lived her whole life in fear of his patriarchal dominance. Chapter 43, Ch 43 Talia's Secret. In addition, Talia had a little secret. She disobeyed Ra's al Ghul's orders and secretly maintained contact with Batwoman. She was the only member of the League of Assassins who could freely enter and leave Gotham, as long as she was under Batwoman's constant supervision. Because Batwoman did not trust her. Talia differed from Bruce in one crucial aspect. She believed that strength was the sole standard, that combat ability was everything. But Bruce believed that a person's strength was measured by their beliefs and willpower, that true strength was overcoming one's own fears. Ra's al Ghul didn't count because he was afraid of reality and the world. Talia didn't count either because she was afraid of her father. Even Batwoman herself didn't count, as the Bat was the source of her fear. To Batwoman, only a few individuals like the Joker and Deathstroke could be considered truly strong, because they were utterly fearless. Even the Scarecrow, who invented the fear toxin, would cry for his life when he inhaled it himself, something that made her laugh uncontrollably. If she hadn't been in the Batsuit at the time, she would have doubled over laughing. But these differences didn't stop Talia from visiting her. Sometimes, after completing a mission in Central City or Star City, she would make a detour to Gotham. Although Ra's al Ghul considered Gotham to be the world's cancer, the filthiest place, and believed that destroying the world must begin with destroying Gotham, Talia thought Gotham wasn't too bad. It was filled with chaos and madness, with all sorts of masked lunatics taking the stage one after another, making it feel like watching a play. Living in a barren, icy wasteland for a long time was incredibly boring. She preferred the excitement of Gotham. Whenever she arrived in Gotham, whether at Wayne Tower or on the rooftop of the police station, Batwoman would silently appear by her side, staring at her with cold, suspicious eyes, monitoring her, making sure she didn't cause any trouble. Talia enjoyed this. She would just chat with Batwoman about her recent activities, mention how many people she had killed lately, ask if any of the lunatics had been outperforming, and then quickly leave. Ever since their first encounter, when Talia lost to Batwoman, she had been deeply interested in this powerful masked woman, and she unilaterally decided that Bruce was her friend. Because Batwoman had defeated her but hadn't killed her, something Talia found utterly incomprehensible. If you don't intend to kill, why fight at all? Isn't killing the simplest solution? In truth, her understanding of Batwoman was far less than that of the Joker. The Joker was absolutely right when she said that Batwoman and she were the same. The Joker, though she did kill people, didn't do it often, because she preferred to see everyone's minds filled with the chaos and madness she created, and then hear them all burst into laughter together. Batwoman never killed because she wanted the hearts of evildoers to be filled with fear of her, fear of the Bat. She would break her enemies' limbs or spine, torturing them in the most brutal ways, leaving them permanently paralyzed in bed, making them live in fear for the rest of their lives, just as fear tortured her. Living in fear forever is far more cruel than the release of death. So, when Gordon and some others considered her to be Gotham's heroine, Bruce never saw herself that way. Her actions were full of vigilantism, an outlet for her own fears through violent means. Gotham was just her hunting ground, and she hunted the wicked there. This was likely the reason why so many masked individuals flocked to Gotham. They saw a reflection of themselves in Batwoman. Bruce's tactics worked well at first, but things changed when the Joker appeared. This lunatic, who seemed to have come out of nowhere, would still cheer and laugh joyously even when Bruce had broken every bone in her body, as if Bruce was making her feel comfortable. And the next time she appeared, those injuries that should have left her paralyzed or disabled were mysteriously healed. She could continue playing new games with the Bat. Furthermore, more and more people with medical backgrounds were gathering in Gotham. Even if Bruce broke their fingers to stop them from treating themselves, they always helped each other continue the game. Take Hush, for instance. She was a childhood friend of Bruce's, and their families were old acquaintances. As an adult, she became a lunatic but remained a top authority in medicine. She could perform surgery on herself with just a knife, not even needing a mirror. Batwoman had crippled her countless times, yet the next time she showed up, she was as lively as ever. Dr. Hugo Strange, Professor Pyg, Mr. Freeze, Scarecrow, and so on, all of them were experts in biology or medicine. They could heal any injuries caused by Batwoman. Not to mention the court of owls lurking in the shadows, who, wanting nothing more than to see the world in chaos, would also provide medical assistance to the villains. This led to the widespread rumor that Batwoman suffered from a savior complex, that she was a weak woman who wouldn't even harm an ant, who let villains escape over and over to hurt the citizens, unworthy of being called a heroine. Batwoman wouldn't change her ways, because all she wanted was to instill fear in the wicked. She continued doing things her way, without needing to explain herself, because she never saw herself as a hero. She just felt she needed to update her combat techniques. How could she cripple someone in a way that they could never recover? She didn't have an answer yet. It wasn't just her, Batman in other parallel worlds probably had the same trouble. The old combat techniques seemed outdated. If only there were a martial art that could evaporate part of the opponent's body with one punch, leaving only their brain intact. That way, the enemy would better experience fear, the fear that the Bats had endured as children, which they could never escape. So, Talia believed that Batwoman was just like her, a cruel person, only cruel in a different way. The citizens of Gotham had been deceived by her. But Batwoman never confirmed or denied it. She seemed not to care what others thought and remained cold as ever. Talia was always left speechless by Bruce, returning to Nanda Parbat dejectedly, but after some time, she would get bored and go back to Gotham. Ra's al Ghul never noticed her little secret, because in every other aspect, Talia was no less skilled than he was. If not for his immortality, Talia could have easily taken over as the second demon's head. Talia could already be called the master of the League of Assassins. Stealth, combat, disguise, archery, she was proficient in every killing technique. As a New Age ninja, she also mastered hacking and various firearms, far surpassing Ra's al Ghul in many aspects. Although Ra's al Ghul believed that using firearms did not bring a warrior any honor, assassins had to kill their targets to get paid. If the target didn't care about honor, neither should they. Apart from the issues of gender in Gotham, which were his inner demons, Ra's al Ghul was still a very competent leader in most situations. Chapter 44, Ch-44 The Bat. Talia, my daughter. Ra's al Ghul watched Talia, who was absent-mindedly stirring her tea. Her eyes were clearly unfocused, and although her hands kept moving, her mind was somewhere far away. What is it, father? She snapped out of her thoughts and looked at him, puzzled. The cold wind from afar was carrying away the last bit of steam from the teacup. If it went on any longer, the tea would freeze. The fire in the hall blazed brightly, casting their shadows on the wall like dark, monstrous figures. What are you thinking about? Ra's al Ghul turned his head and continued looking at the distant mountains. This place had 6 months of daylight and 6 months of night. Nanda Parbat was currently in the depths of the long night. Nothing. I was just a bit lost in thought. It's been so cold lately. Talia found an excuse. There was no way she could say she was thinking about Gotham. Ra's al Ghul snorted softly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He knew what his daughter was thinking about, even the distant mountains knew. Her little thoughts were like a black dot on the snowy mountain. No matter how small, they were still clearly visible to Ra's al Ghul. I've told you before, Gotham must be destroyed. Its very existence is a stain on this world. Talia lowered her head, adding a bit more hot water to the cup before setting the kettle back on the fire. Yes, father. Ra's al Ghul sat quietly on his cushion, enjoying the aroma of the matcha. He was pleased with Talia's obedience. The reason she could enjoy the immortality of the Lazarus Pit was because he loved hearing the word father, filled with patriarchal authority. Her mother had died long ago, so she had only her father. She could only have her father. Even though he had the Lazarus Pit at the time, he had never resurrected that woman, even though she was his wife. When Bane brings me what I need, we'll begin our operation. Gotham has swallowed our League members, and I will make it pay in blood. Although he spoke such words, Ra's al Ghul's expression was calm, as if he were merely wiping a speck of mud from the snow rather than planning to annihilate a city of 8 million people. Even if Gotham were empty, he would still erase that city, which represented filth and ugliness. Only then could he feel at peace. It had been so many years, and he had drifted further and further from peace. His calm expression was only an imitation of his former self, his heart had always been turbulent waves. Yes, father. Talia bit her lip and replied softly. She knew that when Ra's al Ghul was in this mad state, no one could stop him. And right now, Batwoman was missing. Even with the League's intelligence network, no one knew where she had gone. Talia had tried to keep this information from him, knowing that if Batwoman wasn't in Gotham, her father would inevitably target the city. It was always the same. Even knowing it was a trap, Ra's al Ghul would plunge headlong into it. The League had suffered many losses because of this. But the situation had deteriorated too quickly. One of the assassins who had been hiding in Gotham had gone missing 2 days ago. Early this morning, another assassin discovered her body dumped by the roadside, left to be drenched in the rain. Ordinary assassins had no right to use the Lazarus Pit. Dead was dead. When the news came, she knew she could no longer keep the fact that Batwoman was not in Gotham under wraps. A League member's death demanded vengeance. That was the rule of the Assassins, the core guarantee that kept so many assassins united under the organization. She had reluctantly reported the news to Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul's face remained calm, but she could see the fire in his eyes flaring up as if ignited all at once. He sent his men to contact Bane, the person most familiar with Gotham. Bane had once been a member of the League of Assassins, brave and formidable, with immense strength, until he somehow angered Ra's al Ghul and was expelled. After that, the big brute joined someone else. When they met again years later, he was wearing a gas mask and carrying a venom system on his back. The Titan venom in his system could double his size and strength, significantly increasing his healing and resistance. But long-term use of Titan would damage the brain and cause organ failure. Only Bane's unique constitution could withstand it. Ra's al Ghul felt as if he were looking at a piece of scrap iron he had discarded by the roadside, which had been forged into a precious sword by someone else, now lying before him. Of course, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He sent Talia to contact Bane and stir up trouble in Gotham. Bane didn't hold grudges. He and Talia had always gotten along well. As soon as they met, he agreed to help his old employer. During the chaos, he broke Batwoman's spine with a wrestling move and threw her into the same Middle Eastern pit where he had once suffered, forcing her to watch Gotham's destruction, powerless to stop it, as a form of torment. But to his surprise, Batwoman was saved by Lady Shiva, a former enemy. Not only did she heal Batwoman's shattered spine, but she also taught her new moves and combat techniques. Batwoman then returned to the city, drove Talia away, discovered Bane's weakness in the plastic tubes that supplied venom to his back, unplugged them, and easily defeated him. She threw him into Blackgate Prison, locking him up with a specially designed 50-ton device. Until recently, when Bane somehow managed to get the raw materials in prison, reconfigure the Titan venom, and, with greatly enhanced power, escape once again, hiding somewhere in Gotham. Now Ra's al Ghul remembered Bane again and sent people to notify him that the League of Assassins needed something special, promising that the League owed him a favor. What exactly this special thing was, only Ra's al Ghul and Bane knew. Even Talia had no idea. But from her point of view, it wouldn't be anything good. Talia was feeling conflicted. On one side was her friend Batwoman, and on the other, her father and the League. It was like two voices in her head were constantly pulling at each other. In reality, she felt that Gotham was doomed this time. With Batwoman missing, even if she wanted to secretly warn her, she couldn't. Ra's al Ghul, of course, understood this as well. So he was now pretending to be calm, waiting for good news from Bane, in a surprisingly good mood. He even dragged Talia out to admire the snow, this view he had seen for hundreds of years, in the middle of the night. "Ah, Talia, is my tea ready?" he asked softly, gently stroking his beard. "It wouldn't do for me to have to wait until Gotham is destroyed before I can enjoy it, would it?" "Of course not, father. It's ready. Please, have some." Talia kneeled up, placed the tea bowl on a wooden tray, and slowly pushed it towards Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul nodded in satisfaction, his face showing a rare, gentle smile as he picked up the bowl and took a sip. "Very good. This Kyoto matcha is quite authentic. Your tea-making skills have improved. Thank you for your praise, father." Talia bowed. She had been raised like this from childhood. Obeying her father was as natural as breathing. She had been fighting against this instinct all her life, but it seemed there was no hope for her anymore. "Ha ha ha ha." Ra's al Ghul threw his head back and laughed. His powerful aura radiated out without restraint, causing the flames to flicker more violently. His laughter echoed among the distant mountains. It was a laugh of pride, relief, and madness. "No one can stop me now. Destroy Gotham, and then destroy the world." He patted Talia's head and lifted her up. "We will build a new world on the corpses of the Amazons and the ruins of this planet. A world that belongs to me." But just as he was envisioning his beautiful future, a raspy voice suddenly came from the dark corner of the room, shattering his dream. "I wouldn't be so sure." "Who's there?" Ra's al Ghul immediately drew the sword from his waist, a double-edged blade of Eastern design, his weapon of choice. He was known as one of the greatest swordsmen on Earth, a master of blades and swords. He had never imagined that anyone would dare sneak into the League of Assassins headquarters and get this close to him. The intruder did not answer his question, only took a few steps forward, allowing the flickering firelight to illuminate her form. A black cloak, black suit, black mask. She had wavy black hair cascading over her shoulders, with two pointed ears on her head. She wore black lipstick, and a golden medallion adorned her neck, engraved with a bat symbol. It was both a piece of jewelry and a voice modulator. Her blue eyes stared at Ra's al Ghul through the mask, expressionless. Ra's al Ghul frowned, pushed Talia aside, gripped his sword with both hands, and raised his guard. "How could you possibly find this place?" "Batwoman through 2B. Atarangs, hitting the fire pit directly. The projectiles released a strange gray smoke, instantly extinguishing the roaring flames without leaving a trace of smoke, plunging the hall into darkness. Only her voice, altered by the modulator, echoed from another direction in the darkness. Because I'm Batwoman. Chapter 45, CH-45 Battle. Ra's al Ghul remained on guard. Moving in the darkness was something ninjas excelled at, and the technique of making sound appear to come from a different direction was a typical skill. This was meant to confuse enemies, making it impossible for them to discern where the attack would come from. But such tricks didn't work on him. As a martial arts master skilled in swordsmanship, once you master one technique, you can understand them all. He could sense even the faintest breath or heartbeat. He could fight just as well with his eyes closed, and he liked the darkness. The Bruce of this world had not been a student of the League of Assassins. All her abilities came from her own training. Ra's al Ghul sensed that Batwoman was right in front of him, not far away. She hadn't moved. The voice coming from behind him was just a trick, he wouldn't fall for it. Humph, childish. Is this all you women can do? Why not face me in a fair fight and prove who truly deserves honor? Don't bother with provocation, honor means nothing to me. Bryce's voice came from another direction, but Ra's al Ghul could feel that she still hadn't moved. An opportunity. Since she refused to engage in an honorable duel, he didn't need to abide by any code of honor either. He swung his weapon toward the darkness. The speed of his sword swing was beyond what the human eye could track. The special black blade neither reflected light nor made any sound. Where the mind goes, the sword follows. This was the ultimate sword strike, a move that concentrated all his energy and spirit, the most powerful initial attack. The sword guided his body, and in an instant, he appeared where Bryce had originally stood. But the blade only cut through the air. There wasn't even a thread of Batwoman's suit. How is this possible? Ra's al Ghul couldn't understand. He had sensed her presence. His senses had never been wrong. Maybe you should ask your daughter. She could tell you that heartbeats and breathing sounds can be simulated by computer programs and played through microspeakers. Bryce's voice echoed from all directions simultaneously. She had filled the hall with miniature speakers. No one knew how long she had been here or how she managed to install these devices. Ra's al Ghul exhaled a deep breath and turned to look behind him. While he was attacking, Bryce had appeared behind him and had already knocked out Talia. I couldn't sense your heartbeat or breathing. You're like a corpse. Lady Shiva taught me a way to counter martial artists like you. It's called the turtle breathing technique, a yoga practice from South Asia. Very useful. Bryce's expression was blank, her blue eyes glinting with a light he couldn't understand beneath her mask. Now, am I terrifying enough? Will this make you give up your plans for Gotham? In your dreams. Foolish bat, you think you can take on our entire castle alone. It's you who should give up. Ra's al Ghul flipped his hand, throwing a small metal bead out the window. The tiny object exploded into a terrifying blaze, blooming in the sky like a firework. The buildings on the cliff and the vast snowfields beyond were all bathed in a blinding light, as bright as day. All the assassins, no matter where they were in the mountains, could see the firework blazing in the sky. This was the League of Assassins' signal, and they would all converge on the hall immediately. But what puzzled him was that Batwoman didn't seem to care. She didn't even take out her batarangs to intercept the signal, she just turned her head slightly to glance at it. Ra's al Ghul had planned to fire a second signal if the first was intercepted, but Batwoman's dismissive reaction left him feeling a surge of frustration, his face turning pale with rage. Arrogant. You think you can take on 3,000 assassins? This will be your grave today. I'll hang your head at the castle gate, forever. Ra's al Ghul, the arrogant one is you. I never told you I came alone. Bryce shook her head and adjusted her gloves, taking a fighting stance. Come on. No one will interrupt us. Ra's al Ghul snorted coldly. By now, the nearest assassins should have arrived, but no one had shown up. He didn't know what had happened to his assassins, but a direct confrontation was just what he wanted. However, just as he faced Bryce and adopted his sword stance, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. His vision blurred, and he felt as though he'd been hit by a car, unable to stand anymore. Before he lost consciousness, the last thought in his mind was just two words, a trap. At that moment, a figure wearing a black hooded cloak, wrapped up tightly, appeared where Ra's al Ghul had fallen, as if emerging from thin air, not having been there before. Did I hit him too hard? He's like 800 years old, right? The figure scratched the back of his head and hunched his shoulders. I didn't kill him, did I? Someone call a medic. Bryce pulled Talia up from the ground. She had been pretending to be unconscious, unable to face either her father or Batwoman. She could only play dead. You can't kill him. If what you told me is true, he won't die. The Lazarus pit will heal his wounds and even speed up his recovery. We don't have much time. Okay, that's good. Phew. You scared me there. The hooded figure laughed in relief, even giving Ras Al Ghul a gentle pat on the back, as if comforting him. Then he stood up and addressed Talia. Sorry, Talia. First time meeting your father and I end up hitting him. You look younger. I guess we don't know each other. Your dad probably doesn't either. Talia. Bryce shook her head, cutting off their awkward conversation. First, you've never met this world's Talia, so you can't say she looks younger. Second, if the Lazarus Pit can grant immortality, then your world's Talia should be the same. So if you said that to your Talia, she'd immediately know you're lying. Talia. She had never really understood Bryce, who now seemed almost deranged. What did she mean by, your Talia, our Talia? Was there another version of herself out there? The cloaked figure seemed to have an epiphany. I see. No wonder your Talia talks to Superman and ignores me. So, it's really a lifespan issue. It's not about lifespan, it's about mood. Bryce quipped, then turned to Talia, placing her forehead against Talia's, ignoring the blush on her face, and said, Listen, Talia. I'll keep this brief. To save our world, I need the water from the Lazarus Pit. Hand it over, or we'll take it ourselves. Talia bit her lip. No small talk, just straight to demanding the League of Assassins' treasure. How? So she obediently led Bryce and the mysterious figure to the back of the mountain and opened the secret passage. She couldn't help it. She just liked the bat. This was a hidden chamber built into the hollowed-out mountain behind the castle. Inside, there was a small pool, no bigger than a bathtub. As soon as they entered, they saw the red liquid bubbling in the pool, emitting a faint mist. This is the Lazarus Pit? Bryce asked the hooded figure beside her. Probably. Sorry, I've never seen it before. The cloaked figure shrugged. You told me about it, said the pool had special properties, but you've never seen it. Bryce raised an eyebrow, teasing. Talia hurried to explain, not wanting Bryce to think she was lying. This is indeed the Lazarus Pit, but to resurrect someone, the whole body must be submerged. If you're just taking the water, drinking it will only grant regenerative abilities. Bryce nodded, her bat-shaped medallion swinging with the motion. That's enough. With that, she took a large metal canister from behind her cloak, filled it with the bubbling red water, and watched as the silver metal slowly sank into the crimson pool. She observed the water, cold yet bubbling like boiling water, filling the container before stowing it away. You're not going to use it yourself? My father won't know. You could use it. Talia made a quiet suggestion to Bryce. If both of them were immortal, they could spend more time together. Without looking back, Bryce returned to the secret passage. The wind from her movement billowed her cloak, making it look like a bat spreading its wings in the dark. No, I won't. This water won't be used on me. I suggest you go back to the hall and lie down where you were. All of you were knocked out. We're leaving now. But Bane. Talia tried to mention that Ras Al Ghul had contacted Bane. Bane has been dealt with. I also confiscated his nuke. Once everything blows over, you can come to Gotham and find me. If there's any Lazarus water left, I'll return it to you. Bryce didn't give her a chance to finish. She hurried back the way they had come, and the group returned to the hall. Bryce watched the cloaked figure beside her, lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. That's it. Oh. Got it. Well, goodbye then, Talia. The cloaked figure glanced between Bryce and Talia, as if finally realizing it was time to go. What do you mean? Blows over. Talia still wanted to ask, but with a flash of golden light, both Batwoman and the figure were gone, leaving behind an empty hall. Ras Al Ghul lay on the floor, snowflakes blown in by the wind settling on his face. He seemed to twitch slightly. Talia, without hesitation, struck herself on the neck. Only by truly knocking herself out could she fool Ras Al Ghul. As she slipped into unconsciousness, feeling the pain radiating from the back of her head, she thought of the date Bryce had promised and allowed herself a faint smile. Chapter 46, CH-46 Ultimate Speed. Beyond Talia's sight, in the endless snowfield, a streak of red light sped rapidly over the thick snow. Countless snowflakes were flung high into the air, like scattered blossoms blown skyward. But before they could fall back to the ground, the one who had stirred them up had long since vanished. Focusing on the front of that glowing trail, one could see it was the cloaked figure, carrying Bryce on his shoulder, legs moving at an insane pace. It was as if time itself had frozen around them because they were too fast, and the world was too slow. How do you feel? I've never carried anyone through the Arctic Circle before. The cloaked figure asked with concern, his legs never slowing. Snowflakes couldn't even touch him, both of them enveloped in a golden yellow lightning field. Bryce just stared coldly ahead at the non-existent path. The pitch-black polar night stretched infinitely in her view. She couldn't see where the horizon of the snowfield ended, but she knew they were rapidly approaching the coastline. If you know another version of me, then you should know I have my own ways to endure pain. I mean, if it's not necessary, you don't have to endure anything, Batwoman. Saying that still feels awkward. As the cloaked figure's legs moved, the corner of his cloak lifted, revealing the red suit beneath. Actually, your so-called speed force has us wrapped in a special field, just like all those other times. I don't feel anything at all. Bryce responded faintly. The world felt unfamiliar to her now. Things she had never imagined were happening to her. If this cloaked figure hadn't presented evidence, she would never have believed in what he called the future. This environment, where time seems to stop relative to the outside world, is called a bullet time zone. I temporarily shared some of the speed force with you, so we're in sync. When our speed and acceleration match the speed force's field. You don't seem to care. The cloaked figure had started rambling, explaining the theory of the speed force, accumulated over years of using his abilities. But he realized Bryce was completely spacing out. It was as if she were mentally elsewhere, completely uninterested in what he was saying. This Bryce was different from Batman. Bryce would never zone out around others. All right, enough of your relativity research report. We still have business to take care of. Once everything's resolved, I can pay for you to have a lecture at the Gotham Stadium. I can hire as many people as you want as your audience. Why would I share my abilities with unrelated people? The cloaked figure was puzzled. Then there's no need to tell me either. Bryce shook her head. If she wanted to know something, she only trusted her own investigation, not something someone volunteered. So, just take me back to Gotham. Take me home. The cloaked figure sighed. One by one, they were all like this. Was every Batman in every world this awkward with people? All right, bats are always the boss. We're about to cross the sea. With Bryce slung over his shoulder, he reached the edge of the snowfield without slowing down and plunged straight into the sea. The floating ice and waves around them were completely still in their perception. He ran straight across the water's surface, leaving a massive spray of water in his wake. In the dark night, they seemed to be running towards the sunrise. Is it really okay to leave Mr. Butler on the island? The cloaked figure continued running, his mouth moving as fast as his legs. He asked another question, and Bryce rolled her eyes. It was this chatter that had made her believe his story. No one would send someone so full of nonsense to deceive her. After all, the more one talked, the more mistakes they'd make. A liar had to be careful with every word to avoid getting caught, especially with someone like her. A person who talked this much couldn't possibly pay attention to everything they said. Therefore, everything he said had to be true. I'll say it again, that's observation post number 7, not some deserted island. Alfred is safest there. Bryce corrected his wording. If I'm not mistaken, your Batman should have also found that place suitable. Yes, Miss Bryce. As an elderly man, a tropical island near the equator might indeed be good for my legs. But we can't have bananas and coconuts for breakfast again tomorrow. Perhaps you should improve the menu. Alfred's voice came through the pointed ears on Bryce's head, which doubled as a communicator and bat radar. Don't worry, Alfred. I know what I'm doing. Bryce accepted his goodwill but, as usual, felt compelled to show she could handle things. The cloaked figure had already taken her around the world several times in the past month, visiting many places and making various preparations. But generally, they would still return to the island for dinner. Alfred had insisted on being responsible for their balanced meals. The island's specialties were coconuts and bananas. Over the past month, they had tried every conceivable seafood and coconut banana recipe. Although Alfred was an excellent cook, people aren't monkeys, and no matter how good bananas are, one would get sick of them eventually. So, miss, could you come to the observation post to pick me up? The manor hasn't been cleaned for nearly a month. As a butler, that's a serious dereliction of duty. I'm still unsure about Gotham's situation. Bryce intended to refuse. To avoid sensitive areas, she hadn't approached her home, even though she had taken down Bane and confiscated his nuke an hour ago, but that was underground. To her, unless she could restore the city surveillance footage for the past month and understand what had happened there, Gotham's situation remained unknown. That was why she wanted to return to Wayne Manor this time. The butler wasn't in a hurry. He still spoke with his usual elegance, but miss, you already have a plan, don't you? Everything will be resolved, just like always. Bryce fell silent for a moment, blue eyes reflecting her thoughts. Yes, you're right. Preparations are almost complete. She patted the cloaked figure's shoulder. Let's go to the island first, then to Gotham. Then we need to speed up a bit. Give me 10 seconds. The cloaked figure did a quick calculation and laughed as he gave a time frame. This trip really feels like a weight loss journey. I've lost too much weight. Despite his words, the cloaked figure quickened his pace even more, his legs becoming an indistinguishable blur. More lightning erupted from his body, enveloping them both completely. Like a golden comet, they cut a deep path through the ocean, veering towards the equator. No creature could see their passing because it all happened too quickly to register on their retinas. Perhaps only the gods knew what had transpired. As if in the blink of an eye, they appeared on a tropical island. The sun had not yet set, and Alfred was by a nearby grill, preparing buttered grilled bananas. The cloaked figure took a breath, grabbed a banana from the grill, and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt he would pass out if he didn't eat something, though bananas reminded him of apes, and he had once fought a war against a nation of apes. "May I remind you, Mr. Allen, that you didn't wash your hands?" But the cloaked figure just shrugged, his mouth full of golden banana, moving it around because of the heat, and mumbled, "Actually, I did. I just did it too fast." Chapter 47, CH-47 Returning Home. Alfred paused for a moment, then shook his head. He knew he couldn't manage Miss Bryce's superpowered friend anymore. Despite his skeptical expression, he was actually quite happy. After all, in Gotham, he'd seen countless people in tight costumes, but besides Bryce, all of them were antisocial lunatics. These people seemed to sprout like weeds, emerging endlessly from Gotham's darkness, each with some novel scheme to either destroy Gotham or destroy Bryce. There was one who wanted to befriend Bryce, but that person was the craziest of the fighting maniacs. However, this person who appeared a month ago was not only filled with a strong sense of justice but also cheerful and very kind. Just looking at him, one could feel his sincerity, making it clear he wasn't a bad person. Alfred thought that maybe Bryce had found a companion, someone who, over the past month, had even acted more like a hero than Miss Wayne herself. But his arrival also brought bad news. Apparently, their world was in great danger, with a terrifying force inching closer. Bryce finally accepted this truth because she had seen the changes in the world herself. There were clues everywhere indicating that something was coming. To prevent the world from being destroyed, they had been busy for a month. Alfred, however, only needed to stay on this small island and cook meals. Bryce had run all over the world, but it seemed like she hadn't found much. Bananas just don't provide enough energy. "I feel like I might be losing hair." The cloaked figure had eaten all the prepared bananas in one go, but despite that, he still felt completely drained. "Eat when we get back to Wayne Manor. I think there should still be some food there." Bryce removed her mask and wiped the sweat from her face. Even though they had been traveling within the Speed Force, meaning she didn't have to worry about wind resistance or similar issues, she still felt like her face was covered in a fine mist of seawater. Alfred immediately dismissed her idea. He took off his apron, straightened his tailcoat, which was entirely inappropriate for a beach setting. "May I clarify, miss, that if there is any food left at home, it would be what we had a month ago when we left. I have great confidence in the home's refrigerator." Bryce put her mask back on, resuming the aura of Batwoman. "Eating food that's been refrigerated for a month is very unhealthy, Mississippi," Alfred said dutifully, turning off the stove and starting to pack up the observation post. "But it's turkey. I was planning to have turkey sandwiches for breakfast the next morning." Bryce finally remembered what was in her refrigerator. An hour ago, they had been near Gotham, and the weather there was nothing like here. She'd be fine with just eating something light. Alfred, however, didn't back down at all. He carefully locked the observation post door, securing the nuclear weapon marked with a radiation symbol inside. Standing tall and proper, he rejected her suggestion in his best European aristocratic tone. "Even if it were a phoenix, I'm afraid you couldn't eat it now. Perhaps we could stop by a supermarket for supplies. Let's not worry about that now. I don't know how much time we have left." Bryce finally gave up on the idea of turkey, but it clearly wasn't the best time for grocery shopping. The cloaked figure chimed in, waving his hand as if trying to draw attention to himself. "Ahem, isn't anyone noticing that I'm actually very good at saving time?" 5 minutes later, they were back at Wayne Manor. 4 of those minutes were spent on Alfred's shopping. As soon as they returned to the city, Bryce noticed that Gotham was experiencing a massive blackout. There wasn't much she could do about it because no one knew which circuit had failed, and in this weather, there was no hope of fixing it. The city's water level had already risen to knee height, and the torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Fortunately, in their bullet time zone, they could completely avoid the raindrops. In this weather, no supermarket or convenience store would be open. Bryce very straightforwardly picked the lock of a store, took what she needed, and left twice the amount in cash on the counter. Now back at the manor, the house was lit up in every room, thanks to its independent power system, powered by geothermal generators from the Batcave below. The house welcomed its owner back, and every room was brightly illuminated. Alfred went to the kitchen to prepare food. Bryce placed her helmet beside her and lounged on the sofa in the sitting room, watching the flames dance in the fireplace, relaxing her body. She even brought out some of the house's best wine to entertain the cloaked figure. Previously, they had only met at Wayne Tower. This was the first time the cloaked figure had come to Bryce's home as a guest. "You really don't need to wear that big cloak. No one here knows you. The cloaked figure knew this, of course. He just wanted to experience what it was like to work in a black suit, feeling very bat-like. So, does this mean I'm part of the Bat family now? Can I have a bat name in this world? Like Flashbat or Bat Speedster? Bryce stared at him expressionlessly. Okay, just kidding. He shrugged, and in a blur, the large cloak disappeared. In front of her stood a young, somewhat shy-looking man, no more than his 20s. His curly brown hair hung slightly over his forehead. He had fair skin, didn't look particularly strong, and his face had a bashful smile, like a big boy. He wore a red and white t-shirt with Star Labs printed on it, regular jeans below, and he was barefoot. Well, I found your guest slippers, right where they would be in our world, but I thought I'd better ask. Can I wear them? Bryce's lips twitched as she nodded and muttered a soft, In a flash, Barry was sitting beside her, wearing the dark satin slippers, lifting his glass to toast with her. Thanks, they're really comfortable. Bryce felt a bit numb. Thankfully, this person didn't pose any immediate threat and didn't seem to have any signs of madness. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to deal with someone with these powers. But she didn't say this out loud. Instead, she smiled and clinked her glass with his. You can use the guest bathroom on the second floor. However you interacted with that Batman in your world, you can do the same here. Actually, I didn't get many chances to go to Wayne Manor, and most of the time it was underground. You know what I mean, right? Barry scratched his head and took a sip of the wine, but he winced at the burning sensation. As a scientist, he always felt that strong liquor was more damaging to the brain than the Speed Force. Bryce, of course, knew what lay beneath her house, and it must be the same for the other Batman. So, would you like to take a look at my base and compare it to yours? See which one's better. As they chatted over wine, Alfred pushed the door open and entered. Apologies, Mississippi. I'm afraid our house was burgled during the month we were away. Oh. The home's alarm system didn't activate. This was the first time Bryce had been robbed. Was this what it felt like to have your home broken into? She felt a mix of bitterness and anger. The home security system didn't react at all. I suspect it was affected by a military-grade EMP, rendering them all inoperative. Alfred nodded, maintaining his elegant demeanor. Bryce rubbed her neck, deep in thought. So, what did we lose? I've checked all the rooms. So far, we've lost a roasted turkey, about 2 kilos of carrots and potatoes, some lettuce, and about 200 grams of various spices, including the nutmeg you like in your coffee. Oh, and we're also missing a large pot, a long ladle, 5 plates, and matching cutlery. Barry, a former forensic scientist with the police, was used to running and analyzing crime scenes. But hearing this list of missing items made a question mark appear over his head. Sounds like someone threw a camping party at your place. Did you sponsor the Gotham Boy Scouts or something? Robin. We don't have any Boy Scouts here. Bryce realized what was happening, her eyes narrowing, assuming the most classic Bat expression, suspicion. Chapter 48, CH-48 burgled. Bryce carried her wine glass and led the two of them to the study next to the living room. Without saying a word, they could see a trail of dark footprints on the floor, leading towards the back of the bookshelf. There were also a few dirty handprints on the piano keys, left by soiled gloves. Oh. Barry Allen realized he was witnessing another crime scene, and this one was inside Batman's home, even if it was a parallel universe's Batman. This was far too rare. Bryce narrowed her eyes at the footprints. They were left by a specific type of tactical combat boots, with no distinct tread, just segments of metal surfaces. Of course, she recognized these footprints, but she usually saw them in blood, not mud. Deathstroke. How did she get in here? Bryce immediately flew into a rage. Having an annoying assassin sneak into her home was infuriating. Alfred, call the police department and find out what Deathstroke has been up to in the city lately. Barry Allen didn't seem too concerned. It was as if hearing the name Deathstroke didn't faze him. Instead, he almost looked relieved. Oh, your world's Deathstroke. Give her my regards, hey. He glanced at the black handprints on the piano and then calculated the stride length. Looks like she took the turkey. You see the splatter pattern of mud next to the footprints. The stride length is consistent, which means she was lighter when she came in and heavier when she left, likely carrying only the missing food. I know, I'm just trying to figure out why this psychopathic assassin broke into my house. Bryce pressed a few keys on the piano, and the bookshelf silently slid open, revealing a dark passage. Huh. Isn't Deathstroke supposed to be on our side? Barry scratched his head, finding it strange. Back on Earth, Zero, many heroes and villains had only tried to escape this impending crisis. But Deathstroke, the mercenary, had actively come to help. Why was it different here? Bryce was equally surprised. Your Deathstroke is on your side. This question stumped Barry. After all, Deathstroke's actions were hard to define. How do I put it, he's primarily on the side of money. That's probably the same everywhere. Bryce nodded in agreement. He's done a lot of bad things, killed a lot of people. Half of the unsolved cases I suspect he did them. Bryce nodded again, agreeing with that assessment. But many times, he's also helped save the world, assisted the Justice League in fending off alien invaders and enemies, risking his life repeatedly. So, he's really a complicated person. This time, Bryce didn't nod. Instead, she rubbed her chin, her lips turning downward as she thought deeply. After a moment, she snapped back and gestured for Barry to follow her into the Batcave, talking as they walked. Our Deathstroke probably doesn't know about this world-ending situation yet. If I tell her, what do you think are the chances she'll help us? Absolutely, Batwoman. If you can convince her, she won't stand by. If you think convincing her is difficult, writing a big check could work too. Barry understood what kind of person Slade was, but he didn't know this world's Deathstroke, so he could only make a general suggestion. I won't bother with the turkey theft for now, but I need to know what she did in my base. Bryce hadn't even finished speaking when her eyes widened. The Batcave was a mess. There were signs of damage everywhere, and the ground was littered with footprints of various sizes. Used dishes were scattered across a table. Even her beloved giant dinosaur had a hole in its head, occasionally sparking with a few electrical arcs. The system used to monitor the city had been hacked. The large screen was now showing constantly switching surveillance footage, and a data cable dangled from the console, indicating that Deathstroke had used a physical connection to hack the system. Bryce wasn't surprised that Deathstroke could take down her mechanical dinosaur, since it was meant to deter petty criminals, not world-class assassins like Deathstroke. But she had never known Deathstroke was also a computer expert, and one even better than herself. With a flash of lightning, Barry appeared atop the dinosaur's head. He bent down and inspected the marks left on it. There were footprints on the dinosaur's head, black handprints around the eye sockets, and water stains on the tail. He quickly deduced Slade's tactical maneuvers, replaying the scene in his mind. This confirmed that only Deathstroke could execute such a precise strike targeting weaknesses like a surgical blade. Many who could do it wouldn't think of this tactic, and those who could think of it couldn't keep up physically. He then analyzed the other traces on the ground. A woman wearing high heels, a burly man in sneakers, and a person in a wheelchair. They had really come here for a campout, leaving a mess of dishes, including the leftover turkey. The only thing he didn't understand was why there were two types of Deathstroke footprints, one slightly larger and heavier, and the other slightly smaller and lighter. He grinned, puzzled, and returned to Bryce's side. In reality, only 3 seconds had passed. She was still contemplating the system breach. Barry told her his findings, but even Bryce couldn't make sense of it immediately. Alfred caught up, coming down the stairs, and pressed a few buttons on the system, switching it to the news channel. Miss Bryce, I think you should see this. I couldn't reach the police station, but I saw this on TV. The television was replaying footage of Deathstroke. The terrified TV station executives had replaced all the evening news with this special, despite the citywide blackout. As long as one person could still watch TV, they dared not cut this broadcast. What followed was the scene where Deathstroke shot Barbara. As the gunshot echoed through the Batcave, both the old butler and Barry flinched, involuntarily closing their eyes. This makes no sense. Deathstroke would have no reason to kill Oracle. Barry shook his head repeatedly, refusing to believe it. Oracle was worth more than any ordinary superhero. Deathstroke wouldn't just kill Barbara. If this were the main world, that shot would have cost billions. Mr. Allen, we're talking about Deathstroke, a mercenary who kills for money. She doesn't care who she kills. Alfred corrected him. He had once served the government as a soldier with faith, and mercenaries like Deathstroke were, in his eyes, reckless and unprincipled. A soldier needed principles, while a businessman cared only about profit. Bryce leaned over the console, using the supercomputer to slow down the footage by 20 times. She didn't grieve for Barbara but instead focused on the bullet. Barry is right. Deathstroke didn't kill Barbara. That bullet was shot in a way to create the illusion it actually passed a centimeter behind her neck. Then she brought Barbara here and had her hack your system. The wheelchair tracks here match the spacing and tire circumference of Barbara's wheelchair shown on TV. Barry nodded, wiping the black handprint left by Slade on the console and glancing at the ground around them. I'm not surprised she could crack your system. Bryce still pinched her sharp chin, quietly watching the playback on the big screen. The computer automatically replayed the news, and she noticed something odd. There's something unexpected, though. The person wearing the icon uniform isn't actually our Deathstroke. Saying this, she pressed a button, freezing the screen on a close-up of Deathstroke's face, the crimson eye staring at the three of them. The room fell silent. Chapter 49, CH-49 Determining Authenticity. Barry scratched his head, feeling a bit hungry, unable to focus in the dimly lit space. The darkness made him sleepy. But he still forced himself to wake up, rubbing his face with both hands as he asked Bryce. You're saying Deathstroke isn't Deathstroke? What does that mean? Is it an imposter? There isn't a man here who can use a gun with such skill that I'm aware of. Bryce zoomed in on the image, enlarging Deathstroke's entire body. This person's skeletal structure is male. After speaking, Bryce captured images of Deathstroke standing in front of the police station's pillar, the TV station's broadcasting van, and Deathstroke himself. She then measured the horizontal distance between them, creating a scale. The Gotham TV station's broadcasting van is a 1999 Amazon model made in Metropolis. The van's height is 3.5 meters. The height of the Gotham police station's front door is officially recorded as 6.2 meters, and due to geological reasons, it sinks by 0.01 meters every year since 1996. And Cindy Wilson's height is 1.73 meters. After inputting all these data, the mainframe beeped, almost as if showing a big red X. Bryce shrugged. It doesn't match. This person is 1.84 meters tall, male. Now it's not just my impression, the system also confirms that there's no one like this in Gotham. Barry had already noticed the leftover food on the table. He scooped out some soup from the large pot with a wooden ladle and tasted it. The awful flavor sent a shiver down his spine, it tasted like thick mucus. But he encouraged himself. He was a superhero, he couldn't be defeated by something like this. He needed nutrition, and he needed it now. So that means those footprints on the dinosaur's head were his, and he killed your dinosaur. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Bryce's expression didn't change, but who knows what kind of grudge she was holding against Slade. After recording the news, he and Cindy kidnapped Barbara and 2 TV reporters, bringing them here. Barry swallowed the unappetizing sweet soup with difficulty. The now cooled, congealed soup had no trace of sweetness, and the numbness on his tongue made him slur his words, and then they all happily had dinner here at your place and left, without any sign of coercion on Barbara or the reporters. That's exactly what I can't figure out. Bryce picked a piece of lettuce from the pot, licked it, and spat it out immediately. She looked at Barry with incredulous eyes and shook her head. I can understand the reporters, after all, news has value. But Barbara. Have you tried contacting Commissioner Gordon? Barry managed to swallow another mouthful, letting out a painful groan and gasping before suggesting it. This Deathstroke specifically called him out. I don't think I'll be able to reach him. Bryce began using the mainframe to make the call so there would be no record. At the same time, she told Alfred, you'd better prepare some food quickly. Our guest is eating a dish made by Deathstroke. I just tasted a tiny bit, and I already feel like she's trying to kill me. Of course, Mississippi. The food is already on the stove. Alfred headed back upstairs to prepare the meal. Letting a guest go hungry was not something a butler should do. I can't reach Gordon. Interestingly, this system had previously tracked a license plate number, as well as my and Alfred's locations. Bryce sat down with interest, only to find a pile of ash near her hand. She paused and narrowed her eyes. That must have been Barbara's doing. Barry patted his stomach, feeling a bit queasy. Barbara's computer skills are strong. Bryce asked again. Very. She's one of the best on Earth. Barry talked about the Oracle he knew. He hadn't interacted much with her, as his colleagues in Central City were science fanatics who provided him with full logistical support. The only contact he had with Barbara was occasional video calls through the Justice League. Not only is she an exceptional hacker, but she also has the talent and leadership to command. Many female heroes on our side listen to her. Bryce hugged her arms, wiping at the yellowish burn mark on the desk. That's interesting because the Barbara in our world is just an ordinary high school student. She's never shown any talent. I don't know, and neither does Gordon. Barry raised an eyebrow. It seemed he understood something, but Deathstroke knew. He brought Barbara here with a very clear goal, to use your Brother Eye system to find someone. Ah, my system doesn't have a name. If I had to name it, it'd be Sister Eye. Bryce glanced at the screen, which showed the previous search location. A place called Indian Hill was flashing on the map. Is this Deathstroke from your world? Barry shook his head. No, our Slade is 1.94 meters tall. He's with Aquaman in Atlantis looking for something. They don't have the ability to cross dimensions. I'm the one responsible for finding multiversal reinforcements, though it didn't go as planned. I know, you've mentioned it many times. Using the Speed Force to traverse worlds has unpredictability. You encountered the Time Wraiths, barely escaped with your life, and ended up in our world. Bryce pulled up information on Indian Hill, studying it closely, but a junkyard didn't reveal anything useful. Yes, exactly. Then I realized time had reversed a bit, but it didn't trigger the flashpoint effect. The world is still the same. Gotham is still a mess. Barry sat on a nearby table. He tried using his speed to wipe away the yellow stains on the desk, but the tobacco stains only grew larger. Our worlds were different from the beginning. Even if you triggered the so-called flashpoint, you wouldn't be able to tell. Eventually, you discovered that a world supposedly doomed still existed, and someone you thought was your enemy, like me, hadn't gone insane. Bryce's calm explanation left Barry a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Alfred's arrival a few minutes later broke the awkward atmosphere. Miss Bryce, and Mr. Allen, dinner is ready. Tonight's main course is red wine beef stew, accompanied by roasted oysters and chicken rolls with celery. There's also lobster sashimi, and the main dish is European noodles, though due to time constraints, the beef might not be tender enough. That's already amazing. Please bring it here. I have some preparations to make, and I'm curious what this mysterious person is really after. Bryce smiled at Alfred, feeling a sense of pride. Only her butler could whip up a beef stew in such a short time. At the same time, she was forming a general theory in her mind. This Deathstroke has a clear goal. He knows a lot. Chapter 50, Ch50. The Bat always has a plan. Alfred quickly delivered the dinner, using a hidden elevator to bring it down. He pushed the serving cart, complete with tablecloth, napkins, and cutlery. The large table in the Batcave was covered in leftovers from Su Ming and his team's meal, including half a pot of Cindy's bizarre sweet soup. At the time, only Su Ming and Cindy, relying on their modified bodies, managed to stomach a few bites. The other three had turned pale after just one taste. As Alfred was cleaning up the leftovers, he noticed a yellowish burn mark on the table, accompanied by scattered ash. The same was on the floor. His gaze sharpened instantly. Miss, if you're considering befriending Deathstroke, I suggest we order a batch of ashtrays for the Batcave. Perhaps we could go with natural crystal ones. What do you think? Bryce didn't turn around, continuing to study the information on the screen. Something about Indian Hill seemed familiar to her, but there were only a few lines of historical records in the intelligence reports. That in itself was an issue. Why hadn't she noticed it before? No one befriends Deathstroke. I just want to negotiate a business deal. Alfred tilted his head, raising his eyebrows to show understanding. He calmly cleared away the clutter, spread out the tablecloth, and set up the new food. Oh, but I would advise having a lawyer present when dealing with mercenaries like Deathstroke, and the contract must be airtight. Barry will go with me. Bryce spoke calmly, leaving the surveillance mainframe and sitting at the large table. This table was actually her workbench, where she usually assembled her gadgets. She typically took care not to let it get greasy or dirty. But today, the workbench had been repurposed by Deathstroke and was already dirty, so she might as well eat there. I'm more of a forensic scientist, and though that's sort of like being a coroner, contracts aren't my specialty. Barry instantly appeared beside the table, having already set up his own napkin and cutlery, ready for the meal to be served. Bryce gave him a look that said, "Are you serious?" Barry was very smart, possibly the best photonic physicist and materials scientist she'd ever met. But like all scientists, he seemed to be missing a piece when it came to daily life. No need for documents, just wearing your uniform and being with me will be enough. Oh, you mean that? Barry's face lit up with a smile as he understood. Got it. You're even harder to understand than Diana, our Diana. I get it. Our Wonder Woman is a self-centered, deceitful jerk. I feel nauseated just watching her interviews on TV. Bryce laid out her napkin, and Alfred served the appetizer first, a plate of fresh, green fish salad. So, what about your Aquaman? I mean, the Aquawoman. Barry eagerly took a bite, finally feeling his tongue come back to life. She's trying to create a world ruled by the Atlanteans. To achieve that, she'd make the whole world her sacrificial grave. Bryce answered his question while eating, using a fork to pick at the food and put it in her mouth. Alfred, standing nearby, watched her intently. Bryce was chewing while talking, he couldn't remember ever teaching her to behave like this. Barry nodded, starting to get the picture. With all due respect, Bryce, I don't think you're going to become the person I used to know anymore. But if a large-scale war breaks out between the Amazons and the Atlanteans, I've seen what that looks like, in a wrong timeline. The world would be destroyed all the same. Bryce's expression remained calm, the darkness of the Batcave seemingly ingrained in her very being, her cold demeanor ever present. I can guess. If the world's situation continues to worsen, I would likely consider Arthur a global threat and act against her. I once had a very similar plan. The old you would have been the spark that ignited the world. Now I've changed your mind, but I can't change Barbados. He's still carrying out his evil plans, using the power of the dark multiverse to try and drag the light multiverse over. If he succeeds, we're all doomed. Barry had finished his food and was waiting for the next course. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and continued from where he left off. I've heard your theories about cosmic balance and rebooting the universe. Even though it's just a hypothesis, you can't prove it. But as long as there are Amazons and Atlanteans in this world, the threat will always be there. Maybe our world is incomplete, destined for destruction. Bryce put down her knife and fork, signaling Alfred to continue serving without waiting. That's what Barbados wants you to believe. No world is destined for destruction. People can change their destiny. Barry's tone grew serious, his childish smile replaced by a stern expression. Don't let him influence you. He might show up in your dreams, spouting lies. We'll stop this war soon, and the world will continue. Bryce glanced at him, showing an ambiguous expression. I know. First, we need to find Deathstroke. I've wanted to go all out and fight her to the death several times. She's the person I despise most. But now, the situation is different. He's not your typical villain. He's done good things. Maybe one day he'll reform, though even I find that hard to believe. I know you're incredibly strong when you don't hold back, but we don't kill people, and that's a principle for both of us. I'm done eating. When do we leave? With a flash of lightning, Barry sat beside her, picking his teeth. He had eaten half of all the dishes in an instant and had already changed into his red and yellow flash suit. Bryce sighed, stood up, and donned her bat helmet, restocking her various gadgets. Alfred, I'll eat the rest when I get back. Barry and I are heading out. Of course, Mississippi. I'll be waiting for you at home. Alfred bowed slightly, showing a gentle smile as he watched a red streak take Bryce away, just like he had watched her leave countless times before, heading off to fight crime. Indian Hill Underground Research Facility, 3rd floor. Su Ming and Cindy faced a barrage of gunfire. They had just come down the stairs and barely walked a few steps before being hit with a full-scale firestorm. It looked like a dormitory area for employees or perhaps a place to hold people who were about to become test subjects. The hallway was as bright as day, lined with small rooms on both sides. The moment they were attacked, Su Ming pushed the 3 unarmed people into one of the rooms, while Cindy quickly ducked into a small room on the opposite side of the hallway. 47 personnel, submachine guns, rocket launchers, large-caliber shotguns, a small anti-tank gun, and some weapons I don't recognize. What's your decision? Cindy peeked out from the doorway, taking in the situation on the other side in a single glance. Amid the relentless gunfire, she quickly signaled Su Ming with a series of tactical gestures. Vic was beside her, trying to get Pete to take notes, but the big guy's legs were like noodles. In desperation, Vic had to hold the camera herself. Su Ming's mind instantly conjured up a structural diagram of this type of building. It was like symmetrical leaves growing on a vine. The rooms on both sides of the hallway were like those leaves. Each room contained only a battered stainless steel bed, nothing else. The walls were soundproofed, and despite decades of neglect, the quality still seemed decent. Flashbangs. Su Ming responded with a tactical gesture. The enemy's fire was making the concrete near the door splinter and fly. In just a few seconds, even the floor of the hallway was shredded. Cindy nodded slightly from the other side of the hallway. Countless bullets streaked past their vision, the heat causing the air to shimmer. This tactic suited her perfectly. Chapter 51, CH-51 Bitten by the Tail. Several small black and yellow balls were tossed out of the door, flying towards the crowd. They were about the size of golf balls, with a green fluorescent button on them, flashing faintly. Bang. 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 A series of explosions echoed, and the intense gunfire in the hallway suddenly thinned out. Replacing it, the sound of gunshots turned into screams. Many of the women in black suits were clutching their eyes, rolling on the ground. These high-powered flashbangs didn't just blind. The sudden damage to the optic nerve also affected the brain, causing a loss of balance and direction, rendering them incapable of action. Stun grenades could achieve a similar effect, but they worked through sudden loud noises and high-frequency vibrations. In such a confined underground space, they were indiscriminate. Choosing the right weapon was as important as choosing the right tactic. Seeing their opponents lose combat effectiveness, Su Ming and Cindy didn't hold back. For Deathstroke, anyone blocking his path needed to be eliminated. He immediately drew his twin swords, rushing into the crowd, and Cindy was doing the same. In the stark white hallway, 4 gleaming blades shone brightly, dazzling to the eye. With each flash of the blades, 1 or more heads flew into the air. Severed limbs of all kinds scattered everywhere, blood splattering every inch of the walls and floor. Their fighting styles were slightly different. Cindy, being smaller, preferred to weave in and out of the crowd, exploiting gaps and slicing through formations to find weak points and opportunities. Su Ming, on the other hand, favored a crushing combat style, using his enhanced strength to cut down everything in his way with his twin blades. They could both use each other's combat style since they were proficient in all techniques. However, there were differences in habits between worlds, and besides, Su Ming was a time traveler. This straightforward method of pushing forward made his blood boil, satisfying his desire for slaughter. He felt much warmer, as if a large amount of unfamiliar memories were flooding his mind. For a moment, he recalled countless times he had hacked down enemies like this, even remembering the expressions on their faces clearly. These were Slade's memories, completely different from Su Ming's own, filled with violence and bloodshed. When he felt the coldness return, only he and Cindy were left standing in the hallway. The broken and dismembered bodies of the enemies littered the ground, along with shattered weapons. Even the anti-tank gun had been broken in half. Good, we're getting closer to Falcone. Cindy flicked the blood off her blade, nodding in satisfaction. She preferred using swords, they were reliably lethal, so she didn't need to check the bodies on the ground. Huff, maybe I really need to get a good meal and some sleep somewhere. Su Ming shook his head, trying to calm himself down. Perhaps Cindy was right, and his self-healing factor was at work, affecting his emotions. As Slade's memories continued to resurface, he became unsure of his own identity. Who was he really? He had Deathstroke's body and memories, so he should logically be Slade Wilson. But then, where did the memories of being Su Ming come from? The confusion of memories and the bloodlust intertwined, making him feel irritable. Fortunately, he could still control his emotions for now. From what he remembered from the comics, this blood-crazed madness wouldn't last too long, probably subsiding by the next morning. That was, if he could get enough food and rest. Cindy's crazy stew earlier, he had barely taken a few bites of it. The turkey, on the other hand, everyone had eaten. It tasted okay but had a bit of that refrigerator smell. But now, it seemed like it wasn't just a problem with the self-healing factor. There was definitely some confusion with his memories too. Cindy patted his shoulder and motioned for the three people hiding in the room to follow them. This was a bit difficult for Barbara. The hallway was filled with corpses, making it hard for her wheelchair to move through. She was thinking that if she had to go to places like this often, she should consider switching her wheels for tracks. Are your self-healing cells acting up again? Cindy asked him. It's under control. Su Ming put away his swords and patted his head, scavenging through the pile of bodies on the ground for usable bullets. As long as you don't get hurt. If you get injured again and the self-healing cells start working faster, you might lose control. Cindy knew exactly what was happening to her body. If Su was like her, then he'd be facing the same issue. Once we deal with Falcone, we can borrow some equipment from a hospital. There are a few good doctors in Gotham who could give you a brain scan. While talking, she was doing the same thing as Su Ming. She'd nearly run out of ammo during the zombie attack. No need. It's not the right time yet. Su Ming rejected her suggestion. Even if they resolved the Falcone issue, they were only halfway through. There wasn't enough time to get a checkup. Besides, who were the doctors Cindy knew in Gotham? He certainly didn't want Professor Hugo or Dr. PYG treating him. He didn't want to wake up missing or gaining any organs. Suit yourself, but don't give me trouble in the middle of a fight. Cindy shrugged. If Su Ming was this adamant, there was no point in persuading him further. Don't joke around. These mobsters aren't exactly a challenge for us. He straightened up and continued forward with Cindy. The blood in the hallway was deep enough to soak their shoes, and behind them, the three others were following. Vic looked excited, while Barbara and Pete were pale and constantly gagging. Earlier, when they were killing monsters on the upper floors, it was a bit easier. But now, seeing so many human bodies, their instincts made them feel afraid. The hallway twisted and turned, leading who knew where. However, he could sense that the resistance from the women in black was growing stronger, which meant they were getting closer to their target. As they moved forward, slaughtering along the way, more memories flooded back to him. He remembered dozens of bank accounts and passwords, secret safe houses, and weapon caches scattered across the world, even his most recent assassination missions. It made his head throb painfully, but under his helmet, his face showed no sign of it. He simply followed Cindy silently. On the way, they found a small room with its lights on. The silk sheets showed signs of someone having slept there. On the nightstand was a bottle of medication labeled with James Gordon's name. Falcone even brought your dad's pain meds. Su Ming picked up the bottle and tossed it to Barbara. I have to say, he's pretty considerate. Gordon should be safe for now. Barbara caught the bottle and examined it closely. She recognized it. This bottle had been in the medicine cabinet at home, and the doctor's prescription on it was written in a familiar hand. How did these guys sneak into my house? My dad installed so many security measures. Barbara was frustrated. These villains were always so persistent. Gordon can catch thieves for 1,000 days, but he can't guard against them for 1,000 days. When someone's determined to get into your house, no security system will stop them. How do you think your place compares to the Batcave? Su Ming took off his gloves and touched the bed sheets. There was no warmth left, indicating Gordon had been gone for at least half an hour. Bruce's security measures were decent, but hadn't Cindy still managed to break into her home? Cindy also looked at the bottle, took out 2 pills, and tasted them. She confirmed they were aspirin. It's very easy to bypass security systems. For instance, you could coerce the manufacturer of the security equipment. These things often have a master code or frequency. Or hire professionals like us. All security systems are useless against us. Su Ming took the bottle back and swallowed a few pills himself. Maybe it was a placebo effect, but his headache eased considerably, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning away from the small room, he continued speaking while pocketing the pillow from the bed. Since someone had prepared painkillers for Gordon, it meant he wasn't unharmed. Having a pillow when your head hurt was a good thing, and the silk fabric could be torn up to make bandages or splints. If Gordon didn't need it, he could give it to Falcone. Killing and compassion weren't mutually exclusive. Maybe after killing Falcone, he'd let him rest his head on this pillow. Even a cold corpse might show a smile. Though his headache had lessened, the chaotic memories made him want to kill someone to vent his frustration. Chapter 52, CH-52 Static Electricity. As they advanced, wave after wave of men in black fell before the duo. Vic was quite satisfied with this. If possible, she wanted to turn this news coverage into a documentary. She had even thought of the title, Deathstroke on the Edge of the Blade. With the stunning visuals in front of her, combined with her professional commentary, she was sure it would become a hit. She had already thought of the lines, such as, "When the first rays of spring moonlight cast over Gotham's ground, the person in black and yellow armor set out with her sharpened long blade. She crossed streets littered with corpses, entering another world soaked in blood to play. This is an ancient assassin's ritual and Deathstroke's usual way of entertaining herself. Corpses, undoubtedly, are the common ground between biology and a great assassin. The coordination between flesh and blade allows the warm and passionate innards to burst out instantly and then shatter, leaving only a simple fragrance and an empty shell. Spring has come, and Deathstroke has already slain hundreds in Gotham. The Black Arrow in the south prefers bows and arrows, while the Deadshot nearby favors sniper rifles. In the east, Lady Shiva uses only her bare hands. Each assassin from different regions has their own preferences. Watching Su Ming and Cindy move fluidly through the crowd, executing their lethal techniques, she came to deeply appreciate the aesthetics of blood and violence. The blood splatters on the walls, in her eyes, slowly transformed into paintings with a will of their own. Each bloodline, each patch of red moisture, each piece of visceral debris, seemed to be expressing something from a higher level of spirit and intent. If Su Ming knew what she was thinking, he would definitely give her a white dove and encourage her to become a film director. The enemies were running out of reinforcements. 2 Deathstrokes had completely shattered their will to fight. For Su Ming, it didn't matter if hundreds of them charged all at once or if they trickled in 10s and 20s. The number of ordinary people was just a negligible factor. Even in the calculations in his mind, the number of these gang members wasn't significant enough to be a variable. The only constant in his mind was the rate of advance against a group of ordinary enemies. No matter how many there were or what weapons they held, Deathstroke's forward momentum remained unstoppable. Finally, after eliminating the last group of enemies, they arrived in front of 2 massive doors. These doors were exquisitely crafted, clearly taken from a high-end hotel. Pushing them open, they entered what looked like a large study. The fireplace was still roaring, but there was no one inside. The room was filled with the scent of cigars and alcohol, indicating that Falcone had entertained Gordon here, but who knows what they discussed. There were 3 people in this room and a cat, Cindy said, lifting a long black hair from the sofa with the tip of her knife. Blood dripped into the cracks of the sofa's armrest, mingling with some white fur. Why a cat? Vic questioned, wanting to delve deeper into the story of the next victim. Su Ming paused slightly, despite his headache. He still noticed something was off when they first entered the room. He smiled, sat down on the sofa, took off his helmet, and found 2 teacups, pouring some tea from the teapot and tasting it. His conclusion was that it was mediocre. Westerners just didn't brew tea the right way. The tea leaves were likely from South Asia, with a hint of curry flavor. The tea was still warm, indicating they hadn't left long ago. He didn't rush to chase them but calmly responded to Vic. Because cats are predators. Even after thousands of years as human pets, they still retain traits of observation, striking decisively, and silent killing, all characteristics that align with how gangsters view themselves. Cindy agreed, sitting beside Su Ming and sipping the tea. Unlike him, she seemed quite pleased with it. Dogs don't work. Dogs are chasers. They're violent, ferocious, noisy, and crazy, always acting in packs. Only biker gangs would use them to show off their might. But at Falcone's level, he needs to project a sense of gentleness. Su Ming glanced at Cindy with disdain. How could she drink such awful tea with pleasure? He looked away, no longer watching her savor the tea. So, we deduce that it's a cat. You wouldn't expect a mob boss like Falcone to be cuddling a rabbit or a goat every day, right? Even in a world that promotes gender equality, mob bosses wouldn't be holding on to such animals. Herbivores just didn't fit with the image of gangsters. Vic noted this down, gaining a new perspective on gangster psychology. However, she still didn't understand why the 2 suddenly stopped to have tea on the sofa. Why did you suddenly stop? Shouldn't we be looking for a secret passage or something in this room? She asked the two, and Su Ming pushed the teapot toward Cindy, then picked up a bottle of alcohol himself, filled a different cup, and downed it in one go. You only noticed that we found hair and cat fur. Did you pay attention to how we found them? Huh. Because when we came in, the hair and fur were swaying on the sofa like seaweed. Our armor wouldn't cause such a reaction, and neither would the equipment you're carrying. We usually call this phenomenon Cindy. Su Ming drew the sword from his back and laid it on the table. Large-scale static electricity, Cindy echoed his action, placing her knife on her leg. Su Ming nodded, smiling as he scanned the room. The fireplace only lit up a small area, while most of the room was in darkness. Typically, static electricity is caused by friction. But if you're fast enough, the human magnetic field interacting with the Earth's magnetic field can produce a similar effect. Yes. Cindy raised her gun, aiming at a corner of the room where there was nothing but darkness. I've been wondering why she disappeared because Batgirl never runs away. When she knows there's danger, she wouldn't hide. Like a true obsessive, she would face her enemies head-on. Su Ming glanced at her but made no move to ready himself. If someone passes through, they will inevitably leave traces, yet Batgirl left none. This made me suspect. Given the information I have, I had many theories. But now, seeing the static, I understand how Batgirl can avoid detection without actually hiding. Before entering the research facility, he and Cindy had discussed the multiverse issue in a small store. She suggested that if Su Ming could travel from a parallel world to Earth -11, others could too. That statement reminded him that the multiverse is a whole. What he had inadvertently done, others could do intentionally. The room was quiet, as if he were talking to the air. The camera scanned every corner but found no trace of Batgirl, not even where Cindy aimed her gun. Using high-speed movement to avoid being seen is a neat ability. But Barry, with the world on the brink of destruction, do you really want to pick a fight with two Deathstrokes now? Su Ming sighed, signaling Cindy to lower her gun. He poured another glass of alcohol and placed it on the table. We have plenty of explosives. In this confined space, your available routes are limited, and my blade will be waiting along your path. He stood up, tore open the pillow he had taken earlier, and scattered the feathers in the air. Although it was subtle, you could see the feathers spinning faster as they fell, as if being pulled by something. Since you followed me just as I expected and didn't attack first, I'll assume you have good intentions. So, will you join me for a drink, or do you want to get stabbed like your nephew? Chapter 53, CH-53 Finally Meeting. The dim room was filled with silence. Aside from the two Deathstrokes being confident, the other three were nervously watching their surroundings. Only the crackling of the logs in the fireplace could be heard, the flames still roaring but destined to turn to embers. You're right, nothing can hide in the shadows forever, not even me. A mature, raspy female voice rang out from the direction Cindy had pointed her gun earlier. Suddenly, as if out of thin air, two people appeared, with golden lightning slowly fading from their black uniforms. It was Batwoman. She wore a slightly different batsuit, her dark blue eyes studying Su Ming from behind her mask. As she had suspected, this Deathstroke didn't belong to this world. He not only knew about her but also knew about Barry, who came from another world. He seemed prepared yet not hostile, and judging by his tone, he even seemed pleased. In fact, they had just arrived. After reaching the Indian Hill Underground Lab, they followed the trail of bodies left by Su Ming and his group. Once they entered the room, they hid inside. As Su Ming had mentioned, Barry wrapped both of them in the Speed Force, running along the walls of the room. By moving at such high speed, they wouldn't leave an image on the retina, achieving a state of invisibility. However, Su Ming still noticed them. Once he consciously considered this possibility, it was easy for him to connect the dots to the Flash. After all, during the metal event, Barry was the one tasked with reaching out to the multiverse for reinforcements. But, his aim should have been the multiverse, like Earth 2, Earth 12, or Earth 42. Why was he in the dark multiverse? The timing was also off. At this point, Barbados hadn't yet gathered the Dark Knights nor begun his attack on the light multiverse. In the main world right now, everyone except Batman should be living their normal lives. It seemed something had gone wrong with the Speed Force. As a higher dimensional power in the DC universe, the Speed Force was indeed extremely dangerous. Speedsters could harness its power, but it could also consume any one of them. Barry caused the Flashpoint event, resetting the multiverse. Later, in other events, he disappeared into the Speed Force for a long time, and everyone thought he was dead. His nephew, Wally, Kid Flash, the third Flash, was also trapped in the Speed Force for 10 years. Villains who used the Speed Force almost all died within it. Generations of Flashes used a power they didn't fully understand to be superheroes. One had to admit that the Allens had nerves of steel and were willing to sacrifice their lives to do good. In the realm of bullet time, when Su Ming mentioned ways to deal with speedsters, Barry's face stiffened. The method Su Ming spoke of had indeed been proven effective by Deathstroke in the main world. As another Deathstroke, he could easily replicate them if he wanted. And Barry didn't have Wally's accelerated cellular regeneration. Each person gained a unique and random ability from the Speed Force. Taking a stab wound would be no easy feat for him. Though Deathstroke appeared slow, when necessary, he could be just as fast in his movements, especially when drawing his blade. Batwoman naturally noticed this as well, sensing Barry's surprise. He's telling the truth. Yes, if it's the Deathstroke from our side, he's defeated speedsters before, more than once. There are also civilians here. I'm not confident I can save them while facing Deathstroke and an explosion. Then we leave. Switch to Plan B. Su Ming was also observing Batwoman. He had to admit she felt more dangerous than Bruce from the main universe. She exuded a darker aura and appeared more ruthless. Bruce from the main world wouldn't get involved in various power struggles, but Batwoman had a hand in both the Amazon-Atlantean War. The dark environment of the dark multiverse had deeply influenced her. But Earth-11 still had hope, unlike the other Dark Knight's worlds. Though it hadn't shattered to become part of the World Forge, life here had gone extinct. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, Earth would evolve new life again. This gave Su Ming confidence. He could secretly protect this place as long as Barbados didn't notice and didn't draw the attention of the Dark Knights. Batwoman, you made it quite difficult for us to find you. But with Barry by your side, I suppose I don't need to explain much. Su Ming pushed a glass toward her, motioning for her to sit down. He changed his original plan, deciding to use the backup one instead. But Barry, could you go downstairs and bring up an old man? He's probably planning to blow up all of Gotham. Oh, though we don't know each other, let's talk later. Alright, how did you know about me? He gave Su Ming a puzzled look but quickly found the entrance to the underground. In a flash, he returned twice, bringing up Falcone, Sophia, and Gordon. He recognized Gordon, so he placed him on the sofa. As for the Falcone father-daughter duo, they were knocked out and thrown on the floor, covered in feathers from the pillow, looking like they had turned into poultry. Poor Gotham villains, they might stand a chance against a regular Batwoman, but against true superpowered beings, they were outmatched. Aside from Aquaman's dim-wittedness, every other Justice League member should be able to handle Gotham's problems with ease. That's how it was in DC. The Flash faced speedster villains, Wonder Woman faced mythological figures, Green Lantern faced aliens, and Batman faced lunatics. If the Justice League switched villains, anyone could solve the other's problems effortlessly. Dad. Barbara wheeled herself to Gordon's side. Gordon, still dazed, grasped her hand in disbelief, feeling the warmth there. You. Barbara, are you all right? You're still alive. Yes, Dad, Deathstroke helped me. Barbara cried as she hugged him. That's great, that's great. Tears streamed down Gordon's face as he held his daughter tightly. I thought you were dead. I didn't know what I'd do without you. Batwoman sat down on the sofa. She didn't reach for the drink or teapot but watched the two Deathstrokes sitting side by side, lost in thought. Yet, she spoke to Gordon. Actually, if you'd calmly analyzed the situation, you would have noticed the bullet's trajectory was off, and there was no blood spray. Batwoman. Gordon looked conflicted. He didn't want her to return, as she had said it would bring danger to the world. But he had to admit, seeing her now was a relief. Cough, cough, Gordon, first of all, we're the ones who saved Barbara. Secondly, we're the ones who came to rescue you first. So if you're looking gratefully at Batwoman, you're thanking the wrong person. Cindy pouted, knocking the long knife against her leg armor in protest. Gordon's expression turned even stranger. Deathstroke had always been a top criminal in Gotham, but he realized he had no position or power to arrest her now. The cost of rescuing Commissioner Gordon, I'll settle that with you. Cash or transfer, it's your choice, Batwoman interjected. She leaned back on the sofa, hiding her face in the shadows, fingers interlaced before her as she stared at Su Ming. So who exactly are you? And what do you know? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing at Vic. She was excited as if it were Christmas. Now that the commissioner has been saved, he'll probably want an exclusive interview. Barbara can be in the shot. I'll cancel my demands on your TV station. Vic handed the camera to Pete, grabbing her microphone and leading the bewildered Gordon and his daughter out the door. She knew Deathstroke had something he didn't want her to hear but restrained her curiosity. Don't forget my payment, Vic mouthed to Su Ming as she turned. Su Ming looked at Cindy, who nodded. She would handle this deal. Chapter 54, CH-54 Exchange. Watching the irrelevant people leave the study room, and with Vic choosing the bloody scene outside for the interview, Su Ming could finally talk to Batwoman. Barry, I know what you want to ask. I am Deathstroke from another universe. You can call me Slade, that's fine too. Given that my memory is a bit muddled right now, you can temporarily call me Sue. A name is just a label to me, it doesn't matter. Barry scrutinized him closely, as if trying to understand something incomprehensible. You don't have any magical energy on you, nor the speed force. How did you get here? If I knew how, do you think I'd stay here? This place isn't exactly safe. Su Ming waved dismissively at Barry, as if telling a joke. Relax. Although your appearance has introduced some flaws to my original plan, at this moment, we can't afford to have internal conflicts. Indeed, the moment he saw Barry, Su Ming considered using the speed force to directly travel to the main universe but quickly dismissed the idea. Barry was a genuinely good person. After seeing that Earth-11 was still intact and Batwoman hadn't become the drowned, realizing he could change history without side effects, Barry, who was obsessed with time effects and the speed force, definitely wouldn't abandon this place. If Barry didn't leave, Su Ming could forget about leaving. The speed force was the most direct way to cross dimensions. Although there were speedster villains in this world, none of them had the ability to traverse dimensions. You seem very familiar with me, but I have no recollection of you, and you look too young. Barry relaxed a little and sat down on the other side of the sofa, barely touching it. From his tone and body language, it was clear he hadn't completely lowered his guard, his eyes still fixed on the sword on the table. This sword was different from the one he knew Slade used. The main universe's Slade wielded a large Promethean broadsword, 20 centimeters wide and a meter long. The sword on the table looked like an ordinary katana, just a regular metal blade. You can think of my world as Origin Earth. So over there, sometimes I know things a little earlier than usual. Su Ming fabricated an unverifiable lie. Currently, there were still unknown worlds in the DC universe. Even Speed Force users couldn't guarantee if 104 worlds were the total count. Not to mention that Barry retained memories from the pre-Flashpoint universe. He had seen infinite Earths and infinite universes. Barry seemed to grasp something but at the same time understood nothing. Su Ming's answer left him in a fog, making him wonder if a world had been left out during the universal merge. Su Ming wasn't completely lying. It was indeed the Origin Earth. DC Comics headquarters was in the United States of his previous world. What could be more Origin than that? Batwoman ignored Barry's confusion because she couldn't care less about parallel universe matters. She was more concerned about why Cindy had appeared in Gotham again, at such a sensitive time. She knew Deathstroke's habits well. She only acted when paid, and now there were 2 Deathstrokes. She had to remain vigilant every moment. But Barry was clearly spooked by a single sentence. Batwoman wasn't even sure if she could handle 2 Deathstrokes. If they dragged things out too long, the world could be in danger. She hadn't reviewed the surveillance footage yet or understood what was happening outside Gotham. She didn't feel confident enough to confront Deathstroke now. What are you doing in Gotham? Batwoman looked at Cindy, using an interrogative tone. She despised any criminal, let alone a violent murderer like her. Deathstroke's actions couldn't be called murder, it was a massacre. The corridor outside was lined with bodies. She didn't see any need for such killings, they were no match for Deathstroke. Cindy casually glanced at her, then sheathed her sword and leaned back lazily on the sofa. I come when I want to. Gotham isn't yours. Answer my question. Why are you in Gotham, and why now? Oh. Wanna fight? Try me. You don't have to hold back. Let's see who dies first. Cindy stood up, snapping her helmet back on. Her black and yellow armor clashed against Batwoman's black suit. Their noses were almost touching as they stared each other down, neither willing to back off. She had already guessed that Batwoman knew about the impending doom of the world. At a time like this, Batwoman would absolutely not engage in a fight. Her attachment to Gotham was stronger than anything. Cindy herself was actually considering taking action. She was contemplating the original plan and their current situation. Su Ming had said that Batwoman was the fuse. Their original plan was to capture her. With the 2 of them against 1, plus having Barbara and Gordon as hostages, they could easily overpower her. After subduing her, they planned to lock her up somewhere for a while. Then Su Ming and Cindy could resolve the war issue, saving the world in the process. But now, with the speedster involved, things had become complicated. No matter where they imprisoned Batwoman, the speedster could easily find her. It seemed their plan needed a slight adjustment. There were 2 options, one was to kill the speedster and Batwoman, ending things once and for all. However, the world crisis was looming, and they also wanted to prevent Earth's destruction. An internal fight now would be like cutting off an arm. The second option was to monitor Batwoman, join forces, and have both Deathstroke stay with her. At least they couldn't let her disappear with the speedster again. This way, they could legitimately keep an eye on her. If she showed any signs of instability, Su Ming and Cindy could immediately restrain her. Monitoring the one who loved to monitor others, the irony wasn't lost on Cindy. Although she and Su Ming hadn't communicated directly, she could see from his actions that he had adopted the new plan, which coincided with her own thoughts. Moreover, he seemed quite familiar with the speedster and was working to win him over. He chose a softer approach, but that didn't mean they had to show weakness to Batwoman. On the contrary, the more assertive Cindy appeared, the more it would put Batwoman at ease. She liked logical thinking, so it was logical that a chaotic jester would become her biggest enemy. Despite not making a move, Su Ming and Cindy were clearly in control. Su Ming's one sentence had revealed the weakness of the speedster, causing Batwoman's original plan to crumble. If they showed leniency after gaining the upper hand, Batwoman would sense something illogical, possibly figuring out their new plan, leading to unforeseen complications. It was now Plan B against Plan B. Cindy had to hold the line. Su Ming was playing the good cop, so she naturally had to be the bad cop. Seeing Cindy and Batwoman argue, Su Ming knew she had understood his plan. He pretended to sigh helplessly, and Barry almost sighed at the same time. Women in this world are so strong-willed. Su Ming shook his head as if he couldn't handle Cindy. Yes, it's like they're all possessed by Diana or something. Very strange. Barry, unaware of the details, had experienced Batwoman's assertiveness over the past month and wholeheartedly agreed. Come on, let's talk over there. Casually draping his arm over Barry's shoulders, Su Ming led him to Falcone's desk not far away. Barry only stiffened slightly but sensed that this Deathstroke had no ill intentions. He barely used any strength, so Barry, still a bit dazed, sat down with Su Ming at the desk. Su Ming smiled slightly to himself. Now was the time to drive a wedge between Barry and Batwoman, or at least make him feel more aligned with his own stance. I'm done with my questions. Now you tell me, when did you leave? How far has Barbados progressed? Barry closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly as if restraining something. Barbados has already reached the main world. He's constructing dark towers in every city, tying people to them, trapping them in endless nightmares to collect dark energy. He's trying to pull the entire light universe into the dark dimension. Su Ming immediately connected the dots and understood where the main world was in the timeline. So, you gathered at the Oblivion Bar, then split up. You and Superman went to the Fortress of Solitude at the North Pole. You used the Anti-Monitor's tuning fork to open a path to the dark multiverse to find the replaced Batman. Yes, how do you know that? Barry's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He hadn't even finished his sentence, but Su Ming knew the rest. It left him feeling an unsettling sense of being seen through. I said, in another world, I found out some things earlier. But you didn't enter the dark universe. How did you end up here? Yes, after sending Superman into the dark universe, Barbados' Dark Knights arrived quickly. They wanted to seize the tuning fork as an energy amplifier. I fought them, and there was a speedster called the Red Death. During the battle, we entered the Speed Force. Because the battle was too intense, it attracted a time wraith. To escape, I entered the temporal turbulence and crashed into something. When I woke up, I was here. Barry repeated to Su Ming what he had told Batwoman earlier, scratching his head with embarrassment, as if his head had hit something. Su Ming nodded in understanding. From this point, things had diverged. From the comics. In the comics, Barry didn't escape, he was tied to a dark tower, used as a battery. It seemed that was when he arrived in the DC universe, and his presence had already caused a butterfly effect. Barry's arrival had indeed caused a flashpoint effect on Earth-11, but before that, he had already been influenced by the butterfly effect of Su Ming, the transmigrator. It was like a flash of light in an upside-down pot, no light escaped, and the consequences were only local, affecting Batwoman's fate. So now, Earth-11 could be changed as Su Ming wished. His transmigrator effect was stronger than Barry's flashpoint effect. The previous concerns could be set aside now. With this knowledge, Su Ming relaxed significantly. Although he still had no concrete proof of who he really was, these conflicting memories were driving him to the brink of a split personality. And then you found that time had rewound, the events hadn't occurred yet, so you decided to change everything before Batwoman became the drowned, at least preventing the Dark Knights from gaining one member. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. You know, it's already difficult to deal with one Bruce. Imagine 7 Bruces in the Dark Knights, each with the abilities of one of us. Barry picked up the teacup, seemingly still overwhelmed by the memory of those twisted Batmen. He was still haunted by the tension of being hunted by the Dark Knights. The Justice League was like a swarm of flies being chased by bats in the Dark Knight. They're just imposters. In essence, they're still Batman. If you take me to the main world, with everyone united, we can definitely fight them. Su Ming quickly poured Barry a dose of optimism. Superheroes love terms like unity and struggle, right? Acting a bit more noble and righteous would help win his trust. And it wasn't entirely untrue. Being familiar with the comics, Su Ming did know the weaknesses of each Dark Knight. But how effective he could be now, he wasn't sure. Everything was different from the comics. Yes, once we deal with the danger here on Earth-11, I'll return to my world. If you're willing, you can come with me. Barry, loving the dose of optimism, seemed to come alive, immediately agreeing to Su Ming's proposal, patting his chest, which bore the lightning symbol, with a resounding thud. Su Ming was pleased. The main world was much more stable and safe than the dark multiverse. The Flash, indeed, was the easiest member of the Justice League to persuade. Although he had been altered by the Speed Force, his actual age wasn't as young as he looked. But his personality remained bright and optimistic, always willing to help others, making him easy to convince. Next would be Superman. The Man of Steel with a heart of gold was also willing to trust others, always inclined to see the good in people. Batman was the hardest to persuade, forever cloaked in darkness, never trusting anyone. As for Aquaman, he was the rebellious child no one in the Justice League really cared about. He was just a high-level brawler. Cyborg lived mostly in the Watchtower or the Hall of Justice in Washington. Green Lantern was constantly flying around the universe. One was a walking computer, the other always away on duty, they didn't usually have much say. Shazam wasn't a member of the League yet, and the Martian Manhunter was nowhere to be seen in the New 52. They could be disregarded. Su Ming, with his skillful persuasion, had gained Barry's initial trust. Given a little more time and proving himself in battle, he was confident Barry would fully accept him. He was preparing for his own long-term plan. He needed the Justice League's help with something, and for that, he needed the support of the more influential members of the League. Chapter 55, CH-55 Abduction. Yes, Barry, I will help you all, but first, we have to safeguard Earth-11. Otherwise, none of us will have a place to stand. Su Ming raised his glass and clinked it with Barry's. Compared to Cindy and Batwoman beside them, the two men seemed to have become new friends. He deliberately picked topics that Barry liked to hear, making the simple-minded Barry feel like he had found a kindred spirit. Bryce and I have made some preparations, but unfortunately, Earth-11 doesn't have nth metal. If Barbados and the Dark Knights arrive, we won't even have weapons. Then let's not let them come. Su Ming said bluntly. In the dark multiverse, there aren't just 52 fully formed worlds, there are countless unformed ones, like fragments floating in space, with no life and no environment. Those worlds were originally destined to be destroyed. Barbados deceived the Dark Knights, those Batmen. Their worlds were destroyed either by themselves or by Barbados. Barry turned the teacup in his hands, suddenly understanding, so that's it. I always had a similar suspicion, but I couldn't prove it. We will prove it, trust me. Su Ming was also guessing, but once he reached the main universe, he would have much more room to maneuver. Earth-11 hasn't shown any signs that would catch Barbados' attention. As long as we eliminate the Court of Owls and remove the hidden threat of war between the Amazons and Atlantis, Earth-11 can survive under Barbados' nose, just like the other dark worlds, hidden in the inconspicuous Dark Blood Sea. At least this way, Barbados might target another Earth, not theirs. As long as they didn't stand out, the chances of being chosen were not high. Barry agreed after listening. Maybe. Because I come from the future, I know there are 7 Dark Knights. But right now, Barbados doesn't know if there are 6 or 7, nor does he care. He sees himself as a god, above all mortals. Technically, he is a god, but he's a dark god, not a god of time. He can't see the future, but we can. That's why we have the confidence to protect Earth-11 and the entire light multiverse. Su Ming didn't really see it that way. The Dark Knights were 7 because the Batman who laughs arranged an opponent for each member of the Justice League, one resembling each of them. It was all part of his plan. But as long as Su Ming could keep Earth-11 safe and survive, he didn't care which other dark universe took the fall. So he didn't correct Barry's understanding and instead replaced all the I-s with we. His words made Barry nod repeatedly. It's a shame about the other Bruces. Their universes might still have a chance. Barry began to fantasize again. Su Ming quickly interrupted him. The Speed Force wasn't meant for this kind of use. As long as he could survive, he didn't care about those other twisted Batmen. Stop. You coming to Earth-11 at this time was pure accident and luck. Do you want to bring a Flashpoint paradox to the dark multiverse? Miracles don't repeat themselves. Barry sighed, feeling deflated, and sat on the armrest of the sofa. Yes, you're right. If I can eliminate even one enemy, that's as lucky as I can get. Once Cindy and Bryce finish their conversation, we can move on to the next step, eliminating the threats. The sooner, the better. Su Ming immediately decided on the next target, the Court of Owls. As Barbados' dark minions, they had to be dealt with, or there would be trouble sooner or later. They had to be eliminated before they reported anything different to Barbados. The Dark God didn't care about his human followers. As long as they didn't report, Barbados would never ask about their situation. Secretly taking out the Court of Owls would make Earth-11 safer. Although Barry was indeed the fastest person, he never killed, which made things a bit tricky. Wait, when you say, eliminate threats. As expected, Barry showed a puzzled expression. Exactly what it sounds like. Eliminate, Su Ming replied calmly, putting the sword back on his back. Maybe you more cultured people prefer other terms, like murder, extermination, or taking out the trash. I won't help you kill people. Barry shook his head like a rattle drum. He had never killed anyone, only running around, pushing people, and then continuing to run. Of course, Su Ming knew this. He wouldn't force it. These superheroes had incredibly strong wills and principles, which couldn't be changed with just a few words. We can follow the Justice League's model. In the past, who was the one doing the killing? Aquaman. Diana. Anyway, I'll give you an address, you drop me off, then you can go outside for a smoke or grab some pizza, and then pick me up later. Mentioning the Justice League model left Barry at a loss for words. According to the rules, the Justice League didn't kill. But for warriors like Diana and Aquaman, sometimes their blood got boiling, and they couldn't stop. What could be done about that? Diana's creed was to use lethal force when there was no other choice, fighting for justice even if the world crumbled. Aquaman was even more shameless. He was from Atlantis, killing humans didn't count as killing his own kind. And since they were comrades in the Justice League, when they said it was an accident or done out of necessity, what could the others do? Start an internal fight? They could only accept the apology, have a meeting to reflect on their shortcomings, do a bit of self-examination, and then everyone went home to eat and sleep as usual. I don't smoke. Barry could only weakly say this. Su Ming laughed and patted Barry's shoulder affectionately. You're a forensic expert, and you studied physics, so you must know about Schrodinger's cat. Right now, they're Schrodinger's people. People. Barry seemed to understand something, his expression becoming a bit strange. Yes, you know there are people in the house, but until you enter the house and see them dead with your own eyes, they're in a superposition state. As long as you don't open the door, they'll always be in an unknown state, neither alive nor dead. Isn't that right? Barry instinctively felt something was off, but it seemed true. If you didn't see Deathstroke kill someone, how could you be sure they were dead? Seeing that Barry seemed to be getting confused by the folk science explanation, Su Ming immediately handed him a glass, poured it full of strong liquor, and, with a smiling face, held his hand and clinked glasses with him. Come on, let's toast to our agreement. By the way, have you and Bryce been to Egypt? Oh. With the glass pushed right in front of his face, Barry had no choice but to drink it down. Talking business, he forgot all about Schrödinger. Yes, we've been to several places. The Amazons have only ruled this world for 600 years, but there were various nations before that. We started from the pyramids of the first dynasty of ancient Egypt and searched almost everywhere, but we didn't find any nth metal. Nth metal has limited use, and the dark multiverse seems not to have it. We'll discuss it in detail once we're out of here, but I found this. He took out a small flashlight emitting a dark light and placed it on the coffee table. The black glow was incredibly deep, absorbing everything around it, like a miniature black hole, devouring the firelight from the fireplace and filling the room with a chilling atmosphere. Black lantern. Barry immediately recognized it. This object left a deep impression on him. When the black lanterns ravaged the main world, countless former comrades crawled out of their graves, becoming zombies under the Black Hand, wanting to eat his flesh and brain. It was a nightmare. Chapter 56, CH-56 Preemptive Strike. Seeing Barry's reaction, Su Ming knew that the small flashlight was not something Barry brought with him. However, for now, it wasn't a priority. Despite Barry's worried look, Su Ming put the small flashlight away. The previous conversation between the two wasn't really about Barry being persuaded but rather Su Ming giving him an excuse, a way out. Barry saw the way out and chose not to delve deeper. After all, he had taken such exits many times before. He understood that the world was in crisis and that unity and fighting together, like the Justice League, was necessary. He had initially joined the Justice League just to make friends. Su Ming decided to handle those owls thoroughly. While he might not be able to eradicate them completely, he would deal a heavy blow, forcing them underground like a bunch of groundhogs hiding in their burrows. Ignoring the rest of their organization, the Strigety priests must be completely eliminated as they are the communication link to Barbados. He already had a plan and knew where they were. After this, he and Barry didn't chat idly. Most of the important topics were already covered, and there wasn't much more to say. Meanwhile, Cindy and Bryce kept arguing, seemingly debating some trivial matters. For instance, Cindy mocked Bryce for her failures in their previous encounters, while Bryce insisted that it was actually a draw since Cindy was also injured. Then Cindy retorted that her mission was completed and that Bryce had failed to protect the assassination target, which counted as a loss. After listening for a few moments, Su Ming knew it was time. Ahem, ladies, should we get down to business? X. Bryce and Cindy both stood up, knowing that this was not the time for idle chit-chat, but their stances were completely opposed. I understand. I'll take care of Falcone. I'll make sure he and his daughter are sent to prison, Batwoman said, pulling up her cape to cover her face as she looked at the unconscious pair on the ground. She decided to send them directly to Blackgate Penitentiary. Why not just kill them? I can give you a discount, Cindy sneered provocatively. She hated the hypocrisy of the Bat family. We cannot decide someone else's life or death, Bryce immediately warned, her voice sharp as she clenched her gloved fists. Su Ming stepped between them, raising his hands in a cross gesture in front of his chest. Stop, both of you. The real victims here are Gordon and the GCPD. They should decide what happens to them, but they must pay. And if Falcone escapes, capturing him again will cost extra. Cindy took a deep breath and calmed down, nudging the unconscious Sophia with her foot. Fine, you heard what Sue said. Better pay up quickly. Although technically, it was Barry who caught them, even without the Flash's help, the two Deathstrokes would have caught them sooner or later. And those minions in the way. That was still a service, all part of their hard work. There's something dangerous down there. We guessed it when we passed the upper levels. This place needs to be sealed off, and all the weapons inside destroyed, Bryce said, ignoring Cindy as she turned her gaze to the hidden passage leading downward, acknowledging Su Ming's arrangement. Barry raised a finger, indicating for them to wait. The next second, a streak of red lightning shot down the passage and quickly returned. There's a magical poison down there, designed to target all of humanity. It looks like they were planning to launch it into rain clouds with rockets to wipe out the citizens of Gotham. Maybe it's better to send them to Arkham then. That seems more fitting. Bryce shook her head at the madness of Falcone's plan. Even he had turned into this. What had happened to this world? Gordon and his daughter can go back home or to the precinct. The next steps aren't something the police can handle, Su Ming added. Dealing with the remaining enemies was indeed beyond the capabilities of a city's police commissioner. And the reporters should be sent away too. I still don't understand why you brought reporters along, Bryce said to Su Ming, scrutinizing him with a skeptical gaze. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, putting his black and yellow helmet back on. The cold metal sensation enveloped his head again, the headache making him frown slightly. We needed to leave evidence for you to investigate. Cindy and I are professional mercenaries. If we left clues behind, it would seem too deliberate and would make you suspicious. So, we chose to bring some civilians along, moving openly. Sure enough, your curiosity led you to follow us. Bryce frowned. My system traces and the TV news were meant to track me down. You seem to know me well. Not really, but I do know the Batman from another world. Su Ming grabbed the bottle of wine from the table, planning to drink it on the way. Cindy took the box of tea leaves, seemingly fond of the curry-flavored tea. Outside, Su Ming saw Gordon's expression of despair as Vicky kept pestering him with questions, almost as if she wanted him to start recounting stories from decades ago. Shaking his head, Su Ming walked over and signaled for the camera to stop rolling. He had something to say to Gordon. Commissioner Gordon. Deathstroke. As soon as he said the word, Cindy and Su Ming, with their black and yellow masks and red monocles, both focused on him. Su Ming gestured for Cindy to take the others outside, then shook hands with Commissioner Gordon. You can call me Slade. Although we won't cross paths much in the future, I'm leaving Falcone and his daughter to you. How you handle them is up to you. Even if you did the right thing this time, I'll still come after you if you commit any crimes in Gotham again. Gordon's expression was serious, but his handshake was firm. He knew they had saved Barbara and found him in time. Su Ming didn't mind his bold words. Gordon wanting to arrest Cindy was just a show of resolve, an empty gesture. The GCPD had always been virtually useless, and this time they had taken heavy losses. There's just a misunderstanding. We mercenaries are business people. If the city government is willing to pay, we can help out now and then. As long as the money is right, anything can be negotiated. Su Ming laughed, patting Gordon's arm. You can discuss it with Bryce. Maybe set up a protection fee fund or something. Mercenaries don't have enemies, only business. I don't know what you're talking about. Gordon's face was calm, pretending not to understand, but he felt a jolt inside. We all know Bryce's identity. No need to be so scared. Is the Bat making you afraid too? Su Ming whispered in his ear, nodded, and then walked away. Gordon was left standing there, deep in thought. Catching up with Cindy, they took the two reporters and Barbara back to the car. Su Ming then returned to the junkyard, taking a long time before coming back again. He was soaked with rain and covered in mud, but he was holding something bloody in his hand. It was the hood of the Talon they had fought earlier. The hood was a bit torn from the explosion, and the bloodstains, though black, were still visible. But a little dirt didn't matter. Su Ming needed it to disguise himself as a Talon assassin. As Slade's memories continued to return, his thinking also broadened. To perfect his backup plan, he needed this. The side door of the broadcast van could be opened, and he and Cindy sat there shoulder to shoulder, looking out at the rainy junkyard, which looked just like when they had arrived. He was scrubbing the bloodstains off the hood in the rain. Just hours ago, he would never have imagined himself becoming an expert in covering up evidence. "That guy in red, can you really deal with him the way you said?" Cindy asked softly, her gaze fixed on the dark shadows of the junkyard. "Not necessarily. Dealing with speedsters isn't just about explosions. It requires a huge amount of calculation, speed, movement trajectory, his psychology." He unfolded the hood and examined it. The headgear was mostly intact, although the round glasses were cracked. It looked like he'd have to find a place to repair them. Another Deathstroke in another world used this strategy to defeat Barry's nephew. "I was just scaring him earlier. He doesn't know that you should avoid fighting speedsters unless you have to. If you must, you have to find their psychological weaknesses, not just brute force." "I see. So, it still depends on tactics." Cindy nodded, looking at the dirty water on the ground. "But it seems like you two get along well." Su Ming rolled up the owl's hood and stuffed it into his bag. "Maybe. Because he's someone who always has a good heart. But you just lied to him." Cindy took off her helmet, rubbed her hair, and looked at the distant rain. "I've noticed what makes you different from me." "Yes, though I don't know why, my eyes can see a faint shadow. Normally, we shouldn't be able to see a speedster's movements." Su Ming replied calmly, without a trace of guilt. "But he doesn't need to know that. I'll keep it as a trump card." The heavy rain poured down, hiding their expressions in the darkness. Chapter 57, CH-57 The Mastermind. A few minutes later, Bryce and Barry returned. Barry had just sent Falcone and his daughter to Arkham. Most of the time was spent on Bryce and the Arkham guards going through procedures to ensure that the two lunatics were securely locked up. Arkham had its own independent power system, so it was still relatively safe for now. GCPD has been destroyed, the city is experiencing a massive power outage, but the television still has a signal, which means the TV station still has power. "Gordon, you should take Barbara and the two reporters to the TV station to stay for now. Don't go back home." Bryce emerged from the shadows, instructing Gordon without explaining why she made this arrangement. "But, Batwoman, I want to conduct an exclusive interview with you." Vicky was still insatiable, her thirst for news was endless. Bryce just glanced at her without any expression. Gordon's previous gun was lost somewhere. Now, he seemed to have picked up a submachine gun from one of the bodies, hanging it around his neck. Paired with his long coat and fedora, he looked more like a thug than a cop. "I understand, but we need to take the vehicle," Gordon said as he carried Barbara's wheelchair onto the broadcast van. "Don't worry, I have a plan," Bryce nodded, signaling them to get in the car quickly. Su Ming watched them return empty-handed and then stood up, stepping into the rain. "Where's the cat?" Bryce and Barry looked at him, bewildered. Was Deathstroke a cat lover? There were still big things to do, why was he asking about a cat? Cat. You both heard it earlier. There were 3 people and a cat in the room, a white cat. Where did it go? Su Ming frowned, adjusting his helmet and securing the clasps. "The cat isn't that important, right?" "I didn't see any cat just now," Barry said, completely baffled. "I just realized something was off. Quick, take me to the bottom of the lab." "There's no time." Su Ming didn't have time to explain and immediately hooked Barry's neck. His headache made it difficult to think too much at once. His mind was preoccupied with Barry and Bryce earlier, and only now did he realize the problem. "But we'll talk later, hurry." "All right then." In an instant, Barry and Su Ming disappeared from their original position. Bryce and Cindy exchanged glances but quickly looked away, avoiding eye contact. They had nothing to say to each other. It was Su Ming's first time experiencing the feeling of being enveloped by the speed force. It wasn't like the electricity he imagined but a special kind of energy. It had warmth, a tactile sensation, a will, as if it were alive. It wrapped around the two of them, forming a small environment isolated from the world. They seemed to be moving through frozen time, with all the raindrops suspended in midair. In fact, relative to the outside world, time for us is stretched out. "You can tell me what's wrong with that cat." Barry's legs were running so fast they left after images, but he still spoke without breaking a sweat. "Because the timing was too coincidental. Why did the Roman appear in Gotham at this particular time? He's been out for 10 years. If he wanted to return, he could have done it earlier or later. Why today? Today, Batman is absent, today is the heaviest rainfall ever recorded, today is the day I arrived in this world. Are all of these just coincidences?" Su Ming looked at the frozen scenery outside, calmly explaining to Barry. From a logical standpoint, a series of coincidental events is unlikely to happen simultaneously." "Exactly. Besides, the citywide blackout happened after I appeared on TV, and we were ambushed by the talons of the Court of Owls as soon as we got here. Falcone's plan seemed easily thwarted. If I hadn't brought Vicky, the big game changer, we might have faced much more trouble. That Talon wasn't there to monitor the Roman or Su Ming and the others, but was actually the bodyguard for that cat. Oh. That reporter was Vicky Vale. I heard she was, you know, with Batman. Barry smiled, wiggling his little finger suggestively. Yes, in your world, she's that one. Besides that, she's also your world's domino. Next time, you can try buying a horse or lottery ticket with her, guaranteed win. Su Ming explained helplessly. For someone like Barry, who had endless time, it was really hard to get him to take things seriously. Domino. What does that mean? Barry was utterly confused. Ahem, it's from a neighboring universe, can't get into details. Just know that she's incredibly lucky, like having cosmic-level superpowers. A lot of illogical, outrageous things can happen around her. Su Ming coughed twice, summarizing briefly, and then brought the topic back. So, Falcone and Sophia were just controlled. The situation is more complicated than it seems. Barry looked up at the ceiling, thinking for a moment. There were 3 people in that room. Commissioner Gordon is fine, and the Roman father and daughter are locked up now. Are you saying the cat was actually the one controlling them? Su Ming sighed, rubbing his mask, enduring his headache while speaking to Barry. Everything around them blurred by, forming patches of light. Although I can't be certain, you all still underestimate Barbado's divine power. He doesn't just control darkness and destruction, he's also adept at imposing his will on beings through dreams, or injecting dark energy into creatures with psychological vulnerabilities to turn them into his servants. What I mean is, any living creature. That cat is a Strigidae priest. It's using magic to influence them. Barry understood, the idea shocking him. The Justice League was already stretched thin defending against humans, let alone defending against all the creatures on Earth. It was a terrifying thought. That's what I think. In other multiverses, like Earth 26, where all intelligent life forms are small animals. Superman's counterpart there is a rabbit called Captain Carrot. On Earth 43, everyone is a vampire. On Earth 20, the entire world is zombies. In these worlds, there are Strigidae priests. They can be any creature, animals, zombies, vampires, robots. Looks like thinking the cat is a Strigidae priest isn't so crazy now. Barry scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He'd actually been to these worlds, and the Justice League even had good relations with Earth 26. Su Ming didn't notice Barry's internal struggle. Although on Earth -11, Barbados could easily choose humans to be Strigidae priests, that doesn't mean he can't turn other creatures into dark servants. You can never be too careful with our enemies. I hope it's not the case. I'd prefer it to just be an ordinary cat. Barry picked up the pace a bit. If it is a Strigidae priest, then you've just left it alone with a bunch of biological weapons. Now I'm just hoping it can't read and doesn't understand the instructions, Su Ming said as he fumbled for his gun. Barry stuck his tongue out, feeling genuinely embarrassed. Messing up the first encounter like this was really awkward. Can Barbados turn bugs into his servants too? I'm a bit squeamish about insects. Insects don't have enough brain capacity to understand things like dreams, and they can't handle much dark energy either. But if he wanted to, he could do it. Su Ming shook his head and then looked forward again, giving an answer Barry didn't want to hear. That's what being a god means. Chapter 58, CH-58 Strigidae Priest. From the street outside the junkyard, they retraced their route back to the lowest level of the lab. Now they had reached the bottom floor where countless biochemical bombs were stored. There was only simple lighting here, and black mold grew on the surrounding walls. The damp air was filled with a scent reminiscent of disinfectant. Thick pipes extended from the ceiling, running along the corridor in all directions like dark veins, occasionally emitting puffs of pale yellow steam. Su Ming raised his dual pistols, scanning the area for signs of the cat, but apart from the sound of dripping water and hissing steam, there was no other noise. Where did you find Falcone and his daughter? Over there, let's go. The speed force activated, and in an instant, Barry and Su Ming appeared in a steel-enclosed room filled with various instruments. A white cat sat on the control panel, lazily flicking its tail, just like an ordinary house cat watching cartoons from a sofa. Its furry ears twitched, and it pressed a button. Next, its head twisted 180 degrees like an owl, adopting a grotesque posture as it stared at the two of them. A creepy smile spread across its feline face. A long, black tongue licked its sharp fangs as it spoke in a piercing human voice. All roads lead to darkness. All will return to Barbados. Fuck. Su Ming immediately fired his guns, while Barry was too stunned by the talking cat to stop its actions. The cat leaped off the control panel, a pitch-black disc-shaped energy shield appearing around it. Su Ming's bullets vanished into it like pebbles sinking into a bottomless abyss. Ki. The cat cackled as it rushed towards them, the dark energy around its body writhing like living tendrils. It spread and extended in the air, a terrifying power visible to the naked eye. Darker than darkness itself, colder than annihilation, this ominous aura devoured all light around it. Barry. Lend me some speed. Su Ming drew his sword, and Barry, snapping back to reality, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, enveloping the black and yellow armor in a golden glow of lightning. The speed force couldn't remain in a normal person's body for long unless complicated scientific procedures were undertaken. Su Ming could only temporarily harbor it. As he used it, and as time passed, the speed force would quickly dissipate. But he only needed it for a brief moment. If he could move faster than the cat's neural impulses, then the dark energy shield wouldn't be able to block him. The memories that kept flooding his mind taught him many things, memories that belonged to Slade. The fastest human neural transmissions still relied on bioelectricity to relay information, with a maximum speed of 193 kilometers per second, the limit of human thought. The Flash's speed limit was said to be 30 million kilometers per second. Because of the speed force, he could think as if time itself had stopped. Su Ming didn't know if the claim was true, because exceeding the speed of light, 299,000 kilometers per second, would theoretically cause time to reverse, triggering a flashpoint event. But he didn't need to go that fast. He only needed to borrow the speed force for a single slash. As a cyborg, his cognitive speed was 9 times faster than a normal human's, easily surpassing that of any feline. With lightning trailing his blade, he swung it down towards the white cat's head. In the frozen world around him, this slash was a perfect blend of speed and precision, aimed straight at the brain, neck, and heart in a single line. If it hit, not just a cat but even a lion or tiger would be dead. Yet the slash left only a faint white mark on the cat's forehead. Beneath his mask, Su Ming frowned, understanding what had happened. As a creation of darkness, this cat was no longer just a cat. It was a dark creature, and his weapon, which lacked nth metal, was ineffective against such beings. But if blades and bullets didn't work, Deathstroke still had his fists. His armor was entirely made of promethium, and it contained traces of nth metal. His yellow and black forearm guards and gloves could be used as weapons themselves. His sword hadn't been deflected yet, but with his empty left hand, he delivered a powerful punch to the same spot. The white cat spun through the air like a discarded white plastic bag full of trash. In a flash of lightning, Su Ming swiftly closed the distance, his fists raining down on the creature's head. His blows were so forceful that even the steel floor beneath began to warp, and the dark creature was beaten into a small crater on the ground. But the speed force was rapidly fading, and his punches were no longer as fast. Although he was still overwhelming the creature, the white cat continued to cackle. Kakaka. 4 Barbatos. Boom. A burst of black smoke erupted from the creature's small body, blasting Su Ming away. Dark energy corroded every inch of his armor, emitting a faint hissing sound. The creature had self-destructed, scattering black entrails everywhere, its dark energy coating the area. Barry, who had stayed by the door, managed to avoid it, but Su Ming felt something was wrong. The physical injuries weren't a big deal. The Icon suit resisted magical damage, and the muscle strains and bone fractures from the explosion would heal quickly. But the accelerated work of his healing factor made his rationality waver, and a flood of memories overwhelmed him. He believed himself to be Slade, these memories were too vivid. In comparison, the memories of his life as Su Ming seemed monotonous and repetitive, almost fake. Ha. He took several deep breaths, struggling to focus. The matter at hand wasn't resolved yet, he couldn't lose his mind. Slade, how are you holding up? Barry rushed over, supporting him. Ha. I'm fine. But next time, let's plan a bit more before facing a tragedy. Go check out what the creature activated earlier. Su Ming pushed Barry away, leaning against the control panel, trying to calm his mind. But it felt like trying to calm the waves of the ocean. He could only ensure that his sanity didn't capsize. The headache made his ears ring constantly. Got it, be right back. Barry dashed out of the room. He felt the ground tremble, something big was happening here. Lightning wrapped around him as he scanned in all directions. Finally, he found a massive underground cavity in one direction. The covering above it had been removed, and rainwater was pouring straight into the underground chamber. Looking up, he saw a bright flame flashing in the night sky. The creature had indeed launched the toxin-loaded rocket. Once it reached the clouds, it would explode, releasing the toxic payload like artificial rain, thoroughly purifying Gotham. The hot air and smoke filling the launch silo told him he was a step too late. But Barry was a superhero, situations like this wouldn't make the Flash give up. He looked around but didn't find any suitable tools. His gaze fell on the smooth interior wall of the launch silo. Barry jumped and began running along the inner wall of the launch silo, building up speed. Lightning completely enveloped him as he reconnected with the speed force. As his speed increased with each circuit, he abruptly changed his stride, sprinting straight up, racing towards the sky through the falling rain. The launch silo ejected him as well. In almost an instant, he caught up to the rocket in the sky. Using his incredible speed, he began pounding on the rocket's shell with his speed force-imbued fists, tearing it open. Even stone would succumb to water if it dripped on the same spot tens of thousands of times. Lacking the right tools, he could only resort to this laborious method. Finally, he pried the shell open, revealing a container of green liquid. This was super sarin toxin. The Romans' rocket carried just a fraction of the lab's supply. He merely intended to purify Gotham, not destroy the world. Yet, even this small canister was wider than Barry's waist. The Strigety priest's goal was to make a big splash. As long as they made an impact, the Strigety could report their success to their dark god, hoping to pique his interest in their world. Barbados had once promised that if he conquered a world, its Strigety priests would be granted direct rule, second only to him. The Strigety believed that a world war would be the best outcome, so they decided to give it a try. If the chaos was significant enough, it would surely catch Barbados' attention, and the priests would become beings of unrivaled status. But that was just a lie. The Strigety priests of the main world had done the same, but before they could even glimpse their god's robes, they were all slaughtered and fed to the robin hounds. Luckily, due to the cat's status as a feline, its influence was limited. Despite the magic making him somewhat insane, Falcone, a seasoned mob boss, retained enough rationality not to load the rocket with enough toxin to start a world war. After they were captured, the feline priest continued its plan alone since its helpers were gone. However, due to its size, it couldn't replace the warhead. It had been pondering the issue, but by the time Su Ming and Barry arrived, it still hadn't found a solution and had to launch the rocket as it was. In the howling wind, Barry clung to the speeding rocket, the rushing wind screaming in his ears. Through the open hatch, he could see the green sludge glowing ominously in the rain, its surface rippling with the rocket's vibrations, as if eagerly awaiting to seep into people's bodies. Chapter 59, CH-59 Aerial Relay. Time was running out. The thick, dark clouds loomed high in the sky. Barry didn't hesitate any longer and immediately began to disassemble the large container. He could only hope that the seemingly thin glass container would hold up. His speed was so fast that even Bryce and Cindy, who were standing on the street outside the junkyard, could only see a flame shooting up from the underground, trailing a streak of lightning straight into the pitch-black night sky. They weren't sure what had happened, but it was clear that something had gone wrong in the underground lab. As they looked up, they could only feel rain streaming down their faces. By this time, Barry had completed the disassembly. He exhaled a breath, glanced down at the pitch-black ground below, and then, holding the huge liquid container, leapt off the rocket. The rocket only flew for a few more seconds before it exploded upon reaching the clouds, like a small golden flower embroidered on a black velvet curtain. This wasn't the first time Barry had fallen from a high altitude. He had done it countless times before. If he could run up the side of a building, he could certainly run back down it. Now, he needed something to push off from, something his feet could touch, even just for a moment. His speed was astonishing, but Barry's biggest weakness was that he couldn't fly. Speedsters could ignore most physical rules but needed friction with the ground to run forward. Now, in midair with nothing to push against, he was simply free-falling with the large container in his arms. The lightning of the speed force flickered out around him. He was now a meteorite, carrying deadly poison. The pounding rain blurred his vision, the howling wind filled his ears, and the water coated the glass container, almost eager to mix with the toxin inside. Barry tried to keep his eyes open. He needed to see a place to land, so he could use the inner walls of the launch silo to decelerate and safely bring the container back to the ground. However, due to the influence of the wind during his descent, it seemed like he had drifted slightly off course. He wouldn't hit the silo wall but would instead fall straight into the dark center of the launch silo. Oops. This is bad. Barry mentally chided himself. Coming down was indeed more difficult than going up. Even if he didn't die from the fall, the container would surely burst open. As he fell, frantically thinking of a solution, he noticed Deathstroke standing in the same spot where Barry had been moments ago, in a passageway halfway up the silo, looking up at the sky. Su Ming clutched his head, enduring the flood of memories. The last bit of speed force in his body allowed him to quickly track Barry's location. Unlike other speedsters, who consumed speed force as they ran, every step Barry took generated speed force. Unfortunately, that didn't work in the air. Now, his enhanced vision allowed him to see Barry falling from the sky. Rainwater and sludge cascaded down the silo walls. The loading dock, halfway up the wall, looked like a waterfall cave, with muddy water splashing onto Su Ming's armor and helmet. But this didn't hinder his sight. He glanced at the deep, dark launch silo, which seemed bottomless. There was nothing on the surrounding walls to grab hold of. After a brief moment of thought, he came up with a plan and immediately set it into action. Su Ming took a few steps back, bent down, and dug his fingers into the steel mesh floor. In many factories and military bases, the floors were designed this way to prevent slipping and avoid pooling liquids. With a powerful heave, the metal floor gave a twisting groan as all the welds and screws popped off. A thick, 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide steel plate was ripped from the ground. He propped the plate up with his left hand, drew his sword with his right, and sliced through it in a shower of sparks. The steel plate and his sword broke simultaneously. Tossing aside the broken weapon, he lifted the plate with both hands, watching Barry's descent and calculating quickly in his mind. Then he hurled the steel plate across the silo with all his strength. With his muscles bulging, the 100-kilogram slab flew out like a playing card. Step. His shout echoed through the launch silo along with the sound of the wind and rain. Su Ming's calculations were precise: gravity, the wind-induced deviation angle, the trajectory of the plate, all these factors came together, giving him a clear answer. Falling, Barry landed on the steel plate, gaining a foothold. The moment his feet touched it, the speed force activated. He pushed off the plate, sending it tumbling into the abyss, and then he himself ran along the inner walls of the launch silo, circling downward to reduce his speed. Seeing the golden lightning forming rings before him, Su Ming knew it had worked. He stretched his neck and took a few steps back, giving Barry space. Moments later, Barry appeared before him, holding the giant container. Put it down and cover your mouth. I'll check the container. Before Barry could speak, Su Ming interrupted and began inspecting the cursed thing for leaks. The answer was no, although it was wet, it was just rainwater. Great, it's safe. Phew. Barry smiled, rubbing his arm and wrist while taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. We can't leave it here. Can you help me carry it? It's really heavy. Indeed, while this might not be much for other Justice League members, Barry, aside from his speed force, was just a tech nerd and had always been lacking in physical strength. Su Ming picked up the large container, which looked like a transparent, oversized pressure cooker filled with 100 or 200 kilograms of green toxic liquid. Looks like we've saved Gotham. This weight wasn't a big deal for Su Ming. He carried the container as he chatted with Barry, taking the opportunity to strengthen their bond. Yes, although I'm not sure if what's inside matches the data in the control panel, I think it does, Barry said, shaking his head, his eyes wide with excitement. I'm kind of hungry now. My heart's pounding. I could use some high-calorie food. Let's secure this thing first, then seal off this underground facility. You could try some Turkish food afterward, maybe a roasted camel hump. Su Ming looked around for a place to store the container safely, but there wasn't any suitable spot. For now, they'd have to leave it for Bryce to handle later. After all, she was the one with the money. They put the large container back in the control room and studied the control panel to seal off the launch silo. Then they left, locking each door behind them, and finally returned to the surface. Across the street, Cindy and Bryce were standing by the roadside. Cindy had found a large billboard and was smoking under the cover of a column, while Bryce kept her distance, standing on the curb. Rain streamed down her bat cape, unchecked. Is it handled? She asked. Yeah, that cat wasn't just a cat. It was a magical creature and even launched a rocket. I just went to the sky. Did you see it? Phew, if it weren't for Slade, I'd have been dead meat. Barry grinned at her, gesturing animatedly in the air as he spoke. Well done, but we have bigger problems, Bryce said, wrapping her cape around her and pulling out a black remote from her belt. She pressed a few buttons. Su Ming, meanwhile, joined Cindy, avoiding the heavy rain. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He had run out of the cigars he brought and was now smoking regular cigarettes he had stolen from a supermarket earlier. Cindy glanced at him. His armor wasn't damaged, but the explosion had scraped off a lot of paint, especially on the shoulder pads. Did you play superhero again? No, just providing additional paid services. Su Ming shook his head, leaning against the pillar. His bones cracked as he relaxed. He knew saving people looked good, but it was more about self-preservation. Put it on Bryce's tab for now. We'll settle everything once it's all over. Cindy blew out a smoke ring nonchalantly. Her red lips formed a curve as she watched the rain pass through the smoke, the perfect circle torn apart by the wind in the next instant. You're planning to leave, so I get all the money. Su Ming did want to bring some money to Earth Zero. After all, money was still useful at times. Green bills or even a high-value paper note could improve Deathstroke's mood and suppress the bloodlust a bit. But Earth 11's currency wouldn't be accepted on Earth Zero. He had discovered this earlier at Harley's place. Harley Quinn threw her loose change everywhere, and when Su Ming sat on the couch, he saw a few bills while talking to her. The dollars on Prime Earth were just regular dollars, with various U.S. presidents printed on them, issued by the Federal Reserve. But here, while the currency was also called the dollar, its full name was the Amazon dollar. Regardless of denomination, it featured the Amazon Queen's head, issued by Themyscira. It was clearly not usable across universes. If he really brought it over, it might be worth even less than nothing. Chapter 60, CH60 Cleansing. Yes, all yours. I'll just grab some jewels or gold before I leave, Su Ming replied casually. After all, it was just some pocket money, a little something for peace of mind. Your sword broke, Cindy observed, glancing at his back. The 2 swords that were once sheathed there were down to just one. It broke. Poor quality product, Su Ming shrugged, puffing on his cigarette while keeping an eye on Bryce and Barry. I'll grab an exhaust pipe from the junkyard later. Cindy nodded, thinking it was only natural. She liked improvising with whatever was at hand: steel pipes, bricks, kitchen knives, anything could be a deadly weapon in the hands of a master of combat. So, our next target is the Court of Owls. We've already crossed paths with them. Took down a Strigidy priest, though it was just a cat. The number of priests is unclear, but there can't be too many, Su Ming said, flicking his cigarette into the rain, where it was instantly extinguished. Cindy dropped her cigarette butt, watching it drift away in the water, the last wisp of smoke disappearing quickly. Do you have any leads? The Court of Owls has been hiding for years. Gotham only has their legends. That's because everyone who's seen a Talon is dead. But, conveniently, I know where they're hiding. I even know the names of a few leaders. About 11 families are involved. Su Ming rubbed his temples and put on his helmet. Among Gotham's wealthy elite, discounting those with criminal backgrounds like Penguin and Black Mask, and excluding the mayor, council members, and the like, killing the rest wouldn't be a mistake. Yes, the Court of Owls had been hiding in the shadows, operating in secrecy, meeting in the dead of night, thinking they were unnoticed. But, like all birds, they love to nest. As the shadowy overseers of Gotham, would their nests be shabby? Obviously not. They were the Court of Owls, but also human beings, driven by the need for finer food, better homes, and more entertainment. And all that required money. Money was the lifeblood of a clandestine organization. Aside from serving Barbados in the dark, that was their only passion. Su Ming wasn't a cop, nor was he Batman. He didn't need evidence to act. With the world on the brink of crisis, even if he killed a few by mistake, it could be seen as a sacrifice for the greater good. After Su Ming explained his method of identifying them to Cindy, she understood. When it came to Gotham's wealthy, the best method was by their wealth. In Gotham, apart from Wayne Enterprises, there weren't any notable companies. After Wayne, there was just Red Hood Security Company and Penguin's Iceberg Lounge. Wipe out the old families with long histories, and you'd be set. As long as there was a 30% chance, in these circumstances, it was reason enough to kill. Bryce won't agree to this, huh? Cindy chuckled wickedly. You're going to wipe out all the old families in Gotham. She won't know. I'll distract her, and Barry will take us to Egypt. You handle Gotham. Su Ming had it all planned out. No matter how fast the Flash was, he couldn't be in 2 places at once. As long as Su Ming told them the Strigidy priest base was in Egypt, Barry would have to go since he was the transportation. Bryce would definitely go too because Su Ming planned to reveal that the Court of Owls was behind her parents' deaths. DC Comics had a convoluted history. In some worlds, the Mafia had hired the killer. In others, it was the Court of Owls. Su Ming wasn't sure what Earth-11's situation was. Events shrouded in darkness were often unclear. If the evidence pointed to the Mafia, it could be a frame-up by the Court of Owls. If it pointed to the court, it might be the 10 major crime families framing them. Or it could be neither, and just some outside psycho pulling the strings. In that case, blame everyone equally. Her parents being murdered in front of her was Bryce's nightmare. She still didn't know who had killed them because the assassin was just a street thug. The mastermind remained hidden in the shadows. If Su Ming exposed the court's secrets here, Bryce would definitely go to Egypt with them. She wasn't seeking revenge, she wanted to confront her fears. Barry had only 2 hands. Holding onto Bryce with one and Su Ming with the other, Cindy could stay behind and carry out the cleansing. This is a big job. After killing these people, I don't think I'll have much business left in Gotham. Cindy shrugged and put on her helmet, checking her weapons. But so be it. If they summon Barbados, none of us will have a future. Good. You can contact Barbara and get a list of Gotham's wealthy families from the past 50 years, especially those with long histories, Su Ming whispered, his speech slightly halting as hallucinations began to surface again. It felt as if someone in his memories was speaking to Slade. Cindy nodded. While Barry and Su Ming had been dealing with the cat, Bryce had watched Gordon and the others leave for the TV station. She remembered Su Ming saying Barbara was a tech wizard, so she had asked for Barbara's phone number. Who knew what Barbara was thinking? Maybe she foresaw a time when she'd need help from the darkness. Or perhaps she just wanted to keep in touch with Su Ming, so she gave her number. Got it, a massacre with no loose ends. I understand. Once you get them out of the way, I'll act, Cindy said casually, nodding her head, her tone light. And one more clue, the Powers family, they're all owls. If you can break them, you might get the full list. But... Su Ming glanced at Barry talking with Bryce on the street, struggling to keep his focus on Cindy as other voices filled his ears. The owls have sharp beaks. Ha, the Powers family. The most luxurious hotel in Gotham is theirs. It's 45 stories high, with a wooden gym, bowling alley, swimming pool, and even a Zeppelin dock on the roof. Cindy laughed joyfully, as if she had thought of something fun. I've never been there before. Today, I'll give it a try. If I can get information in 30 seconds, great. If not, I'll send them to the roof. It's best to make it look like an accident. That way, when Bryce returns, we'll have some leeway. Su Ming nodded in agreement. And be careful of the Talons. I know. I watched your fight with them and noted their weaknesses. Cindy nodded. Regular Talons are one thing, but be cautious of Talon Zero. She's special. I'm not sure what her abilities are yet. He looked down at the water pooled on the ground. This area was slightly elevated, and he could see it flowing like a stream down the street. The hallucinations were fading away. And if you encounter a priest wearing a bird skull mask, don't use guns or blades. You'll need something with promethium to kill them. Understood. They're coming. Cindy raised her head as Barbara and Barry walked over. Chapter 61, CH-61 Hitching a Ride. Rain soaked the uniforms of the four, and they stood in the pitch-black night, buffeted by the fierce wind. Finally, it was Bryce who spoke up. She looked at Su Ming with her blue eyes from under the mask, as if trying to discern his true intentions. Barry speaks highly of you, but I still can't trust you. There's no need for trust. Just pay us. Su Ming's condition was fluctuating, absorbing the memories was painful and made him question his identity, but it didn't affect his thinking. He knew she wouldn't trust anyone, let alone himself and Cindy, given that they were Deathstrokes. She probably didn't even fully trust Barry. Cindy, on the other hand, had a perfect track record with her contracts. Once she took on a mission, she had a 100% completion rate. That kind of reliability could ease Bryce's mind. For someone as smart as Batwoman, if Su Ming were to offer help for free, it would only make her suspicious. Charging money guided her thoughts in the right direction. Sure enough, after Su Ming's remark, Bryce's expression softened considerably. She was a person who lacked a sense of security but had absolute confidence in her wealth. If the Deathstrokes wanted money, that was easier to deal with. All right. I'll give you both a check. You can fill it out for anything under 30 million. That's too little. Cindy and I, we each need 30 million, and we only accept cash or gold. This price was a blatant ripoff. The main universe's Deathstroke had helped fight the Earth, 3 Evil Justice League, the Crime Syndicate, and Lex Luthor had only paid him 2.5 million. But right now, the more they haggled, the more at ease it would make Bryce feel because she knew the world was on the brink. She didn't have many options. Bryce looked at Su Ming, her lips tightly pressed together as rain fell in the space between them. After a long pause, she finally spoke. It feels like you're trying to make me feel comfortable, but you don't understand me at all. Fine, 30 million each. Deal. Rich people really are something else, talking about 30 million like it's $3. Without further ado, Bryce turned and walked to the roadside. In the distance, 2 headlights rapidly approached, like ghostly lights in the dark. Su Ming nodded at Cindy, who also walked over. Despite the layers of calculations and schemes, they all had the same goal for now. Get in. The lights belonged to the pitch-black Batmobile, remotely controlled by Alfred back at the manor. Everyone knew the Batmobile had only one seat. Bryce climbed into the driver's seat, her black cape trailing water as it drew a graceful arc. Where are we going? Barry asked her, shielding his eyes from the rain with his hand, though all he could see was more rain. Home first. There are some things we need to discuss, and I have to make some preparations. Bryce didn't even look up as she fiddled with the various switches and buttons in the cockpit, like she was piloting a plane. Then I'll take these 2 and meet you there. Barry gestured toward the 2 Deathstrokes and wiped the rain off his face. Bryce pressed a few buttons in the cockpit, and the massive trunk of the Batmobile opened, revealing 4 seats that slowly extended outward. The trunk is for transporting prisoners and the wounded. You can ride in there, and we'll move together. Transporting prisoners, huh? So it's basically a cage. Su Ming narrowed his eyes under his helmet, looking at Bryce, then at Barry. He casually climbed into the trunk and took a seat. As the seats retracted, he noticed that the trunk wasn't just spacious but also well lit. There were drinks, emergency rations, and several first-aid kits secured on either side. He handed some biscuits to Barry, who immediately started eating. High-speed running consumed a lot of energy, so speedsters rarely gained weight. Once they tapped into the speed force, they were almost constantly hungry. The car sped along, and Su Ming could hear the sound of air friction against the vehicle. Barry, munching away, chatted happily with them, animatedly sharing stories of his past, clearly in high spirits. Cindy's impression of him improved considerably, and she stopped thinking about how to take down a speedster. The 2 chatted about the differences between their worlds, while Su Ming quietly organized his memories, his fingers tapping absently on his gun. When the trunk opened again, they had returned to the Batcave. The Batcave was completely transformed. Not only were the previously damaged equipment repaired, but even the furniture was replaced. The remains of the mechanical dinosaur were gone, and the mess, the black footprints on the floor, had all been cleaned up. How Alfred managed it alone was a mystery, magic, perhaps. All right, you didn't bring us here just to eat, right? What's the deal? We're all short on time, Su Ming said to Bryce, noticing how she casually pressed a communicator and asked Alfred to prepare a second supper. Bryce removed her helmet, shaking out her black hair before taking off her gloves. I don't know what your situation is, but a lot has happened today, and I need to review Gotham surveillance and news from this month. Su Ming and Cindy exchanged a glance and took off their helmets. Barry, meanwhile, had already taken off his uniform, looking like he'd just showered and changed into fresh clothes and slippers. What made you decide to search the pyramids? Su Ming asked Barry. Because Hawkman and Hawkgirl are in a cycle of reincarnation. In the main universe, they were once an Egyptian pharaoh and queen. We were hoping to find nth metal in the pyramids. Barry, sitting in a chair, dried his hair with a towel. Nth metal can be useful, but it's not enough to deal with Barbados. Su Ming shared his knowledge from the comics. In the comics, Batman's son used a Green Arrow's nth metal arrowhead to severely wound a twisted Robin of the Batman Who Laughs, leading them to believe nth metal could destroy Barbados. But how much dark energy could one twisted Robin contain? Barbados was a god, on a completely different scale from an insane Robin. Yes, you mentioned that at the research lab too, but Green Arrow saw nth metal severely wound a twisted Robin. Barry looked at Su Ming in confusion, his face still wrapped in the towel. Su Ming, unhurried, took off his gloves and placed the weapons from his back on the table, slowly sitting down himself. You're right. Nth metal can manifest dark energy, and Promethium can absorb foreign energies. But they're not strong enough. They can only deal with ordinary dark creatures, not destroy Barbados. Then what do we need? Barry asked urgently. X-metal. Where is it? What is it? Barry scratched his head. He had never heard of such a thing. It's the material used to forge multiple worlds. You can think of it as the primordial substance of the universe, Su Ming said, revealing his guess since the comics were always vague, never explaining it clearly. It's somewhere in the dark multiverse, a place called the World Forge. That's where Barbados came from. Chapter 62, CH-62 Departure. Go on, continue. Bryce emerged from a nearby cabinet, having already changed into her pajamas, her Batwoman uniform discarded. She began checking various pieces of intelligence from the month on the massive computer in front of her. Su Ming summarized the information he could share. At the dawn of the multiverse, two brothers were born from the chaos, responsible for overseeing the order of the universe. Barry clapped his hands and raised a finger, smiling. The Monitor and the Anti-Monitor, I know this one. Su Ming nodded at him, acknowledging he was correct. But they actually had another brother, the World Forger. He resides eternally in the World Forge, using the flames within to forge endless new worlds, placing them within the multiverse. I'm starting to get lost, but your information seems credible for now, Bryce said as she treated the bruises on her body, spraying some unknown chemical on her injuries. The brighter worlds are placed in the light multiverse, while the darker ones are placed in the dark multiverse, like two sides of a plate. This plate is called the bleed, Su Ming continued, deliberately avoiding looking at her bare legs, staying focused on his explanation. Barbados is the World Forger? Barry asked, rubbing his temples. This information was all new to him, and he felt mentally exhausted. No, he isn't. He was actually the World Forger's assistant, responsible for retrieving the trash and bringing it back to the World Forge. Barry looked at Su Ming as if he were joking. Cindy and Bryce didn't have such dramatic expressions, but their eyes conveyed a similar sentiment. So, this supposed dark god. This so-called destroyer of worlds. Su Ming glared at Barry. Clearly, all his schooling had gone to waste. Barbados's job, though it sounded mundane, was anything but. If one thought about it, who else could handle such a task? His role involved traversing the multiverse, destroying and recovering individual universes, absorbing all dark energy and negative emotions. He was, without a doubt, a multiverse-level powerhouse. The World Forger's process is somewhat like blacksmithing, you know, with sparks flying and molten metal flowing everywhere, Su Ming said, rubbing his eyes before taking Barry's towel to wipe the blood off his hands. These sparks, when cooled, become misshapen universes. Barbados's original task was to shatter these malformed universes into fragments and bring them back to the World Forge for reforging. He can drag entire universes and now plans to drag 52 universes into darkness. It's not as simple as you might think. What about now? Barry asked again. The World Forger was killed by Barbados. Now Barbados wants to seize control of everything. He plans to extinguish the Forge's flames and bring all worlds under his rule. Because the worlds in the light multiverse are higher up, like fruits on the front of the plate, he can't reach them. So he wants to drill a hole in the bottom of the plate, causing the fruits above to fall down. Su Ming wiped the towel, now stained with blood and mud, forming an indistinguishable pattern. He then tossed it aside. Bryce squinted, contemplating what he had said, before speaking in a low voice, "Sounds like a madman. If these 52 fruits fall down and mix with the 52 stuck underneath, everything will disappear. Even Barbados would vanish, and the multiverse would descend into complete silence," Su Ming responded, rubbing his temples. He didn't know if the multiverse would reboot in that scenario, but if it did, he, as an outsider, would likely be erased, like a soap bubble bursting and disappearing forever. Everyone was digesting this information. Cindy had heard Su Ming's explanation before, so she seemed rather idle, knowing he already had a plan. Bryce crossed her arms, pondering for a moment before parting her black-painted lips and speaking in a deep tone. "Barry and I originally acquired the Lazarus Pit from the Shadow League, intending to use it on Queen Mara. As long as she didn't die, I wouldn't need to intervene in the Amazon-Atlantis war, and the world situation might stabilize. But given what's happening now, if the Court of Owls keeps stirring things up, that plan would only delay the inevitable destruction. If it were just you two, buying more time would make sense. But if this world catches Barbados's attention, it's unlikely to survive. I have a plan, to sever their connection to Barbados and fly under his radar," Su Ming said, repeating what he had told Cindy earlier, but without mentioning Cindy's plan to carry out assassinations in Gotham. As he had anticipated, after learning that the Court of Owls might have been involved in her parents' deaths, the possibility lingered in Bryce's suspicious mind. The base of the Strigidae priests is also in Egypt. They are descendants of the bird tribe, that place is their stronghold. Su Ming threw out this final piece of information, then fell silent. He knew how Bryce would choose. "You know where they are?" Bryce's fingers clenched, emitting a cracking sound. It wasn't that she longed for revenge for her parents. That hatred had transformed into something else over countless missions in the darkness. She wanted to repay the fear the killers had inflicted upon her 100-fold. "Yeah, they're in the Temple of Set." Su Ming took the opportunity to propose his plan. "Right, the Temple of Set. How could I have forgotten? What's wrong with me?" Barry slapped his head repeatedly. He suspected the Speed Force had caused him to forget some memories, and it was a very unsettling feeling. The Speed Force could sometimes cause people to lose track of time or forget certain memories. Almost every speedster had experienced being trapped by the Speed Force at some point. Bryce glanced from Barry to Su Ming, knowing Deathstroke had other motives. But Su Ming met her gaze without any guilt, his single eye filled with determination. "We leave after dinner." In the end, Bryce decided to let it go. Once they visited Egypt together, everything would become clear. Su Ming smiled, and his hand subtly made a gesture to Cindy that only the two of them understood. "Great. I'm looking forward to Alfred's cooking. Thank you for the compliment. I'll bring it out right away." Just then, Alfred wheeled a cart out of the elevator, having prepared a second supper. It wasn't the leftovers from Bryce and Barry's earlier meal but an entirely new spread. "Don't bother with courses. Just put everything out," Bryce instructed, as they had no time to enjoy a leisurely, aristocratic dinner. She gestured for the butler to lay everything out on the workstation. "Miss, if you keep eating in the Batcave, our dining room will lose its purpose," the butler said as he efficiently set the table, not forgetting to chide Bryce. After eating, Su Ming's headache and throbbing temples subsided for the time being. Slade's memories were now neatly organized in his mind, fully integrated or recalled. He felt much more relaxed. After a few glasses of wine paired with the meal, he was ready for the next action. He donned his armor again and asked Alfred to find him a broadsword, which turned out to be a decorative sword from one of the mansion's medieval armors, but it was at least sharpened. Bryce had put on her Batwoman suit again, and Barry had changed back into his red tights. Before Bryce could speak, Su Ming preempted her, addressing Barry. "Barry, take Bryce and me to Egypt." Barry looked at Bryce, who nodded in agreement. So he grabbed them both, and with a burst of speed force, they vanished instantly. Cindy rocked in her seat, stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray, and put on her helmet again, starting to check her ammunition and weapons. "Now then, Alfred, I should get to work too. Could I borrow a car?" she asked. "I'll go with you and drive." "I overheard some of your conversation," Alfred replied, taking off his apron with his usual politeness. Cindy paused. "Our plan is a bit more direct than Bryce's." Alfred quickly placed the dishes back on the cart, his tone steady. "Yes, I believe Miss Wayne considered that when she hired you. But Mr. Allen speaks highly of you too. He says you'll fight for the world. Hey, it's just self-preservation, really. Earning money is just a bonus. Besides, this job has to get done, unless we all want to end up as sludge at the bottom of the sea." Cindy laughed. She and Su Ming were not noble people, their goal was simple, survival. "I used to be a government agent. I've killed a lot of people for the government, so I understand sometimes you need to use direct methods, Alfred chuckled. It was hard to believe that this elderly man, with his graying hair, had once been part of the government's execution squad. But I'm long retired. I'm only driving for you this time. I don't care how you mercenaries conduct your business, but I have to make sure Miss Wayne's money is well spent. Cindy shrugged. She knew this was meant as supervision. Bryce had clearly sensed something. Alfred alone wouldn't be able to keep her in check. Bryce probably just wanted to slightly restrain her actions, making sure she didn't go too far. It would be easy to shake him off, but having someone familiar with the roads to drive was useful. It would also give her a chance to test Batwoman's limits. All right then, come along. Just don't get in my way. Chapter 63, CH-63 Landing. Meanwhile, with Cindy and Alfred wandering around Gotham City, far across the ocean, Barry was racing across the water with Bryce and Su Ming in tow. For Barry, it made no difference whether he was running on water or land, so the shortest route from North America to Egypt was, of course, straight across the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic, unlike the Pacific, has unpredictable currents, fierce winds, and towering waves that look like skyscrapers, especially when caught in a storm in the middle of the ocean. But to the trio, they were like dark blue crystal ornaments frozen in midair. While Su Ming and Bryce could enjoy the scenery, Barry was feeling fatigued. Holding two people, his arms were starting to ache. As he ran, he complained to Bryce, "I can't believe your world hasn't developed flight technology. Isn't flying a human dream?" Su Ming, held by Barry's arm and gripping his shoulder, responded, "Right, I asked Cindy the same question just a few hours ago." Bryce, a native of Earth-11, had seen Amazons flying around and was somewhat interested in flying devices. She glanced at the still waves not far away, the grandeur of the scene bringing a faint smile to her face. Some Amazons have divine powers, which naturally allow them to fly. It's their privilege. She paused, tightening her grip on Barry's shoulder to ease his burden slightly, and continued, "But if science could make it possible, I'd be willing to give it a try." What's the principle behind it? The Bernoulli equation, P plus rho GH plus, 1/2, asterisk rho V caret 2 equals C. Barry immediately began explaining various basic principles of fluid dynamics, spewing out numerous constants and calculations unfamiliar to Bryce. Su Ming's memories contained similar knowledge. Deathstroke sometimes used these principles for ballistic calculations, but mostly as part of shooting techniques. Bryce, however, had no concept of this. Listening to Barry felt like hearing a foreign language, and the smile on her exposed half-face gradually faded beneath her mask. In short, it's about creating a pressure difference above and below the wings to lift the plane. Does that make sense now? Barry asked with a big smile. You could have just stated the conclusion, Bryce replied, slightly annoyed, making Barry feel awkward. Earlier, Su Ming had wondered if Barbados had already set his sights on this world, but after analyzing the situation, he had overturned his hypothesis from a few hours ago. As a god, Barbados wouldn't have altered the technological path of a world centuries in advance just for a few human minions. This led to Su Ming's new plan to deceive everyone and eliminate the Strigidae priests of the Court of Owls entirely, preventing any major disturbances in this world. The Strigidae priests alone couldn't communicate with Barbados. They needed to gather and use a ritual-like magic circle to send messages. Now, they were going to take out their base. The problem was that Su Ming's armor was the only effective weapon against them, but it lacked the lethal capability needed for a single decisive blow. The battle against the White Cat had already proven he needed a new strategy. Among the metals that could harm dark beings, promethium definitely existed here, as Cindy's armor was made from it. Nth metal hadn't been found despite Bryce and Barry's extensive search, so it likely didn't exist here. The most promising option was promethium. Since Cindy's armor existed in this world, promethium must exist here. There was also the Dionysium factor because this world had the court jester. If they could find bat metal in the temple this time, it could be used to craft weapons. Although bat metal is a magical metal and can only be forged with magic, if Su Ming could get his hands on a bat metal brick, he could smash those Strigidae priests to death with it. This mission wasn't just about killing, it was also about looting. While he was lost in thought, the trio had already landed in North Africa, in what would be Morocco on another Earth. They passed through coastal forests and mountains and into the endless desert within a matter of seconds. It was dusk here. The vast desert glowed golden red under the setting sun. Some small creatures like lizards had already sensed the sand cooling and began to cautiously emerge from the ground. They twisted their tiny heads, sensing the vibrations in the sand, searching for smaller creatures to fill their hungry bellies. Barry continued running, leaving a yellow streak across the desert. In this sea of sand, there were no reliable landmarks, so he kept heading east, passing through Algeria and Libya, until they reached Egypt and saw the Nile. Following the Nile upstream, they would find the Valley of the Kings, where the pyramids and temples were most concentrated. Let's hope the Amazons didn't care about these defeated foes and hadn't demolished those Egyptian temples. The Amazons worshipped Zeus, and the Egyptian gods were considered heretical to them. Though it was uncertain if the Egyptian pantheon had ever really existed in this world, the pyramids and temples were definitely built. There was no scenery to speak of, just sand. The vast expanse of yellow filled their vision. Su Ming could see the wind-blown sand suspended in midair, each grain reflecting faint light. A rattlesnake was hunting a sand rat. A cactus dropped a spine, and a few rare desert raindrops fell from the sky. It was as if the pause button had been pressed on all these scenes. Soon, a wide river stretched before them, its waters thick with silt, muddy, and turbulent like a giant brown dragon winding its way into the distance. There were boats on the river, and people on board were smiling, looking westward, enjoying the sunset on the Nile. Not far away was a modern city, Cairo, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. 700 kilometers south of Cairo, on the west bank of the Nile, is the Valley of the Kings, Su Ming told Barry. Yes, we're almost there, Barry replied, smiling, seemingly cheered by the sight of the sunset over the Nile. The Valley of the Kings. In Su Ming's original world, it was established between 1545 and 1515 BCE. By the time he had crossed over, 62 tombs had been discovered, including the famous pharaoh Ramses II and the supposedly death-cursed pharaoh Tutankhamun. The valley wasn't just filled with tombs, it was also home to many temples. The Egyptian pantheon was vast, with not just the 9 main gods believed to have created the world but also countless minor deities, like the scarab god and the serpent god. Of course, the pantheon with the most gods had to be the Olympian pantheon. They even had gods for sewers, responsible for the drainage of public baths and toilets. The ancient Romans took public sanitation to the next level. Our target is the Temple of Set. The Court of Owls base is there, Su Ming said, letting go of Barry, stretching his neck and arms as he stepped onto the yellow sand, entering the valley and beginning to orient himself. Barry also let go of Bryce but immediately held out his hand to her. I saw a shop back there, can you spare some change, Bryce? This sandwich is chickpea flavored. Oh, right, the main thing. But Set isn't an owl god, he's not even related to birds. His animal form is a beast with long fur and tusks. Many scholars believe it was a boar or an extinct species. Su Ming continued walking, but Set was also the god of storms and the desert. Later, he became the god of night and darkness. Sound familiar? Barbatos, the god of darkness, Barry said, holding a bottle of mineral water in his sandwich, taking a bite and a sip. I'm not sure if they're connected, maybe it's just a similarity in names. But clearly, the Court of Owls doesn't think so. They're madly in love with Set, Su Ming shrugged. They abandoned their modern lives to live among ancient tombs. If that's not love, what is? Bryce was doing something similar, first identifying their location and then observing the surrounding structures. Set is one of the Ennead, but as the god representing darkness, his temple would usually be in a shaded place, separate from the main gods. Su Ming agreed with her assessment and added, yes, and his temple is usually opposite the temple of the sun god. The group looked towards the depths of the valley, where there was a corner shaded by steep cliffs, a place that would never see sunlight. Chapter 64, Ch 64 The Temple. Look at these footprints, there were hundreds of people here just recently. This place is a tourist spot, Barry pointed at the ground near the canyon entrance, addressing the two walking ahead of him. Also, the shop where I bought those things earlier is not that far away. So, what are you getting at? Su Ming turned to look at him. He had, of course, noticed the footprints too, densely packed like an ant trail. These tracks wouldn't last long in the sand, no more than half an hour ago at most. Barry appeared beside him in a flash of lightning. So, if people are throwing some weird party in the temple, don't you think they'd be noticed? Bryce, hiding her lower face behind her bat cape to shield herself from the sand that kept trying to get into her nose and mouth, responded, I can tell you a bat fact, Egyptians are very good at underground construction. Su Ming patted Barry on the shoulder, throwing an arm around him as they continued forward. The part of the Egyptian pyramids that you see above ground is only about 2/3 of the whole structure. For example, in the Great Pyramid of Giza, the pharaoh's burial chamber is actually 200 feet underground, surrounded entirely by giant stones. It's not just buried by sand. Mayan pyramids were built by piling stones above ground, but ancient Egyptians were different. They also dug and built underground. This technique was also applied to their temples, Bryce continued, walking toward their destination without looking back. I thought you would have figured it out when we went to so many pyramids and finally reached the burial chambers. Ah, it was all dark and cold, so. Barry spoke with his mouth full of sandwich, and Su Ming guessed he had probably eaten quite a bit of sand along with it. Bryce ignored him and turned to Su Ming with a question. The entrance to the underground should be inside the temple. What do you think? There could be multiple entrances. Dark energy isn't something you can eat. They'd need supplies underground too, Su Ming speculated. This wasn't something he knew from the comics. Look, the temple has security at the entrance. The Strigety priests can't just bring in large amounts of food and water every day along with hundreds of tourists. But an entrance inside the temple would be easier to find, at least better than searching for a needle in a haystack. Bryce squinted her eyes. Yeah, but if you don't want me to kill the guard at the entrance, then she's your responsibility. Su Ming glanced at the guard, who was now running towards them with a baton in hand. It made sense, anyone would react this way seeing 3 people in costumes approaching an ancient monument. Hey! Visiting hours are over. You 3 freaks better leave. Oh, her tone isn't what I expected. I thought this was a scenic area. Su Ming turned to Barry, already reaching for his gun. Barry immediately grabbed his hand, having to use the speed force because Su Ming moved too fast. Being called freaks is a bit much, but clearly, she's just a regular person. No need to kill her over it. Bryce flicked her cape and knocked the guard out with a backhand punch. She had held back, being called a freak was something she'd heard 1,000 times, and she felt nothing about it now. There was a chance the guard had been enchanted, but she clearly wasn't part of the Court of Owls. If she were, she would have recognized Batwoman immediately. The bird tribe had been watching the descendants of the Bat tribe for thousands of years. Bryce could tell just by her eyes that this guard knew nothing, just a crude security worker. Su Ming released his grip on his gun. Fine, he'd give Barry some face. As long as she didn't get in the way, it was okay. He just hoped she'd learn some manners when she woke up. They stepped over the unconscious guard and entered the temple. Barry even kindly dragged the guard to lean against a pillar at the entrance, preventing her from being buried by sand. The Temple of Set didn't have much of value left. There might have been gold or gems once, but much of it had been lost during the wars, leaving only heavily weathered statues and a few replica artifacts protected behind glass cases. A pharaoh's golden staff. Too bad it's fake. Su Ming tapped on the glass. Under the spotlight in the display case was a glittering curved staff, resembling a candy cane, except this one was gold and blue, not red and white, and definitely not mint-flavored. How do we find the entrance? Barry finished his sandwich and tossed the wrapper into a trash bin. Bryce took a small metal ball from her utility belt. It was one of her bat smoke bombs, and she placed it on the ground. If there's a tunnel or cavity underground, the ground above will always sink a little due to gravity. We just need to find the lowest spot. The small ball started rolling, skimming across the floor in a specific direction. She motioned for them to follow, weaving around statues and display cases, past various signs and plaques. Finally, the ball stopped at a particular spot. Bryce checked a few more times, and the ball still insisted on this location. She then pulled out a canister from her belt, which looked like a can of hairspray, and sprayed the ground in the shape of a bat symbol. She explained to Su Ming and Barry as she worked, this is bat-shaped directional explosive gel. It can break the floor here. No need to hide too far, just cover your faces. Barry looked at Su Ming, covered the lower half of his face with his hand, and mumbled, I've seen this in our world, but I've always wanted to ask. It works just by spraying it like toothpaste, so why bother drawing a bat symbol? Isn't that a waste of time? Bryce didn't answer, as if she hadn't heard him at all. The gel dried quickly, and just as the two finished speaking, a powerful directional explosion occurred. But it wasn't very loud. The floor before them cracked open, and the 3 fell down with the debris into a dark passage. Above them, the alarm system blared, and dust and powder rained down on them. Su Ming wiped the dirt off his visor. Did you really need to ask? Because she's Batman. Let's move. Save the chit-chat for later. Bryce tossed 2 batarangs down the corridor on either side. They soon flew back to her hand, and she pointed left. That way, autosonar has detected activity. Barry hoisted the 2 of them, and in a flash of lightning, they were gone from the dark passage. The next second, they found themselves in a space that looked like an opera box, looking down on a group of robed figures gathered around countless torches. They wore giant, skeletal bird masks, their entire bodies hidden beneath hooded cloaks, hunched over as if mimicking ostriches. This was the typical attire of the Strigety priests. The cat from before was just an exception. With over 10 Strigety priests gathered below, this was going to be a challenge. These weren't just 10 chickens, they were 10 magic users. Killing them all would take some effort. Bryce had no metal and didn't kill, so she could only restrain them. Su Ming would have to take them out one by one with his fists, which would take a lot of time. The priests were chanting around a black well, from which strange smoke was rising. The language they spoke was completely unintelligible, not a known human language, but more like bird calls. The 3 of them were in bullet time here. They could discuss freely without worrying about being noticed. There are too many of them. What's the plan? Barry asked. He had to keep running in circles around the area to maintain their current state. It was Su Ming who answered, not Bryce. You use the speed force and lightning to keep them in check. Throw them to me one by one, and I'll deal with them. Don't let them raise their hands or speak, and avoid their light beams or any of their attacks. Bryce said nothing, silently agreeing to this arrangement. Su Ming turned to her. While we're fighting them, find the bat metal. It should be here somewhere, if it exists. What does it look like? Bryce needed more details. Su Ming thought for a moment. It looks like copper but emits a red glow. It's a magical metal. The Strigidi might not have much, but if they do, it won't be smaller than a brick. Okay, let's do it your way. Barry, drop us in the middle of them. She made her decision immediately. Chapter 65, CH-65 Assault. In the next instant, an almost imperceptible flash of lightning shot directly into the crowd. Begin. As soon as they were released from the Speed Force, Su Ming immediately leaped forward, tackling one of the Strigidi priests and rolling out of the crowd with them, while Barry ran in a rapid circle around the remaining priests. Unlike before, when he carried people while running, this time he used the Speed Force to manipulate the surrounding air, creating a whirlwind in the middle of the gathering. The strong wind extinguished the surrounding torches, plunging the entire cavern into darkness. Whenever one of the priests tried to break through the encirclement or cast a spell, Barry would appear behind them and shove them, interrupting their actions. Meanwhile, Su Ming pinned the Strigidi priest to the ground, giving them no time to react, and began punching them in the face repeatedly. From his previous battle with the cat-shaped priest, he had learned a few things, and now he intended to try a different strategy. Su Ming's memories came from China. There were things Slade didn't know, but he did, like the theory of meridians and some traditional Chinese medical concepts. Although he was still unsure of who he truly was, it didn't affect his use of this knowledge. He could recall various TV health programs Su Ming had watched, selling magnetic acupressure shoes, acupressure pillows, spinal acupressure devices, and even a certain herbal remedy for erectile dysfunction. While he couldn't use the phone numbers to order any of these products, all this scattered knowledge formed a fairly complete, simplified theory. The human body has 108 crucial acupoints, of which 72 are generally non-lethal when struck, while the remaining 36 are deadly acupoints, also known as death points. Death points are further classified into 4 categories: soft, numbing, fainting, and lethal, each containing 9 points. There's even a traditional Chinese mnemonic describing their effects, which now served as his action guide. Striking Baihui must cause collapse, Shenting won't return from the underworld, hitting Zhangji Men leads 9 out of 10 to death, striking Taiyang and Yamen surely sends one to the king of hell, broken spine without mending brings swift death. Since the enemy now was a humanoid creature, there was no harm in trying. Memory flashed through his mind like lightning. His fists, wrapped in promethium gloves, targeted the deadly points on the priest's body, focusing on the Baihui point at the top of the head, the Zhangji Men point at the back of the skull, and the Taiyang points at the temples on both sides. If you want to achieve lethal results with bare hands in a short time, strength and technique are indispensable. All roads lead to darkness. All beings shall return to Barbados. The Strigidi priest, pinned down, tried to shout their slogan, but Su Ming cut them off with a punch to the jaw, forcing the words back down their throat. He then followed up with continuous strikes to the temples. Return to who? Die. Su Ming could feel his knuckles sinking into the priest's skull. Both temples were sunken in. For good measure, he also delivered several heavy blows to the Baihui point at the top of the head. The priest's skull completely shattered, and red and white matter covered Su Ming's hands. The mask fell away, revealing a mummified face beneath the skin, shriveled like dried wood. A monster. Its nose was two-pointed, like a bird's beak, and its eyes occupied 1/3 of its face. No one would believe this thing was human, but at least its weaknesses were still the same. Blood poured from all its orifices, and it was completely dead. Su Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the flood of resurfacing memories and bloodlust, and called out to Barry, "Send me another one." Barry glanced at the bloody corpse on the ground and shuddered. It was incredibly gory, but at least it was a monster, which made him feel a bit better. All roads. All what? Die. The priest Barry threw over was also about to shout, but Su Ming jumped up, grabbed the priest midair, and wrapped his legs around their neck, slamming them into the ground. The stone floor wouldn't hurt these creatures, they were immune to such impacts. But Su Ming's boots were made of promethium, and they crushed the priest's jaw. The tongue flopped out from under the mask, and Su Ming's eyes lit up. He grabbed it and yanked, tearing out the bloody organ so the priest couldn't speak. Then he bent down and delivered a few more punches to send the priest on their way. He couldn't give them a chance to chant spells. Shaking off the blood on his hand, he took a deep breath, calming the bloodlust. He knew there was no way to expect Barry to kill, but these creatures weren't human. What difference was there between this and fighting aliens or demons? No wonder that even with the Speed Force, Barry could only play support in the Justice League. The main damage dealers were still Diana and Superman. It was fine not to kill in minor skirmishes, but when it came to battles of life and death, if you didn't kill your enemy, you were only making things harder for yourself. That's why Superman was often sidelined. In almost every major event, he'd be taken out first by the enemy. If it were Reverse Flash or any of the other speedster villains here, Su Ming wouldn't even have to lift a finger. They'd just run fast enough to cause a Speed Force storm and wipe out all these priests. No helping it, this was the price of working with the Flash. It was already a miracle he managed to convince Barry to operate in a more Justice League-style manner. At least Barry wasn't stopping him from killing those who needed to die. On Earth 11, beggars couldn't be choosers. They'd have to make do for now. Send another one over. As Su Ming and Barry dealt with the priests, Bryce left the battlefield, circling around to the back of the black well the priests were facing. There, she found a very crude altar and began searching for bat metal. There were some strange books here, possibly containing records of spells or similar things, and some miscellaneous items, mostly animal parts or organs. There was no bat metal. This place looked like the Stone Age, without even a trace of metal. But as she observed the surroundings, she noticed something unusual above her. It was an all specimen, lifelike with feathers and claws intact, suspended from the cave ceiling by a rope, as if it were soaring through the air. Bryce squinted. The rope was palm fiber, not hemp. But if this were a regular specimen, even after drying and posing, no all specimen would weigh more than 3 kilograms, because birds have very light bones. Would you need palm fiber to hang something weighing 3 kilograms? Before the advent of steel, dockworkers used palm fiber to hoist cargo. It's made from palm tree bark, and slaves used it to drag thousands of tons of stone blocks on rollers to build the pyramids. She reached to her belt, pulled out a batarang, and flung it at the rope. The sharp bat-shaped blade cut through the fiber. The owl didn't soar but instead fell like a rock, hitting the ground with a thud. The dried owl shattered, revealing a piece of ore. It hadn't been smelted, remaining in its original form. It was jagged, with a crystalline structure, and as Su Ming had described, copper-colored with a faint red glow. This was bat metal. Even in the lair of the Strigety priests, there was only this fist-sized chunk. Legend had it that it was also called the Bone of Set, a traditional high-level magical material with powerful properties, a treasure passed down through the bat tribe, stolen by the bird tribe. Unlike other metals, bat metal didn't grant healing abilities or forge unbreakable weapons and armor. But it served as a magical conduit, amplifying the spells of priests and mages, and could be used to communicate with the dark multiverse, gazing directly at the lurking horrors within the endless dark. Found it. She lifted the heavy ore. It wasn't large, but it was dense, weighing nearly 40 kilograms despite being only the size of a fist. Toss it to me. Su Ming motioned for her to throw it over. The ore traced a red arc through the air and landed securely in Su Ming's hands. Now that he had it, things were much better. He wouldn't need as many punches. As long as Barry pushed a priest over, Su Ming would smash their temple or head with the ore, its sharp crystalline edges covered in all sorts of red and white viscous fluids. It was like a gorilla smashing nuts with a stone, except using too much force. The immense strength of a cyborg ensured its lethality. This ore, with its jagged edges, was much more effective than he had imagined. The priests didn't give up without resistance. They cast spells and struggled, but their weapons and claws couldn't penetrate Su Ming's armor. Their magic shields or similar defenses couldn't withstand the metal attacks. The number of trapped Strigety priests dwindled, and the bodies piled up on Su Ming's side, forming a small mountain. Bryce turned away, inspecting other tunnels without saying a word. Chapter 66, CH-66 Resolution. The number of Strigety priests still alive in the area was dwindling rapidly, and they could barely utter a complete sentence. Barry strictly followed Su Ming's tactics. The moment he noticed a priest attempting to speak, he immediately dashed over to push them, disrupting any action they tried to take. But now, the remaining priests realized the gravity of their situation. At this rate, their annihilation was inevitable. However, they still had one trick left, a spell that required neither incantations nor gestures. There was no chant, no warning. Suddenly, their bodies exploded, sending thick, black slime flying everywhere. The powerful shockwave caused the entire cavern to tremble. Barry felt as though he had dodged it, but several strands of black energy clung to him like parasitic worms. In an instant, it seemed to transcend the concepts of speed and space, carving deep gashes into his legs. His knees buckled, and he tumbled, crashing into the wall. Su Ming and Bryce were further away. As the strong wind rushed in, Su Ming tackled Bryce to the ground, using his promethium armor to provide excellent protection against the magical onslaught. The strong wind pressed against his back, and he felt as if he had been stomped by some giant beast. The black energy was repelled, and he suffered only minor injuries from the impact. But a torrent of memory surged into his mind, making his face grimace. Bryce's black Batwoman suit looked dusty and gray, truly resembling a bat. Su Ming pressed his head, struggling to organize the flood of memories. "Barry, are you okay?" He slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his suit. The cavern's tremors gradually ceased, and no more dust fell. It seemed unlikely to collapse, at least for now. Cough, cough. "I'm fine, just a scratch." Barry rolled over and lay on his back. The abrupt stop had thrown him far, and he had crashed into the wall. I thought they'd at least chant something before they committed suicide. Why don't they follow the script? Haha, maybe they were chanting in their minds. Su Ming walked over and examined Barry's leg wound. It wasn't too severe, and the black energy wasn't lingering around the injury. Bryce also approached, squatting beside Barry to check his wound. Do you need some Lazarus water? Barry quickly shook his head. He knew Batman had resisted its side effects through sheer willpower, but he was just a scientist, not a warrior with an indomitable will. No, it turns people into bloodthirsty maniacs. I'd become a rampaging madman who couldn't calm down without killing. My abilities are too dangerous. If I lose control, it'll be disastrous. Barry's right. Let's just bandage it. Speedsters heal much faster than normal people. We can use this time to clear the area. Su Ming took the roll of bandages Bryce handed him and began wrapping Barry's leg in a field dressing style. As for field dressing, it was a straightforward process in the heat of battle. Press down on the blood vessels and wrap the bandages haphazardly. After bandaging, Su Ming helped Barry to lean against the wall, and he and Bryce began inspecting the cavern. Aside from the priests who had self-detonated, the ground was littered with bodies. Bryce's face was expressionless. She had thought they might be human, but now it was clear they were monsters. If she had known earlier, she would have taken action herself. Indeed, the Bat's no-kill rule only applied to human beings on Earth. Aliens and monsters were exceptions. Even the main world's Batman had slaughtered many on Apocalypse. Su Ming searched the corpses of the monsters but found nothing of value. These creatures didn't even have personal belongings. So, he simply threw their bodies into the black well. The black liquid below churned like boiling asphalt, swallowing the mummified remains one by one. What do you think is down there? Bryce asked, standing to the side, not interfering with Su Ming's actions. Some manifestation of dark energy, I suppose. These bodies dissolve in it, but the principle is unclear. Su Ming tossed the last corpse down and clapped his hands, then removed 4 grenades from his chest and threw them into the well. There was a muffled explosion, like popcorn popping. The black well collapsed, deeply buried underground. Rocks and sand completely covered it, and no black substance splashed out. To be honest, I wasn't too optimistic about such a reckless plan, Bryce said with a blank expression. We always take risks. There's no such thing as a 100% success rate in this world. Luckily, you found Batmetal. If we hadn't found it, we'd be in big trouble. The longer we fought these things, the more variables would arise. If they had discovered the human pyramid incantation technique, Barry's crowd control would have been useless. Su Ming inhaled the faint scent of gunpowder in the air, feeling slightly relieved. Before coming here, he had only been 50% sure. That's why he had told Cindy everything he knew. If the 3 of them didn't make it, maybe she could find a way to survive. It was fortunate he had sent Bryce to find the key item. As expected of DC's darling. Next, he decided to search for any stragglers. Despite the commotion they'd caused, the priest's fanatical faith would have driven them to join the battle, but there could still be special cases. Better to search again. I'll head up to turn off the site's alarm. You two be careful. She swung her cape and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Waiting wasn't enough. Su Ming searched through the underground passages. Aside from the priest's living quarters, the underground space wasn't very large, not even comparable to the underground lab in Indian Hill. All the enemies had been eliminated. In a large room at the back, there were some members of the Court of Owls who had committed suicide. Their bodies were still fresh, with blood not yet dried. He simply piled them together with their books and documents and set them ablaze with a lighter, filling the underground with smoke and dust. The place where they had fallen led in the other direction to a hidden exit, located in a dried-up underground riverbed outside the Valley of the Kings. By the time the 3 of them returned to the surface, it was already dark. The temperature in the desert dropped quickly. Not a single cloud marred the sky, and the stars above seemed almost within reach. In the open desert, the sky always appeared vast. We've taken out the main base of the Strigety. Now only the Gotham branch remains. Strigety priests are like tribal shamans, they typically don't wander the world, Su Ming said, supporting Barry as they headed towards the Nile. There may still be a few in Gotham, Bryce said, warily scanning their surroundings. Cairo and Gotham, one is their brain, the other their claws, Su Ming nodded, affirming her words, as he carried Barry towards the river. Members of the Court of Owls are spread across the world, but without their priesthood, their means of contacting Barbados have been severed. It would take them 3 to 5 years to train new Strigety. By then, we'll have solved the problem in the main world. When you say definitely, you sound anything but certain. You don't think I understand what a multiversal god represents? I just hope things won't get too bad. Bryce shook her head. She was always firmly opposed to blind optimism. Su Ming glanced at her, then at Barry. That's the main world's problem. Barry's already agreed to hire me to fix it, right? Barry scratched his head, showing an embarrassed smile. I think, yeah. But I'm not sure Bryce would pay for it. You're a member of the Justice League. Your actions represent the League. Bryce doesn't care about money, there's a 90% chance he'll pay. If he doesn't, I'll go to Lex Luthor. He thinks he's humanity's savior and won't refuse to pay for the world. Then I'll hold a press conference and say the Justice League and Superman caused all this trouble. I've got plenty of evidence, and the world's scumbags will back me up. Su Ming set him down. The three of them found a sheltered niche in the cliff and started a fire, waiting for Barry's leg to heal. Barry looked conflicted. He wasn't sure if Su Ming would actually go that far for money, but he felt it was better to get Bryce to pay up. Su Ming, however, was mostly joking. Some things were better left unknown to ordinary people. Keep it hidden if you can. The Luthor Corporation. Well, I'd like to hear your next plan, Bryce interrupted his and Barry's idle chatter, looking at Su Ming thoughtfully. Su Ming poked at the fire with a dry branch, a piece of driftwood washed down from the Nile's upper reaches. Finding firewood in other deserts wasn't this easy. After dealing with human traders, the next step is to resolve this world's main conflict, the military standoff between Themyscira and Atlantis. That's what I thought too, but it requires a meticulous plan, Bryce nodded, the firelight casting a red glow on her face. Su Ming shook his head, not sure if he was disagreeing or just feeling helpless. Plans don't need to be overly meticulous. Human nature and the brain are fascinating things. Sometimes the enemy's misconceptions will work in our favor, filling gaps we leave open. That's truly flawless. Because people only believe what they want to believe. Bryce seemed to understand something and fell silent. Barry looked at Su Ming, his helmet spattered with black blood, concealing any expression. Then he glanced at Bryce, but she always had a poker face, making it impossible to read her thoughts. He could only raise his hand, indicating he wanted to speak, but they've been at war for centuries. This isn't a conflict born from misunderstanding, it's a fight for world domination. Chapter 67, CH-67 Long-Term Plan. Su Ming knew that power struggles were never simple issues that could be resolved with just a few words. But he had another idea, one that wasn't so noble and righteous. Wonderman was the illegitimate son of Zeus, a demigod, and the next heir of the Amazons. He was highly regarded by the Amazons. The Sea Queen, on the other hand, was currently the ruler of Atlantis, the heir of Poseidon, and a hybrid of Atlantean and human blood. She wielded the trident that symbolized divine authority, and her rule was solidly established. Both sides were fighting for control of the earth, aiming to determine a ruler through war. So, Su Ming planned to give them one. Humans had already figured out how to handle this sort of situation back in the Middle Ages, it's just that these demigods were too proud to consider it. 2 hours later, after Barry's wounds had healed, Su Ming and Bryce once again used their human-powered transportation to return to Gotham. From afar, they could see the chaos enveloping the city. Gotham's most luxurious hotel, the Bowers Grand Hotel, was ablaze like a torch, and even the pouring rain couldn't extinguish the fierce flames. Thick smoke blended with the night sky, reaching towards the heavens. Bryce stared at Su Ming, her face emotionless. Wasn't this supposed to be a minor disturbance? Su Ming shrugged. He wasn't going to admit anything. Cindy had promised to make it look like an accident, and now an accidental fire seemed like a good enough cover. Back to the Batcave. She let out a sigh, feeling a bit stifled. Barry looked at Su Ming helplessly, as if to say, look what you've done. Su Ming just turned away and started whistling, playing innocent. Back in the Batcave, they found Alfred bandaging Cindy's wounds. Her armor lay to the side, and she was dressed in nothing but a tank top and shorts. Her eyes were completely blood red, as if she were suppressing the madness brought on by her regenerative factor. Ah, miss, you're back. Was everything successful? Alfred turned to the three of them, flashing a polite smile, but his hands never stopped working, continuing to stitch wounds and apply medication. It was okay. What happened here? Bryce removed her helmet and sighed, surprised that Cindy had even been injured. Before Alfred could answer, Cindy spoke up, it was Zero Talon. Really tough to deal with. I had almost no room to maneuver. With time running out, I had to go for a trade-off of injuries. Alfred added from the side, indeed, that creature was well-equipped and highly skilled in combat. Not only could its weapons pierce Cindy's armor, but they were also poisoned. Su Ming glanced at Bryce. So she had arranged for Alfred to accompany Cindy. It seemed she had prepared for this all along. Zero Talon had been dealt with. It looked like the Court of Owls in Gotham wouldn't be a problem for the time being. At least, the ones who were easy to track down were all taken care of. Soon, Su Ming would give them a massive blame to shoulder, one that they would carry for the rest of their lives, never to cause trouble again. However, he was quite curious about the weapons that could penetrate her holy armor. Alfred had evidently brought back the enemy's weapons as well, placing them on a nearby workbench. They looked very inconspicuous. The daggers were made from a pale yellow metal, matte finished, and the hilt guard was carved with a small owl's head. Su Ming knew this metal well, it was promethium. There were 2 promethium daggers. He picked up one to replace his regular dagger and left the other for Cindy. What's our next move? Barry asked Su Ming, as he always looked for something to eat whenever he had free time. Alfred, of course, was prepared. How's your geography? Su Ming asked Barry this seemingly random question as he took off his helmet and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Barry was baffled. After swallowing the pie in his mouth, he scratched his head. It's okay, I guess. Actually, besides forensic science, I'm pretty good at sign language, web design, and guerrilla language. As a member of the Justice League, you've been to Themyscira and Poseidonis, right? Su Ming asked again. Alfred had already placed an ashtray beside him. Not many times, but you know, teammates visit each other, and I'm pretty quick with visiting. Barry flashed his innocent smile again, looking somewhat shy. He was absent-mindedly spinning the remaining half of his burger with his fingers. Su Ming glanced down at the transparent ashtray, realizing it was made of natural crystal rather than glass. What an extravagant capitalist luxury. He flicked his cigarette ash into it without hesitation. What about Dinosaur Island? The current Hawkwoman should have taken you there. There's an outpost of theirs in the main world. Compared to Gorilla Island, I think Dinosaur Island is much better. Even though the residents there eat people, at least the dinosaurs can't control your mind. Barry seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, frowning slightly. He hadn't exactly learned gorilla language willingly. Then it settled. We'll kidnap Wonder Man and the Sea Queen, and drop them off at Dinosaur Island. Su Ming revealed his plan, though there were still some details that would require someone else's help. Wonder Man could fly, and the Sea Queen could swim. Even though Dinosaur Island was shrouded in mysterious forces that made it impossible to track, it wouldn't be able to hold them. They would have to find a way to strip them of their powers first. Science and magic could both work, but there wasn't enough time for scientific research right now. Magic seemed more reliable. There were many mages in the DC universe, but on Earth 11, only villains existed. Su Ming had a good idea of who to look for. To strip a demigod of their divine power, one would need someone familiar with divine forces. Circe the Witch was a good candidate. She was the daughter of the first-generation sun god Helios and the sea goddess Perse. For thousands of years, she had been opposing the Amazons. She excelled in various forms of witchcraft and dark magic. She could easily turn people into animals like frogs. Her petrification spells and mind control were dangerous even to ordinary people. She had repeatedly stripped Wonder Woman of her powers and once even turned her into clay, killing her. But there was one problem: she was too powerful to negotiate with. In the main world, she hated men to an extreme degree, and in this world, it would be even worse. She was immortal, and destroying her body would not kill her. Fortunately, Su Ming knew her weakness. First, her witchcraft was ineffective against divine exorcism spells, meaning she couldn't turn gods into small animals. Second, she feared a certain herb called moly. In Greek mythology, it was a white-flowered, black-rooted magic herb. It was said that Hermes had given it to Odysseus to nullify Circe's spell. This was her origin story and her fundamental weakness. As long as Su Ming and his team consumed this herb, they could resist her spells for a long time. Though it sounded like a mythical object, it wasn't rare at all if you knew where to look. Moly's scientific name was galanthus, a type of snowdrop. Its native habitat was the Mediterranean, and in the modern world, it was available in almost every flower market around the globe. Naturally, Gotham was no exception. Perhaps a pot of flowers would cost a few $dozen, but as a weapon, it was quite the bargain. Chapter 68, CH-68 Preparations. Kidnapping. Barry's face twisted in discomfort at the term, which didn't sound particularly noble. Okay, let's put it another way. It's placing them under restricted surveillance for the sake of the world's survival, Su Ming thought for a moment, rephrasing it without changing the actual plan. Bryce was the first to nod. Surveillance, now that was something she could agree with. It was how she managed Gotham. That sounds a lot better. Thank you, Barry sighed helplessly. Su Ming clapped his hands, indicating for Cindy to continue resting here. Her injuries and the toxins in her system would take time to overcome. For now, it would just be him, Barry, and Batwoman taking action. All right, Barry, once you're full, we're heading out. First stop, Gotham's Flower Market. Ready when you are. Let's go. Barry carried Su Ming and Bryce, racing out of the Batcave's entrance. With Bryce guiding the way within the Speed Force, they quickly arrived at the area filled with flower shops. It was now just past 6 in the morning, but the sky showed no sign of lightning. Dark clouds covered everything, and a storm swept across the entire city. The street was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and after stepping out of the Speed Force, the three of them were standing in knee-high water, rain drenching every inch of their uniforms. This is where the flower shops are most concentrated in Gotham. Poison ivy often hangs around here. Bryce led them to a street where they could see several massive greenhouses behind the shops. They looked like botanical gardens, but the storm had damaged some of their roofs. Speaking of poison ivy, Cindy initially received a job from the Joker to get in touch with you. When she asks about it next time, you can confirm we delivered the message, right? Cindy's still waiting for her payment. Su Ming kicked open a shop door. The interior was flooded, and everything floated in the water, debris scattered across the surface. The Joker better behave himself. I have no time to deal with him. Bryce, noncommittal, followed him inside and pulled money from her belt, placing it under the cash register as compensation. What does this flower look like? Barry asked Su Ming. The shop was filled with all sorts of plants, covering every corner of the room. Soft vines hung down from the ceiling. It has white flowers and black roots. I can't describe it precisely, but the shop should have labels. You can check the pot for the name. It might be labeled as Snowdrop, White Allium, or it could just say Moly. Even though Su Ming had seen it before, it was only as a two-dimensional drawing in a comic. Who knew what it looked like in real life? Both he and Bryce had night vision equipment, and the three of them waded through the flooded shop, finally finding some in the greenhouse. Barry looked at the pot Su Ming was holding, touched the leaves, and even leaned in to sniff. It's actually quite pretty, but it doesn't have much of a fragrance. It kind of smells like onions. Su Ming shrugged. Before meeting Cersei, we need to eat these plants. Hope you like the taste of onions. Bryce wasn't paying attention to this. Instead, she asked Su Ming, you said it could break spells. Is that a general statement? More specifically, it works against the magic in Olympian myths. I'm afraid it won't be effective against African voodoo or other types of magic. Su Ming picked up 2 pots with a few scattered flowers in them. It was enough. Wayne Enterprises will invest in cultivating this plant. If it proves useful, it might come in handy in the future. Su Ming walked out, casually saying, you better hope it's useful. If it isn't, meeting Cersei will be suicidal. Barry sighed. As a modern young scientist, he didn't believe in magic or witches before. Even after becoming the Flash, his enemies were mostly physicists or engineers, all grounded in science. It wasn't until he joined the Justice League and encountered a few of Diana's enemies that he realized what kind of weird stuff she was dealing with. Mythological creatures were everywhere, magic and spells were countless, and curses were as varied as anything. A mess of things he couldn't understand. He didn't like it. Where are we headed next? He asked, scratching his head. After a few collaborations, Barry had gotten used to taking Su Ming's lead. We're going to the Joker gang's territory. This world's poison ivy is there. I still need some of her venom. Su Ming had a habit of closing doors behind him, so he pieced the shop's door back together as best as he could. Barry didn't say much more. A flash of lightning, and they vanished. Back at the circus territory, the bodies on the ground were now completely submerged by water. Su Ming handed the flower pots to Bryce. You wait downstairs. They probably won't be too happy to see you. Bryce, expressionless, took the pots and moved under the eaves. She wasn't afraid of the rain, but the flowers would be ruined by the downpour. Su Ming had Barry take him upstairs, and of course, he couldn't help but see the mess of corpses inside. Did you do this? Barry looked at him with disdain. Deathstroke had actually brought him back to the scene of the crime. This. Guess. Su Ming pushed open the door to the dance hall. Harley and Ivy's party seemed to be over, at least the music and flashing lights had stopped. Pushing open the door, he found Harley and Ivy cuddled together on a giant circus trampoline in the back, sleeping soundly. Harley was still smiling, who knows what she was dreaming about. She might get drunk, but Poison Ivy definitely couldn't. Her body was full of nothing but chlorophyll and poison, the very definition of a plant person. Alcohol was like a nutrient solution to her. Ivy, I know you're awake. Su Ming approached the bed, speaking to her as she held Harley. Sure enough, she opened her eyes. Sleep didn't really matter to plants. Why are you back? Planning to join our fun? Poison Ivy smiled seductively, throwing him a wink. Su Ming took off his helmet to show he meant no harm and shook his head. No, I need your help. I need some of your charm venom. Oh. And why should I help you? Poison Ivy stretched lazily, a few vines fixing her hair. There are about 500,000 plant species on Earth. Even if a flood drowns the world, some plants will survive, but marine plants make up only 2% of the total species. Right now, there's a chance to save the other 98%, and all I need is your venom. Su Ming, who had recovered much of Slade's memory, rattled off a string of data. As a botanist, Poison Ivy should know he was telling the truth. She tilted her head, looking at Su Ming, then at Barry. Finally, she nodded. All right, you convinced me. The more plants, the better. She stuck out her tongue, lightly licking her lips, her large eyes blinking at Su Ming, as if expecting something. Su Ming remained unaffected, pulling out his canteen from his belt and handing it over. She rolled her eyes, as if annoyed by his lack of tact, but still extended a vine to take the canteen. Here you go. She held the canteen to her lips, her saliva dripping into it. She sighed and handed it back with a vine. How long is it effective? Su Ming screwed the lid back on and secured it to his belt again. Poison Ivy leaned back slightly, letting the vine support her. My venom, hee, without an antidote, it lasts a lifetime. It'll make someone fall madly in love with the opposite sex in front of them. You're the first man to actively ask for this kind of thing. She stroked Harley's hair, braiding it with her vines. Thanks for the warning. I'll never use this canteen again. We have work to do. Su Ming signaled it was time to leave, but Barry didn't respond. Turning to look, Su Ming tapped him on the shoulder, annoyed. Barry. Why are you closing your eyes? Oh, haha, right. Time to go. Let's go. Barry snapped out of it, his face as red as his uniform. He gave a couple of awkward laughs before disappearing in a flash. Although she couldn't see the two disappear, Ivy felt their departure through her vines. The door kept swaying, as if moved by the wind. She sighed in disappointment. She'd wanted to, but soon lay back down, giving Harley a kiss on the cheek and closing her eyes. Chapter 69, ch69 Wonder Mundane. Bryce was still in her original position, seemingly merged with the darkness. The Batcape completely concealed her silhouette. Seeing the two emerge, she tried to hand one of the flower pots back to Su Ming. Poison Ivy was that cooperative? Not at all cooperative, actually. It's just that her tricks don't work on me. Su Ming didn't take the pot, gesturing for Bryce to hold onto it for now. The Queen's amphibious breathing ability isn't from divine power or any external source, it's inherent in her bloodline. I need Scarecrow's fear toxin to make her develop a fear of water, so she psychologically cannot approach the sea. When it comes to instilling fear, Bryce is an expert, but her arsenal is limited to bat fear alone, whereas Scarecrow's fear toxin is far more versatile. In most cases, Scarecrow prefers to use gas form to spread fear, as it affects a larger area and more people. However, in specific situations, especially against enemies with strong willpower, he would use concentrated liquid toxins injected directly into the victim's body, accompanied by psychological guidance and suggestions, almost ensuring the subject could be made to fear anything. Scarecrow brings out the deepest fears hidden within people's hearts, leading them into madness or catatonia. For instance, Bruce herself had once been injected with the toxin, and the hallucinations she saw were a nightmarish vision of her parents being murdered before her eyes amid a swarm of bats, which deeply traumatized her. Now, Su Ming needed to go to the black market to buy some fear toxin and prepare a special needle capable of piercing the Queen's skin. However, with Batwoman tagging along, it seemed like things might get a little violent. Dawn at Themyscira. Themyscira always looked like this: clear waters, lush mountains, a pleasant climate, with flowers and greenery everywhere. Beautiful white marble houses were hidden among the landscape, devoid of skyscrapers or the dazzling lights of the city. It was like a paradise. A clear stream cascaded down from the mountaintop, forming a high waterfall that created a rainbow. The residents of the island, all smiling, enjoyed their lives. Even though the Amazons ruled the world, Themyscira remained their sanctuary. There were no massive constructions or an overpopulated state. Only the families of council members and the royal bloodline could reside on Themyscira. Everyone else had to live in society beyond the island. There was no other choice. Even the Amazons now faced a population explosion issue. Maybe in the era of wars, the Amazons had a high casualty rate, but after centuries of peace, their naturally long lives meant more and more offspring. But all of this had nothing to do with Dane. As the Amazon prince, his home naturally had palaces and castles. Although the Amazons prized simplicity and valor and looked down on men, a prince was still a prince, and a son of a god, which was a whole different matter. Although compared to the outside world, the luxuries here were nothing. When he saw everyone else wearing animal skins and linen while he wore artifacts, he was quite satisfied. No need for the best, just better than others. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the outside world, but he'd caused quite a mess every time, at least according to the Amazon Council, who saw it as signs of a tyrant in the making. For instance, turning a city stadium into a gladiator arena, secretly capturing civilians to watch them being slaughtered by mythical creatures, or destroying all the cars in a city so people had to ride horses to work, or luring Atlanteans into the city to massacre civilians, then showing up as a hero to defeat the Atlanteans, like some poorly written drama. Unfortunately, it seemed like he was just a few neurons short, and the council discovered all these acts and reported them to the Queen. They still covered up what could be covered up. After all, it concerned the Amazon image, and the council would naturally find excuses for the prince to deceive the general public. All kinds of media and news outlets were in full swing, portraying him as a positive figure, a hero with the world in his heart, with experts and scholars backing him up. The stance was, regardless of whether the masses believed it, they did. But just misleading the public wasn't enough, so he was grounded on Themyscira by the Queen, not allowed to leave, to keep him out of trouble until things cooled down. He wasn't in a hurry. He could fly, after all. Leaving was just a thought away, but lately, he hadn't come up with any fun new ideas, so he decided to take this time to think. At the moment, he was in the palace garden, happily tending to the plants. He had sent the surrounding guards away, as none of them together could be his match anyway. They were pointless. The Queen's confinement was more for show, to shut the council up. The palace garden was vast, with some mythical animals like white deer with star-like antlers and winged rabbits. He plucked a small flower, sniffed it, and smiled sweetly at his reflection in the garden's pool. He then tucked the flower behind his ear, admiring himself in the water's reflection, striking coquettish poses, basking in his own beauty. "Oh, I'm the most beautiful man in the world," he murmured, touching his face with his thick fingers. He had no beard, and divine power kept him forever youthful, looking perpetually around 17 or 18. After a while, he reached out to touch his reflection in the water, then put his wet fingers in his mouth, his broad tongue licking them as he spoke to his reflection. "Even you look so beautiful because I am just so stunning, hee." Ugh. However, just as he was indulging in his self-admiration, he heard someone behind him making an untimely gagging sound. How dare they? Who dared to mock the Prince of the Amazons? The most beautiful man in the world. Did they really think the Amazonian swords and spears were dull? With a face like thunder, he turned around and saw a strangely dressed person. It was hard to tell if they were male or female, but their outfit looked like a noble hunter's garb from hundreds of years ago, and they wore a ridiculous mask with two round lenses, resembling an owl's eyes. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on Themyscira?" He immediately drew his sword of Ares and the shield from his back. An Amazonian warrior was never without their weapons, always ready for a glorious battle. "Coo." "Ugh." The person didn't respond, instead letting out a strange cry, as if trying to mimic some animal, but then immediately gagged again. Dane's face turned from green to red and then to black. He screamed and slashed his sword. This kind of scoundrel must be jealous of his beauty, deliberately acting in this strange way. He planned to kill this person and make them into jerky for the dogs. Even though the stranger kept gagging, as soon as Dane attacked, they flipped a dagger out of their sleeve and deflected the sword of Ares. This stunned Dane. The sword of Ares was forged by the god of fire. How could it be blocked by such an insignificant dagger? Let alone the fact that he was a demigod, possessing immense strength beyond compare. But the opponent seemed to have some special deflecting technique. His sword strike was not met head-on but was diverted away, striking the garden ground instead. In that instant, the lasso of truth on his belt disappeared. Yes, disappeared. It had been hanging there just fine, and there was no visible movement from the enemy, yet the lasso had inexplicably vanished. "My treasure. Damn you, little brat. Give it back." He swung his sword again, but the all-masked person agilely dodged. "Gross. Barry, hurry up, I'm really going to puke." The stranger's voice was filled with disdain. From somewhere behind Dane, a voice responded, "Sorry, I just ran to the beach to throw up. You know, I have a sensitive system." The newcomer seemed to be talking to someone, but Dane, being a warrior, knew this was not good. Sure enough, in the next moment, lightning surrounded him, and suddenly he found himself tightly bound by his own lasso of truth. The other end of the lasso was held in the hands of the strange hooded figure. "Humph. So you're a man. How dare you, unworthy one, hold such a divine artifact?" Dane sneered, beginning to pull on the lasso, but the lasso of truth, being an official weakness against Wonder Woman herself in DC Comics, was no different for the Dark Multiverse's strange hero. Once bound by the lasso of truth, he became weak and powerless. And then, in the next second, clink. Two crisp sounds echoed as he realized his bracers of divine power had fallen off somehow. Replaced by a pair of bronze cuffs engraved with the head of Medusa, eerie black magic flowed from Medusa's eyes like sewage, covering his entire body. The divine power within him faded as if it were an illusion, and he became weaker than an ordinary person. The strength he once had vanished, and under the powerful pull of the enemy, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Got him. Retreat. Su Ming released the lasso and gave the command, knocking Dane out before picking up the sword and shield. Using his dagger, he cut a small wound on Dane's arm. Blood flowed out, and he dipped his fingers in it, drawing an owl's head and a scale on a pillar in the garden, boldly writing, "The Court of Owls will rule the world. All roads lead to darkness. All things will return to Barbados." With that, a red flash swept through, and the three of them disappeared from the scene. Chapter 70, CH-70 Dinosaur Island. A flash of lightning, and they found themselves on a beach of a small island, surrounded by endless ocean, with a dense rainforest at the island's center. The golden sand felt like a soft carpet beneath their feet, and the scent of the ocean filled their nostrils. In the jungle, shadows occasionally moved. Massive creatures lived on this island. Barry unceremoniously dropped the unconscious hero on the sand, maybe on purpose, letting him get a mouthful of sand. "Phew, I never realized that not everyone can pull off Diana's outfit," Barry said, shaking his head wildly, his cheeks puffing out as the wind rushed past his mouth, making a comical brrr sound. Su Ming, seeing Bryce waiting under the trees, took off his mask and dragged the hero by one arm, heading towards their prearranged base. At Aeaea, he had found Circe in her temple. Using the magical herb moly and his martial skills, he managed to obtain from her an artifact that could subdue divine beings. The old witch had obediently complied once she realized her magic was ineffective against him. The Medusa bracelets, although appearing to be magical artifacts, were actually decoys. The key was the black liquid oozing from them, Circe's most famous toxin, capable of turning ordinary people into pigs and gods into mere mortals. Without a professional magic user to break the curse, the transformation was irreversible. Once this toxin invaded the hero's skin, he became weaker than an ordinary person. If Su Ming didn't drag him away, he might have actually suffocated in the damp sand. Seems like everything went smoothly. Bryce stepped out from the shade of the trees. She disliked acting during the day, always feeling too conspicuous in her outfit under the bright sun. Su Ming tossed the hero onto a patch of grass, where strange plants cushioned his fall like a bed, slightly bouncing him up. He calmly said, "Everything went according to plan." Once provoked, he was too eager to fight. To prove his valor, he immediately chose sword and shield combat. Then Barry got the chance to seize the lasso. After binding him with it, we replaced his divine arm guards with the Medusa bracelets. Barry came over, holding a coconut, and after a few satisfying gulps, sighed contentedly. "Yeah, I never thought dealing with Diana would be this easy. I mean this world's Diana. What's his name again?" "Dane," Bryce replied, her face expressionless as she inspected the person on the ground. Barry nodded, looking at the fallen figure with mild disappointment. Honestly, he's not that impressive. Su Ming wasn't surprised that the Flash could subdue Wonder Woman. If Barry wasn't always so concerned with collateral damage, his abilities could dominate this world without opposition. But the kind-hearted Flash usually limited his speed in cities to prevent the sonic booms and electromagnetic forces from his speed force from causing widespread destruction. Still, the speed he displayed was more than enough. With Su Ming's knowledge from the comics, taking down a hero, not even the real Wonder Woman, was no big deal. In the comics, there was a speedster villain named Cobalt Blue, who was dying of cancer, and she managed to trounce Wonder Woman even without the extensive preparation Su Ming had made. While Su Ming and Barry executed the kidnapping, Bryce had been preparing the island. In a short time, she had set up everything they needed. But one hero wasn't enough. They now needed to bring in the Sea Queen as well. Compared to Themyscira, Poseidonis was more challenging. Being completely underwater, fighting an amphibious being in the ocean was suicidal even for someone like Su Ming. He wouldn't plan something so foolish. "Don't show yourself. Just leave him in the hut and make sure a dinosaur doesn't carry him off." Su Ming took a sip of water, clearing his throat, then donned his hood, transforming into the Talon. His costume, though luxurious-looking, was actually a theater prop he had swiped from a Gotham playhouse. It didn't have the gliding capabilities of a real Talon suit and was unbearably hot with a musty smell. Bryce nodded. As long as she kept this guy safe while unconscious, that was enough. When they woke up, she didn't have to worry anymore. The island was only inhabited by small dinosaurs, which posed no real threat. So she dragged Dane into the hut, tossed him in a corner, and waited for the Sea Queen to join him. She trusted Su Ming to get it done because he had an uncanny ability to use information to his advantage, seemingly knowing everyone's weaknesses and exactly how to counter them. With such capabilities, his plans never failed. Many of the things he used were beyond her knowledge or experience. The most effective strategies were always those that attacked the enemy's weaknesses, and a thorough plan made any battle easier. Batwoman herself was a tactical genius. Many of her enemies were far stronger than her, but in the end, she always won. That's why she understood how terrifying Su Ming was, not because he was skilled in combat or a sharpshooter, but because, behind the reputation of the world's deadliest assassin, he was also one of the top strategists in the world. Seeing the footprints left in the sand by the two as they departed, Bryce carefully wiped them away, then hid herself in the shadows. Out on the ocean, Barry was carrying Su Ming, running at full speed. He knew that if this plan succeeded, Earth-11 would be saved, and they could return to the Prime Earth to face the real threat. His Justice League friends were still waiting for him. Su Ming's series of plans had filled him with confidence, and now he fully saw Su Ming as a teammate. Their destination, as Su Ming had already told him, was Cheveryport in Maine. Well, it was called that in the Prime Earth anyway. As long as Barry knew the geographical location, it was fine. That was the Sea Queen's home. She was the illegitimate child of a human and an Atlantean, raised on land before returning to the ocean only a few years ago. She unexpectedly inherited the sea god's trident and the throne of the ocean. Unlike Arthur from Prime Earth, this Sea Queen of Earth-11 leaned more towards the Atlanteans. She was more warlike, with a brain seemingly full of muscle. Her character was that of a brutal undersea warlord. Su Ming didn't plan to fight her underwater. Her strength was 1,500 times that of a normal human, and even on land, he wouldn't stand a chance against her in the sea. So he needed to lure her up, and once on land, hit her with the fear toxin, then lock her power with the Medusa bracelets to ensure victory. The battleground would naturally be her old home, the Cheveriport Lighthouse. It held many childhood memories for her, so she wouldn't be willing to flood it with a tsunami, which would make things easier for Su Ming. As for how to lure her up, watching the lightning vanish, the lighthouse perched high on the cliff behind them, Su Ming had a plan. The lighthouse keeper here was the Sea Queen's father, but a few years ago, he should have been killed by Black Manta. At least, that's what happened in Prime Earth. Aquaman and Black Manta killed each other's fathers, creating an unbreakable enmity. This lighthouse seemed to be maintained, probably by some townspeople occasionally, since the small house below it looked abandoned for years. Her father's grave was not far away. Su Ming had no intention of desecrating it. Even though Slade's memories included many instances of grave robbing, Su Ming's memories made him resist this act. It was too vile, and there was no need for it. He could easily use this grave to put on a show.